From laughing, Yao Jiankai rolled his eyes. Wasn't that great? That one Weibo message of mine cracked such a big case. Is Weibo useful only for this? Zhang Ye continued in a deadpanner manner. This is the importance of Weibo. A few years back, there was something very popular as well. What do we do if we want to read what Teacher Yao wrote? We go on Teacher Yao's prostitution. Piao Ku. Hey, wait a moment. Yao Jiankai exclaimed. It's called a blog, Bo Ku. Zhang Ye replies. Yes, blog. On there, a lot of people clicked on him. Yao Jiankai curled his lips and said, then you can tell them that I won't be coming out for them. In the midst of the laughter of the crowd, Zhang Ye blinked. Then how are you going to make a living? Yao Jiankai stared at him. I was making a living out of this. Zhang Ye responded, what is that? Ordering you, Dian and I. Yao Jiankai flabbergasted. What do you mean, ordering me? It is called click views, DNG. Oh, Zhang Ye exclaimed in realization and said, this is the first time I know that ordering you, Dian and I, means ordering chicken, DNG, prostitution. After hearing this, the audience was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Yao Jiankai was enraged. How can your mind be so twisted? It's the click rate, J. Lu. Zhang Ye. You even turned green, Lu? Asterisk. Some audience couldn't take the laughter anymore. Ha ha ha. Yao Jiankai said, hey, no one thinks that way. Zhang Ye responded, that's what I meant. Anyway, Teacher Yao is much more fashionable than the rest of us. He also gets along better than us. A few years back, when I was still in school and struggling for money, Teacher Yao was already the spokesperson for a company, serving as the poop, Dabian, for their product. The audience burst into laughter again. Yao Jiankai hurriedly corrected him. What poop, Dabian? It is spokesperson Dashi. Oh, Zhang Ye said in confusion. What is the difference? Was what I said wrong? Poop, Dabian. Shit, Dashi. Are you talking about its texture in the mouth or sensation of touching? Yao Jiankai howled. Why are you so disgusting? Do you have to talk like that? Zhang Ye shrugged and said, all right, let's just put it that way. Anyway, Teacher Yao is really incredible. He shot a commercial, a drama, and even starred in a movie. Yao Jiankai nodded his head. Indeed, I was featured in a few. Zhang Ye grabbed his forefinger and said, Teacher Yao's first movie. That movie was called. Right. It was called The Widow. Yao Jiankai asked in confusion. The widow? I played the widow. Zhang Ye. No, you are the husband of the widow. Yao Jiankai. I'm dead, Zhang Ye answered. This movie illustrated how a widow, after the death of her husband, strived hard in life and how she pushed forward. It was a very inspirational movie. Yao Jiankai stared at Zhang Ye with widened eyes. I am not in the movie. Zhang Ye answered. You are. Without you, how would she able to become a widow? You were in the very first scene of the movie, at the graveyard. He illustrated with his fingers. On top the tomb, your photo was placed there. Yao Jiankai. The audience laughed without any restraint. Zhang Ye looked at the crowd. That was Teacher Yao's first movie. He was even more incredible in the second movie. Teacher Yao was the male lead. Yao Jiankai delightfully replied. Male lead? Zhang Ye said. Yes, this movie was called Millstone. It depicted how the protagonist pulled a millstone to explore the world. Yao Jiankai asked in a dumbfounded manner. Pulling a millstone? I was playing a donkey. Then, what kind of world was I exploring? Wouldn't I just be turning in circles? The audience burst into laughter. Zhang Ye said. The movie which Teacher Yao became famous for was actually the third one. Zhang Ergu becomes brutal and kills his father in a most urgent tragic tale. Yao Jiankai replied. Whoa, that name is really long. Zhang Ye. They needed 2 cinema screens in order to display this title horizontally. Zhang Ergu was a bad child. After killing his father, he chopped him up and incinerated him in flames. Afterwards, when the police investigated the case, Teacher Yao's first appearance was when the coffin was opened. Yao Jiankai questioned. So I am still playing as a dead person? Furthermore, in many pieces this time? Zhang Ye answered. It's still okay. Your next of kin was still able to recognize you by your legs. The female judge covered her face as she giggled nonstop. The male judge couldn't resist flashing a smile. However, he retracted his smile quickly. Zhang Ye. The fourth movie was a huge production. There was a thriller horror movie over at Hong Kong named Dumpling, and they invited teacher Yao to make an appearance. Yao Jiankai remarked happily. Finally, a big production. Zhang Ye illustrated wildly with his hands as he said. This movie depicted how a murderer made dumplings out of the people he killed. Teacher Yao was playing the role of the filling. Yao Jiankai replied, "All right. Looks like even my legs were ground down this time." Zhang Ye gave him a thumbs up. Incredible. Yao Jiankai said, "What's so incredible about that? I became only minced meat." Some of faces of the audience were tired from laughing as their cheeks began to hurt. Zhang Ye, we should learn from you and respect you. You are our role model. Just like how the saying goes, there is a mountain beyond a mountain, a brothel beyond a building. Yao Jiankai stopped him. That's not it. That's incorrect. You keep saying the wrong words. It is, there is a mountain beyond a mountain, a building beyond a building. Zhang Ye stared at him. Brothel beyond a building. Yao Jiankai answered. Why do you keep talking about brothels? Do you often go there? It is building beyond a building. Zhang Ye nodded his head. There is a mountain beyond a mountain, a building beyond a building. A capable person has someone screwing him from behind. Screwing, nung. This was a slang in Beijing, as well as a phrase from the northern regions with the same meaning as doing. Yao Jiankai interrupted. Capable person, you neng ran. Screw neng. Zhang Ye followed suit. The hands of the cameraman responsible for the filming shook as he tried to suppress his laughter. Yao Jiankai shouted, Who are you screwing, nung? It is capable person, nung ren. With this kind of standard, you still dare to claim that you are an academic? What kind of academic are you? Do you research such stuff every day? Zhang Ye. I also research other things as well, such as the art of crosstalking. Yao Jiankai nodded in approval. It is good to research that. Zhang Ye said, Crosstalking is a simple form of art, as well as a profound one. It is simple because anyone can do it as long as they have a mouth. However, it isn't easy to do it well. For example, the addition of some cushioning words and empty words can change the tone. There are many things that one has to take note of, as well as many things to research about. Let me give you an example. You came? Huh? Hurry up, okay. Sit down. Drink some water. Oh, goodbye. With a cushioning word, it gives the speech an amiable tone. Otherwise, it would sound out of place. He suddenly shouted hoarsely. You came. Sit down. Drink water. Goodbye. Yao Jiankai exclaimed in shock. You will scare the person to death. Zhang Ye carried on. For example, there are some females who like to put the empty words in front. When they meet an acquaintance outside, they would greet them. Yo, Andy, what are you doing? It won't do if the empty word is placed at the back. Yao Jiankai suggested. You give it a try? Zhang Ye imitated the speech of a woman. Auntie, what are you doing? Ahio. The last syllable sounded like it was roared out. Yao Jiankai rolled his eyes. Lad, did someone step on your foot? Zhang Ye pointed to the floor and said, The auntie fell into the drain. Ha ha ha. The entire room was filled with laughter. Judges, audience, and even the program staff and cameramen of the show were amused. Some of the young ladies among the audience even had tears flowing out from their eyes from all the laughter. Tang Dazhong's face darkened. The three fellow brothers beside him didn't say anything. That was because they were at a loss for words. This work had already surpassed everyone's expectations. Chapter 480, Embodiment of Guodi Gang. On the official website, the discussion board beneath the live internet live broadcast page was stirring. Ha ha ha. Holy sh*t. It's so dazzling that becoming blind. Who the f*** k said Teacher Zhang Ye can't do crosstalk? I can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. I'm already having stitches from laughing. It's too funny. Teacher Zhang is too hilarious. Teacher Yao Jiankai is also great. This young and old pairing is godly. The two of them have so much chemistry. The burdens come one after another. And did any of you notice? Zhang Ye's crosstalk is different from traditional crosstalk. That's right. He does not give you a break at all. It's full of burdens from beginning to end. A second one comes just as the first ends. This skill is so king awesome. Previously, I was still of the idea that Teacher Zhang Ye did not know crosstalk and did not look forward to it. Now, Teacher Zhang has once again opened our eyes. An awesome person is awesome no matter what. It seems like there's nothing Zhang Ye doesn't know how to do. To think he can do anything. So interesting. I love teacher Zhang too much. Just now, I found the other works in this crosstalk competition not bad, but after King hearing Zhang Ye and Yao Jinsai's, I realized that bunch of crosstalk was just dog's hit. That's right. Ditto +1. Enough from me. I'll keep watching. This live broadcast was probably a mistake. When they realize it, we won't be able to watch it anymore. It's fine. I already recorded it. Me too. Such a classic work has to be left as a memento. At this moment, Central TV's Department 11 was already in chaos. Phone calls from Central TV headquarters leaders came one after another. Phone calls from other related departments also came in. Only then did Department 11's director Chen Hua realize that something had gone wrong. After hanging up, he immediately felt pangs of fury. He ordered Secretary Un and the person in charge, as well as 8 others, that had to do with the crosstalk competition, to see him. What are you all doing? Chen Hua said furiously. The person in charge wiped his sweat and said, Director Chen, I was just following your instructions. Chen Hua slammed the table. Bullshit. The 2 of them are on the ban list in black and white. Not only did you not act in accordance with the ban, you even gave them a live broadcast? Do you want to King die? He really felt exasperated from his anger that his words were full of vulgarities. The person in charge exclaimed, It was Secretary and who told me. Secretary and turned nasty. What did I tell you? I said that you have to manage the 2 of them well. The person in charge stared and said, Didn't you say they need not be managed? Secretary and nearly fainted. I even said to mind the ban. The person in charge said, Didn't you say we need not mind the ban? Secretary and said as if he wanted to vomit blood. What sort of ears do you have? I even said do not have recordings, and asked if you clearly got that. The person in charge said, I heard you say to do recordings, and even to do the recordings clearly. When Chen Hua and the relevant staff heard this, they nearly vomited blood. Holy sh*t. What the f***k was all this? Are you King spies sent by the enemy? No. Matter how foolish the person in charge was, he finally realized it was all a blunder. Your sister. So it had nothing to do with the transfer of the SARF's deputy chief that sparked off a political war. He hurriedly tried to explain. Our cell phone reception today in the station wasn't good. It was quite intermittent, and the sound wasn't too clear, so I misunderstood your intentions. Hey. Then I'll get them to cut the live broadcast signal right away. I'll do it right away. Chen Hua roared. Go and do it now. The person in charge ran out in a rush to make a phone call. No one in the office in charge of the live broadcast picked up. As such, he ran upstairs personally and pushed open door to the office in charge of the live broadcast signal. Where is everyone? Why didn't you pick up the phone? Hurry and cut the internet live broadcast. A female employee said at a loss whether to laugh or cry. There's no way to cut it. Just about half a minute ago, a few people in charge of the live broadcast got food poisoning after eating the lunchboxes. While they were rushing to the bathroom, they accidentally bumped into the door and closed it. Now there's no one in there, and the keys are in the control room. Indeed, many male employees were tinkering in front of the door. There was no way to open it. The person in charge said anxiously, What about the spare key? The female employee said, It's in the annex building. Someone is already on the way to get it. The person in charge shouted, Why are there even more troubles the more anxious I get? He could not wait any longer. He rushed to the recording venue. He decided to cut the signal directly there, but he too knew that it was likely to be too late. The crosstalk performance was almost done. Heavens, are you kidding me? And that Zhang Ye. A problem with the cell phone reception? Every word was heard wrongly by him. After realizing the live broadcasting error, the staff had food poisoning and even accidentally locked the door. The spare key had not been retrieved yet. This whole series of messy events was too much of a coincidence. Zhang Ye. This person was really too damn sinister. At the live broadcast venue, waves of laughter surged like tidal waves, and they happened wave after wave. Zhang Ye stood on stage in a high-spirited manner and was even coughing in a humorous manner. When it comes to the art form, crosstalk, there's so much to talk about. Now, crosstalk is quite well developed. Look, you can even have such a large-scale competition at Central TV. It receives the concern and love all over the country. Compared to the past, crosstalk was faced with all kinds of difficulties at every turn. Back then, crosstalk actors were street performers. It was hard work and wasn't easy. Yao Jiankai sighed and said, that was the case. Zhang Ye says, as the saying goes, even if the gale were to die down, all would still be gone when the rain falls. Asterisk. Yao Jiankai replied, you're right. Zhang Ye says, initially, we wanted to do it properly. However, when it was time to pay, with a breeze of the wind, everyone disappeared. Fine, I worked in vain that day. The same goes for rain as well. The moment it rains, no one would be outside to listen to crosstalk performances. Thus, crosstalk is different from other industries, such as the bricklayer. Bricklayers are overjoyed whenever it rains. Yao Jiankai asked, why would they be happy? Zhang Ye replied, drinking his beer at home, he listens to the wind blow outside. Gotcha. His mood immediately lifts. When the rain stops, he would have a job to do. He shouts for his son. He casually pointed to the side. Go, buy me 100 g of beer. Yao Jiankai pushed him. Why are you pointing at me? Zhang Ye blinked. I was just using you as an example. Yao Jiankai said, even so, I won't allow it. Point towards that side. The audience laughed heartily. Zhang Ye continued on. Wapa, Kacha, go, give me another 100 g. Yao Jiankai asked, you drank 200 g like that? Zhang Ye said, Wapa, Kacha, get me another 100 g. Yao Jiankai asked, you are still drinking? Zhang Ye responded, Hua, Kacha, I can't drink any more this time round. Yao Jiankai was curious. Why aren't you drinking this time round? Zhang Ye flicked his hand. My house collapsed. Yao Jiankai replied, hey, it seems that too heavy a rain isn't good either. This punchline sent another wave of laughter through the hundreds of members in the audience. However, there was a rule limiting every contesting group's performance time. It was okay if one's performance ended earlier, but it could not exceed 10 minutes. Only in the semifinals and finals would the time limit be raised to 15 minutes or 20 minutes. They didn't give that much time in the preliminary rounds. After all, there were too many people in the competition and only 10 groups could take turns to do the recording. It would be considered fast for them if they could finish the recording tomorrow. If they were to be any slower, they might only finish on the day after the next. Thus, it was about time for the conclusion of Zhang Ye's performance. There was no one to inform them off stage, but Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai were well aware of it. Especially for Zhang Ye, as a professional host, when the program dictated how many minutes he was given, he was able to calculate the remaining time left within a margin of error of 3 seconds without even looking at a watch. Another minute left. It was time to put the finishing touches. Zhang Ye gave Yao Jiankai a wink and no longer added anything more. Yao Jiankai got the message. Since you said you are a scholar, that means you can write poems? When the audience heard this, they all responded. Haha, give us one. Give us a poem. Everyone knew of Zhang Ye's famous ability of writing poems. However, Zhang Ye pushed Yao Jiankai. Are you trying to harm me? Yao Jiankai smiled and said, how am I harming you? Zhang Ye said, my poems have already caused so much trouble, and you still want me to write one? The audience kicked up a row. Having scolded the radio station, disparaging his leaders, belittling SARFT, Zhang Ye's poems had indeed caused quite a stir in the past and had sparked off numerous controversies. Yao Jiankai bemused. Then give us 2 couplets. Zhang Ye asked, what should I write? Yao Jiankai gave it a thought. Write one for the officials. Zhang Ye exclaimed, do you really think there's not enough trouble? Yao Jiankai said, what's the big deal? We have freedom of speech. Zhang Ye said, then I'll write one for the officials of the old society. Yao Jiankai said, why must it be the old society? Do it for both the new and old society together. Zhang Ye said, all right then, since you dare to die, I'll dare to bury you. Yao Jiankai said, hey, what are you saying? Zhang Ye pondered for a moment before saying, let me write a comparison between old and new officials. Well, the first half is brown rice, pumpkin soup, single wife, a bunch of kids. Yao Jiankai looked at him. Then what about the second half? Zhang Ye, white rice, turtle soup, 10 kids, a bunch of wives. Yao Jiankai said, then the lateral comparison? Zhang Ye said, attainted sooner or later. Yao Jiankai agreed. Yes, they should be attainted. Hearing those words, the audience offstage clapped their hands. Yao Jiankai smiled. This couplet is really interesting. How about you write another one? How about one for me and my wife? Zhang Ye replied, sure. Yao Jiankai was extremely happy. So, what is the upper half of the couplet? Zhang Ye pondered for a moment. The sword of a hero doesn't age. Yao Jiankai asked, what about the lower half? Where's my wife? Zhang Ye replied, the madam's sultry never wanes. Uft. The audience erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yao Jiankai was speechless. Comparing the both laterally? Zhang Ye casually said, adulteress. Before he could even say couple, Yao Jiankai smacked him and said, damn you. The crosstalk ended. Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai smiled and stood straight before bowing to the audience. Then, deafening applause filled the entire recording studio. BBA, 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 BBA. All of the audience members gave them a standing ovation. All right, well said. Ha ha ha. Too awesome. Divine piece of work. Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. Even the female judge stood up from the judges' table, giving her applause to Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai. Then, she raised her hand and gave them a big thumbs up. Note, the saying originates from the street vendors and stalls. Even if the storm isn't as bad, they still are unable to do business when it is raining. I.e., the situation may not be as bad, but actually it doesn't make a difference. Chapter 481. The first preliminary round has ended. The applause lasted for more than 10 seconds. Everyone was still clapping like there was no way to stop. This scene, where the audience gave such a passionate response, surprised Yao Jiankai. He found it unexpected. Were they King giving this applause to us? Previously, when he matched lines with Zhang Ye, they had only picked a few lines to practice. The both of them did not have the time to do any systematic practice. Actually, Yao Jiankai did not have a good idea of I am a scholar. Some of the joke segments were added on by Zhang Ye in an impromptu fashion. The work was produced by Zhang Ye from beginning to end. Yao Jiankai was just going along with it. He felt that the crosstalk wouldn't be bad, and that the jokes were fresh, but he never expected the response from the audience to be this passionate. All right, the both of you are the absolute best. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Yao. What a great feeling. So exhilarating. Yao Jiankai felt excited too. In the past, he never had this sort of excitement when he did crosstalk. As he was in an artistic group in the past, he would follow the group to do shows for elderly folks. If not, it would be performances in the rural villages or at some random school. They were all small stages, and the performance fees were not a lot. There were no tickets either, and he just received a fixed salary. His performance at crosstalk with his previous partner was average too, so naturally he did not enjoy much popularity. The audience's reaction wasn't good either, which made him lose his confidence. Hence, he had abandoned crosstalk and embarked down the path of acting. This had always been a regret in his heart. But today, Yao Jiankai had once again found the excitement and confidence he once felt when he stood on stage for the first time, doing his first crosstalk performance more than a decade ago. So I can actually do so well. So there were so many people who liked listening to my crosstalk. Yao Jiankai found it difficult to find himself as he clasped his hands and said, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Zhang Ye also smiled and thanked the audience. He was pleased with the audience's reaction. It also indicated that he had made the correct bet. It showed that the crosstalk works that led years ahead of this world would still work even in this world. This was one of the most mature works of Guodi Gang in a small theater, scholar. The main subject was this, but Zhang Ye had added a few things in and changed bits of it. For example, the joke about biting materials came from Zhang Ye's own wisdom. I can't wait to ask this question. The female judge did not sit down and instead stayed standing as she picked up her microphone. The moment she spoke, the applause from the audience began to slowly die down. The female judge said, I want to know who produced this work. Yao Jiankai chuckled. Do you think I have that sort of literary talent? The female judge looked at Zhang Ye. It was all created by teacher Little Zhang. Yao Jiankai patted Zhang Ye on the shoulder. Idea, theme, packaging, and pacing were all done by my old brother here in a single night. Zhang Ye smiled and said, it's mainly thanks to teacher Yao being able to carry me well. Yao Jiankai said, haha, it is also partly that. Zhang Ye said, we have an agreement that it's 30% of the main character and 70% the fall guy. Yao Jiankai said, "Indeed there is." Zhang Ye said, "To do good crosstalk, the main character and Fall Guy have to have conflict, so lacking anything would not work." Yao Jiankai said, "That's right." Zhang Ye said, "There are 4 things to do in crosstalk: lie, cheat, steal, and fool." Yao Jiankai said, "Hey, why did you change it? It's speak, learn, amuse, and sing." Zhang Ye said, "Right. Firstly, the thing about speak isn't simple." Yao Jiankai said, "Tell me about it." The audience were stunned for a moment before they laughed again. The competition was over. The judge just asked you a question, but why did the both of you begin another round of crosstalk? The female judge was extremely delighted. "Well done. I can't even cut in." Teachers, let me interject. This year's crosstalk competition has twice the number of recording venues as last year's, so the second preliminary will begin tomorrow at its earliest. Will we be able to hear from you tomorrow? Zhang Yi said yes with a smile. He and Old Yao were just playing a joke. The female judge looked at them and said, "It should be an evaluation period after this, but I really have no idea how to comment on your work. Teacher Chu, do you have any comments?" The third judge sitting beside her shook his hand. "You do it." The female judge looked at Teacher Chu and said, "I'm not a professional crosstalk actress, but as a gala's director, I frequently come into contact with crosstalk works. I've heard at least 100, if not 200 crosstalk performances. I can't say much about the technical angle of your works, but from a personal point of view, this is the best crosstalk performance that I have ever heard since I was born. There is no match." This evaluation was too high. The audience gave their applause once again. Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai said, "Thank you, teacher." For some reason, the head judge did not give any comments. The other 2 professional crosstalk actors also remained silent and did not comment. They did not comment on the work from any professional point of view, allowing the female judge to do so for them. This was unprecedented. It was the same offstage too. Tang Dazhong remained silent. Tang Dazhong's fellow seniors and juniors all turned silent. One could tell that these crosstalk actors all had ugly expressions. Who knew that not only Zhang Yi could do crosstalk, he could even do it so superbly and in such a wonderful manner. Although they never laughed from beginning to end, they knew in their hearts that the burdens Zhang Yi threw out were stunning. Many of them had been in crosstalk for decades, but only today did they learn that crosstalk could be done in such a ***king manner. In fact, many people from crosstalk knew and had communicated this in private that the crosstalk world had reached a bottleneck. They were walking in place for many years, and although the symptoms weren't obvious, it was already a declining trend. However, Zhang Ye's "I am a scholar" had given all these crosstalk actors a taste of a new postmodern flavor. Postmodern did not mean that it had transcended reality, but instead meant that it had exceeded the standards of this era. It was leading this era's standards. Everything was linked, one burden after another. It was different from their traditional methods of delivery. It had attained maximum entertainment for commercial viability. It had pushed the highlight of crosstalk, humor, to the forefront. From the reactions of the audience, regardless if Tang Dazhong and company liked it or disliked it, the audience liked it. This was the greatest award that a crosstalk performance could receive. This could be also said that it had broken through the bottleneck for the future crosstalk industry, known as commercial crosstalk. What was a bit ironic was that this commercial postmodern crosstalk work was thrown out by a television host who had never learned crosstalk. A layman had taught so many crosstalk seniors a lesson. This was something they could not accept. Furthermore, the usage of a few terms and packaging in the work felt tawdry and felt disdain for it. However, Zhang Yi didn't care what they thought or how they evaluated it. In fact, Zhang Yi had never thought highly of a person like Tang Dazhong. The performance was over. The next group of contestants went on stage. Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai bade farewell to the audience. As they disembarked the stage with arms over each other's shoulders, they walked out of the recording studio. "Old Yao, your reaction was pretty quick," Zhang Yi said with a smile. Yao Jiankai chuckled. "Although a few lines were improvised on the spot by you, I am a professional after all, so I could match you well." Saying that, he laughed again. "Hey, but when comparing the two of us, it is as if you are the professional crosstalk actor. I'm even wondering how you got all the basics down so well. How is that mouth of yours made?" Zhang Yi laughed. "Don't forget I earn a living using this mouth. I never practiced crosstalk in the past, But this mouth of mine is my forte after all. I don't dare to speak about other things. But when it comes to scolding and trampling on others, I have never lost. I can tell, Yao Jinkai said. Your wickedness is all over your mouth. Well done. After you trampled on me, you even trampled my wife. Don't you run. We agreed previously that you have to go home with me this afternoon. You need to talk to her, Zhang Ye said in exasperation. Don't. I'm not going. Yao Jinkai grabbed onto him without letting him go. Haha, that won't do. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I'm afraid she will beat me up. As the two of them chatted, there were a few anxious shouts in front of them. Has it been halted? It's already halted. But it's already too late. Do you know what happened? Something big has happened. What's the matter? The two banned celebrities were broadcasted live on the internet by the station. I heard our head of this segment misheard the instructions of the higher-ups and made a mistake. Wouldn't that be big trouble? That's right. The station leaders are infuriated. I believe he will be held accountable eventually. After all, Decree number 43 has just been announced, yet our Department 11 immediately went against it. Man, this is going to be a huge mess. That teacher Zhang fellow is still a god of plague. He leaves destruction in his wake everywhere he goes. But you don't say? Zhang Ye's character might be a bit wicked, and his temper is a bit like a hooligan. But did you hear his, I am a scholar? It was truly awesome. Really, go watch it. He's completely on a different level than those other contestants. I was listening outside and was laughing in stitches. Everyone in the program team were discussing it. When Yao Jinkai heard this, he was stunned. What? It was broadcasted live? Holy sh*t. Is this reality or fantasy? Hey, mistake? Could there be such a coincidence? Ha ha ha. Old bro, God is helping us. God, that esteemed person isn't so free. Zhang Ye was amused upon hearing this. Maybe amongst everyone who knew of this matter, he was the only one who knew the true reason. This was F****king all due to the 5 times difficulty reduction from the dice. He was initially worried how to let everyone see this work of his, but now, Zhang Ye was completely relieved. Chapter 482. First, the live broadcast ended. There were only positive comments from the netizens. That's freaking classic. The sword of a hero doesn't age. The madam's beauty never wanes. Ahahaha. That brain of teacher Zhang Ye is really too quick-witted. He's worthy of being labeled as a treasure of humanity. I didn't expect that 10 short minutes of cross-talking could be done in such an extraordinary way. That was too fun. I got goosebumps listening to that. That was very satisfying. But that was bordering on the line of controversy. It's acceptable since the preliminaries are only broadcasted over the internet, so the censors would have less stringent standards for it. If it were broadcasted live on TV, then Zhang Ye would have to modify quite a few of his joke segments. They would definitely not have allowed him to say that. I believe you shouldn't even think about a live broadcast on TV. Take a look at the official website. The live broadcast has been halted. I Am a Scholar was there a moment ago, but now it has been deleted. What? Deleted? Then why did they air it live? I heard that it was aired erroneously due to some unexpected complications with communication, which means the ban on Teacher Zhang and Teacher Yao remains indefinitely? Damn it. I was happy for nothing. I thought Central TV ignored the ban, so it was just a mistake. All traces of I Am a Scholar had disappeared from the competition's official website. Many netizens, who had not watched the live broadcast, had rushed in to take a look at the crosstalk deemed as a classic by so many. They immediately began to rouse as some even began cursing. Why is it gone? We haven't watched it yet. Numerous people began lodging complaints with the official website. However, Central TV's Department 11 remained indifferent to them. They were completely ignored. However, just as everyone was feeling a great sense of regret, a small video website posted a video of I Am a Scholar. It was obvious that it had been recorded straight from the live stream, as it was identical. Furthermore, it was also a high-resolution version. Following that, numerous video websites and discussion forums also posted Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai's crosstalk performance. Of course, they were not posted by the websites, but were uploaded by netizens. Everyone was amused. It is so timely. Nice, I can watch it again. Haha, empowering. F***k. I finally got to see it. No wonder so many people gave their kudos. This crosstalk is absolutely wonderful. At this moment, a heritage of intangible culture that was passed down from China's Song dynasty revealed its power once more: piracy. A few videos of "I Am a Scholar" were taken down from several video websites. It was unknown if it was the website's doing or because they had received orders from higher management. Clicking on the video would return a "video does not exist" error, but immediately following that, there would be more pirated copies appearing on other video websites. Deleting one sprouted 2. Deleting 2 would sprout 10. There was no way of completely deleting them all. Even on mainstream video websites, the views on "I Am a Scholar" had risen so much that it was in the trending rankings. In a short moment, it had reached the top 20. Similarly, the votes for Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai were rising. The national crosstalk competition had been going strong for about 6 or 7 hours now. The competition was intense. A few excellent crosstalk works were very well liked, and their fans rushed to vote for them. They wished that the excellent crosstalk actors would be pushed to the top. Before the end of the voting, the first to third place votes were enjoying a stable position. The third-ranked group was a black horse. No one had heard of these two new crosstalk actors in the past. Second place was a somewhat famous pair of crosstalk actors. The person who currently in first place was the crosstalk actor, who had to pull out last year's competition due to health complications. Although he had yet to perform, the amount of popularity he enjoyed was just too high, so he had already received a large number of votes. Some people evaluated that, if not for his pulling out due to health reasons, last year's champion would definitely have been him. Hence, this teacher Peng was temporarily in first place with 8,300 votes. As for Tang Dezhang's two disciples in Division C, they were ranked 5th. They were, however, ranked first within Division C. Of course, these numbers were from 10 minutes ago, before Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai had gone on stage. Now, the rankings of the preliminaries had undergone a groundbreaking change, and it was one that made everyone burst out with laughter. Why? That was because in the voting options for the competition, Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai's names were not written at all. It was as if these two banned contestants were not participating in the competition. The listings of the contestants from Division C were on the second page, and they were densely packed with text, but on the 8th line, Division C, team number 8 was empty. There was no name on it, but there was a voting radio button on the right, similar to every other contestant's. There was no name, but they could still receive votes. Anyone who paid a bit of attention could guess who the blank name belonged to. Hence, during the live broadcast, the voting numbers began changing. 100 votes. 1,000 votes. 2,000 votes. When the live broadcast ended, when "I Am a Scholar" began to go viral on the internet, the values had paused slightly before instantly exploding. 10,000. 50,000. 100,000. Finally, under everyone's unbelieving gaze, in just half an hour, teacher Peng, who was previously first with over 9,000 votes, was now second, and first place belonged to the two crosstalk actors with blank names. Yes, the names were blank, and the votes amounted to 110,000. It was more than 10 times higher than teacher Peng, who was now in second place. There were even people who did some calculations and realized that the total votes received by these two blank crosstalk actors was more than the votes received by the first 50 contestants in the crosstalk competition combined. Holy F***K. That's too fierce. This is crazy. My eyes. It was a total wipeout. It was an inhuman gap. At this moment, Central TV's Department 11 was stunned. The audience, that was paying careful attention to the competition, was stunned. Those crosstalk competition contestants were also stunned. Many people had yet to understand what was happening. A Division J contestant exclaimed, "What's this? Why are there so many votes? And there's no name? Did the system make a mistake?" A Division G contestant even lodged a complaint. "What's up with first place? There's a problem. Someone must be faking votes." Someone from Division 1 shouted, "It's a conspiracy." To increase so crazily to 110,000 votes in half an hour? Are we seeing a freaking ghost? That's impossible. In the preliminaries from previous years, the first place, after 3 rounds of preliminaries, would only have votes that numbered in the tens of thousands. But now? This was just the first day of the preliminaries. How could there be such a heaven-defying vote counts? This was a complete wipeout. Then what the hell are we here for? Just do it yourself. All of us can pack up and go home. The difference was too great. However, many of the audience, who were in the know, were amused seeing these people lodging complaints and shouting about conspiracy theories. They began replying below in volumes as if they had agreed on it earlier. Her, person below, maintain formation. Her, person below, maintain formation. Her. A whole series of hers appeared with more than 100 replies. Finally, a kind person explained to them. As to what happened, go take a look at I Am a Scholar, and you'll know. Oh right, it's not on the official website. You can only watch a pirated copy on another video website. Well, as for it being a conspiracy, all of you can probably guess correctly. There is indeed a conspiracy, but it is one of banning. Take a look at the votes for the two nameless people. They actually received that many votes while under a complete ban. If they were not banned, the official website would have written their names. If their videos could be put up, I believe the number of votes they receive would be even higher. Number 1 on the rankings was just too eye-catching. 110,000 votes was too eye-catching. Even though there was no name, with Central TV's Department 11 concealing it somewhat, how could anyone who had voted for nameless not know who they really were? Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai had really conquered all the members of the audience with their crosstalk performance. This was why they received such an overwhelming number of votes. It was because after watching I Am a Scholar, the audience found it hard to swallow any other crosstalk performance, even if they had liked them in the past. It was like the difference between a Scud missile and a nuclear bomb. They were both bombs, but there was a qualitative difference. The latter led the former by leaps and bounds in terms of technology. Zhang Ye's crosstalk was similar. First place. Everyone is truly supportive. Ha. There are so many people supporting Teacher Yao and Teacher Zhang. That's because everyone's aesthetic standards are about the same. This first place is truly well-deserved. There is no other way besides it. There is no room for doubt either. I think some people's faces are already swollen. Those people who shouted daily, saying how Zhang Ye was doomed. Come on out and shout for me again. Despite being banned, Teacher Zhang Ye has been able to turn the tides and appear back in the eyes of our nation. He accomplished whatever needed to be done. What sort of heaven-defying act is this? So what if he's banned? Teacher Zhang's popularity still grows. He can still carry on dazzling in the entertainment industry. Well said. Zhang Ye won't go down. Teacher Zhang did not do anything wrong to begin with. Him being banned was unjustified. Now all is fine. I'm really happy for Teacher Zhang Ye. Finally, he can vent the pent-up anger in him. Old Yao also suffered from injustice. Haha. I'm giving a like to both teachers. Hold unyielding, no matter where the winds blow from. Just thinking of Teacher Zhang's line in that poem, it's uplifting. Teacher Zhang has not disappointed us. Well done. The two of them were still tough despite knowing they were in a powerless situation. Even though they knew it was hard to go against the tides, they still shouted on stage, shouting their voice out for everyone to hear. Don't you think it's admirable? No matter how the outside world evaluates Zhang Ye, in my heart, Zhang Ye is a heroic warrior. Heroes never fall. Teacher Zhang, hold on. The tenacious fight Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai had performed touched many people. People began leaving messages and cheering for them. In the overall rankings of the preliminaries, the votes for the nameless team kept soaring. Even on the celebrity rankings, the situation where Tang Dezhong, who was nearly about to surpass Zhang Ye, was reversed. With this explosive increase from the numbers in the detailed page, Zhang Ye's rankings shot up in a straight line by 3 or 4 rankings. He was no longer the third from the bottom amongst C-list celebrities. As for Tang Dezhong, he was still hovering amidst the D-list celebrities. Every time he was about to catch up to Zhang Ye, no matter what, he would fail to do so. Now, with I Am a Scholar released, Tang Dezhong's hope for climbing into the C-list rankings was slim. As for thinking about surpassing Zhang Ye, it was probably much more realistic for him to surpass the lowest person on the C-list celebrities. After Zhang Ye's crosstalk performance, the distance between him and Tang Dezhong increased even more. Chapter 483. This is what a man of God is. Afternoon. A little past 2. This was probably the warmest point of the day. While under the winter sun, Zhang Ye's BMW X5 slowly drove into an upscale residential district with Yao Jiankai. There, I've brought you here. Zhang Ye stopped the car. Yao Jiankai tugged at him. Cut the crap. Go up with me. Zhang Ye exclaimed. You are insisting on pulling me to be your shield? Yao Jiankai laughed and said, if you don't come, my wife probably won't even open the door for me. Hurry. How can you not help your brother out? Zhang Ye said helplessly. I'm mainly afraid of her beating me to death. After a long period of heckling, Zhang Ye finally went up together with Yao Jiankai. Upstairs, Yao Jiankai rubbed his hands together before pressing the doorbell nervously and gently. A moment later, footstep could be heard approaching the door. It was the pitter-patter of slippers. Then, the door's peephole went dark. Clearly, someone was leaning over to look out at them. Yao Jiankai hurriedly said, Dear, it's me. There was no movement inside. The peephole brightened once more. It was as if the person had walked away. Yao Jiankai anxiously knocked on the door. Dear, open the door. Let me in first. We can talk. Daughter? Where's my daughter? Open the door for Dad. With the door in between them, they could hear a vague conversation between women, but they could not make out what was being said. Yao Jiankai could not do a thing. He could only move back and stretch out his hand to gesture towards Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye had no choice but to walk forward and knock on the door. Sister, it's me, Zhang Ye. I happened to drop by with old Yao to say hello to you. I brought you some fruits too. With that, Zhang Ye received a treatment completely different from Yao Jiankai. In less than 2 seconds, the door was unlocked, revealing a middle-aged woman's face. She was slightly plump and had a couple look with Yao Jiankai. She hurriedly opened the gate and said with a warm smile, It's Teacher Zhang. Come on in. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Nice to meet you, sister. I was in such a rush that I didn't buy anything much except this bit of fruit, as well as some of the brain gold that I'm endorsing. Wu Mo had given Zhang Ye many boxes of brain gold. He kept it in his car and could use it at any time. Since brain gold was meant to be given as a gift, it was very apt. Fanny exclaimed, You are too kind. You don't have to bring anything when you come here. You are our Mimi's teacher. I was wondering when to pay you a visit, but it ended up with you coming first. Yao Mi also jumped out of the room with bright eyes. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Yi greeted her. Fan Yi sat Zhang Yi down. Teacher Zhang, how's our Mi's studies? Is she especially naughty in school? Not at all. Yao Mi is serious and hardworking. She is also very motivated and often asks if she's unsure of something. It's a good thing that she likes to get to the bottom of things. Zhang Yi said politely. Fan Yi poured a cup of water for him, and then made some tea. She said with a chuckle, This child isn't very obedient, so please give more attention to her at school. If she's naughty, feel free to punish her. You don't have to give us face. Yao Mi couldn't stand for this as she said, Mom, I'm already a college student. How can you talk like I'm still a young child? Furthermore, I'm so obedient at school. I've never played truant when it comes to Teacher Zhang's class. Fanny said, So that means you play truant for other classes? The three of them began chatting. Yao Jiankai was left hanging in the corner. He coughed again and again, but other than Zhang Yi glancing at him, the mother-daughter duo ignored him. Zhang Yi could tell that they needed a way to ease into the situation. Fan Yi probably already knew that old Yao had been a victim in all of this, so he said, Sister, for the matter previously, I can vouch for old Yao that there was truly nothing going on. Give me some face and don't fault him. Yao Jiankai said at the appropriate time, Yes, yes. There truly was nothing. I can swear to the heavens. Fan Yi looked at old Yao and sked. She then turned her head back at Zhang Yi and changed into a kindly expression, saying, Teacher Zhang, it is because you came and I gave you face. If not, I would not have let him enter. I don't believe a single word of his, while your words, I believe them. Yao Jiankai said, Yes, yes. A teacher of the people doesn't tell lies. Fan Yi ignored him and said, Has he been staying at your place for the past 2 days? Sorry for causing you trouble. Zhang Yi smiled and said, You are welcome. It's fine. At this point, Fan Yi leered at old Yao. Sit. What are you standing there for? Yao Jiankai exclaimed and immediately leaned towards the sofa in high spirits. He then poured a cup of tea for himself while smiling. He knew he was going to be fine. Yao Mi was never angry, but had been going along with her mother's song and dance. Seeing her mother turn soft, she went out to cross her arm around one of Yao Jiankai's arm with a grin. Dad, I watched the internet live broadcast. Your crosstalk performance with Teacher Zhang today was wonderful. It was so humorous. Yao Jinkai began bragging. Of course. Who do you think your dad is? A professional crosstalk actor, and having debuted for so many years. Although I haven't performed for some time, all my basic foundations are still there. Fanny deflated him by saying, "What are you bragging about? It was all teacher Zhang carrying you." Yao Jinkai smiled and said, "That's true. My old brother's creative genius was absolutely wonderful. There was not a single fault to pick for the dozen or so burden jokes in the crosstalk performance from start to finish." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Sis, I came here to offer my humble apology. That joke was a joke and nothing more, so I hope you won't mind it." Fanny said with a laugh, "Do you think I'm so petty? Don't forget old Yao was previously in the crosstalk line. As a family member of a crosstalk artist, if I couldn't take such a small joke, then what else can I do? Besides, that the madam's beauty never wanes sentence really amused me greatly." Yao Mi yelped. "I was laughing in stitches when I heard it." Ha ha ha. Yao Jinkai raised his chin. "Little Zhang, isn't my wife magnanimous?" Zhang Yi gave a big thumbs up. "Magnanimous?" Fanny stared at old Yao and said, "Stop trying to flatter me. When teacher Zhang is gone, I'll have it out with you." "Old bro, then you are prohibited from leaving today," Yao Jinkai said with a laugh. "Stay for dinner. Taste my wife's cooking. She previously nagged me to invite you over for a meal, but you were busy, and I was busy, so we never had the time. Now that the both of us are free and have no work to do, you must eat this meal. Let's have a good drink together. Giving you a treat sure isn't easy." Fanny invited him. "Yes, I'll go buy groceries in a while." Zhang Yi did not stand on ceremony. "All right, then I'll be in for a treat today." Following that, the four of them began to talk and laugh together. It was obvious that Fan Yi thought highly of Zhang Yi. Firstly, he was a Peking University lecturer and could take care of Yao Mi in school in certain ways. Secondly, Zhang Yi and old Yao's crosstalk performance had awed her greatly. Their working relationship would tighten as a result. Thirdly, Yao Jinkai had many disreputable friends, but none of them were his true friends. Zhang Yi was a true friend, so Fan Yi naturally treated Zhang Yi as a VIP. A short while later, she had finished grocery shopping and preparing dinner. There were about 9 dishes and was quite a sumptuous meal. On the other side, Zhang Yi and Yao Jinkai also became busy as they began receiving quite a few phone calls. Mom's phone call. "Son, Mom, did you see my crosstalk?" "Of course." "You Dad even smacked his thighs and cheered." "Your sisters were at our place this afternoon too. They praised you to the moon." "Nice going." "You weren't an embarrassment to me." "Of course, how could I be an embarrassment?" "What are you going to do for the next preliminary round?" "I haven't thought of anything yet. I'll think about it in a while." Former leader, Hu Fei's phone call. "Haha, little Zhang. Boss, I just learned that you can do crosstalk." "Hey, it was all nonsense." "If that was nonsense, then few people in this world can do it well. Back then, I thought you were a layman. Who knew that you are really more professional than those professional crosstalk actors?" Big Saber Bro, Fanning Yun's phone call. "Teacher Zhang, nice luck. Central TV actually gave you a live broadcast." "That's right. I was just lucky. This seems like the precursor of you causing a stir in the crosstalk world. I support you. Fight it out with them. My large saber can no longer endure the thirst." Man. Many friends came calling. There were well wishes, congratulations, and some were that of shock. Some of them craved to see the world burn. Everyone said something different, but all of them basically supported Zhang Ye. They also gave a very high evaluation of Zhang Ye's performance. They were once again convinced by Zhang Ye's capabilities. A few days ago, when the ban was issued, everyone believed that there would be no way for Zhang Ye to rise up again, that he would no longer be able to continue staying in the entertainment industry. They believed that he would only be able to switch careers to do something else. But who knew that in just a few days, Zhang Ye managed to open up a path in the crosstalk world that no one expected despite an all-out ban placed on him. It was too shocking. His popularity was increasing by the day. Was this even a ban? Why was he gaining momentum? Many people could not help but laugh. What was a man of God? Maybe this was what it meant to be a man of God. The type of person that could never be understood or sized up using common sense. Chapter 484. Second work is decided. That night, I Am a Scholar went completely viral. The votes for the two nameless people continued to soar. 30,000, 150,000, 200,000. It had long since broken the historical records for the national crosstalk and skit competition's preliminaries. Furthermore, it broke the record every second, creating new history. If one did not have an intuitive concept of the number of votes, then a simple tabulation of the votes would be enough to explain it. According to the numbers, from the beginning of the competition in the morning to this point in time, more than 1,000 contestants had received a total of 286,000 votes. That was to say, the netizens had nearly voted 300,000 times in total, and the crosstalk team, nameless people, had obtained more than half of the votes. 1 versus more than 1,000. 200,000 versus 86,000. This was absolute victory through an overwhelming number of votes. This was a disparity so dazzling that no one could look at it straight. Nearly every commenter praised it. They had never experienced a completely new form of commercial crosstalk. The reviews were very good. However, in contrast with the delight of the commenters, some others had extremely polar reactions. The media remained silent. Not many media outlets published any comments on this. The title, I Am a Scholar, was not even mentioned, let alone the names, Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai. It was as if they lived in a different dimension from everyone else. A few media outlets even scrambled to report about a few crosstalk artists who did pretty well in the preliminaries, such as Tang Dazhang's 2 disciples. 2 newspapers even praised them to the heavens, saying that they had inherited Tang Dazhang's mantle, and that their performance in the preliminaries was extremely outstanding. There was also the person ranked second in the preliminaries, which the media reported as a branch of a tree that thrived and outshone others. After seeing this, many netizens laughed in ridicule. What a joke! Are we living in the same world? If Tang Dazhang's disciples are considered extremely outstanding, then what would you consider Teacher Zhang and Teacher Yao? Wouldn't they be stunning the entire universe? It's too fake. What sort of news is this? Even if the criminalized artists have been banned, shouldn't news be about seeking out the truth? Is it right for these newspapers to report it in such a way? Aren't they trying to mislead the public? Since they have to write it this way, let's just wait and see. Anyway, any wise person knows what is going on. They really think the commoners are stupid. The media is such a bully. Do you even believe the sinister reports that you put out yourself? If Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai's work had not been aired live, or if they did not cause such a stir, everyone would probably have been fooled by the media's coverage. However, anyone who paid any attention to this year's national crosstalk competition would know about the underlying conspiracy. This was no longer something that could be covered up. Everyone knew what was going on, so the more the media covered it up, the more the commoners felt disgusted. Then, on Weibo, a self-titled critic stepped forward. This person was an internet celebrity. His true name was unknown, and no one knew what his job was. He was quite loud-mouthed and often attacked celebrities and famous people on the internet. After a series of scoldings, the number of Weibo fans he reached was more than 200,000. He would often give his take on anything that recently happened. His nickname was Alexander. After watching the I Am a Scholar crosstalk, I really do not understand what sort of madness Central TV's Department 11 fell into. They even dared to stream such a worthless crosstalk live? There was an internal mistake? I think the relevant personnel should resign. To not do their jobs while receiving their wages, what are you doing? This crosstalk has really amused me because it was so bad. Crosstalk is an art, so why? Did it become so morally degrading when it was produced by the 2 of them? Is this still considered crosstalk? Are you just going to focus on humor? I can't even see the most basic artistic flair of a crosstalk in their work. Showing this work is embarrassing. And there were so many joke segments that were jarring to the ear. This was only an internet live stream, so the boundaries could be pushed a bit further, but no matter how much you push, you can't destroy crosstalk in such a manner. For the both of them, I only have a simple evaluation: vulgar, base, and philistine. Then another famous critic spoke out on Weibo. Decree number 43 was just issued. The document explicitly states that playing to the gallery through indulging in vulgar jokes or works with the 3 vulgarities, sex-obsessed, mindless, and tasteless culture, including crosstalk, are not allowed. Now, Decree number 43 has yet to even lose its warmth. Yet Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai have already committed an offense despite the headwind? Aren't they a bit too arrogant? I don't even want to evaluate this I Am a Scholar piece of work. It's completely vulgar inside and out. It is impossible for it to enter the sacred halls of elegance. I suggest that the Central TV's Department 11 and the National Crosstalk and Skit Competitions organizers disqualify Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai. Following that, Tang Dazhang from the Crosstalk competition issued a statement. He even named names on Weibo. I am very disappointed and distressed that a work that insults the art of crosstalk can be so well received. Whether I am a scholar is funny or not, I would not comment on it. But the art known as crosstalk doesn't have humor at its core. Since my trade is considered an art, then it has its mission and values. It shouldn't be something that denigrates things left behind by our ancestors. No matter what crosstalk work it is, it has to have the most basic depth and scope. If it's full of vulgar joke segments, that isn't crosstalk. We from the crosstalk world will never acknowledge this as a form of crosstalk. Subsequently, another famous critic from China appeared. Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai's crosstalk had great commercial value to it. When I watched it, there was indeed a few things worthy of ruminating over, but it was just a few things. If crosstalk wants to break its current limitations and bottleneck, it has to rely on the most core artistic values. By losing that, then that's attending to trifles to the neglect of essentials. Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai have crossed industries and have gone astray and have gone down the wrong path. It is a great pity. If a crosstalk master were willing to guide them, these two people might have a chance on returning to the orthodox path. It would prevent them from going too far astray. I suggest that Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai watch teacher Tang Dazhang's crosstalk works. That is true crosstalk art. And so, it's best you learn more from your seniors. Don't make your work be filled with the three vulgarities. The moment this bunch of people appeared, many official institutions stood forward too. For example, Beijing Writers Association's Vice President Meng Donghua, or the leader of the Folk Art Association, or a few crosstalk artists from crosstalk organizations. There were even many contestants who were participating in this year's crosstalk competition. They shouted on the internet, publicly denouncing Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai. Extremely vulgar. Is this still considered crosstalk? How can such vulgar crosstalk receive so many votes? It is definitely fake votes. Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai have many fans to begin with since they are entertainers. It is normal for their fans to fake votes for them. Compared to them, how are we crosstalk contestants to compete evenly with them? They didn't win using their work, but their massive fan base. They did not win fair and square. I suggest that their votes and qualifications be removed. Right, letting Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai participate in the competition is already unfair to us crosstalk actors. He is a C-list celebrity. So how many fans does he have? Supporting teacher Tang. The critics said it so well. That's right. They voiced out what I wanted to say. Everyone should collectively resist such crosstalk that are filled with the three vulgarities. I was wondering why there are people that like such vulgar crosstalks. Do you even have a tiny bit of appreciation for art? Can't you tell what's elegance and vulgar? I don't understand either. What's up with the audience these days? There were so many outstanding crosstalk artistic works they did not like, yet they ended up liking such a vulgar crosstalk performance? Hi, now crosstalk is really getting tough. We've studied and practiced so hard, performing in earnest, yet we failed to get a tiny bit of recognition. Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai just came up with some crappy performance, and they received the praises of numerous people? Can't the audience appreciate things at all now? I'm actually quite depressed. I'm mourning over our crosstalk, as well as our generation. Hi, boycott Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai. Right, boycott vulgarity. They only focus on humor. This kind of crosstalk can't even be considered crosstalk. Numerous people from the literary world, the crosstalk world, celebrities, and relevant artists came out to denounce Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai. The normal populace were all applauding it, but the official organizations and relevant artists were cursing at Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai incessantly. This contrast was too great. They were both watching the same piece of work, yet it produced two completely different voices. When neutral people saw this, they could not understand the situation. They had seen controversies, but they had never seen such a huge controversy before. 9+ p.m. Jiaomen, Zhang Ye's house. After Zhang Ye had dinner at old Yao's house, he returned home with Yao Jiankai. They had to rush their preparations for tomorrow's second preliminary round. Instead, just after returning home, they saw the scene on the internet. A bunch of people from the literary world, critics, and internet celebrities were discussing them and full of condemnation. It was as if Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai had a blood feud with them. All of them hated them to the bone. Yao Jinkai cursed, "A bunch of mad dogs." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "They even said the audience doesn't know what crosstalk is. Your performance isn't well received, and you blame the audience?" Beijing has a saying. It says don't blame the toilet when you can't shit. I think it's pretty appropriate to giving them that. Oh, that Tang Dazhang also stepped forward. I ignored him, but he still doesn't know his bounds. He comes time and time again to trample on me. All right, I've remembered you. And those few people, internet celebrities, critics? All right, Yao Jinkai said, ignore them. Let's just focus on doing a good job. Zhang Yi laughed. Old Yao, I've already decided on what we will do tomorrow. Yao Jinkai was stunned. You said you haven't thought of it when I asked you on the way back. You already have an idea so quickly? Yes, after seeing their criticisms, a piece of work flashed in Zhang Ye's mind. He made the decision immediately. They had taken the initiative to give him the materials for the work. These people had tried to ride over him a few times. If he didn't take a bite out from them, that clearly wasn't Zhang Ye's style. Chapter 485. I will reject the 3 vulgarities. The second day, around noon, Central TV's Department 11's program team began contacting every contestant to inform them that the preliminary round had been completed. They asked them to gather for the recording of the next round of competition rules by 2 p.m. This year's rules and competition progress were slightly different from the previous years. The pace of this year's competition was much faster than before, with the preliminary rounds, which had taken 3 to 4 days before, now shortened to only 1.5 days. This was because Central TV had approved the usage of many more recording studios. So even with over 1,000 groups of contestants and 10 minutes per performance, the recording progress moved very quickly. At the venue, the contestants were all gathered before 2 p.m. In front of them was a large screen where the votes for each contestant pair were flashily updated in real time. It still wasn't time for the polling to be closed yet, so the numbers were still constantly changing. I'm dropping off. Damn, I can't make it into the top 500 either. I heard that the competition has started eliminating contestants from the preliminary rounds, and only 500 teams will be able to advance to the second round. Then from there, only 100 teams will make it through to the third round. I'm currently in 488th place. This is cutting it too close. Old Zhang, you did well this time. At 231st place, you will definitely advance to the second round. Teacher Wang, congratulations on being placed so high. Oh, my ranking is too low. I guess I can only come back and try again next year. In their discussions, many of them naturally talked about the team that was in the lead far above. Everyone knew who the nameless team was. Suddenly, 2 people walked into the venue. Here they come. Be quiet. Stop talking about them already. It's Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai. The leading team has arrived. When Zhang Ye and old Yao came into the studio, the crowd toned down their discussions about the 2 of them. Many of them looked over at them, and some even pointed at them as they talked about them in hushed whispers. Amongst these people, there were those who had denounced Zhang Ye on Weibo the previous night. They scolded Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai, calling them tasteless, but now that the 2 of them were standing before them, no one dared to mention it anymore. They couldn't say anything as Zhang Ye's reputation was so terrible. Wasn't Li Anson famous as well? Still, Zhang Ye had beaten him like it was nothing, let alone small-timers like them, which was why, even if many of them had something against him, they wouldn't dare clash directly with Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was famous for his bad reputation and violence. At this moment, the hosts went on stage. When it was time, the first round of voting came to an end. The cameras were now switched on and recording as the event was broadcasted live all over the internet. An event like the announcement of rankings would definitely be allocated a live broadcast slot, since it would definitely attract good viewership and high ratings. The host, Wang Ge, smiled and said, "My dear friends of the audience and contestants, I hope you're all doing well. The technical team has already closed the first round of polling. Only the top 500 teams will advance to the next round." With that, the host began to announce the results of who had qualified. Some people were beaming, while others fell into lonely silence. This announcement program progressed very slowly for about an hour. In between, the host also invited several popular crosstalk actors to give speeches on stage and asked some of the eliminated contestants to give their reflection speeches. It was a program designed to invoke people's innermost feelings. The live broadcast ended. The second round of competition was about to begin. A dozen or so staff members, who were in charge of the teams, brought their laptops over looking for qualifying teams. They recorded the titles of their performances for the next round and informed them of their estimated timing for their team's performance. Those who were queued further back and not scheduled for recording today were allowed to go home. Their performances would be recorded on the following day instead. In front, Division C staff team walked over to Tang Dazhang's two disciples. "Hello." Zhang Xiao smiled. "Hello." The staff member said, "What is the title of your performance?" Lu Yuan said in a clear voice, "The current state of crosstalk." The staff member recorded it down. "Your recording time is scheduled for around 4 p.m. That will be coming up pretty soon, so please begin preparing for it." After that, he took a look at his laptop and his eye twitched a little. He looked left and right to see where the next group, Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai, were standing before going up to them as well. Zhang Xiao and Lu Yuan did not move, but looked over at them. The staff asked, "What about your performance title?" Zhang Ye calmly replied, "I will reject the 3 vulgarities." "What? You want to reject the 3 vulgarities? What sort of performance was that?" The staff member panicked for a moment and then looked at them in surprise. He thought that it was a joke, but Yao Jiankai repeated it once more upon seeing that the staff member had not written it down. Only then did he realize that this was a serious reply. What was the meaning of this? After the netizens had called them tasteless and said that they did not understand the art of crosstalk, were they thinking of turning over a new leaf today? Were they planning on doing a performance closer to the accepted mainstream crosstalks? They took the initiative to become a team that advocated positive performances? Or were they planning to use crosstalk to do some self-criticism? Reflect upon their own selves? The two of you were such spineless people. Zhang Xiao and Lu Yuan also looked at each other, at a loss of words when they heard the title. Were those two going to perform as the prodigal son who returns home? But the two of you had already angered so many people. Even if you wanted to salvage your reputation now, it was too late. They finally succumbed to the pressure? It's too late anyway. Around them, other people, who overheard it, also had a glimmer of doubt in their eyes. But Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai did not say anything else. The two of them had already gone to prepare at the recording studio's waiting room. They were even laughingly practicing with each other as they made their way over. After an hour, the studio staff came to get them. Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai both went along with them into the recording studio to have their makeup touched up and for a change of clothes. Yao Jiankai looked at Zhang Ye and said, "Bro, are you really planning on saying that?" Zhang Ye laughed. "What do you think?" Yao Jiankai was at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. "Isn't it too face-smacking? If it wasn't face-smacking, I wouldn't have chosen this performance." Zhang Ye said frankly. Yao Jiankai sighed in acknowledgement. "I finally understood that, with my involvement with you in crosstalk, I shouldn't expect my future to be stable anymore. Right now, the way we're going would make us everyone's enemy." Zhang Ye did not seem to mind. Instead, he even felt it was the norm. He said, "Since my debut, this has been happening every step of the way. I'm already used to it. This old bro is not used to it, though." Yao Jiankai nearly fainted. After a few minutes, the both of them had gone backstage to do some preparations. They could hear Zhang Xiao and Lu Yuan, who were on stage performing their joke segments, and the particular one they were doing right now was, "Zhang Xiao, it's getting more and more low class." Lu Yuan, "Yes." Zhang Xiao, "The crosstalk circle these days are in such a mess. It even attracted some people who do talk shows to come and earn their keep here. Some professional crosstalkers have also stooped to an all-time low." That was obviously targeted at Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai. When they finished the segment, the viewers and audience did not react. There was no cheers at all. But at the studio, there was quite a bit of laughter from the crosstalk actors who had come to watch and from the crosstalk judges. It felt as if they had just heard an extremely funny joke segment and were especially tickled. There were even some who clapped. The audience was left completely speechless and could only stare at each other. What was so funny about that? Did all of you people become crazy? F***K. Your sense of humor was too low. Zhang Ye looked at old Yao. So are we going to say that or not? Yao Jinkai cursed out loudly. F***K. We must definitely say it. We have to say this. I will reject the 3 vulgarities. Chapter 486. Arrival of the Jinx. Central TV. In a particular break room. Hey, old Tang, you were smoking in here? A crosstalk actor in his 40s walked in. As he spoke, he lit a cigarette for himself. Tang Dazhang laughed and said, smoking is prohibited outside, so I had to sneak in here to have a smoke or two. The person said, you aren't going to watch your disciples' performance? Tang Dazhang said, I've already vetted them once, so they should do just fine. Next round will be Zhang Ye and Yao Jinsai's performance. I just asked the staff, and guess what they're performing? Haha, I'm certain you won't be able to guess it. The crosstalk actor roared with laughter. The work that the two of them are performing is called I Will Reject the 3 Vulgarities. They must be in fear after all of the controversy. Now, the crosstalk world, the folk art world, and even the Writers' Association are denouncing them, so Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai can no longer take it. They want to turn over a new leaf. Tang Dazhang asked, is it true? Definitely. The name has already been submitted. He had also taken interest. Let's go. It's going to begin soon. After our smoke, we should gather some people to watch them perform. Tang Dazhang said. They must have enjoyed themselves too much by going overboard, incurring the wrath of the masses. So what if the commoners like his cross-talking style? If our industry doesn't recognize it, then it's completely useless. Saying that, he felt a great sense of anticipation. So he stubbed his cigarette butt and said, let's go and take a look. That person said, there's no way our industry will acknowledge that kind of crosstalk which is full of the 3 vulgarities. Upstairs, live broadcast control room. The person in charge of the crosstalk and skit competition decided to hold the ground and monitor things personally this time. He was afraid that another accident or mistake similar to yesterday's would happen. Is everything fine? Definitely. Oh, after this live broadcast is halted, cut off Division C's signal and Air Division F's performance. This was overall control, which controlled many of the live broadcast signals across many of Central TV's channel websites. Amongst them were Central TV's Department 11's Crosstalk Competition's official website. The live broadcast signal was currently provided to Tang Dazhang's disciples, the current state of crosstalk. Zhang Xiao and Lu Yuan were mocking Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai in it, and their program was about to come to an end. Suddenly, an overhead light flashed. The equipment experienced an outage for a moment. What happened? There was a blackout for a second? Why is there another problem? The signal has been cut. It's all right. The machines have backup power, so just reconnecting them would do. The control room began to busy themselves. Many employees were hurriedly adjusting the equipment and reconnecting the signals. They were not only in charge of Department 11's crosstalk competition, but they were also responsible for the entire Central TV's channels and signals. If something happened here, the other Central TV channels would also be affected, so they naturally had to fix things as soon as possible. 30 seconds. 1 minute. Finally, the signal was re-established. The person in charge hurriedly said, our Department 11's competition website, switch it to Broadcast Division F. The technician said, hold on. We'll do it one by one. The person in charge said unhappily, ours is a live broadcast, so do ours first. After hearing his tone, that person was a bit irritated. After smacking his lips, he still gave priority to Department 11's signal. F. All right, I connected it. The person in charge heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Only then did he walk away relaxed. He went to the recording studio to monitor the filming as he could not stay here to stare at things all day. As for the other people left in the control room, they were in a hurry to adjust the other signals. On the web, numerous gazes were gathered on the crosstalk competition. Hey, who are these two? Zhang Xiao and Lu Yuan, Tang Dazhang's disciples. They can do crosstalk all they want. But why must these two grandsons ridicule teacher Zhang and teacher Yao? Are they sick? Their master and the entire artistic world is denouncing Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai. As his disciples, they naturally have to support him. This is an all-round attack. Those two sure have guts. Ridicule Zhang Ye? Have they never heard of Zhang Ye's infamy? That Tang Dazhang and his bunch of critics, or those from the artistic world or crosstalk association sure are kept up. Zhang Ye has never offended them before, right? There was never any conflict with them from the beginning, yet they sure are good. It's as if Zhang Ye has killed their entire family. They insist on biting Zhang Ye for no reason without letting go. They want to send him to his death? What sort of king people are these so-called artists and artistic associations? What's wrong with Zhang Ye? Those bunch of people keep having the arts hang off their mouths. What is art? What commoners like is called art. I am a scholar is well liked by all the commoners. All of us are indulging in it, and teacher Zhang Ye has entertained the masses. Then I think his work is art, but I wonder, why has the standard measurement of artistry become the exclusive right for a particular group of people? Some people keep insisting that this isn't art, that this isn't crosstalk. Then that's all there is to it? The commoners or the audience's take doesn't matter. Then what value is there for the existence of art? You might as well say and do whatever you want. Nicely said. Those bunch of people have overstepped their boundaries. I also admit that not everyone will like Zhang Ye's works. No single form of art can accomplish that. But now, Zhang Ye's work has been highly acclaimed by nearly 90% of the people. They like it greatly, but only you so-called professionals are angrily stamping your feet and roaring. This scene sure is a wonder. Yesterday, I helped speak up for Zhang Ye, and in the end, a crosstalk senior came on Weibo to scold me, saying I was just a child and do not know anything about art. He told me to study a few more years. At that moment, I felt like 10,000 strings of ku overwhelming me. What sort of person was this? Must crosstalk be educative to be considered crosstalk? Is it that we as commoners do not even have the right to like something? We can't even have the right to our own aesthetic preferences? We can only like those works highlighted by so-called experts? And I can't not like it. That's right. Those bunch of people must be mad. They are really sick. It's just a few crosstalk actors and critics, but they think of themselves as gods. They even want to summon the wind and rain so as to rule the world. Unconditional support for Zhang Ye. Endure it, teacher Zhang. Right? We all like you. Don't listen to that bunch of people spouting nonsense. Teacher Yao, teacher Zhang, we will go through thick and thin with you. Zhang Ye, I really didn't like you in the past. You went around, scolding people and even scolded my idol. Of course, I have cursed you in all sorts of places, but for this matter, I'll support you. Fight it out with them. Currently, it was the most difficult period for Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai. Being banned was a humbling experience to begin with, and with them being out of options, they had attempted to find a new path by participating in the crosstalk competition. Now, having produced a piece of work, they had been condemned by so-called professionals. Everyone seemed insistent on their deaths. For this, the commoners could no longer watch this without doing a thing. On this matter, a majority of commoners stood on Zhang Ye's side, including those who had previously warred with Zhang Ye's fans. It also included people who did not like him in the past, but they now came to support him. In such times, the charm of art was this. An excellent piece of work could make a person like another person, changing his views. Of course, it might also be that those people believe that despite Zhang Ye being despicable and immoral, compared to those professionals who wanted to destroy him, Zhang Ye was considered a relatively kind person. At least, he had fought for commoners more than once. This fellow's personality was a bit bad, and did things or cursed people that rendered others speechless, but his moral standing and character were flawless. As for those so-called professionals, what did they do? What have they done for the commoners? They only knew how to reject others and use their mouths. When commoners left comments, they would be scolded by them. They were told off as lacking the morality their ancestors had, that they did not know art or were just plainly ignorant. K. Based on what? Do we owe you? I wonder what Zhang Ye and his bro will talk about this time. We won't be able to see it. I'm waiting to see if there will be a pirated version. Forget it. During the recording, it seems cell phones are confiscated. Will there be a live broadcast? You sure hope too much. Yesterday's live broadcast was a mistake by the staff. It's impossible for it to happen again today. Why did the signal cut off? Tang Dazhang's disciples are done. They weren't done. It's not cut off. Central TV's other websites also seem to be experiencing problems. Department 1's website can't be opened. Same for Department 5. The signal has been restored. They are now airing Division F's crosstalk. Indeed, they really want to ban Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai. At the same time, Zhang Ye's friends and relatives, as well as numerous people, were staring at the live broadcast signal. Maybe they were hoping for a miracle to happen, but they were finally disappointed. Yesterday's miracle did not repeat itself. Sigh. Let's disperse. Without Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai, there's no point watching. But at this moment, a sharp-eyed netizen suddenly shouted on a message board, "Holy sh*t. Quick look at Department 11's official website. Not the crosstalk competition's official website. Go one level up on Department 11's main official website. Why? Go see for yourself." Let me see. As people saw him screaming, they clicked over in wonder. And with that, everyone's expressions became the same as what they had yesterday. All of them stared with widened eyes. Live broadcast. It was Division C's live broadcast signal. Many people found it unbelievable. The crosstalk competition's live stream videos and advertisements were on a subdomain of Department 11. There was a live broadcast page on Department 11's official website, but that was for the entire station and was linked to the television broadcast. It meant that in the semifinals, only during the live broadcast on television would Department 11's official website air the crosstalk competition live. At other times, what aired on this page was synchronized with what was aired on television. For the crosstalk competition's preliminaries, the battleground was still on the internet. It had yet to reach television. At this time, Department 11 was airing crosstalk and skits from past year's Spring Festival galas. But now, during that 1 minute of technical difficulties, what appeared was the live signal from Division C's crosstalk competition. Heavens, am I seeing wrongly? Haha, Yao Jiankai and Zhang Ye are going on stage. Awesome. To think that there's a live broadcast signal here. Did they make a mistake? Hush, everyone spread it amongst yourselves and don't publicize it or lodge any complaints. Hee. Let's finish watching the performance first. I was looking forward to this so much. Right? I'll tell others. A miracle has happened once again. Control room. Everyone was done busying themselves as they heaved a sigh of relief. As there were too many things to operate and there were too many things to restore, everyone was in disarray, so there were a few mistakes. They also did not discover it, as they were only hoping to restore the signal as soon as possible. That was tiring. Finally, it's done. Why are there so many problems these 2 days? Who knows? Our shift is ending. Let's prepare to go home. Central TV did not realize this at all. Many netizens had discovered this secret early on and spread by word of mouth, telling their friends and family. Immediately, there were more and more people watching. It's really a live broadcast. Holy sh*t. I even thought old Han was bluffing me. Heavens, how small is the probability of this happening? The signal was messed up. The signal was messed up again. After yesterday, everyone already felt that Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai had gotten some dog's hit luck and was too heaven-defying. They had managed to enjoy an event with such low probability, but after seeing this scene again today, no one could say a thing anymore. This was no longer about low probabilities. Jinx. That Zhang Ye was indeed a jinx. How can such unbelievable and amazing things happen on this fellow? And how King unlucky is Central TV's Department 11? Why did they encounter this time and time again? Chapter 487. Disparaging begins. At the venue. In the recording studio. No one knew what had happened. After Zhang Xiao and Lu Yuan's crosstalk ended, there wasn't much applause from the audience. This was because they did not find Tang Dazhang's disciples' crosstalk funny at all. Maybe it was because their standards had been raised after watching Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai's performance yesterday. It was also possible that Zhang Xiao and Lu Yuan's performance today was indeed bad. There wasn't much laughter from beginning to end. Furthermore, when the two of them were ridiculing Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai, it was extremely jarring to the audience's ears. In their opinion, Zhang Ye's crosstalk was excellent. In some aspects, it had already reached the crest of perfection, exceeding all the crosstalk works that currently existed, but the duo was ridiculing how Zhang Ye engaged in the 3 vulgarities. You ridiculed how they couldn't do crosstalk? What sort of qualifications do you have? Take a look at what crap you are performing. The audience did not like it. BBA. There was still applause though. Why? This was because Tang Dezhang and a group of crosstalk actors and other judges for the preliminaries had entered in droves and sat down. They did not get to listen to it from the beginning, but managed to hear the last segment that the duo did. They found it especially good and clapped while smiling and nodding their heads. A crosstalk senior commented, "This is what art looks like." Another folk art association cadre said, "Yes, Zhang Xiao and Lu Yuan are not bad." Old Tang took into two good disciples. "It makes me green with envy." Another industry peer praised. Tang Dezhang said modestly, "The two are still young and aren't up to the mark yet." The judges below the stage were no longer the same three people, as there had been a change. The three were all seniors of the crosstalk world. All of them were in their 40s or 50s. After listening to the performance, they gave high praises to Zhang Xiao and Lu Yuan's crosstalk performance. It was very artistic, and, compared to the previous work, it is one step higher. The final drive at the topic was very forceful and well done. It also analyzed the current situation of crosstalk very clearly. Another old judge nodded his head while stroking his beard and said, "Very profound. Not bad. Audience, do you have eyes?" This crappy crosstalk wasn't humorous at all. It nearly bored us to sleep, and King said it was not bad. It was art with profoundness. Are we even in the same world? Are we even listening to the same crosstalk performance? Zhang Xiao smiled and said, "Thank you to the judges for your affirmation." Lu Yuan said, "We will continue working hard." The third judge hesitated and said something fair. There were a few burdens that were not stirring enough and were relatively weak. Tang Dezhang frowned and gave that judge a cold glance. It was unknown what he was thinking about. In a blink of an eye, the two of them disembarked from the stage. While they passed by Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai, Tang Dezhang's two disciples leered at them with a taunting look. The announcer said, "Next up, Zhang Ye, Yao Jiankai. They will be performing I Will Reject the Three Vulgarities. May we invite the two contestants on stage?" "What? Reject the three vulgarities?" The audience burst into laughter. Compared to the other crosstalk actors, the audience here clearly understood Zhang Yi better. I will reject the three vulgarities? They knew that it was possible if it came out from the mouths of others. But if it was said by this fellow, Zhang Yi? Definitely and absolutely impossible. He wanted to reject the three vulgarities? Then a female asked him climb up trees. For some reason, the audience immediately felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation as their appetites were whet. Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai stepped on stage. The first judge leered at them. "You can begin." The judge was not interested in speaking to them. On the web, their folk arts world had lost all decorum with Zhang Yi. They had boycotted and denounced him. They believed that if they kept this going, Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai would very likely be disqualified from the competition shortly after. When that happened, so what if their performances were good? So what if you had more votes? You still couldn't enter the semifinals. However, Zhang Yi did not take them seriously at all. Without even looking at them, he chuckled and began. "Hello, everybody." Yao Jiankai smiled. "Hello, everyone." Zhang Yi. "This round, it's our turn." Yao Jiankai. "Yes." Zhang Yi stretched out his four fingers. "Crosstalk is an art, and it focuses on four subjects." Yao Jiankai smiled and said, "Yes." Zhang Yi said, "Drag, shoes, then sing." This kind of burden situations was already considered trite in the crosstalk world. However, the contents of the burden had never been said before in this world. Hence the audience burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Audience, ha ha." Yao Jiankai stared and said, "It's talk, learn, humor, sing." Zhang Yi blinked. "You changed it. You're the one who changed it." Yao Jiankai said in a speechless manner. "You even said drag shoes then sing? Won't you suffocate the audience with the smell?" Audience. Ptah. When the judges and the 20 crosstalk and folk art world people present heard this, their expressions turned ugly. "Didn't you King say that you want to reject the three vulgarities, but what you are saying is still the three vulgarities? There's no intention of you sincerely wanting to turn over a new leaf. This work of yours is nonsense once again?" Zhang Yi sighed. "I don't know much about it anyway." Yao Jiankai. "If you don't know anything, then don't spout rubbish. Don't incur ridicule upon yourself." Zhang Yi looked at old Yao and said, "Crosstalk is good. One look at teacher Yao, and it's obvious that you are a professional crosstalk actor, right?" Yao Jinkai chuckled and said, I don't dare to say so, but I did learn it for a few years. Zhang Ye said with curiosity, I heard that it hasn't been very peaceful recently, the crosstalk world recently. It seems there's a lot of angst and fighting in it. Is that true? An uproar from the audience. Ha. The audience laughed. All of them knew Zhang Ye was asking the obvious. It was more than angst and fighting. Those bunch of people are boycotting you. They are against your 3 vulgarities. Yao Jinkai coughed and said, It's indeed true. Zhang Ye, I heard that everyone wants to reject the 3 vulgarities? The audience hissed again. Ha. Yao Jinkai said, I'm not really sure about that. Zhang Ye stared and said, What? You don't even know about rejecting the 3 vulgarities? Hey, you are being abandoned by the era of the horse wagons. Yao Jinkai exclaimed, Horse wagons? Yes, this era sure is going too slow. Zhang Ye, you don't even know about the 3 vulgarities? Yao Jinkai, I heard something about it. Why don't you introduce them? Zhang Ye immediately spread out his fingers. What do the 3 vulgarities mean? Yao Jinkai, which are the 3? Zhang Ye counted one by one. Vulgar, vulgar, vulgar. Yao Jinkai exclaimed, Why is it all vulgar? What about base and Philistine? Zhang Ye turned his head to look and pointed at Tang Dazhang's disciples, who had just walked off stage. Didn't 2 of them go off stage just now? When Zhang Xiao heard this, he nearly planted his face into the floor backstage. When Lu Yuan heard this, he nearly vomited blood. Zhang Ye, your grandmother. You are the one who is base. You are the one who is Philistine. Tang Dazhang's face sank. The surrounding crosstalk actors were also enraged. However, in contrast to their expressions, be it the live audience or the audience watching the live stream online, they burst out into laughter after a second of pause. Uft! I knew it. I knew it. Ha ha. Zhang Ye's mouth is too disparaging. I'm dying of laughter. Tang Dazhang's disciples just ridiculed Zhang Ye in their performance, and now they have been struck back by teacher Zhang. And they were only being sarcastic and did not even name names. But teacher Zhang is calling them out directly. He named names to disparage them. This will be good. I knew teacher Zhang would not be willing to let the matter go. Haha, that's right. With so many people questioning and boycotting Zhang Ye collectively, if teacher Zhang didn't strike back, then it clearly isn't his style. The articulate face smacking Zhang. Compared to teacher Zhang's disparaging, they are still lacking much. Chapter 488. This is what crosstalk is about. He began disparaging the moment he went up. He began scolding the moment he appeared. And there was not a bit of foreshadowing. Zhang Ye's hooligan nature of bringing injustice upon himself was perfectly revealed with great gusto. Be it at the venue or outside, the audience members were excited. They stared with their eyes widened as if they were on stimulants. Just this opening scene was already shocking enough. They had a feeling that, with Zhang Ye's rotten temper, what he was about to say would be even more face-smacking. Those at home, watching Department 11's live broadcast on the internet, immediately informed their friends and family. More and more people gathered to watch the internet live stream and were extremely excited. Quick, take a look. Old Chang, come online quick. Face-smacking Zhang has returned. Central TV's Department 11's official website is streaming it live. Quickly watch. Yesterday, they collectively boycotted them, but now Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai are striking back. Tang Dazhang's 2 disciples who led the front to disparage Zhang Ye are now covered in blood at the scene. They were scolded. I have a hunch that this, I will reject the 3 vulgarities, will definitely be a work of God. On stage, after revealing a burden, Zhang Ye looked at Yao Jinkai and said, I really like this industry of yours. Do it well and serve the people. Bring laughter to the masses. Yao Jinkai nodded. That is as it should be. Zhang Ye asked, Why do so many people like crosstalk? Why? Yao Jinkai asked. Zhang Ye said, That's because crosstalk is an art from the people. Yao Jinkai, That's true. Zhang Ye said, It praises the commoners. Yao Jinkai, Yes. Zhang Ye blinked and said, So I really wish for you to engage in gang fights. The audience laughed. Yao Jinkai exclaimed, Gang fights? Why would we engage in gang fights? Zhang Ye corrected him. No. My meaning is that if you want one person to praise, then the group of crosstalk performers will praise collectively. Yao Jinkai chuckled. Praise collectively? Why is it so weird? This burden joke had once again pulled the crosstalk performers in. The audience were delighted to see this as they laughed or hissed with puffed sounds. Zhang Ye said, "Anyway, I like crosstalk." Yao Jiankai, "If you like it, that's good." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "It's laborious poems and songs." Yao Jiankai asked curiously, "Why did it become poems and songs?" Zhang Ye acknowledged, "I usually like writing poems." Yao Jiankai asked with interest, "Do you have any works?" "Not mature works." Zhang Ye said humbly. Yao Jiankai, you can say some of it. We can listen to it." Zhang Ye said, "All right, then I'll hope everyone can correct me." Yao Jiankai nodded. "Then let's enjoy it." Clearing his throat, Zhang Ye pondered for a little while before empathetically reciting, "The skies of Xuanwu District are clear. Tongzhou District's people like it." He mustered up his hands and said emotionally, shouting out loud while looking at Feng Tai in the distance. His pitch went a little higher this time. "I love you. Hadian, Xuanwu, Tongzhou, Feng Tai, Hadian." These were the names of several counties in Beijing. When this poem was recited by Zhang Ye, the audience all broke out in laughter. "Ha! Aya! Why did you shout out about Hadian when you were looking at Feng Tai?" Yao Jinkai was also at a loss for words. He could only muster, "What kind of poem is that?" Zhang Ye said, "You didn't understand the deep meaning behind it?" Yao Jinkai said, "No, I didn't." "What deep meaning was there?" Zhang Ye said in a serious tone, "Although this poem does not sound like it, its meaning is actually very deep. It shows the close working relationships of the Beijing people and the friendship and solidarity between the counties." The audience was already laughing out loudly. Yao Jinkai shook his head. "I didn't get that type of meaning from hearing it." Zhang Ye said earnestly, "To welcome the national sports meet." Yao Jinkai, "I don't see that either." Zhang Ye, "To accomplish the 4 modernizations, to contribute to the success of the China-Africa Forum. This reflects the commoners' contributions to all of those." Yao Jinkai said exasperatedly, "Wherein? That poem, was there such a meaning?" Everyone in the audience were cramping up with laughter. There was really no relation to the national sports meet or even the China-Africa Forum. The folk arts world was just talking about how your crosstalk was vulgar and superficial. Yet this is what you came up with. Ha ha ha. Everyone could hear that Zhang Yi was being sarcastic towards that bunch of people. Zhang Yi stared at Yao Jiankai and said, "If I say there is, then there is. That if it is as such, then it will be that." Yao Jiankai couldn't be bothered by him. Sure. Then I will just let it be so." Zhang Yi said, "Remember, as an actor, you need to serve the people." Yao Jiankai said, "Of course I know that." Zhang Yi, "You have to be elegant." Yao Jiankai, "Elegant?" Zhang Yi spoke in a lofty manner. "We definitely cannot engage in the 3 vulgarities. We need to have good taste. We need to go 1 level up with a stool." Saying that, he tiptoed. Yao Jiankai hurriedly tugged at him. "You might fall. Come down quickly. That's a completely different level." The audience burst into laughter. Zhang Yi shook his head in a serious manner. "We can't fall for that again. We can only fall for it once, so we have to raise our level on a stool." Yao Jinkai was once again almost at a loss for words. Raise our level on a stool. If it has to be a stool, then let it be a stool. Zhang Yi looked at him. "You're getting chatty, aren't you?" "Yao," Jinkai said, "you're the one who is being chatty." A few of the audience members were laughing from beginning till the end until their mouths had gone numb. Zhang Yi patted Yao Jinkai on his shoulder and told him in earnest, "Remember, what is the use of crosstalk?" Yao Jinkai asked, "Please tell me." Zhang Yi said, "Crosstalk is meant to educate people." When the audience heard this, they immediately went e. There was booing throughout the audience. Zhang Yi pointed out to the audience in confusion, "They are calling out for you." Yao Jinkai said merrily, "That's to stop you from talking any further." Zhang Yi said in profoundness, "That's what I feel though. Crosstalk was meant to educate people. You're not an actor." Yao Jinkai, "Then what am I?" Zhang Yi said, "You're a teacher." Yao Jinkai, "Oh." Zhang Yi continued on, "You're in professor." Yao Jinkai nearly fainted. "And professor? You don't use and with professor." The audience were still laughing. He's scolding again. He started his scolding again. Zhang Yi was patting on him on the shoulders as he said, "Your job is to educate people, So you need to pay detailed attention to make sure that your work is of good taste. You also need to know what the people can learn from your work today. That's what your job is all about. You do not need to consider whether or not it will bring joy to others. Yao Jinkai. Zhang Ye grunted. They deserve it. Whether or not it will bring joy. At this point, the audience was slapping their thighs in laughter. Yao Jinkai. Zhang Ye. Your job is just to educate others. So why do you care if they enjoy it or not? What's so bad about losing hundreds of millions of viewers? Your position will still be very stable. Yao Jinkai. I don't even know where I'm standing now. So don't talk to me about stability. Zhang Ye instructed. You must be elegant no matter what. Do you know what elegance is? Yao Jinkai said. Tell me. Zhang Ye said. An elegant person is one who goes against the people, whether or not they listen. If they don't listen, so be it. They will get their just deserts and die off. A few people in the audience could no longer take it. They were already tearing up from the laughter. They knew Zhang Ye's mouth was wicked, but they had not expected his sarcasm to be done in such a different way. He was just doing a blanket bombing of sarcasm on those people. Those who had criticized Zhang Ye for his crosstalk, saying that he had no depth or artistic points, were all being scolded at now. Zhang Ye wasn't done yet as he said to old Yao. Remember, you're a teacher. As long as your works can cause a person to cry in agony, you'd have made it. The crosstalk judges' faces also turned dark. Yao Jinkai. Zhang Ye then said. An outstanding crosstalk actor must surely reject the 3 vulgarities. Yao Jinkai made a sound. Is that so? Zhang Ye said, they must definitely reject the 3 vulgarities. That must be etched into the minds. Yao Jinkai said modestly. Good, good, good. Zhang Ye said, surely, shitty people make progress with modesty. If shitty people can improve, then sure, you, as someone made of flesh and meat, can too. With the audience laughing, Yao Jinkai touched his forehead and said, you're being too dirty again. You must be the embodiment of the 3 vulgarities. When Zhang Ye heard that, his eyes stared so harshly at him. Do you think that I won't kill you? Yao Jinkai. Heh. Zhang Ye puffed up his cheeks and rolled up his sleeves. You've never been beaten up by a hooligan before, have you? A flower pot smashed upon your head resulting in a bloody splatter, even leaving your eyeballs in need of stitches. The 3 vulgarities are my means of insulting others. You can't say that about me, get it? Yao Jinkai laughed. I can't say that about you. Zhang Ye dismissively said. You dare say that I am an embodiment of the 3 vulgarities? Just someone like you would be shot immediately if you took a step forward. If you take a step backwards, you might be released on compassionate grounds. Yao Jinkai said. All right then, is there even anything good about me then? Zhang Ye said. For just being caught like this is enough to execute you with gunfire for 5 minutes straight. Uffed. Shot immediately. Released on compassionate grounds. Execution by gunfire for 5 minutes. Straight? Io. How did you even come up with such a segment? The audience was once again tickled by the hidden meanings contained within the segments. They couldn't stop laughing as they had never heard such a novel joke segment before. There was even wisdom and sarcasm contained in every part. Zhang Ye sounded like he was talking about Yao Jinkai, but it was obvious that this scolding was meant for other people. Zhang Ye pulled himself together before saying as he gestured. From the moon looking down upon the earth, you'd first see the Great Wall, then followed by the bunch of us who are rejecting the 3 vulgarities. Yao Jinkai said in surprise. Heh. Did these bunch of people really make such a big deal out of this? Zhang Ye straightened his collar. That's for sure. Then he looked down at the bunch of crosstalk actors. There are many present here today with us who are rejecting the 3 vulgarities just like we are. He waved at them. The audience roared with laughter. Ha. Below the stage, a crosstalk actor seated with Tang Dezhong could no longer sit around. He stood up with a darkened expression and turned around to leave. He wasn't going to listen to this anymore. Zhang Ye saw him and said, Why is one of our people leaving? Yao Jinkai laughed. He might be getting excited by all this talk and needs to go to the restroom. Oh, I see. Zhang Ye waved at him and said, I wish you success. When the crosstalk actor who had almost reached the door heard this, his legs fumbled and he nearly fell flat on his face. Zhang Ye, you be *** starred. You're being too sarcastic. Why would you wish someone success if they were going to the toilet? Am I a simpleton? At this moment, the audience burst out into laughter once more. The loudest one since the performance had begun. Ha ha ha. Absolutely. That was a really good one. It's still the most fun to listen to Zhang Ye scold others. Yeah, those bunch of people were doing veiled satire, boycotted, denounced, and even anonymously criticized, but look at teacher Zhang. He's directly scolding them. And it was even in front of a national audience. Just this spirit alone is enough to one-up those despicable people who had sour grapes. One even ran away. This is really tickling me so much. This scolding really relieved the anger. It even felt good. Everyone felt comfortable and felt great. This was what crosstalk was king about. Chapter 489. Judges chased off by scoldings. The audience was spoiled by the humor. The crosstalk actors, who were standing with Tang Dezhang, were getting angrier and angrier. The guy surnamed Zhang truly lacked 8 generations of virtue. The person who had tried to leave was not only a crosstalk actor, he was also an administrator in the Folk Art Association. He even dared to criticize a teacher like that? He must really be mad. Actually, they wanted to follow him when he had left, as they did not want to listen to any more of this. But because of Zhang Ye's "I wish you success," a few of those crosstalk actors and members of the Folk Arts Association, who was about to stand up and leave, sat back down almost immediately. Why? They were afraid that Zhang Ye would put his focus onto them. They looked at each other and could see the hostility in each other's eyes. But Zhang Ye's crosstalk performance was still not done. He stood on stage without any pressure since what he talked about was still within the limits of an online broadcast. He did not seem to care. Even if it did cross the line, he was not bothered by it. Zhang Ye was not the type to hold back due to considerations. He was the sort who lived for the moment. He said to old Yao, "If you don't reject the 3 vulgarities and join our team, then you are definitely not a good actor. And so, we will not acknowledge that you can do crosstalk." Woo! The audience understood the meaning of what was being said. Yao Jinkai laughed. Oh, really? Zhang Ye looked at him with the intention to teach and guide him. In the dead of the night, you have a cigarette in your left hand, a bottle of beer in your right hand, and a piece of chicken hanging from your mouth. After taking 2 puffs from the cigarette, gulping down a mouthful of beer, and ravishly eating some food, ask yourself if you have rejected the 3 vulgarities. The audience was stunned and then broke out in laughter. Yao Jinkai made a couple of gestures with his hands and said, I don't know about rejecting the 3 vulgarities, but those 3 activities are enough to keep me busy. Look at me smoking while I enjoy my food." The audience roared with laughter once again. Zhang Ye sighed and said, "Sometimes, while walking on the streets, I often think, why do the people of this world refuse to realize the errors of their ways? Why do they not understand? Why can't all of them be teachers or educators?" Reaching his hand out, he grabbed a white cloth on the stage and blew his nose and threw the cloth on the ground and exhaled before sighing. Only then would the world be so perfect. Yao Jinkai rolled his eyes. Is that how an educator behaves? Huh. Her. Zhang Ye said. Teacher Yao, I do not understand why there is a higher grade, even though all of us are just crosstalk performers. Yao Jinkai said. That's because the others say it better. Zhang Ye said. Look at those mainstream crosstalk actors. Look at how well their crosstalks are. He lay emphasis on the word mainstream. The expressions of the crosstalk actors offstage changed. Yao Jinkai asked, which one? Zhang Ye said, there's an outstanding crosstalk actor. I wonder if you know him? Yao Jinkai asked curiously, who is it? Give us his name. The audience blinked in anticipation. Zhang Ye said, Tang Dade. Do you all know him? Yao Jinkai looked stunned. Tang Dade. Zhang Ye said, yes, that. One who does crosstalks really well. Yao Jinkai touched his nose. That name sounds really familiar to me somehow. At this moment, many of the audience reacted, first with a stunned expression, followed by laughing and clapping. Uft. Tang Dade. Tang Dazhang. Tang Dazhang's expression sunk. The expressions of the crosstalk actors around him also had a drastic change. Zhang Ye said, you don't know him? He's the one who is always wearing those long robes, with his hair combed back, big eyes, and large stature? Around 1.8 meters tall. That one. Yao Jinkai said he's that tall. Zhang Ye said, yeah. After cremation, he'd fill up at least a box and a half. Cremation? I'll cremate your sister. Tang Dazhang nearly vomited blood when he heard that. The audience members were all clapping in joy and laughing themselves into stitches. That mouth of teacher Zhang was really so sarcastic all the way to your grandmother's house. Yao Jiankai said, "Hi. Who even asked about the cremated remains?" Zhang Ye held out his hand with his thumb up, saying, "That guy's crosstalk prowess is really the best out there." Yao Jiankai asked, "Really?" Zhang Ye said, "Did you hear about his new crosstalk performance yet?" The crosstalk's title is called A New Countryside. Yao Jiankai asked puzzledly, "Was there such a crosstalk?" Zhang Ye said, "It was good, it was really good. It was really passionate, fervent, and a pea-jerker." A woman, who had just taken a sip of water, was not prepared for this and spat out the water all over the floor. Yao Jiankai nearly fainted. "Pee? How did you even end up talking about peeing?" Zhang Ye said. "Do you know how many people were cured of their prostate problems when they heard that crosstalk?" A few male audiences were pounding their thighs as they laughed extremely hard at this. Then, Yao Jiankai said, "Huh, it was so miraculous. What did that work talk about?" Zhang Ye said, "I especially liked A New Countryside since it was so good. If it were up for auction, I guess it would go for around a few 100,000. Yao Jiankai looked even more curious. "Yo, is it really that good? Then you should tell us more about it." Zhang Ye looked at everyone and said, "The great crosstalk work. A New Countryside says, 'Good day to all comrades and good day to our friends from all the different jobs and industries. Please support our A New Countryside. We need to follow the words of our leaders, to sleep early and wake early, to not spit on the ground, so that we may build our countryside well.'" With that, Zhang Ye looked intoxicated and full of admiration. But Yao Jiankai was confused. "Is that it?" Then, he saw Zhang Ye smacking his thigh as he squatted down and said with his tone changed, "It's really too good. I'm laughing so much I can't control myself anymore." The audience was also laughing out loud. Yao Jiankai said, "What about it makes you laugh uncontrollably?" Zhang Ye was still squatting down and smacking his thigh. Hey. Yao Jiankai went to pull him up. Get up. Get up. What the heck is going on? Have you ever heard of such serious crosstalk? Why about it has made you laugh so uncontrollably?" Seeing the state that Zhang Ye was in, the audience's laughter did not stop either. Tang Dezhang rage was rising in his eyes, and he turned to leave as well. When the audience saw that another person had been chased away by the scolding, they laughed even harder. Zhang Ye finally stood up after a long time. "What a great crosstalk." Yao Jiankai rolled his eyes. "How is that even crosstalk?" Zhang Ye gave a thumbs up. "A truly good crosstalk would move one deeply. This is what you must learn from. You need to learn from him and change your attitude. Don't be like some crosstalker who does not love himself on or off stage, and finally even, Dio or LNG Dong or Y, half-heartedly went into prison." Yao Jiankai quickly corrected him. "That's called LNG Dong or Y, chained up and put into prison." Zhang Er said, "That crosstalk actor's stage name is called Diaoer." Only then did Yao Jiankai made a chuckle and said, "What sort of name is that? How can he be named as such?" Zhang Ye said, "People like us who reject the three vulgarities all have stage names like these." Yao Jiankai asked, "Why? Why don't they use their real names instead?" Zhang Ye glanced at him. "Nonsense. If you use your real names, you might get beaten up." The audience cramped up with laughter again. Yao Jiankai said, "So, people like you are afraid of being beaten up?" Zhang Ye said, "I'm not afraid. But those of us who have been studying methods to reject the three vulgarities are." "Yo, you even have a team?" Yao Jiankai asked. Zhang Ye said, "Yeah, I do. Our team is full of talents who are either crosstalk actors, folk arts world actors, reviewers, or critics." Reviewers? Critics? The audience's first thought was on Alexander and the few others who were denouncing Zhang Ye online last night. Their attention was jolted, and they listened carefully. Yao Jiankai blinked and said, "Can you introduce to us then what their stage names are?" Zhang Ye unreservedly said, "For example, one of our famous cultural reviewers is called Who's the Dumbest?" Yao Jiankai chuckled. "That person is so modest." The Zhang Ye continued introducing the others. "And then there's our famous critic called I'm the Dumbest of." Yao Jiankai said again, "That one is even more modest." Zhang Ye said, Then there's one of our folk arts expert. What's he called? Yao Jiankai asked curiously. Zhang Ye said, he's called Don't. The audience and the judges did not understand what he meant. Don't. What's the punchline here? Yao Jiankai also asked, what kind of name is that? Is he a foreigner? Zhang Ye waved his hands in denial. No, he's Chinese, a minority ethnicity. That is his name, but his surname is Buttoned. Yao Jiankai asked. Suspiciously, Button? Zhang Ye affirmatively nodded. Don't Button. When this joke was revealed, everyone erupted into laughter. Io. Ha ha ha. Don't butt in. This is really scolding. It's so good. Ha ha. I can't take this anymore. Those people were butting in for no reason. Zhang Ye cracked his fingers and said, just the few of us. Who's the dumbest? I'm the dumbest, and Don't Button were discussing every day about their research on how to reject the 3 vulgarities. Our goal is to make it so that when we look back at Earth from the moon, we wouldn't even be able to spot the Great Wall. The first thing that must be seen is us, this bunch of rejectors of the 3 vulgarities. Yao Jiankai raised his head and chuckled again. Do you all think that there's already a lack of commotion? The few technical staff members who had been holding back their laughter all this time could no longer hold back. The camera assistant and producers were all laughing out straight into their hands that they used to cover their faces with. Then, a few more folk arts world members, including those crosstalk actors, all stood up and walked out of the studio in rage. There were more than a dozen of them streaming out of the studio. What was even more shocking was that among the 3 crosstalk competition judges, 2 of them had also left in anger. They did not want to see this anymore, so they left the last judge there speechless at the performance. What? Even the judges got chased away. Why did the judges leave? This has never happened before in the history of the crosstalk competition. Io, this is turning out to be such a joke. Teacher Zhang is such a wonder. He can even chase the judges away with his scolding. Ha ha ha. Can he not be that funny? Before this, the folk arts world members had depended on their statuses and majority in numbers to continuously lash out at Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai. They made use of the masses' voice to apply pressure on them. But now, at this moment, Zhang Ye had given them a taste of their own medicine. He had used the same tactic back on them, including those online denouncers which included celebrities, critics, and reviewers. Zhang Ye had carpet scolded them all in this crosstalk. He had scolded with a penetrating coldness. They were an army with a few hundred to a few thousand mouths. But Zhang Ye only had one mouth, yet he was able to hit and push them back. The masses' voice had now become a singular voice. When Zhang Ye opened his mouth, he could push back their thousands of mouths. He could even melt gold with just his mouth alone. Just what sort of power was this? What sort of savageness was this? Chapter 490. The Kings Without a Crown. The performance was over. They had finished their crosstalk performance. At the scene, a tidal wave like applause rang out. Many members of the audience were still clapping as they laughed. Even though the crosstalk performance was over, they were still roaring with laughter, immersed in the godlike joke segments of Zhang Ye. With internet technology being so advanced and the overload of information, there wasn't much that the commoners had not seen before. Clips of people being scolded or scolding people were all too common. But to be able to scold at such a level, to use sarcasm in such a playful way, and even bringing humorous punchlines across, this was something that they had witnessed for the first time in their lives. All of this was embedded deeply into their minds. All right. Ha. Teacher Zhang, you're really great. Teacher Yao is great too. He's supporting really well. I've shed more than a pound of water from just my tears alone today. The live studio audience were very flattering with their thunderous applause. It was even more passionate and louder than yesterday's. I am a scholar. The preliminary round was a stage for Zhang Ye to show his style of crosstalking. In today's second round of performances, Zhang Ye had finally let loose by continuing the never-before-seen style of crosstalk by not only developing it, but actually bringing it to its peak of development. He injected sarcasm. No, perhaps it was better to say that every of his sentences were made to be sarcastic from the beginning till the end. When the audience saw this performance, they were all excited by it, and were making a scene in the recording studio with their whistling. Zhang Ye smiled. Thank you, everyone. Yao Jiankai also said, thank you. Zhang Ye had a good time scolding, while old Yao was also very satisfied with what he said. The two of them were in high spirits. Working together this time was really a sublimation of their artistic talents. In the past, a person from Zhang Ye's previous world had said, the main and side character both try to seek out a good partner, but that is even more difficult than choosing the correct daughter-in-law. Zhang Ye fully agreed with this. Just like today's joke segments, only old Yao could latch onto them as well as he did. If he were to have any other partner, even if Zhang Ye were to break down the script and reproduce it word for word, it would still be unlikely that they could hold the exchange so well. This not only required good basics and professionalism, but it also required mutual understanding, especially knowing each other's characters well. Besides, what kind of crosstalk would ever stick completely to script? It would not be possible for the main and side characters to follow the script to a cue, and while making subtle changes that required spontaneous wit. A little slip of the mouth would bring about changes in the script, making it hard to follow exactly the way it was planned. This was why Zhang Ye felt that he was very lucky that old Yao was the one beside him. It allowed him to talk freely and with ease, making it possible to do justice to the original work of I Will Reject the Three Vulgarities by Guodi Gang. The applause stopped. Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai both looked towards the judges' panel. There was only one judge left sitting there, the one who evaluated Tang Dezhang's disciples' crosstalk performance to be lacking. It felt as though he wasn't that hostile towards Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai, but he was also rather speechless now. Witnessing such an amazing performance by the two of them, he no longer knew how to evaluate their work. You guys. The audience were anticipating his comments. Finally, with a slight hesitation, he said, let's move on to the next group. He chose not to say too much even if he was amazed by Zhang Ye's talent. After all, he was still a part of the crosstalk world. With the crosstalk and folk art world both labeling Zhang Ye as a heretic, it would be wiser not to say anything at all. Zhang Ye smiled and prepared to go off the stage with old Yao. As they turned around to walk off, the audience stood up and gave another round of thunderous applause. It felt like they were cheering them on with their clapping. Go, Teacher Zhang. Teacher Yao, you go too. We will support the two of you. Yeah, if the crosstalk world does not recognize you both, there's still us around. Who dares to say that the two of you were vulgar? Your crosstalk performance was truly an art form. Without some sarcasm or an affable speaking tone, how could you call it art? Haha, let those mainstream crosstalk actors go. Become educators. We will listen to crosstalks by the both of you in the future. If this is what being vulgar is, I'll choose to be vulgar. None of the judges affirmed their performance, with two of them leaving the studio in a rage. But at this moment, on almost all of the audience's minds, Yao Jiankai and Zhang Ye were the kings without crowns. At the same moment, those who were watching online exploded with excitement as well. Oh my god, is Zhang Ye on steroids today? Ha ha ha. Every time that Zhang Ye stands on a stage, his king's aura will always show. Competing on sarcasm or face-smacking, who could match up to him? He's the ultimate best. The incident that made me laugh the most was when the judges were chased away by his scolding. I just kept laughing till my sides were in pain whenever I think of this. Ha ha ha. The famous Alexander and the few other reviewers have all been scolded badly. The one who got the worst was Tang Dezhang, and those people from the folk arts world. Don't button. How did Teacher Zhang think of that? It's so sarcastic. It's too wicked. Didn't he smack the entire folk arts world and crosstalk world with that? But they were really butting in. Zhang Ye did not offend or step on anyone's tail, and even kept rather quiet after being banned by the SARFD. But those people still chose to stir up issues with him. Then, when Zhang Ye came to do crosstalk, he did not do anything to the folk arts world or the crosstalk world, but they still chose find fault with him, calling on the whole country to suppress him along with them. They even wanted to pressure Central TV into disqualifying Zhang Ye's participation rights. What dog shit was that? Why did they butt in for? Zhang Ye's really outstanding. Teacher Zhang been really outstanding in the entertainment industry without match. The live broadcast has been cut off. Central TV Department 11 has finally realized their mistake. At the same time, a control room in Central TV. 7 or 8 leaders and staff of Department 11 had rushed over, and some were even leaders of Central TV. Of course, there were also those who were involved as the organizers of the crosstalk competition. Are you all looking to be fired? Leader, we really did not know. A total of 10 minutes had been broadcasted and none of you realized it. There was a power failure in between and an interruption of the signal happened. After getting it back up, we might have made some mistake while readjusting the equipment. It was like this yesterday, and it's still the same today. It's a little too coincidental, and in there, only the Central TV's leader's voice could be heard giving the staff a great scolding. Even Department 11 could not escape this great scolding. The first time, it was a mistake. But this was already the second time. And there was still a mistake? 2 continuous days of mistakes? And it even happened again with the same 2 banned celebrities? What's the meaning of all these? What the heck was going on? The SARFT had just transferred one of their deputy chiefs out, and an incoming leader from the publicity department of the Communist Party of China was appointed. This would be the big boss that would be overseeing the entertainment industry as his role and responsibility. Even as a deputy chief, he would outrank their Central TV's party member leader by a head. With all these movements, the Central TV team still dared to go against the flow. They even dared to broadcast banned artist programs. And it was even a live broadcast? Wasn't that going against the authorities? That SARFT deputy chief was about to step into his new role. A newly appointed official works hard to show his efficiency. So weren't they clearly lining themselves up before a firing squad? Within the station, the management was so angered by this that they gave these people a great scolding. Finally, the leader put down his stand saying that this mishap must never happen again. He turned and went back to his office to make some calls to the authorities to explain that all of these were down to control mistakes and were not intentional. In any case, this issue was a big mess. Just one person, a minor artist like Zhang Ye, had managed to cause such a ruckus within these affected departments. The waters were getting murkier by the second. Over at the control room, those who stayed behind all had the urge to curse and swear. That hooligan. What the heck is he trying to stir up? What a god of plague. I've never seen someone so jinxed. If we knew earlier, no matter how big of a controversy it would cause, we would definitely not have accepted Zhang Ye and Yao Jiancai's applications. Outside, after Zhang Ye and Yao Jiancai came out from the recording studio, it was still unbeknownst to them what had happened. They were still discussing the details and mistakes of their earlier performance and summing up their experiences to each other so that they could learn from it for the later stages of the competition. As they were talking, Yao Jiancai turned on his cell phone. Since their part was complete for today, he was turning it on when a call from his home arrived. From this call, he found out about what had just happened. Yao Jiancai said in a damning tone, "Old bro." Zhang Ye, who was also turning on his cell phone as well, turned around. It was broadcasted live again. Central TV has made a mistake again. This time, it was not broadcasted live on the competition homepage, but on Department 11's office homepage. There were even more audiences because of that. The platform was even bigger. Yao Jiancai was at a loss at whether to laugh or cry, as even he wondered if Central TV's Department 11 had stepped on dog shit this year. How did they end up being so unlucky? How could they have, continuously, on 2 occasions, made a mistake in live broadcasting their performances? Even if one were to think with their ass, they would know the implications from this would not be small. This was just 2 face-smacking. While they had been banned by the authorities, it felt like they did not suffer any loss from it, and instead could still gloriously walk on stage and show their lively faces to the netizens of the whole country. It was as if no ban had been placed at all. Not only that, it did not even seem like it affected them, as their popularity kept increasing. This was no longer just face-smacking. This was basically face-bashing. Bashing once wasn't enough as they continued to bash them a second time. But Zhang Ye was not surprised by this. He just acknowledged it and acted surprised since he had expected something similar to happen. These 6 days' worth of lower difficulty was no joke, and it would probably make Zhang Ye invincible. He felt unstoppable. DD. His cell phone sounded. A message was received. He took a look and saw that he had won a prize again. Looks like his phone bill for the month was going to be free of charge this time. Chapter 491. Whatever goes. Central TV. Along the corridor. What shall we eat tonight? Zhang Ye asked rather happily. Yao Jiancai laughed. You still care about eating? Why do I feel that we are going to be in some sort of trouble? 2 days of being broadcasted live. The 2 of us are going to end up poking a hole in the sky. Zhang Ye said. What has that got to do with us? Yao Jiancai said. Even if it was Central TV's mistake, The ones who gained the most from this was us. We were the ones who were shown on broadcast. So how could the authorities ignore that? Not only Central TV Department 11 would be in trouble, I think even the two of us would be implicated. But Zhang Ye, being a carefree soul, said, so what? We've already been banned anyway. What more could happen to us? Will they tie us up? Will they stuff our mouths and make us shut up? Yao Jiankai smiled at this. That's rather true too. We will still say whatever we have to say and not care about anyone. Zhang Ye said. At this time, a person walked up to them. He looked familiar, probably a member of the competition program team. The youth took a look at them before saying, Teacher Yao, Teacher Zhang, I'm from the program team. Can I have a minute of your time? Let's chat somewhere else. They proceeded to an office. Zhang Ye said, What's the matter? The youth did not beat around the bush. There were some instructions from the station just now. We also had some discussions among the program team. It is our wish that your crosstalk be cleaner and less vulgar. Zhang Ye laughed. Is the station criticizing me now? The youth said, We wouldn't dare. Yao Jiankai shot a glance at him before saying, This is a crosstalk competition, and what we performed was within the acceptable limits. How did it become unclean to you all? Where are the unclean parts? The youth said, There are profanities and innuendos. Which were the profanities? Zhang Ye asked. The youth said, Don't butt in. Zhang Ye laughed sarcastically. What I said was don't button. How is that a profanity? Point it out for me. I would like to know too. The youth frowned. We both know what you meant. Zhang Ye waved his hand. Don't say that. I really don't know. The youth clenched his teeth. What about bad-mouthing Teacher Tang Dezhang? Teacher Tang came to us after the recording with a lot of the other crosstalk artists. They're complaining? Yao Jiankai rolled his eyes. Zhang Ye lighted a cigarette. Yo, I've heard of people picking up money, but never heard of them picking up a scolding. I was talking about Tang Dade, yet someone wants the scolding to be about him. If he chose to be scolded, why do I have to be blamed? If by your saying, then Tang Dezhang's disciples who scolded me by using my name should be spoken to as well? Or maybe you mean to say that they can scold me or whatever, but me and old Yao here can't even say a thing? We even have to be warned? What sort of crosstalk competition is this? Was it specially organized for Tang Dezhang? Then you should have told everyone earlier. You should have written a notice telling everyone that only Tang Dezhang's disciples are allowed to take part in this competition. If that were the case, we would not have registered at all. The youth was piqued. How can you say that? Regarding your crosstalk, everyone else discussed about it, and the organizers also studied what you said. Nothing of it represents what crosstalk should be. Zhang Ye asked. Then tell me, what is the art of crosstalk about? The youth said, At the very least, it cannot be so vulgar. This sort of crosstalk performance is not suitable for the stage and would negatively affect the audience. Crosstalk is a form of culture, a classy and elegant culture. Zhang Ye laughed. He patted the youth's shoulder and said, All right, don't talk nonsense with me anymore. I have no time for that. I know how to do crosstalk better than you. So why would I listen to your explanations? The youth had not expected this sort of behavior from Zhang Ye. Yao Jiankai also couldn't be bothered. Let's go, old bro. Zhang Ye stood up. Let's go. Shall we have dinner at my parents' place tonight? Sure. Yao Jiankai agreed happily. I've never been to your place before, so it's about time I visited. The two of them joked as they stepped out of the office. They did not bother about the program team's youth staff at this point in time anymore. The youth looked at their backs and was angered. He had no choice, as he was also timid in the presence of Zhang Ye. He was someone who had scolded the SARFD, beaten up a leader, fought off hijackers, and even landed a hijacked plane. That was the sort of person he was, so it would be best not to offend him. In any case, he had already passed on the message that the station wanted him to pass on. However they planned to do their next performance would be up to them, since they couldn't blame it on him for not warning them beforehand. Well then, it was time to go back to report this to the leader. The youth tried to pull the door to leave the office, but with a twist of the doorknob, it broke off from the door. He immediately knocked on the door saying, Open the door. Please help me to open the door. If you can't get it opened, help get someone here to help. Outside, the duo heard the knocking and plea. Yao Jiankai laughed and said, What do you think? He's trapped inside. Zhang Ye was also cheered by this. Pung pung pung. If anyone is outside, please help me open the door. Zhang Ye nearly wanted to do so, But thinking about how coincidental this was, he remembered that it was probably the difficulty adjustment die doing its work. Since Zhang Ye did not feel much for these bunch of people, maybe it was the die giving it to them? Sure enough, it seemed that within these 6 days, no matter who came at him would be killed off immediately. He smiled and said, "Let's go." Yao Jiankai said, "Go. Don't bother about him. Let him knock all he wants." Zhang Ye said. The youth heard them from behind the door. He nearly vomited blood. He still had some urgent matters to attend to later. He had to go supervise a program. He immediately took out his cell phone and tried to make a call to a colleague to ask for help. But as he took out the phone, he dropped it, and the cell phone was smashed to pieces when it hit the ground. The youth was dumbfounded for a moment. What the F***K? Did his luck have to be this bad? What was going on in the station these past 2 days? Was there a ghost? The two of them who were outside nearly went crazy from laughter. Yao Jiankai said, "I've heard of your temper before, but I've never witnessed it firsthand. This time, however, I've finally seen this side to you. Now I understand why you offend so many people with the things that you do. People with a bad temper. Heh, this old bro has seen it a few times before, but never have I seen someone as quick-tempered as you." Zhang Ye said, "I've already suppressed myself. That bunch of people deserved a scolding. That Tang guy incited a group of people to step on me and go against me. As a judge of the competition, he's abusing his powers to backstab me. Now he's even trying to make us lose our qualifications to take part in it. His disciples criticized us on their program, but I have never seen a program team deal with such bullshit like that. Central TV has not even issued a statement. Tang Daozhong is also a part of the program team. Isn't that the same as the magistrates being free to burn down houses, while the common people are forbidden to light their lamps? Only they can step on others, but others may not step on them. F***K there. Grandpas," Yao Jiankai said, "You rascal. You never allow yourself to be on the losing end. Hee, but your old bro likes it this way. Since the fuss has already been kicked up, let's just go all the way." As they were prepared to walk on, another person was headed towards them again. It was an old man. Seeing that person, Yao Jiankai immediately recognized him. It was a veteran artist of the crosstalk performance world. Chapter 492, Voices of Everyone. They looked at each other. Bumping into, and also knowing one another, it would be awkward to not say anything at all. Yao Jiankai greeted, "Master Su." Su Wenxiang looked at him. "Oh, little Yao. You still remember me?" Yao Jiankai asked, "How's your health been lately?" Su Wenxiang nodded. "It's just as it is. I can't compare to young people like you." Yao Jiankai laughed. "I've already passed 40. How can I still be considered young?" Su Wenxiang spoke with hidden meanings. "From your crosstalk performance, I wouldn't have guessed your age. The work was like that of a child's, speaking however you wanted. That doesn't reflect well on your teacher, don't you think?" Yao Jiankai did not answer that, as this old man was fellow disciples with his late teacher. They had both learned under an old master in crosstalks before, so it wasn't appropriate for him to say too much. He could only change the topic as he turned to Zhang Ye to introduce him. "Old bro, let me introduce to you. This is Master Su Wenxiang, the Mount Tai and the Big Dipper of the crosstalk world." Zhang Ye replied without pressure. "How are you doing, Master?" "This is..." Yao Jiankai was about to introduce Zhang Ye, but Su Wenxiang gave a wave of his hands and spoke directly. "You don't need to introduce us, I know him. The two of you have really caused a ruckus this time. It's time to take a step back." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "We a ruckus? You must be kidding. You people are causing a ruckus even more than us." Su Wenxiang looked at him. "Crosstalk isn't as you said it is. What you're doing will not glorify crosstalk, but destroy it. Crosstalk is a heritage that must be carried forward one generation after another. If crosstalk is as you said it is, then what difference does it have from a punk on the streets? For crosstalk to get to where it is today hasn't been easy. After passing it down for so many generations, it has to be conserved and have some meaning to it." Yao Jiankai said, "Little Zhang and I are both doing this very seriously. We feel that crosstalk has many ways to it and doesn't only have to have an educational aspect to it." "Do you know better, or do I?" Su Wenxiang interrupted. Yao Jiankai was beginning to dislike what he heard. "Heh." Su Wenxiang glanced at them as an artist and said, "Stop speaking with less tawdriness and add more content that would let others reflect on after listening. You should put more positive energy into it rather than scolding this or that. What's the use of that? Even if you scold, you won't be able to scold the folk arts world. Every job has its rules, so since you're in the folk arts circle now, you'd have to follow the rules here. You can't just go about doing anything you wanted. Zhang Ye started to speak up. I can't pretend I never heard what you just said. Little Zhang. Yao Jiankai made a pass at him to signal to him to stop. But Zhang Ye did not listen and instead spoke to Su Wenxiang as an equal. We're just two small-time actors who like to do crosstalk, talking about topics that we like and doing the things we feel are right. That has nothing to do with the folk arts world at all. So whether the people up there recognize us as crosstalk actors or not, it does not matter to us. We do not need their recognition. I know very well whether or not I know how to do crosstalk, and so does the audience. We do not need others to waste their energy to validate us. Master Su, I respect you as an elder, as a veteran of crosstalking, and your contributions to the crosstalk world. But the issue here is that all of you should not have stepped on me first. Why is it that anyone that sees me must step on me once or twice? They just gather everyone together to scold me for no reason? I won't take that lying down. If they want to step on me, then I will step back on them. If they scold me, then I will scold them back as well. I don't give a damn about anything. This is my temper. Okay, you're great. Su. Wenxiang was clearly irritated by this. Who is your teacher? Was this an interrogation? He was going to use seniority to pressure me? Zhang Ye smiled. I don't have a teacher. I'm a self-taught master myself. Master Su, don't try to scare me. My guts are really small. Su Wenxiang saw that he was not giving him any face at all and was even getting disrespectful, so his anger also rose. He took a breather and nodded. Okay, since you've said that, the two of you may do whatever you want. Don't look down on the crosstalk world. If they want to fix the two of you, they'd find a way for sure. Zhang Ye said. Yo, then I would like to find out for myself what they can do. Su Wenxiang made a gesture with his hand and turned to leave. There will be a conference for the crosstalk world members tonight in which they would discuss this matter. As he said that, he disappeared into the walkway. Then, a loud pu tong was heard, followed by Su Wenxiang furiously scolding. Who threw that banana peel? Yao Jiankai. Zhang Ye knew that it was the difficulty adjustment die helping him out once again. There's going to be a conference for the crosstalk world members again, Yao Jiankai said, and it's to discuss about how to handle us. Zhang Ye said, surely they did not have to go that far for us. Are the two of us really so influential? Yao Jiankai replied, that may be somewhat true. The two of us have really caused a big ruckus today and offended a majority of them. On their way out, they heard many people exchanging whispers. They overheard some of them, and through it, they found out that the crosstalk conference was organized some time ago and would be attended not only by the heavyweights of the crosstalk world, but also some of the rookies who were participating in the crosstalk competition were invited, except for Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai. Clearly, even if the conference was not about denouncing them, they would still allocate a fair amount of time to discuss about how to kill Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai. Regarding this, Zhang Ye only laughed it off. As for Yao Jiankai, he also took it as it was. There was no other choice since he had already boarded Zhang Ye's pirate ship. Having already reached this stage, there was no point in holding back. Just scold on. Let's see who can scold better. That night, at Zhang Ye's parents' place, the door opened to reveal Zhang Ye's mom smiling. You're back, son? Yo, isn't that Teacher Yao? Little Yi, why didn't you inform us beforehand that you were bringing a guest home? He's not an outsider anyway. Zhang Ye said. Yao Jiankai greeted, big sis. His mother said, come in quickly. Hi's father also came out when he heard the commotion. This is Teacher Yao? Big bro and big sis, please don't address me as teacher. You can just call me old Yao or something. Yao Jiankai had brought some gifts along and placed them on the table. You're so courteous to have bought something. His mother was very happy as she said to Yao Jiankai, Little Ye's father and I both always watch the dramas that you act in. You're really good in them. When we found out that you and Little Ye knew each other since some time ago, we've always told him to invite you over for a meal, but this rascal kept ignoring us. Yao Jiankai laughed and said, I've been wanting to visit you all for some time now. I've always been curious who brought up such a talented person like my old bro. His mother grinned from ear to ear, obviously liking what she had heard. We didn't do much. We've always just let him be since he was young. I guess it's just little Yi having that talent all along. Ring, ring, ring. Zhang Ye's cell phone rang. It was from his eldest young sister. Brother, where are you at? I'm with Tong Tong and Ming Ming outside now. Why don't you give us a treat? Chao Dan said. It's been some time since we saw you. Zhang Ye laughed. I'm at my parents' place. Do you all want to come over? Sure, we'll go over, said Chao Dan. After a while, the three sisters arrived at the house in excitement. Bro, idol, you're truly our idol. The second sister shouted as she came into the house. The third sister also said loudly, Bro, you were really too suave on today's live broadcast. Haha, it was scolded in such a gratifying manner. That I will reject the 3 vulgarities is just godly. The eldest sister laughed. The key moments were when two of the judges were chased off by your scolding. I think only our brother has such an ability. You have such a glib tongue. Zhang Ye laughed along. I guess it was okay. The third sister suddenly noticed someone seated on the sofa and shouted, Old Yao. Zhang Ye's mother slapped her on her head and said, Is Old Yao a name for you to call? Hee. That's what everyone calls him these days. It's more endearing anyway. The 3 sisters gathered around Yao Jinkai and started asking him about all sorts of questions. The house had gotten quite lively. When dinner started, the 3 sisters did not stop their chattering. Zhang Ye's father asked, Little Yi, will you two be all right after scolding them so harshly? Zhang Ye proudly said, How big of a matter can it be? If they can scold me, then can I scold them back? Those bunch of grandsons are exactly who I am scolding. Yao Jinkai said, Right. At this moment, the third sister, who was browsing the news on her cell phone, exclaimed, the crosstalk world is having a conference? Look at this, look at this. They're saying that it's a discussion about the state of mess that the crosstalk world is in right now and how the art of crosstalk should be developing instead. They are also talking about how to resist those vulgar performance works and actors. Damn, aren't they basically referring to our brother? Did they even have to organize such a large conference of a few hundred people just to come up with a plan to take care of my brother? What the heck are they planning? Zhang Ye laughed it off. Just let them do what they want. The eldest sister said, This is exactly a case of successful people having their haters. Those bunch of people have been performing crosstalk for so many years, and even some of the older ones have been doing for several decades now. But they could only go so far in it, and the audiences aren't that impressed at all. But when my brother, who has had no experience in crosstalk, showed what he was capable of and attracted so much interest with his works, they became unhappy and jealous. Really? Those bunch of people really do not have the bearings of an artist at all. Following that, at 7:30 p.m., the SARF's official Weibo posted, Control against the rise of vulgar culture. All television stations, sectors, and institutions have been cooperating closely to control the rise of vulgar works. But in recent times, some of these vulgar works have surfaced again. The control against such works of vulgar, base, and philistine tendencies must be tightened as to ensure that the positive energy of works can come through successfully. It was an essay littered with hundreds of words in it. The second sister's face changed. They're targeting our brother again? Yao Jinkai had not expected the SARFD to reiterate the message with a post. That is a warning for us. Of course, it was not purely targeted at Zhang Ye. He did not have that much of an influence to command such attention. It was more likely due to the many new works that had overstepped the line, and maybe also some of the other not-so-mainstream groups of crosstalk actors that made the authorities issue this warning. Ring, ring, ring. An unfamiliar number appeared on Zhang Ye's caller ID. The other party introduced himself as the person in charge of the national crosstalk and skit competition. He said in a direct manner to Zhang Ye, If your performance work tomorrow still involves any vulgar segments or satire, the competition will disqualify your team. There is no room for discussion on this. Chapter 493, Arrival of the Third Crosstalk Performance. At home. What's the matter? Who called? His parents and sisters looked at Zhang Ye. But Zhang Ye was smiling and said, It was just someone from the program team. They said that if our performance tomorrow still involves the 3 vulgarities, then we would be disqualified from the competition without fail. His third sister said, Then how will you deal with this? His mother was furious. Those people are forcing you into a corner. Why is it that when my son says it, it becomes disallowed? Who set the rules saying that a crosstalk can only be elegant? Aren't they poking their noses into everything? Why are all the policies or regulations directed at my son? Did my son commit murder or arson? The second sister slammed her hand down on the table. This is too atrocious. His father asked, then you won't be able to say it anymore. Yao Jinkai also asked, old bro, what do you think, old Yao? Zhang Ye blinked. Yao Jinkai laughed and said, the crosstalk performance was written by you. I will say it however you write it. Compromise might give us a chance of survival. If we continue to do it as we did, then we might be disqualified. Zhang Ye knew very well that someone from the crosstalk world had pushed this issue up to the authorities with a letter or report. Because of this, they were now given an ultimatum and forced into a corner once again. At the same time, the news spread online. The crosstalk competition program team had singled out Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai's work and criticized it on their Weibo and the official site, giving them a stern warning. Many of the netizens were discussing jubilantly about, I will reject the 3 vulgarities, with some of them having watched it several times already. Everyone was talking about it, but with the news of the criticism from the Crosstalk Worlds Conference, the decree passed by the SARFT, as well as the warning given by the competition's program team, many of these netizens were taken by surprise. What? If they go on saying such things, they'll be disqualified? Based on what? F***K. Numbed. Is there still justice? Aren't they just attracting anger this way? Those bunch of crosstalkers are such grandsons. It isn't easy for Teacher Zhang and Teacher Yao. After being banned, they barely found a way to stay in the public eye, but now they still want to get rid of him once and for all. They don't even want to give him a chance. I can't accept this. Me neither. Why is crosstalk only meant to educate people? Based on what? I only enjoy watching Zhang Ye's version of crosstalking. Why does my right to like something have to be taken away? It hasn't been easy for our nation to produce 2 talented crosstalk actors like Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai. So why did you have to do this to them? And you even claim that this was for the good of the crosstalk world? Why don't you all just go to hell? Zhang Ye won't be able to perform crosstalks anymore. He can still do it, but it will have to be done according to their mainstream rules and regulations to educate the people. On the other end, the crosstalk world's members were getting arrogant once again. With the decree from the SARFD and the program team's official warning, they became more emboldened, especially those who had been scolded in today's I will reject the 3 vulgarities. All of them jumped out once again. Su Wenxiang probably gave an interview after the conference ended and said some words, which had been reported by an online news agency. The words were as such. To my knowledge, crosstalk is used to encourage others to be good and not used as a scolding tool. That kind of crosstalk won't last and will only cause the corruption of the culture behind crosstalks. If we allow Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai to continue like this, sooner or later it would create a mess that we can no longer control. So we must definitely rid the crosstalk world of such a person. Tang Dezhang posted on Weibo, the competition program team should have handled it this way in the first place. This kind of work insults crosstalk, and the vulgarity in it is akin to eating garlic raw. One of Tang Dezhang's disciples also said, teacher said it well. This is just like eating raw garlic, which would irritate your mouth and eyes. I've been wondering why the audience would even call it a good work. Another crosstalk artist said, it's just like in the movies. Although we're fixated on the plot and content, a good movie should leave you thinking after you are done watching it. That would mean the work was a success and the message it wants to send to the viewers has been transmitted successfully as well. A crosstalk work is the same. It cannot just make people laugh, but should instead do so and leave a little for the listeners to ponder upon. Using vulgar segments to tease and tickle the audience is as good as being worthless. Countless crosstalk actors stepped forward to say their piece. This time, it was even more than the number of people that had denounced Zhang Ye yesterday. It was clear that this was because of the momentum of things happening after the crosstalk conference had concluded. A young crosstalk actor said, I don't find Zhang Ye's work to be funny. I just felt that it was very vulgar. A crosstalk competition participant said, is it that difficult to present a piece of work that is a little bit more elegant and meaningful? Why did he have to stick to the lesser, non-mainstream style? It really makes me despise them. An old veteran of crosstalking said, I suggest that they be stripped of their qualifications to take part in the competition. During the afternoon at today's live broadcast, most people had already witnessed Zhang Ye's scolding prowess. They had seen his wit and knew that those bunch of people could not outscold him. That Zhang Ye had already scolded countless people, and his mouth was well known to be venomous. This was the reason why no one was willing to step on his tail, as the consequences would be really bad. But after tonight's crosstalk conference, the SARFT, and the competition program team statements, they were riled up again. They knew that it was over for Zhang Ye, and he wouldn't be able to last for more than a few more days. This led to everyone coming forward to laugh at Zhang Ye and denounce him. Not only them, even some of Zhang Ye's old enemies found the courage to make some noise. For example, those Korean undergraduates who knew of Zhang Ye's hatred for the Koreans. Boycott Zhang Ye. Boycott him with all we got. Let's keep Zhang Ye down forever. What's so good about his work? I also enjoy China's crosstalk performances a lot because there are so many joke segments that are memorable and thoughtful. It makes one feel full of emotions just listening to them. But what are the things that are said by Zhang Ye? Disqualify them. Ban them forever. Haha. I will predict that they will last just one more performance, in which they wouldn't dare say anything about anything since the authorities have already made their stand. It's as good as pinpointing them. Yeah, let's see if he still dares to scold. Unless he's mad. This time, it's really over for Zhang Ye. How can he stand up against the whole crosstalk world alone? They have so many artists on their side, so surely they would be able to take him into control. Let's see what he talks about tomorrow. I suppose it will be his last performance tomorrow. No matter what he says, he'll end up disqualified. He has really offended too many people. There were countless voices, countless of denouncing voices. On this night, the whole crosstalk world had declared war on Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai. There were many comments on the internet regarding Zhang Ye's works. It was divided into who was for and against, with numerous netizens talking about the topic of whether Zhang Ye should be boycotted, whether crosstalk needed to be educational, and the difference between an elegant crosstalk and a vulgar one. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye, who was at home, no longer bothered about the comments. He already had an idea for tomorrow's crosstalk competition. Performance. Chapter 494. A compilation of Guidi Gang's crosstalks. The next day, that afternoon, at Central TV's competition grounds. Today's recording location was a different set, not at the original, small recording studio they had previously been in. The location had been changed to a hall in the basement that took up 2 levels, or you could say that it was more like an auditorium. All in all, it could accommodate an audience of about 2,000 to 3,000 people. This location was usually reserved for smaller-scale gala events, but it had been reserved for the national crosstalk competition today. As the competition had reached the 3rd and final round of preliminaries, all the teams had gathered here for the live internet broadcast. Those who passed the first 2 preliminary rounds would draw lots to decide their order of appearance. This was why the last round would take longer than usual, as there were 100 teams scheduled to perform. The estimated period of time for this final round was slated to last about 3 days. The auditorium was filled to the brim with audience members. Seated in the front row were some of the leaders from Central TV, the Crosstalk Association's president, members of the folk arts world, and even some of the judges. Tang Dazhang and Su Wenxiang were amongst those seated in front. Little Tang. Master Su, your 2 disciples are quite good. They aren't quite there yet. They will still need a lot more practice. Many crosstalk actors were chatting amongst themselves as well. An area had been set off to the side specially for the qualifying 500 teams of the first round, in which Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai were a part of. The seats behind them and on the second level were made up of random people, whether they were fellow crosstalk actors, media, or staff from other agencies. There were also some lucky winners from the Weibo-held lucky draw and others who had gotten the tickets, as well as employees from sponsorship companies. They made up 80% of the audience and numbered in the thousands. I'm so looking forward to this. Who do you like the most out of everyone? Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai, of course. I like their crosstalk too. It's really good. But looks like they will have some trouble today. The authorities had already warned them, and their fellow actors are also boycotting them. Even the organizers have issued an ultimatum against them. So I wonder how they will perform today. At yesterday's crosstalk conference, I heard they listed out Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai's 7 deadly sins. They also said that Zhang Ye kept using the term father to insult Yao Jiankai and his constant use of swear words. That bunch of people is really good at distorting the facts. I think that they're just jealous. Will they continue their vulgar style of crosstalk, or will they compromise with an educational one? Teacher Zhang Ye and teacher Yao Jinkai have probably already made their choice. In the middle row, Tian Bin had also gotten his hands on some tickets as a radio host of Central TV to watch his old colleague perform. On stage, the hosts had appeared, and they were a male and female duo. Leaders, guests, and members of the audience. Good afternoon to every one of you. The first segment for today's show will be to reveal the second preliminary round's vote tally. Among the 500 teams, the top 100 teams would advance to the final round of preliminaries. After a bunch of introductions and encouraging words, the results were finally revealed. Coming in first place, Team Nameless with a total of 1.28 million votes. When this figure was shown, everyone in the auditorium drew in a cold breath of air. Everyone was no longer interested in the vote numbers of the final 99 teams. The suspense had already been lost as the second-ranked team had only garnered 31,000 votes, with the following teams getting 25,000, 9,000, 8,925, and 6,700. These figures were not noticed by anyone at all. The Nameless team's votes had surpassed all of their votes added together by multiple times, so there wasn't anything to play for at all. Actually, in the past years, no team had gotten such low vote numbers before. They would at least score 80 to 90,000 votes, or even 100,000 votes for the good performances. But this year, Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai were too good for the others. They hogged all the attention and votes for themselves and left almost nothing for their competitors to scrape off. The whole set was filled with discussion. Everyone knew Team Nameless was Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai's team. But the hosts made no mention of first place, and their introduction title only flashed for a second before disappearing. The hosts directly moved on to announcing the qualifying teams for the third preliminary round without mentioning Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai's names. They had skipped past them without a second thought. They could take part in the competition, but Central TV Department 11 would not give them any promotions or airtime at all. Half an hour later, the lottery draw for their scheduled appearances began. On the right side of the seating area, Yao Jinkai turned slightly and whispered, "It'd be better if we get to go early?" "Yes." Zhang Yi smiled. "For today's performance, I think it's the best if we can go first." Yao Jinkai said, "Yeah, if it happens too late, then I'm afraid we won't even have the chance to perform. If we get scheduled for the third day, the Crosstalk World members might even try to create issues for us and cause the program team to disqualify us." Zhang Yi squinted a little and said, "Let's leave it to luck. It's the best if we can go first." His words had just stopped when the number on the big screen located on the stage came to a stop. Seeing the number it stopped left many people stunned. The female host hesitated for a moment before announcing the number. The first scheduled performance will be by Division C, number 8. They did not announce their names, but everyone knew. This was Zhang Yi and Yao Jinkai's team number. Yao Jinkai slapped his thigh loudly and smiled. "Great one, old bro. We're starting the show? That suits me just fine. Haha. Why do I feel that our luck has been extremely good these past 2 days?" Zhang Yi knew that it wasn't exactly down to luck, but due to his activation of the skill, lowering of difficulty. Over on the other side, the staff quickly looked for the two of them. "Both of you, please go backstage and prepare." Although the lottery draw was still going until all 100 teams' appearance orders were decided, the first team still had to start preparing beforehand. And so, with everyone's eyes on them, Zhang Yi and Yao Jinkai proceeded to go backstage. At the side of the stage, a meeting was being held in the studio. The program teams in charge said, "I will say it again. There must absolutely be no mistakes today. The SARFT has already given our crosstalk competition a very stern warning. If we continue to broadcast any more footage of a band artist, we will all be left jobless, so all of you better get serious." "Understood. Don't worry about it this time." Someone said, "Zhang Yi and Yao Jinkai will be appearing first, so shall we?" The person in charge in the station had obviously had a discussion earlier on how to handle this. Commercials will be shown for the entire 10 minutes of their performance. We won't be giving them any airtime at all. They will be cut off 1 second before their performance starts. Everyone nodded. "Okay." The in charge repeated, "Don't ever make any mistake this time." The previous two live broadcasts that Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai had received had already left the management scratching their heads in anger. If it happened again, none of them could bear the responsibility, and all of them would be fired. Another 30 minutes had gone by. The national crosstalk competition's final round of preliminaries had officially started. Just before the host was about to announce the first performers, just backstage, the person in charge gave his instruction. Right now, air the commercials and cut off the feed from the studio. A staff member quickly changed the controls and said, "It's done." The person in charge was really afraid that things would go wrong again. "Check it again. The broadcast has already cut to the commercials." That same staff member confirmed. The person in charge said, "All other positions, do a confirmation as well." 7 or 8 staff members busily adjusted their controls to check and confirm that the commercials were playing. "There are really no problems, leader." Only at this point did the person in charge heave a sigh of relief. But it seems that Central TV was destined to have strange happenings occurring for these few days. A staff member was just making use of the free time that they had now to eat something from their lunchbox when, without warning, a portable charger exploded with a loud noise. The youth received a great shock from it and threw the lunchbox out of his hand, scattering the contents all over the equipment. His elbow reactively smashed into 2 buttons on the control panel. Bada! The portable charger flew to the side, where everyone placed their clothing at, and flames ignited from it, spreading very quickly. "Ah! It's on fire. Put it out. Put out the fire." Everyone was furiously trying to put out the fire since the live broadcast controls had already been set anyway. No one checked it, as putting out the fire had taken priority at this moment. Otherwise, all the controls in the room would be affected. On the web, tens of thousands of viewers were waiting for the crosstalk live broadcast to start. "It's Zhang Ye's turn. Right, he's going first. Haha, I can't wait any longer. Damn, why did it cut to the commercials? They're clearly not giving Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai any airtime. No, the feed is back. Haha, Teacher Zhang and Teacher Yao are coming out soon." In the auditorium, the female host smiled as she announced, "Next, we have our first group of performers, Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai." This time, she read out their names, as the host had already been informed earlier of the plan for Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai's performance to not be broadcasted. Yao Jiankai came on stage first, followed by Zhang Ye behind him. When they saw them appear on stage, the folk arts and crosstalk world members did not show any reaction, but the thousands of audience members roared with cheers and applause for the two of them. They were already laughing loudly and slapping their thighs when they saw their faces, with some even whistling to cheer them on. The crosstalk actors were all frowning. Those crosstalk competition participants didn't look happy either. Only some of the media people looked at each other and whispered about the ongoings. No matter how the others scolded Zhang Ye, no matter how they chose not to recognize him, just based on Zhang Ye's popularity alone, no one from the crosstalk world could compare to him. Crosstalk had always had a small following as a culture. Nobody had ever heard anything like Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai's crosstalk performances. In the past, this was unthinkable. And then, everyone stared at the stage as they thought. Would they compromise? Would Teacher Zhang seek amnesty with the crosstalk world? Although everyone knew Zhang Ye's personality to be free spirit he was, at this moment, everyone could not be sure of anything. They weren't sure what kind of performance Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai would do, as they had been banned after all. The national crosstalk competition was their last resort, and if they were disqualified, there would be no road ahead for the two of them. They could join other competitions. With the crosstalk competition as an example, no other organizers would accept them anymore. Even if they would be criticized by name, they would never let Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai take part in their competitions. That was without question. The microphone was set. Zhang Ye stood on stage and looked up. He smiled and said, "There's quite a large turnout today." Yao Jiankai nodded. "That is how it is. They're all here to listen to the crosstalk performances." Zhang Ye said, "The opening performance will be performed by the two of us. Would everyone like to listen, or would everyone like to listen? I won't force you to choose." Yao Jiankai said, "Heh, and you call that not forcing?" Just those few sentences, those few opening lines, had left thousands of audience members in tears from their laughter. With such a level of skill, Zhang Ye left those crosstalk artists with frowns on their faces. Zhang Ye smiled. Actually, we preferred going to places like the television station to perform our crosstalk. Yao Jinkai asked, why is that so? Zhang Ye said, because it's really well led here. Ah, Yao Jinkai said. The Central TV program team members' expressions all changed. Zhang Ye pointed to the two sides and said, there are people leading the applause on the sides. Sometimes when you watch those crosstalk performances on TV, the actors just come on stage, or as they speak their first few lines, there is immediate applause. Yao Jinkai wondered, when they speak their first few lines, Zhang Ye grabbed hold of his throat and uttered, today, walalala, I will give, walalala, everyone, walalala, a short crosstalk, walalala, if it is not good, walalala. Then he looked at the audience and said, if it is not good, there would still be applause, but look at it today. Yao Jinkai said, what's the matter? Zhang Ye pointed somewhere off stage. There's no applause at all. The audience was stunned for a moment before everyone laughed and began clapping. They were giving the heartiest of applauses. Firstly, they had really been amused by what was said. Secondly, it was because Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai's opening lines had set the tone. Everyone knew by now what they were going to do. Teacher Zhang Ye was still going to do what he did usually. He had not taken the warning to heart, nor the ultimatum. He just continued on in his own way. He had begun his satirical jokes about those crosstalk artists, who frequently featured on TV the moment he came on stage. Like a hedgehog, he would prick whoever tried to catch him. He had already completely let go of himself. Today's crosstalk performance was definitely not going to be simple. Zhang Ye said, thank you for everyone's applause. It seems like there are many people who like us. Yao Jinkai laughed. Everyone's being so supportive. Zhang Ye smacked his mouth and said, of course, there's still some controversy in that. Yao Jinkai's head turned sideways a little. You can take away the sum. It's basically full of controversy. The audience, ha ha ha. Zhang Ye laughed and said, some of the authorities mentioned to me saying, Zhang Ye, your crosstalk is very vulgar and you're always insulting old Yao, referring to him as his father's son. That sort of style is incorrect and it will be a bad influence and lead the audience astray. All of that are negative influences. Yao Jinkai could only helplessly reply, yes, someone did say that. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes and said, I wonder then if the relevant departments are being too harsh on crosstalk? Aren't you all underestimating the intelligence of the viewers? Oh, those who shoot movies will often show someone stabbing another person to death, but you know it isn't real. Then in TV dramas, the actors who act as father and son are also known not to be related in real life. How about those novels? The main characters would fly about and walk on walls to save the world, but everyone knows it's exaggerated too. And so I really wonder, why is it that when it concerns us, all of that suddenly becomes real? When the audience heard that, they all began to clap in unison. Well said. That's right. Yao Jinkai smiled and said, that's really a tall order for us. Zhang Ye said, please, have mercy on crosstalks. We are just two non-mainstream crosstalk actors who aren't as capable as famous mainstream crosstalk actors. Oh, if the corrupted society is not capable of leading everyone astray, then surely our crosstalk won't be able to as well, right? Would everyone who watches our performance go out to commit murder and become arsonists? Aren't you all overestimating what we can do? The audience were laughing so hard that they almost got cramps. Ha ha. Zhang Ye said, honestly, if Teacher Yao and I had such capabilities, do we still need to be crosstalk actors? Yao Jinkai also laughed along. Yeah, we really don't have such capabilities at all. BBA, BBA, BBA. The applause rang out once again. Everyone was hungering for more by now. If yesterday's I will reject the three vulgarities was performed with an ironical sense, then today's performance would be direct satire. It was a totally different style of sarcasm, and Zhang Ye was about to showcase his diverse skills in scolding people. The leaders of the related fields in the front row didn't look too good. The bunch of crosstalk actors also looked terrible. No one had expected that Zhang Ye would still carry on this way after the SARF's decree and the program team's ultimatum. It seemed like Zhang Ye even scolded them with more persistence now, and all of this still seemed inconceivable to them. Zhang Ye, are you mad? You're even scolding the related fields? Do you really intend on not staying in the entertainment circle anymore? Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai both knew that today would be their last performance in the crosstalk competition. This was the reason why they did not hold back, as both of them just wanted to enjoy themselves during the performance. Why the heck should they care about who these people are? And so, Zhang Ye brought out a compilation of Gua Di Gang's crosstalks for this. He wanted to put together the performances of old Gua, such as You Want to Be Elegant, the state of crosstalk for the past 50 years, and many others. Since it was their last performance, then these two bros must scold till their hearts were fully satisfied. Chapter 495. Scolding and Scolding. Scolding all the way. On the web, those watching the crosstalk competition live stream were left stunned. Teacher Zhang is starting to become even more ruthless. Haha, that bunch of people are really unlucky. They really annoyed Teacher Zhang this time. If Zhang Ye really starts to release the hooligan in him, no one can stop him. Awesome. Well scolded. My frustrations are all vented now. There are so many terrible things in society, and none of them have led the audience astray. So why would Teacher Zhang Ye's crosstalk do that? Aren't they really just making a big fuss? Supporting Zhang Ye. They've said what I'm thinking. At the venue, the audience was getting excited. Zhang Ye said, if crosstalk is so powerful, why are we still researching missiles for? Why are we researching nuclear weapons and using an army for? We should just send a bunch of crosstalk actors and destroy anyone in our path. The audience was cheering him on. Great. Well said. Zhang Ye continued on. Some people like to keep the word vulgar hanging from their mouths to make themselves appear more elegant. The upper classes of society that say that others are vulgar are just pretending to be confused. The expert scholars saying that others are vulgar are just sad. But I am sadder than that. Amidst the applause from the audience, he said, when crosstalk actors say that others are vulgar, that is just a sign of jealousy. Jealousy. Hatred. The applause was ringing again. Ha! The crosstalk artists nearly swore at this. The crosstalk competition participants who had banded together to boycott Zhang Ye were also fuming. Yao Jinkai smiled and said, only between fellow peers would it be pure hatred. Zhang Ye said, I have a poem that perfectly describes the state of the crosstalk world now. Yao Jinkai said, why don't you recite it for us? Zhang Ye began reciting. The frosty winter looks forward to spring. This poem was a work of Zhang Ye a while ago and was titled 8 Things to Look Forward to. When he recited up to that part, many of the audience members also followed and recited along with him. Zhang Ye also slowed down his recital and allowed everyone to recite it alongside him. Audience. The beautiful looks forward to sugar daddies. Audience. The leisurely mistress looks forward to hooligans. Audience. The scholar studying at night looks forward to a female. Ghost. 10 people. 50 people. 100 people. The audience chanted along, creating a spectacular scene. A single old man looks forward to an ant. A person in acting looks forward to awards. For the final line, everyone dragged out their words along with Zhang Ye and shouted. A person in crosstalk looks forward to the death of his peers. And then, everyone laughed evilly in unison. The timing and coordination of the audience and the duo were too good. Thus everyone felt that they enjoyed it thoroughly. Yao Jinkai said jubilantly, wow, that was in perfect unison. As Zhang Ye had used that poem to scold the literary world before, it was rather well known. On top of that, it was easy to remember. Anyone who read it once or twice before would be able to memorize it. All of these reasons had helped create the spectacular scene in the studio. Zhang Ye and the audience members were enjoying themselves. But for those crosstalk world members, they were so angry that they nearly wanted to bite someone. Zhang Ye, you bastard. After scolding us, you even led the audience to scold us all together with you? Aren't you being too wicked? This audience were really going too far as well. Why were they following suit? Zhang Ye said, what is elegance? What is vulgarity? Yao Jinkai said, there are many people on the internet discussing about this right now. Zhang Ye said, our crosstalk actors have already proclaimed that listening to a symphony makes you elegant while listening to music on the internet is vulgar. Hi. Yao Jinkai shook his head. Zhang Ye said, if a celebrity lip syncs, it is elegance, while self-promotional artists online are vulgar. Yao Jinkai laughed. They must be joking. Zhang Ye said, viewing the human body is elegant, but cracking dirty jokes is vulgar, followed by, Drinking coffee is elegant while eating garlic is vulgar. The audience was laughing out loudly. They had, of course, seen what Tang Dezhang and his disciple had written online last night, referring to Zhang Ye's works as raw garlic that was vulgar to the last bit. Zhang Ye scolded. The great man taught us to say, "Go to hell, you little rascal son of a gun." Yao Jiankai then said, "Which great man taught us something like that?" "My second uncle." Zhang Ye said. "Great. Ha! Go to hell, son of a gun." The audience followed along in the scolding. Zhang Ye said, "Let me reiterate on that. Elegance is not something that you can fake." He emphatically added, "Only being a grandson is something that you can fake." Tang Dazhong was seething and so angry that he wanted to leave the venue. The other crosstalk actors were also witnessing that crosstalk could be delivered in such a manner for the first time during this competition. Zhang Ye continuously scolded, "If you have the time to criticize, why don't you all go and practice your basic tongue twisters instead? That is something which would be relevant to crosstalk instead of what you all have been doing." Yao Jiankai nodded. "That's very true." Zhang Ye was getting more and more excited as he spoke. "Sometimes when I see them faking it, I get angry too. Why don't they just pass their days peacefully rather than finding trouble wherever they go? After getting onto the public buses, isn't it tiring enough to deal with the crowds? With a red face from all that squeezing, they still insist on taking out an English newspaper to read. Do you even know how to read English?" The audience laughed out. "Ha ha," Zhang Ye said. "And on the streets having a conversation, why do you need to speak half in Chinese and half in English?" Yao Jiankai asked. "Really?" Zhang Ye continued. "Even while buying apples. Hello, sir. I will look. Your apple is $2 for 3.5 kgs. With a change in his tone, he said, "You're already buying rotten apples. Why do you still need to show off? This is all I've got." Yao Jiankai smiled and said, "That's true," Zhang Ye said. "And that person who is wearing the big yellow chain." Some people suddenly discovered that an experienced crosstalk actor in his 40s who was sitting in the front row was wearing a big gold chain hanging around his neck. This person was one of the actors who had called for a boycott against Zhang Ye on Weibo and had a huge reputation within the crosstalk world. He was on equal standing with Tang Dezhang and was considered to be part of the Crosstalk Association's upper management. Yao Jiankai asked, "Gold chain?" Zhang Ye seethed, "Don't sweat. If there's sweat, the vest would surely get dirty." Yao Jiankai realizingly said, "The color will fade? Isn't that made of gold?" Zhang Ye sarcastically said, "That's made of plastic and plated with copper." Yao Jiankai finally lost it and laughed. "Great, that really looks like the real thing." The crosstalk actor who was wearing the gold chain had turned red in embarrassment. He nearly vomited blood. He had not expected Zhang Ye to call out on him. Zhang Ye continued his scoldings. "And for some other people, to buy a bottle of shampoo, they even have to go all the way to Hong Kong's Sasa chain to buy it. Come on, you don't even have as much hair as Teacher Yao over here." As Yao Jiankai had shaved his hair off for a role whose filming had concluded a short while ago, he said in a speechless manner, "A baldy? Then why would that person wash his head for?" Zhang Ye said, "That's what I'm talking about." Below the stage, there were 3 crosstalk actors who had scolded Zhang Ye before and were bald as well. When they heard this, they nearly wanted to roll up their sleeves and go up on stage to beat him up. Even the cameraman turned around to capture them on frame. Perhaps it was because they knew that this wasn't a live broadcast, so they just subconsciously did their basic duties as cameramen. On the big screen in front, the faces of the 3 bald crosstalk actors appeared. When the audience saw this, all of them burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore." Zhang Ye continued on indifferently. Someone even got their pants wet and blamed it on spilling an abalone on it while eating. If you peed your pants, just say you peed your pants. Yao Jiankai. "Heh." The audience. "Ha ha ha," Zhang Ye said. And that other one. After finishing his meal, he told the service crew to put it on his tab. When the service crew said it wasn't an available service, he said that he would pay by credit card then. With a pause, Zhang Ye contemptuously said, "You're just having a bowl of wonton soup. What the hell are you using your credit card for?" Yao Jiankai was tickled. "That is really rather inappropriate," Zhang Ye said, trying to act like a know-it-all, especially those of us who are in the line of performing crosstalks. All day long we seek elegance in everything we do. Wasn't it like this yesterday? When our country's crosstalk world held a conference. Yao Jiankai blinked. They were really diligent about it. Zhang Ye laughed. Yeah, that group of people had no place left to perform their crosstalks, so all they can do is to attend conferences. Yao Jiankai said, they went there to practice their basics? The audience laughed heartily. Zhang Ye said, thereafter, there was a crosstalk expert, a certain Su Do. Yao Jiankai, an expert that doesn't dare leave their full name. Su Do? Crosstalk master Su Wenxiang? Many in the audience had their concentration jolted. Zhang Ye said, he told me to follow him home, telling me, Comrade Little Zhang, come with me back home. I will teach you about elegance and vulgarity. It wouldn't be right if you don't come along with me. Let's go. Yao Jiankai said, then you must surely go with him. Zhang Ye said, when I went inside his house, I could see that there were couplets hanging from his walls. The air of a cultured person was very strong. Lying on the sandy beach for 2.5 years, my body would flip around when hit by the waves. Yao Jiankai wondered and asked, oh. Zhang Ye revealed surprisingly, when I saw it, I knew that it meant a tortoise bastard. The thousands of audience members were laughing madly by now. So damaging. That scolding was so damn damaging. When Su Wenxiang, who was below the stage in his seat, heard this, his body swayed a little. His mustache was even curling in anger. All the other crosstalk actors and artists were fuming in anger. Holy sh*t. Zhang Ye, you actually have the audacity to scold just about anyone. You even dared to set up a joke using Master Su? Yao Jiankai asked. An expert is really good at solving riddles. Zhang Ye said. At his house, on the table were 2 books. It looked like they were really deep books and probably only suited for elegant people to read. Yao Jiankai asked, what kind of books were they? Zhang Ye snapped his fingers and said, one of them was Xinhua Dictionary. Yao Jiankai nodded. There's a lot of knowledge to be found in dictionaries. It would be difficult just to study everything in it. What about the other book? Zhang Ye replied. The other one was called How to Check a Dictionary. Yao Jiankai nearly fainted. Well, this person doesn't even know how to use a dictionary. The audience, wahaha, Zhang Ye said. And then, the old artist began to teach me some lessons. He told me that we must be elegant and not vulgar. Even if we have to pay with our lives, we have to maintain the elegance and not bow to vulgarity. For almost the whole day, he did not say anything proper and only kept repeating that. Finally, he told me, Little Zhang, don't be unhappy. You can choose not to stay silent, but we will definitely be able to silence you. We will write anonymous letters, reports, and use all sorts of tricks, do you know? Even resort to snitching? Did Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai get issued with a warning because of them? The audience started booing. The crosstalk world members' expressions changed again. Zhang Ye continued to say, the old artist even told me earnestly, you might not understand me, so you will scold me for now, but when you understand my intentions, then you will want to kill me. Audience, ha ha ha, Yao Jiankai said. Heh, even he himself knows that he is hated that much. Zhang Ye said, he even said that we should work harder to gain elegance. If we worked hard enough, there will be a day when anyone looking down at us from the moon would no longer be able to see Earth. All they would be able to see is a bunch of crosstalk artists floating in space and being elegant. The previous time, he had mentioned that the Great Wall could be seen. But this time, not even Earth could be seen anymore. In the studio, the thousands of people were already laughing helplessly. Yao Jiankai also added, they even managed to get rid of Earth? That bunch of people must really be causing a big mess. Zhang Ye sighed. After coming on stage, I kept thinking to myself about something. That if we were to execute one of every 2 crosstalk actors, there would surely still be no injustice done. Chapter 496. Wave after wave of destruction. The mood of the audience in the studio was hitting a fever pitch. On the internet, the viewers were also getting excited. The audience were liking what they saw and couldn't help but applaud. They felt that Zhang Ye was really spot on with his scolding. Those who knew Zhang Ye well knew that his path to where he was now hadn't been easy. He had been detained in a police station before and had also been banned by the Beijing television station, in Shanghai, and by the SARFD. Up till here, Zhang Ye was left with no choice but to partake in the crosstalk competition. He did not even offend anyone. Yet a bunch of crosstalk actors were calling for his boycott and to get him banned. Were they not forcing him into a corner? If this happened to anyone other than him, they would probably not stand for it too. So of course he had to scold them back. He needed to turn everything upside down like a caught fish would attempt to break the net it was caught in. Zhang Ye threw up his hands in resignation and said, "And so, whenever I see anyone scolding me or some expert trying to educate me, I will basically just ignore them. With all of this said, I have gained such penetrating insight that I can even use it to see past the mosaics in a censored, R-rated video." The audience roared together. Yao Jiankai said, "Wow, so you've watched a lot of those videos?" Zhang Yi nodded and looked at him. "I will return them to you soon." Yao Jiankai stared at him and said, "I lent them to you?" The audience laughed. Ha 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 ha. Below the stage, Tianbin was also thoroughly enjoying himself and laughing till he cramped up. Only a few male and female youths, whose hair were dyed with bright colors, did not laugh. They were trying to create trouble from where they were seated, not far from the stage. A red-haired youth shouted, "Get down from the stage." Another youth with green hair shouted, "What the heck are you saying? What kind of lousy crosstalk is this?" said the group of 6 to 7 people. They were all shouting, and there was even someone who was clearly a Chinese citizen yelling something in Korean. He even put on a smug look after, doing so as he knew only that group could understand while everyone else did not get it. He seemed to feel a sense of superiority in doing so. The noise kept coming from the group of people, and it was very high-pitched and disturbing to the others. Many of the audience members looked at them unhappily, thinking who the heck they were and who invited them. Looking at their dressing, it definitely had to be Lee Anson or some Korean celebrities' fans. The audience knew that not only the Crosstalk World's members were scolding Zhang Ye on the internet. The ones who were the most aggressive in scolding were the Koreans and their fans. All of these people hated Zhang Ye to the bone. In front, Tang Dezhong, Su Wenxiang, and some other crosstalk actors all turned around to check out who those people were. If they tried this during another group's crosstalk performance, they would definitely be unhappy. After all, someone was performing. The least you could do is give some respect. But as the current performer was Zhang Ye, these crosstalk actors felt rather good when they saw that some people were making trouble for him. It did not feel like they were being disrespectful at all. On the stage, Yao Jiankai heard the commotion and his eyebrows twitched. Everyone became quiet for a moment as the atmosphere in the studio changed. Zhang Ye looked at those people below the stage and smiled at them. He did not seem like he was affected at all and even spontaneously added a joke. "We will still need to get back to the topic on elegance versus vulgarity." Yao Jiankai said, "Yes." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "What do some people think being elegant is about?" Yao Jiankai was a little stumped, thinking why he did not follow the script. Still, he reacted very quickly and asked, "What is it about?" Zhang Ye answered, "Being crazy about foreign things and obsequious to the foreigners." "Huh," said Yao Jiankai. Zhang Ye said sarcastically, "To act like foreigners, saying that foreign products are all good and elegant. There are those who adore the Koreans or Japanese. To be honest, in the past those countries were all tribute nations to our country. Year after year, they would send tributes and pay homage to us. When their royal families had a child, they would send them here to be political hostages. But now, our people are putting them on a pedestal and worshipping their people." Tianbin was clapping hard from where he was seated. Yao Jiankai bitterly smiled. "There's a rise in such behavior, yes." Zhang Yi said, "Sometimes, I can't stand to see such behavior. Those children are all learning from these people and styling their hair in such atrocious ways. Like puffy updos, pixie cuts, or bob cuts. Then they dye streaks of red and white, making it look like kimchi." Yao Jiankai laughed and said, "Hi. They do that so that they can show that they're true Hallyu fans." Many of the members of the audience were laughing hard. At this, those Hallyu youths all stared up on stage. He was precisely describing the look of their hairstyles. After Zhang Yi was done scolding the crosstalk world, he came to scold them. Zhang Yi kept on looking at them. Their pants have leg openings bigger than the waist opening. They wear size 41 shoes even though their feet are only size 36. When they blink with those extended lashes, even their hats would fall off. Yao Jiankai said, "The hat is too light." The audience was enjoying it too much. They looked over to those Hallyu fans who were trying to make trouble, wondering if they still dared to mess with Zhang Ye. Don't you know that fella is the leader amongst professional Korean insulters? Trying to provoke him? Aren't you guys asking for it? However, many of the audience members and viewers were very interested in seeing how Zhang Ye would continue from there. Because in his Zhang Ye's talk show, a lot of them had already seen how Zhang Ye scolded Korea in a talk show format. But since crosstalk and talk shows were different forms of art, the way of scolding would surely be different. Since they've never heard it before, they became really curious. Indeed, Zhang Ye fulfilled everyone's wishes as he said, "I heard that there are many talented people in Korea." Yao Jiankai said, "There are definitely quite a few." Zhang Ye's eyes brightened as he said, "I heard that all of the world's talented people are Koreans. People like Buddha and Confucius. Are there people? I even heard that teacher Yao belongs to their country." Yao Jiankai quickly gave a wave of his hand. "I'm definitely not." Zhang Ye glanced at him. "It would be good if you were. Since they do not know how good we are, if we were to send a few of our crosstalkers over to them, they would certainly cause the country to perish." Yao Jiankai said, "Oh boy, can a crosstalker really cause that much damage?" When this joke came out, the audience immediately went into a crazed laughter. This was so good. This was too damn king interesting. It seemed like Zhang Ye did not need to use a talk show style of scolding to insult the Koreans. He could do it in a crosstalk style as well. Not only that, he even managed to scold the crosstalk world together at the same time. A few crosstalk actors hit their seat, arms in anger. Those Hallyu fans' faces also turned red in anger. Zhang Ye was not done speaking. "I heard that Korea recently created a rocket which would carry some scientists and bring them all the way to the sun." Yao Jiankai stopped him. Wait a moment. To the sun?" Zhang Ye said, "Yes." Yao Jiankai said nervously, "But the sun is so hot. It's a ball of flames." Zhang Ye blinked and said, "The Koreans said that they would go at night." All of the audience laughed loudly. Yao Jiankai said speechlessly, "I've never heard of such careless people. Does it seem right that they should go there at night?" Zhang Ye continued to say, "Whatever. We'd never understand the people from that place anyway. So let's just agree on the fact that they're just a small nation." Yao Jiankai nodded. "Yeah, they're not big." Zhang Ye said, "They can't compare to us. Just look at our weather reports. Those take 15 minutes just to finish reporting." Yao Jiankai nodded. "That's because we have a lot of different areas to report on." Zhang Ye said, "The Korean weather report only consists of one sentence." Yao Jiankai did not seem to understand, so he asked, "What do you mean?" Zhang Ye pointed to the sky and said, "The whole country will experience rainfall." Yao Jiankai exclaimed, "Just a single rain cloud can cover the entire country? That's really too small." "Ha ha ha. Whole country will experience rainfall. Pooh, I can't take this anymore. Ha ha. Teacher Zhang Ye still has it in him. His combat power against the Koreans is rocketing off the charts. Look at Teacher Zhang Ye's eyes. Whenever he speaks about this, his eyes are always gleaming. He's really making me laugh too hard. Godly. He's divine. A god of scolding. Tell me, how did Teacher Zhang Ye's brain develop in such a freaking way? Is that a spontaneous act? I'm sure the script didn't have that. Didn't you see Yao Jiankai hesitate for a moment and nearly couldn't connect? This was a special joke segment meant for those Hallyu fans. A spontaneous joke segment? How awesome. Zhang Ye is truly Zhang Ye. He can do everything so effortlessly. Look at those Hallyu fans. Their faces have all turned green from the scolding. Wave after wave. The scoldings came at them wave after wave. He killed them over and over again. It was as though this question was posed to everyone. Who still wants a piece of Zhang Ye? Those Hallyu fans could only stare in anger at Zhang Ye on the stage, but they could not muster up another word. They stopped their trouble making as they knew that even if all of them combined their scolding prowesses, they would still be outmatched by that single person on stage. After the laughter died down, the audience became quiet. Zhang Ye blinked and said, "I think we deviated a little." "So right, where were we?" Yao Jiankai said in frustration, "I don't know either. You totally went off script." The audience laughed again. Sure enough, as they had thought, this had been a spontaneous joke segment that was added in. Zhang Ye had confused even himself with it and couldn't get back on point. Tang Dazhang and the other crosstalk world members were all waiting for him to fumble, But just one sentence from Zhang Ye was enough to disappoint them. Zhang Ye retraced his words and muttered, "Whole country experience rainfall. Experience rainfall. So what really is elegance?" Yao Jinkai acted as though he was about to fall backward. "Heh, is that how you retrace your words?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I had to go back to topic somehow." "That is too great a transition." Yao Jinkai slapped his forehead. "Ha ha ha. Ah." As there was an incident of several Hallyu fans trying to create trouble, Zhang Ye had gone off tangent and inserted a joke segment to deal with them. Naturally, that caused the topic to go farther and farther away and should amount to a flaw in the crosstalk. But with Zhang Ye's wit, he had turned this flaw and mistake into another joke segment. This caused the audience to laugh out loud at their words. To Zhang Ye, it seemed as though crosstalk was as simple as a normal conversation. This was the first time the audience had heard crosstalk presented in such a manner. Yao Jinkai was also very impressed. To partner with Zhang Ye in crosstalking, he felt very at ease, like a fish in water. He was relaxed and only needed to support him with very little effort. All he needed to do was follow, and the rest would be handled by Zhang Ye. Like the incident that had just happened, Yao Jinkai knew that if it were his old crosstalk partner, they would definitely have been blindsided. The audience would surely spot the mistakes. Rather than mentioning about inserting a new joke segment, he was pretty sure they wouldn't even be able to follow through with the original script. But when all of these problems were handled by Zhang Ye, they did not even seem like problems at all. With a little bit of wrangling and chatting, any flaw could transform into a joke segment. It made the incident look like it was pre-planned to tickle the audience. Zhang Ye's basics in crosstalk had even embarrassed a professional crosstalk actor like Yao Jinkai. A question also arose in the back of the audience's minds. Zhang Ye was an amateur? This was Zhang Ye's first time taking part in crosstalk? He had never learned this before. Chapter 497, I Don't Know Speed Recital? The studio's atmosphere was getting hyped up. On stage, the crosstalk performance was still ongoing. Zhang Ye looked at the audience and said, "There are people who doubt us and criticize us, both of which we can understand why. Any form of art style will find it impossible to appeal to everyone. Some of those who say that they like Zhang Ye's crosstalk, those people aren't wrong. While others who say that they dislike Zhang Ye's crosstalk, they aren't wrong either. But if the second group of people continues to insist that they are more elegant than the first type, then they are making a big mistake." BBA, BBA, BBA. Great. Well said. The audience clapped loudly. Zhang Ye added on, "That is also the reason why they are always considered too indie-rate." Ha ha, the audience laughed. Zhang Ye said, "Art is not something that can be classified as high class or low class." Yao Jinkai nodded in agreement. "You're right." Zhang Ye said, "Elegance might exist or not, but vulgarity is something none of us can escape from." "Can you explain?" Yao Jinkai asked. Zhang Ye said, "It's easy to understand. For example, oil paintings, operas, or ballet. Would you die if you don't view or watch those? You wouldn't die. Life would still carry on as usual, but to leave behind vulgarity, you would surely die. A garlic is vulgar? I don't believe that you can stir-fry eggplant without adding garlic. Or are you going to use coffee in its place?" Yao Jinkai laughed. "Have you ever heard of using coffee to stir-fry vegetables?" Zhang Ye said, "Shit, farts are vulgar? If you are so capable, then don't ever go to the toilet in your lifetime." Yao Jinkai said, "Heh, then surely they would die from constipation." Everyone roared with laughter. Zhang Ye tilted his head a little. "Isn't that true?" Yao Jinkai nodded. "That is the truth." Zhang Ye continued on with more momentum as the audience's mood heightened. He was letting loose his inhibitions as he said, "Some people scold me saying that I do not understand what crosstalk is about and accuse me of insulting this art form. Teacher Yao and I are different. He can be considered as a professional crosstalk actor and learned about it since he was young. I did not. Those who know me will know that I am in the profession of broadcast hosting. That is what I did for a living. So if we compare me to all those other competitors in this competition, then I am really considered as a layman. But even for a layman, if you accuse me of not knowing what crosstalk is, then that is unacceptable. If you say that about me, I will definitely bring it up to you, layman. But a layman who understands crosstalk?" Yao Jinkai asked puzzledly. "What do you mean?" Zhang Ye looked at everyone and said, "I don't know what and where those people who are scolding me are coming from. But what exactly would you call understanding crosstalk? How would you know whether or not someone understands what crosstalk is really about? From the area where the 100 teams were seated, someone suddenly shouted, "Speed recital." At this moment, no one in the audience made a sound. Instead, it was all the other competitors who started to make a scene. Show us one. Yeah, do a speed recital for us. That is one of the basics of crosstalk. Since teacher Zhang claims to know what crosstalk is about, you should show us what you can do. The crosstalk competitors who suggested that were all harboring their own motives. What was a speed recital? It simply meant reciting a string of complex words and vocabulary inserted into a storyline in a continuous breath. In traditional crosstalk, they were often used as joke segments. This was no longer a question of it being a difficult task, as speed recitals were usually practiced and honed from a young age. Those who started learning crosstalk at an older age might not even be able to do it with several years of practice. Even for those who began from a young age and trained under a master, many of them might still find it difficult to do well. It takes a lot of concentration, and they would easily commit mistakes or be slow in their recitation. That is the reason why speed recitals were considered to be difficult even for professional crosstalk actors, not to mention a layman. The audience naturally knew this as well. Speed recital? Damn, this bunch of people are messing around again. Teacher Zhang, don't bother about them. This bunch of competitors who couldn't match Zhang Ye's abilities in crosstalking were riding on the wave of disgruntlement of the crosstalk world in calling for Zhang Ye's disqualification from the competition. This had already pretty much disappointed the audience, but at the studio, the same people were once again trying to cause Zhang Ye's downfall. Many of the audience members were getting angry and felt that those people were really ungrateful. Their abilities were not as good as Zhang Ye's, and now they were trying to create trouble for him. Yao Jinkai pretended not to hear it. Speed recital? Even he could not do it. Perhaps if he tried, he could speed recite a small portion. As a supporting actor, he did not learn much about speed recitals. Rather than trying to help Zhang Ye out, he decided it would be better to just ignore their clamor. But Zhang Ye did not ignore them. Speed recital? That's right. Right. If you are capable, show us one. The other competitors did not know that they were in a live broadcast at the moment. Thinking that the cameras were not switched to recording mode, they did not hold back at all. Earlier, they were bearing the brunt of Zhang Ye's scolding and keeping silent. But now was the time for them to gain back some face. We can't outscold you? Fine, then let's decide it with a clash of abilities. A crosstalk actor's basic skills were honed over a decade or two. They wouldn't believe that Zhang Ye would be able to do a good speed recital, as even among rookies like themselves, only a handful could do it well. Zhang Ye smiled. Oh, so in your eyes, a person who can do speed recitals is someone who understands crosstalk? Yao Jinkai made a pass at him, but Zhang Ye acted like he did not notice it. Sure then, since there are so many people here today, I believe everyone is also anticipating something? Then, I will do one for all of you here. Is everyone willing to listen, or are you all willing to listen? Yao Jinkai said. There's only a choice of willing to listen. Tang Dazhang was stunned for a bit. The other crosstalk actors were also slightly befuddled. What did he mean by that? That Zhang guy was really going to do it? Does he even know how? When the audience realized what was going on, they were momentarily shocked. What? Does teacher Zhang really King know how to do a speed recital? It can't be. They were beginning to have some expectations now. Zhang Ye smiled. What does everyone want to hear? A female audience shouted. The Imperial Feast List. This speed recital had been performed by Zhang Ye before on his talk show, albeit it being a shorter version. He had simply recited the names of a few dishes back then, and those who had seen that episode of the talk show probably thought that Zhang Ye only knew the beginning portion of it. When he heard the request, Zhang Ye smiled and began reciting. I'll treat you to steamed lamb, steamed bear's paw, steamed deer's tail, roast duck, roast hen, roast green goose, stewed pig, stewed chicken, preserved ham, preserved egg, dried ham, sausage, assorted vegetables, smoked chicken with tripe, steamed pig with 8 treasures, duck brewed with glutinous rice, pot-braised pheasant, pot-braised quail, simmered chicken giblets in brine, simmered goose in brine, simmered prawns, braised shrimps, soy-shelled shrimps, pheasant, dried hare meat, chives dumplings, whitebait, steamed wood frog, braised duck kidney, braised duck slices, cold dish with duck slices, stir-fried cattle aorta, braised white eel, braised finless eel, dace with black bean, pan-braised dace, stewed soft-shelled turtle, pan-braised saprinity, stir-fried carp, soft-fried pork tenderloin, soft-fried chicken, assorted intestine and intestine, crisp rolls with pepper, quick-fried mushroom, quick-fried fish paste, quick-fried fish slices, quick-fried fish maw, sautéed. Meat slices in vinegar sauce, braised white mushroom, braised 3 delicacies, stir-fried whitebait, braised sea eel, stir-fried white prawn, fried clams, stir-fried fish-like dough, stir-fried bamboo shoot, hibiscus jelly, stir-fried liver, southern stir-fried liver, stir-fried bamboo shoot, with sirloin. When this large amount of dish names were recited, their fellow competitors were stunned. Tang Dezhong, Su Wenxiang, and the other crosstalk artists also looked at one another in surprise. No one could have expected Zhang Ye to start without even thinking. He did not even bat an eyelid as the words rolled off his tongue without needing to stop for a breath. When compared to a professional crosstalk actor's speed recital, Zhang Ye had even done it faster and smoother than them. The speed of his recital was like a speeding vehicle. Zhang Ye continued, red meatballs, white meatballs, quick-fried meatballs, deep-fried meatballs, 3 delicacies meatballs, for happiness meatballs, southern-style meatballs, onion meatballs, Sioux-style meatballs, bean curd meatballs, stewed red meat, stewed white meat, pork stew, fatty pork, roast pork, pork in sauce, pork wrapped in lotus leaf, first-class meat, cherry meat, Maya meat, yuanbao meat, faloo meat, red pork elbow, white pork elbow, crystal pork elbow, honey pork elbow, pork elbow stew, pulled pork elbow, steamed mutton, roasted mutton, 5-spiced mutton, mutton in sauce, assorted boiled meat, assorted stirred fried meat, braised assorted meat, simmered duck innards, 3 delicacies shark's fin, chestnut chicken, steamed live carp, salted duck meat, spring chicken. He had finished reciting. Not a single dish name was missed out. The audience were still checking if he had gotten them all and were stunned to realize that he did not miss a single one. Even his partner, Yao Jinkai, could only look at him while looking a little confused. He did not know that Zhang Ye even had such talents. F***K. He could even do speed recitals? Not only could he do it, he even did it better than most professionals. That's impossible. When did this kid learn how to do this? Actually, Zhang Ye did not need to learn it. With the memory search capsule, he had already memorized all the joke segments and speed recitals that he knew of. Being a broadcast host, being able to do this was second nature to Zhang Ye. Even after he had finished reciting, he did not need to catch his breath and still looked rather relaxed. Some crosstalk competitors, who still couldn't believe what they heard, challengingly shouted, "The geographical map." Zhang Ye began immediately at the next moment, rushing to the Northern Pass, walking to Hebei Main Street, Red Bridge, Yang Village, Kai Village, Hexawu, Anping, Harbor Quay, Zhangjia Turn, through Tongzhou Bali Bridge, into Beijing Chaoyingmen, out at Beijing Dishengmen, into the Qinghe, Shay, Chongping County, Nankou, Green Dragon Bridge, Kong Village, Huailai, Shacheng, Baoan, Lower Gardens, Xian Village, Zhuanhuafu, Shilingzi, Yulin, Zhangjiago, Chigo Fort, Xiwan, Tian Town, Yanggao County, Jewel Fort, Zhou Village, Datong, Gushin, Hongxi Fort, Feng Town, Suji, Jining, Sanfengkou, Shibatai, Zhuozi, Camp Sandao, Camp Qixia, Tayaboki. The audience was stunned once again, but Zhang Ye was still not done, continuing like a speeding bullet this time, without losing his breath, walking into Qinhuangdao, Beidai River, Chongli County, reaching Wanzhou, Gai, Kaiping to Tangshan, Lutai, Hanggu, Tonggu, Xinhe 50th Street, Dongxin Village, Junliang City, Xinhe, Zhonggui Village, Second Cultural Palace, Qian Village, Dejiagu, Trolleybus Factory, Dawang Village, past Liberation Bridge, Binjiang Way, Heping Road, Nanshur, and finally reaching the Great Wall Movie Theater. At this moment, a lot of the audience members stood up. Great! Damn F***, King great. That was too awesome, Teacher Zhang. You recited it too beautifully. The applause began to thunder throughout the studio into a deafening roar. Chapter 498, Champions. Not only was the live audience stunned from listening, Those who were watching the live stream were also at a loss for words. Damn that. This. Teacher Zhang is really going against the heavens. Ha ha ha. Such domination. The moment was shown in its full glory online, even causing the live stream's comment section to blow up with comments. Previously, Zhang Ye had shown his talents by cracking creative jokes and setting up jokes for later reveals. With his extraordinary wit, he had managed to perform his crosstalk in a flawless manner and tickled all of the members of the audience. But today, Zhang Ye once again caused everyone to be shocked. No one had expected that he would know how to do speed recitals, and it even seemed like he could recite anything that anyone wanted him to. He was so familiar with these speed recital passages that every word just rolled off his tongue. He had an amazing foundation that left everyone dumbfounded, who claimed that Zhang Ye only knew how to perform crosstalk with those vulgar jokes of his. He knew how to do traditional joke segments too, and he even did them so much better than a professional crosstalk artist. Tang Dezhong. Su Wenxiang's expression also turned dark as he remained silent. Over in the participants' seating area, everyone was just staring with their eyes wide open. They could not make a sound at all. Those who had caused the most commotion earlier had now been slapped hard on their faces. The audience were still clapping. They only came back to their senses when Zhang Ye said, whether it's speed recital or traditional joke segments, it isn't that I don't know how to do them, but because I am not a professional crosstalk performer. However, I dare to make the claim that I can understand more about crosstalk than most crosstalk actors. Let me put this straight now. As long as you can point out a speed recital passage that you want me to perform, I will not step down from the challenge. Any one of you can randomly pick out something, and if I get a single word wrong, then I will leave the crosstalk arena voluntarily. This is what I dare to promise. Yao Jinkai stood at the side applauding as he laughed. The audience were also fully impressed. Dominating. What a fierce person. Teacher Zhang is so good. I love you, Teacher Zhang. Ha ha. That's the spirit. Who still dares to say that you do not know crosstalk? Even they can't recite those speed recitals that you just did. There was nothing else left for all these crosstalk actors and rookie competitors to say anymore. Since Zhang Ye dared to claim so, they were sure he had the ability to do it. He had already shown them what he was truly capable of. At this moment, the dominating spirit exuding from Zhang Ye had fully suppressed these people. Zhang Ye looked down from the stage and said, if someone knows how to speed recite, then that means they're crosstalk actors? If they know how to use an elegant joke segment, that means they're crosstalk masters? If they can use a crosstalk performance to educate, that means they're crosstalk artists? I disagree, and I am sure that our audience members do not agree either. Using such sayings to differentiate between the upper and lower class is utterly savage. Yao Jinkai smiled. Yes, it can't be differentiated in this manner. Zhang Ye was getting angrier with each word. A crosstalk performance is required to be educative? What do you want to propagandize with crosstalk? That is definitely the biggest mistake. What were the origins of crosstalk hundreds of years ago about? How did crosstalk start? Those actors were just fighting to earn a living, to feed their families. It was an art form that was meant for everyone. It was that simple. But why did it have to become an elegant art form as decided by you all? Why did it become an art form that had to be educative as decided by you all? Aren't you people forgetting your roots? Aren't you forgetting your ancestors? After a round of scolding, he came back around to scold the crosstalk world. The audience applauded thunderously. Everyone knew that this particular crosstalk performance was already coming to an end. They also knew that this would be Zhang Ye and Yao Jinsai's last time standing on stage to perform crosstalk. From here on, it wasn't likely that they would be able to witness their performances ever again. Suddenly, when the audience heard the words that resonated with them, they started standing up from their seats. Zhang Ye said, especially now when our times are changing and society is progressing, there are people who lack money, a car, a house, moral values, all sorts of things. For me to be able to stand here today, I can't do much about those issues, but I can guarantee all of you that after you listen to my crosstalk, you will forget all these troubles. You will go home happy and cheerful. So what can be more important than that? That is the meaning of crosstalk. I am doing all of this to build a righteous and harmonious society. The audience's thunderous applause filled the studio once again. Great. Well said. Yao Jinkai laughed heartily and nodded. Zhang Ye looked at the audience and stated loudly, whoever said so? That crosstalk needs to educate people? Whoever said so? That crosstalks need to have a moral lesson? After listening to this crosstalk, you need to feel like you have learned something? After listening to that crosstalk, you would want to go out afterwards to donate blood, money, or even your kidney. That is impossible. Are we in the act of crosstalking, or are we the Red Cross? Are we artists, or are we educators? Aren't some authorities asking too much from crosstalk? Aren't some crosstalk actors thinking too highly of themselves? Does calling it an art form mean that it has to be educational to others? The number of audience members who stood up gradually increased. 300, 500, 1,000. Zhang Ye was talking louder and louder. Is Jinghuan Digu, storytelling in Beijing dialect with drum accompaniment, considered an art form? Then let me ask you this. After you have heard a performance of that, what did you learn? Drums? What can you learn from that? The audience was cheering and clapping madly. Zhang Ye said loudly again, is a symphony an art form? Then let me ask you this. After you have heard a performance, what did you learn? After you finish listening to a symphonic orchestra perform, what did you learn? Another 500 members of the audience stood up in applause. Zhang Ye cheekily asked, are circus acts also an art form? Then me ask again, when you watch a bear perform tricks, what did you learn? The audience's applauses came wave after wave and were drowning out all other noise in the venue. Zhang Ye said, when 15 circus acts ride on a motorbike together, did you also get educated by something like that? That they were in violation of traffic rules? Educate my ass. Yao Jinkai laughed. There's really some truth in that. The audience were laughing loudly and applauding. At this moment, it felt like the whole auditorium of people had their blooding pumping in excitement, including those on the second floor. Zhang Ye took a white towel from the table and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then, he threw it down back on the table roughly. And so I wonder why other forms of art are fine doing what they were meant to do, but us crosstalkers somehow have to fulfill being elegant and educative at the same time. Based on what? We're just two small-time crosstalk actors who have never committed any grave crimes. We just want to bring joy to our audience. So why is that so difficult to do? Why do the others hate us so much? Why do they insist on poking a hole in the sky? What is going on? He breathed a sigh. Zhang Ye pointed to the top of his head and said loudly, I do not believe that a sky so vast will not be able to tolerate our crosstalk. Then he pointed to his feet and said, I do not believe that the wide ground beneath our feet cannot accommodate the two of us. This was not Guodigang's words, but words from Zhang Ye himself. This was what he had always wanted to say. Yao Jinkai clapped. Well said. Off the stage, the time for the performance was already over. Some stage workers had already come onto the stage to clear it to allow for the next group to come on. Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai did not say anything. They bowed deeply to the audience and turned around to leave the stage. At this moment, the audience suddenly broke out into loud chants. Almost the entire audience, thousands of them, were shouting their names and sounding indignant. Teacher Yao, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. Following that, someone took the lead with the chants and shouted a single word. It was a word that expressed what they felt Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai deserved. Champions, 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 champions. With Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai's performance completed, they knew that the two of them would surely be disqualified from the competition, but they also knew that only the two of them deserved to be the champions. No one else deserved it. Chapter 499. The crosstalk and skit competition gets called off. Backstage. After they went off stage, Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai did not bother making their way back to their auditorium seats, as it was meaningless to go back. The two of them went directly to the makeup room to change out of their costumes. Even though they had already gone so far away, they could still hear the chants that emanated clearly from the auditorium. Zhang Ye, Teacher Yao, champions. The next participants did not begin as the audience did not seem like they wanted to give them a chance to perform. They only had eyes for Zhang Ye's team. Yao Jinkai sighed a little. We've really scolded to our heart's content today. Zhang Ye smiled. I got such a kick out of it too. We really didn't come for nothing. Yao Jinkai laughed. Yeah. Even though we don't have a chance to advance to the main matches or go on a live broadcast, after seeing so many in the audience support us this way, I know we were really right to come here. Zhang Ye stood up. Let's go. Yao Jinkai said. It's just such a pity that our scolding segments were not seen by anyone else other than the live audience. Zhang Ye did not say anything, but felt relaxed. Eh. Yao Jinkai suddenly said, "Why is there a burning smell?" Zhang Ye sniffed a little. "Yeah, I smell it too. I hope it's not a fire." Leaving the makeup room, they looked in the same direction and saw many staff members moving in and out. A few of them even had dark expressions of lingering fear. Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai looked at each other and understood something at this moment. Could there really have been a fire? The other side. A group of people were continuously streaming in. What happened? Leader, a portable charger exploded just now, and the control room is on fire. What did I say? What did I say yesterday? I said to ensure that there would be no problems. So how did this happen again? So why did this happen again? We didn't want this to happen either, but no buts. Just take a look at the live broadcast signal now. Live broadcast signal? We already cut to commercials. Yes, there shouldn't have been a problem. The fire was not too big and was under control. Only a few cabinets and articles of clothing were damaged, but our control equipment was. Why is the live broadcast signal showing the auditorium's feed? Who switched the controls? Why is the white switch pointed up? Who did this? Heavens! Zhang Ye and Yao Jinsai's crosstalk was live streamed again. What the heck is going on here? This is already the third day that something like this has happened. Everything was now a big mess. The person in charge quickly sought to cut off the video signal, while the angry Central TV's leaders looked on in furiousness. His heart had gone cold knowing the big trouble that they were in for. When it happened the first time, they had gotten away with it. The second time, they were forgiven as well, but this was already the third time that it had happened. The National Crosstalk and Skit Competition had given band artists a live broadcast 3 times in as many days, so all of the consequences were now out of their control. Even Central TV's Department 11 might not be able to hold up against the authorities anymore. To everyone else, it was clearly an act of defiance towards the authorities. But only their team's internal staff knew this. Of course, they would not have gone against the orders of the management. Even if they had 100 lives, they would not dare to do so. The first time was because of a misunderstanding. The second time was due to a fault in the backup signals. The third time had happened due to a fire causing a wrong control to be pressed. Each time it happened was due to accidents, and the program team no longer knew how to explain it without sounding like they were making up excuses. Their impression of Zhang Ye at the beginning was already not good, but after all these events, they even felt like they hated him. That fellow was truly a jinx. He was even exuding a sense of weirdness from head to toe. It made everyone speechless. Central TV's leaders did not bother to give them a dressing down. After giving them several tasks to do, they immediately went off to an emergency meeting to clear up the issues with the authorities. Outside the makeup room, Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai also found out about this matter from the dialogues of several passing staff members. Yao Jinkai. Zhang Ye was already smiling. Luckily for him, the difficulty adjustment die's effect duration was for 6 days. It was already the third day today, and if the die roll only gave him 2 days of reduced difficulty, it wouldn't have been enough. Upon overhearing the passing staff, he knew it was the credit of the difficulty adjustment die again. In front, the program team's person in charge had brought a few other staff and hurried over. When he saw Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai, his face sunk as he said, "I was just looking for the 2 of you." Zhang Ye looked at him. "What's the matter?" The person in charge said coldly, "I am officially informing both of you that you have been disqualified from the competition due to policy violations. With your performance containing elements of the 3 vulgarities that has caused disruption to the crosstalk competition, misleading the audience, conveying negative information, and negatively affecting other competitors. Right now, all votes towards your team will be voided, so we will need you to pack up your belongings and leave the premises immediately." Zhang Ye said, "If you want to disqualify us from the competition, I have no problem with that. But if you say that our performance violated policies by stirring up other competitors and misleading the audience, then I will not accept it." He blocked their path and continued, "When did I mislead the audience? When did you see me stirring up our competitors? They were the ones who tried to turn everyone against us. So did I affect them, or did they affect me? Old Yao and I were just performing our crosstalk, and we did not offend anyone from the beginning. But somehow, these bunch of people started scolding me, and now you claim that I was affecting them? I will affect your great-grandpa." A staff stared and said, "How dare you scold us?" Zhang Ye, the person in charge, nearly blew his top. He was the head of a national crosstalk and skit competition program that was the top-rated show every year, so he was quite famous in the industry. Whenever most celebrities or actors saw him, they would definitely treat him with a lot of respect. Who would have dared to speak to him in this manner? What did a celebrity depend on? They depended on popularity. How could they gain popularity? They definitely need a platform to gain popularity. Because of this reason, most celebrities did not dare offend people from the television stations. But this Zhang guy standing in front of him did not follow the industry's rules and just scolded as he liked. He totally did not treat him with any respect. Of course, Zhang Ye would not treat him with respect. He had already hit rock bottom and had nothing to lose from being banned. So what was he afraid of? Even if he treated the person in charge with respect, it would not have helped him to get on TV anyway. So why should he be respectful at this point? Who the hell did that person think he is? A commotion had started over here. Yao Jiankai was trying to settle it peacefully by saying, "Forget it. Old bro, don't take it up with these bunch of people." On the web, the crosstalk and skit competition program's notice of Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai's disqualification had been posted online. When it was released, many people got angry about it even though they knew it was inevitable. This bunch of grandsons. That bunch of grandsons. I'll never watch the crosstalk competition ever again. Zhang Ye spoke so well. Are those people blind? They can't even differentiate between what's good and what's bad. The point of crosstalk is to entertain the audience. But those aren't people being dumb to insist that it has to be elegant and educative. Do we fucking need you to educate us? Who do you think you are? They even used a reason like misleading the audience? That's really laughable. I think it's the program team and the crosstalk world's people who are the ones trying to mislead us instead. The audience enjoyed Teacher Zhang and Teacher Yao's work, but it's only you people who dislike it. So you're forcing their disqualification by claiming that their work was disastrous and ruined the people. I would like to put out this question of who are the ones who are really misleading the audience. I like Zhang Ye too much. If Zhang Ye is no longer participating, then I wouldn't bother with this lousy program anymore. Yeah, they want to boycott Teacher Zhang? Then we will boycott the crosstalk competition instead. That's right. Count me in. All of a sudden, countless people had gone onto the crosstalk competition's website to scold them. At the competition venue, in the participants' seating area, a youth was holding his cell phone and waving it around saying, "Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai have been disqualified." An official notice was posted by the program team. Another middle-aged crosstalk actor nodded. They're finally being chased away. A rookie crosstalk actor whispered to his partner, "With Zhang Ye gone, those people who were supporting him will come to us now." His partner replied softly. When the two of them were here, the audience was only interested in him. We know that from the vote statistics, but now that he's gone, those votes will come to us instead. Our popularity can only surge ahead now. No one would do something if there wasn't anything to gain from it. These bunch of people had tried so hard to bring down Zhang Ye because there was something to gain from it. That was what most of them had in mind. The next team had already gone on stage for their performance, which was live broadcasted. It was Tang Dezhang's disciples, Zhang Xiao and Lu Yuan. But what was surprising was that after the hosts had announced their team, there was barely any applause for them. The paltry applause that was heard was very sparse, and mainly came from the front row where the crosstalk world's members were seated. The duo began their performance. But the audience members were no longer interested. Their craving had already been satisfied after listening to Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai's performance. They did not want to listen to crosstalks by anyone else anymore. It was difficult to listen any further. It was the same online, and no one was watched the live stream anymore. As Zhang Xiao and Lu Yuan performed on stage, they could feel the disinterest from the audience. Many people had their heads lowered, checking their cell phones or chatting amongst themselves. There weren't many people who were seriously listening to them at all. When one of the joke segments that Zhang Xiao was very proud of was executed, he waited for their response, but there was hardly any laughter coming from below the stage and was abuzz with sounds of conversations. The competition atmosphere was getting very awkward and poor. When Zhang Xiao and Lu Yuan noticed this, they were particularly affected by it and could not carry on with their performance. It's like this. So the moon, so the sun. Zhang Xiao and Lu Yuan's performance was full of mistakes. When their master Tang Dezhang saw this, his face turned cold and his hands shivered. Why did it turn out this way? What was the audience doing? Do you all even understand what art is? My two disciples are clearly better than Zhang Ye, but why was no one listening? It was an extremely awkward scene. The Crosstalk World's veterans did not look too well either. When the program team noticed this, they began to panic. Without any interest from the audience, the actors would be badly affected. How could the competition move on if that happened? After 10 minutes, it was time for another team's performance. The third team, the fourth team. But the situation did not turn any better. Many people from the audience were leaving early as they streamed out of the venue. They'd rather go home or go for a meal instead of watching this any further. The program team's mood had totally changed by now. They had a very bad feeling about all of this. Those competition participants who had boycotted Zhang Ye and called for his disqualification were now left cold in their hearts. They had initially thought that if their two strongest foes were disqualified, the rest would be able to get a share of their votes and would increase their chances of advancing. So when they saw that the Crosstalk World's veterans boycotting Zhang Ye, and with the encouragement from them, they had joined them in calling for Zhang Ye's team to be disqualified. If they could get rid of him, they would have gained a lot from it. But now, the outcome was totally different from what they had thought would be. Indeed, Zhang Ye had gone down, but they did not move up at all. Not only that, they did not even get any attention from the audience as they had chosen to ignore the competition. With Zhang Ye's scolding from today, he had all been brought down together with him. Many of them finally realized that Zhang Ye's introduction of a new style of crosstalk was actually beneficial for the world of crosstalk. Zhang Ye had used his amazing talent to attract countless new audience members. He attracted those that did not watch crosstalk or those that had left due to being disappointed with the state of crosstalk, and brought them back to noticing this art form and these crosstalk actors again. Zhang Ye had been trying to make the cake bigger so that everyone could have a share, and this would have been a good thing for crosstalk as it would have brought about progress for them. Yet, this was not noticed by them while Zhang Ye was treated as a thorn in their sides. As for Zhang Ye and the Crosstalk World's complete division, it had been noticed by the audience as well. Those who had actually enjoyed crosstalk had now given up on them as they chose to support Zhang Ye instead. The disqualification had not affected Zhang Ye much, as his name had now been noticed by everyone. His work was now recognized by the masses. In fact, it was the Crosstalk World which was hurt from Zhang Ye's disqualification from the competition. Zhang Ye had left having taken a large chunk of the Crosstalk World's flesh along with him. It had further reduced the number of loyal fans of the art form from its already small fan base. Someone had checked on the Celebrity Rankings website and discovered another shocking truth. This was not a guess, but a fact that was backed up by real data. Tang Dazhang's ranking had slid back down. For the past few days, he had been in first place on the D list, and he had nearly broken through into the C list rankings. But now, he was ranked 5th place on the D list, dropping 4 places. Crosstalk artist, Master Su Wenxiang rank had also fallen. He was an extremely experienced crosstalk veteran and was rather popular as well, but that was now a thing of the past as he was ranked at the front of the E-listers. After today's incident and Zhang Ye's crosstalk performance, Su Wenxiang's ranking had dropped drastically, and his name was now floating in the middle of the E-list rankings. As for the Crosstalk World's other mainstream actors, competition participants, and those rookies, all of their rankings declined at different rates. The collective members of the Crosstalk World had their popularity negatively affected. This was something of a shock that none of them had expected. But for Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai, after their first performance, their popularity had already started to increase. When the second and third performances were done, Zhang Ye was no longer in the last few positions of the C-list rankings, but had moved into the middle positions instead. It wasn't even the lower half of the middle positions, but rather the upper half, and that was just after 3 crosstalk performances. From the last position to the mid-top positions on the C-list. The increase in popularity was shocking. With this momentum, as long as he worked a little harder this year, he might even be able to reach the B-list rankings before the end of the year. It could even happen before the middle of the year, but of course, that would depend on whether his ban was lifted or not. Otherwise, he probably did not have a shot at all. Zhang Ye's popular had soared too much this time. The C-list was a completely different concept from the D and E lists. The higher-ranked lists had fewer celebrities, and there was a fixed number of artists in each list, with the difficulty increasing the higher the list went. When Zhang Ye had risen from the bottom to the middle of the D-list previously, the difficulty level of that compared to him rising from the bottom to the middle of the C-list was totally different. Why did his popularity increase so much? It was because the audience and viewers liked him. Back then, when Zhang Ye was lecturing about the three kingdoms, talking about the dream of the Red Chamber, composing poetry and lyrics, writing couplets, writing supernatural novels, writing fairy tales, and many other things. All of these activities had helped him to gain some audiences and supporters. There were some people who started paying attention to him, and his reputation grew, but he was still not watched by everyone in the country. Even when he did his talk show, not everyone would accept it. In his previous world, talk shows in the country were not exactly watched by everyone. What's more, in this world, talk shows were unheard of before he introduced it over here. For him to gain fame, he would have to slowly work his way up. This was why since Zhang Ye debuted, he had to fight for every bit of fame he could get. Becoming an overnight star did not happen to him, nor would it ever happen. But the crosstalk competition this time allowed him to gain a lot of fame in a short time. Decree number 43's ban and Zhang Ye's participation in the crosstalk competition had laid out the infinite anticipation of the audience. He was attracting a lot of attention at the moment, as even this form of artistic performance had quite a good following, as this art form had a very good audience base and the market had been built up for some time already. On top of that, the national crosstalk and skit competition was a very well-watched event and would be repeated on broadcast even after it was over. With Zhang Ye bringing over the works of Guodi Gang into this world and his disagreements with the crosstalk world, it created discussions and attention that was unforeseen. Thus, with all of that adding up, Zhang Ye's reputation grew rapidly and brought him a step closer to the B-list celebrity rankings. This was a case of being in the right place at the right time and not something that could be achieved just because of a good piece of work. For example, in his previous world, Guodi Gang had to use over 10 years to go from being an unknown person to climbing to the top of the crosstalk world. Yet Zhang Ye only used 3 days and had already achieved some results. He knew that he was lucky this time. As for Yao Jiankai, his popularity had risen ferociously as well. Old Yao had already moved up to the top of the D-list rankings and wasn't too far from breaking into the C-list. A lot of people saw these rankings on Weibo. Wow, Teacher Zhang's popularity is so high. Holy sh*t. Why did his popularity increase so much? He's headed for the B-list celebrities at this rate. Old Yao isn't doing bad either. Those two old bros have surely increased their popularity by quite a lot this time. Even though they were disqualified, they gained a lot from this competition as well. The masses' eyes are clear to the ongoings of all that had happened. Look at Tang Dazhong and those other crosstalk actors, huh? Their popularity has dropped by so much. They totally deserved it. The audience isn't stupid. They know how to differentiate between the good and bad. Suddenly, at this moment, the crosstalk competition's live broadcast was cut. A lot of the viewers did not understand what was going on. What happened? The live broadcast has stopped? Is there a problem again? Shortly after, a notice from the SARFD was released to explain that this year's national crosstalk and skit competition would be cancelled effective immediately and would not be broadcasted any further. It's being taken off air? What? Ha. Well done for this halt. That's what you get for scolding Teacher Zhang. Well done for this halt. If Zhang Ye can't perform any further, then none of you will get to perform either. The netizens were gloating. This hit the Central TV Department 11's program team in the whole of the crosstalk world like a lightning bolt. The program had only just begun and the preliminaries were still being held. Stop broadcasting? And stop immediately? They knew that this was the fallout from the authorities no longer being able to bear their continuous mistakes in airing footage of banned artists. The program team's person in charge slumped back heavily into his chair. Zhang Xiao and Lu Yuan, as well as the rest of the participants, were feeling saddened. After getting rid of Zhang Ye, not only did they not manage to get a share of his votes, they were now even unable to take part in the competition anymore. This struck them like a bolt of lightning, and they were going crazy about it. The one who was most affected was probably Tang Dazhong. He had been about to gain the status as a C-list celebrity in the celebrity rankings, but each time, he was denied by Zhang Ye. The competition was about to begin the semi-final round where he was scheduled to appear on the live broadcast as a judge, but there wasn't even a chance to do so now. He wouldn't even get the chance to appear on a live broadcast? Zhang Ye. This was all because of Zhang Ye. At this moment, everyone could only think of this jinx's name. On this day, the contestants were all feeling hurt. The Crosstalk World's members were all feeling hurt. Chapter 500. Wooing Sis Wu. Afternoon. It was cold out on the streets, but hints of spring could be felt. Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai emerged from the mess in Central TV's Department 11 and slipped out of the compound. Their mood was surprisingly good. Behind them, some people also gradually made their way out. One of the participants said, "How unlucky." A Crosstalk rookie said, "How did it end up like this?" Outside the compound, a few participants, who had been eliminated during the second round, were smoking when they saw them and asked curiously, "Hey, Old Wang, Old Sun, Teacher Chen, what are you all doing outside at this time? Didn't all of you qualify for the third round? It should be your turn to perform soon, right? Why are you all leaving?" One of them replied, "Hi, don't mention it anymore." A middle-aged Crosstalk actor said, "Don't you all know? The live broadcast was stopped and the competition has been canceled. It's all over. The SARFD has already ordered this year's competition to be canceled." The few eliminated participants were stunned and asked in surprise, "What? How could that happen?" One of the young participants was almost on the verge of tears. "It's all because of the mess that was caused by Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai." Central TV's Department 11 continuously made mistakes and allowed them to get live broadcasted day after day. This angered the authorities, and their patience finally snapped and handed down a heavy punishment. The targets were supposed to be Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai, but it has now even affected all of us, while Central TV and the Crosstalk World's reputation has suffered greatly. We were still discussing how Zhang Ye was such a jinx, and whoever got in his way would surely suffer from bad luck. Everyone put in so much effort for the competition this time, but all of that has gone to waste now. The participants were dejectedly walking away when they suddenly saw Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai ahead of them. Their expressions changed as they looked like they just wanted to get out of compound quickly to avoid the jinx. These were the people who had called for a boycott of Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai. Some of them even sent out open letters denouncing them as they played along to the tune of the Crosstalk World, which had been aggressively denouncing Zhang Ye, but now, their expressions were no longer arrogant like they had been before. Their body language showed a sense of defeat as their opposition to Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai this time had ended in complete and utter failure. They gained nothing. They did not become popular like they thought they would have. They even got into trouble? How could this happen? Behind them, the other mainstream Crosstalk artists and members of the Folk Arts Association were all looking glum. They had been the partners and organizers of the Crosstalk competition every year, but this year's cancellation left a very big dent in their reputations. "This is too much. That Zhang guy. This was a damn hooligan." Countless of Crosstalk actors were scolding Zhang Ye. At this moment, Zhang Ye and the Crosstalk and Folk Art World had completely parted ways. On the road, Zhang Ye was driving while making a beat by tapping on his steering wheel. Yao Jiankai was in the front passenger seat, where he was singing Peking opera along to the beat. Their mood was extremely good. Finally, Zhang Ye said, "Are you going home?" Yao Jiankai stopped singing and said, "Yes, home. I've been overworked these past few days, and I'm feeling so tired. I just want to get home and have a good sleep. Then I'll send you back home first." Zhang Ye asked, "What do you intend to do from tomorrow onwards?" Yao Jiankai gave a wave of his hand and said, "What else can I do? The ban is still in effect, and I can't do crosstalk anymore either. I guess there are no other things I can do for now, so I will probably stay home to rest and recharge my batteries. I can also accompany my wife more now, and she wouldn't be able to complain that I've been spending too much time outside doing filming. She can't make me go out and film now even if she wants me to." Zhang Ye said, "That's not a bad thing, though." Old Yao still sounded rather optimistic. Perhaps it was because he was still feeling good from the crosstalk performance earlier. On top of that, with the stoppage of the competition, the Crosstalk World's reputation had also dropped, and that made him very happy. All of these things had happened precisely because of him and Zhang Ye. "Because of your blessings, this old bro has finally gained a great increase in the celebrity rankings. The 10-odd, 20 TV dramas that I starred in, together with those 6 or 7 movies, could not have brought me such a great increase in popularity like I experienced today. I guess after I've had enough rest, I will go and do some commercial performances. Earlier, someone from my company informed me that there have been people asking about my availability to take part in ribbon cuttings, weddings, and whatnot. They offered a very high price for it too. So what do you think? Are you interested? If you are interested, we can take up some commercial performances. They will definitely up their offer. So how about we do this together? Zhang Ye waved his hand. I won't take up commercial performances. Are you for real? Yao Jinkai asked. Zhang Ye laughed and said, how can I not be for real? I don't even have an agent. Yao Jinkai laughed. I've heard that you didn't take up offers for commercial performances before, as those interested parties could not even reach you. I didn't think much of it before, but I didn't expect you to be for real. This old bro here is not reaching for a target as high as you. I just want to earn enough money to support my family. Yao Jinsai's eyes focused on a long-legged beauty sitting outside of a coffee place for the longest time before he turned back around. So what's your plan? Zhang Ye said helplessly. I don't know. I guess I will just stay at home. Regarding the matter of crosstalk, Zhang Ye had, with the help of Yao Jinkai, caused a very big ruckus. Although they did not become the champions, they had gone much further than Zhang Ye had expected. As for which path he would now go on towards, Zhang Ye was still undecided. He was still thinking about how to get out of the artist ban list, since if it didn't get lifted, Zhang Ye would basically have no way to move forward in the entertainment industry. The 5 times lower difficulty would still be effective for the next 3.5 days, so he should make use of this time to find a way around the ban. Otherwise, once the lower difficulty effect was over, it would be extremely difficult for him to make his comeback. He dropped of old Yao at the entrance of the district, turned his car around, and went back onto the road without a destination. He was just driving and wandering about on the city roads. Oh right, the cell phone was still switched off. When he switched it back on, his cell phone rang immediately. Son, Mom, why did the competition get canceled? I don't know why. They got what they deserved. If you can't stay in it, then they should forget about being able to do it as well. Little Zhang. Hi, former leader. You're really great. A national crosstalk and skit competition can be thrown into a mess all because of you. Why can't you take some time to stay out of all these troubles? It's not my fault that this happened. You should know exactly what kind of person I am. I never like causing trouble. Haha, come on you. Zhang Ye. Old Tian, you went to the venue as well? I saw you. Yeah, your eyes are really sharp then. I saw it all. Your crosstalk was really too godly. Listening to it live really left my adrenaline rushing. Haha, you're really the best. That bunch of crosstalk world members were probably crying after continuously being scolded by you for 2 days. Even the annual crosstalk competition has been canceled, and those crosstalk actors' popularity are all plummeting. They really lost it all this time. That mouth of yours is really the most vicious in the entertainment industry. You can kill someone with your scolding and even bring someone back to life with it. I doubt that they will dare to take you lightly from now on. His cell phone was constantly ringing with calls from his friends. Some sent messages to congratulate him for being able to increase his popularity while he was still banned and for destroying the crosstalk competition, etc., etc., etc. Zhang Ye replied them one by one and spent a whole day doing so. Not long after, there was only one last message to reply to. It wasn't an SMS, but a message from a chat app. He focused on the message from Water Lotus Moon, or better known as Wu Zuqing, the vice president of Peking University. He had not had a chat online in a long time. Water Lotus Moon, you created quite a wave. Zhang Ye replied. I was just talking nonsense. After a few seconds, DD, and a reply came in. Just talking nonsense, and you brought down an entire nation's top-rated program? Zhang Ye stopped his car by the side of the road to reply. I couldn't help it. They were bullying me and trying to get me banned, so I could only break through wherever I could find an opening. Water Lotus Moon, your performance was quite good. I heard it. I never expected that you would know crosstalk. Zhang Ye, there's no use in that. The competition has been stopped, and I can only stay at home now. Hoping for your consolation, big sis. Water Lotus Moon. How should I console you? Zhang Ye. Cough, cough. With a picture? Water Lotus Moon. Oh, what pictures do you want? Zhang Ye blinked and refrained from saying that he wanted nudes, So he sent over, "Whatever is fine, anything." Usually, he wouldn't dare speak like this if he stood before President Wu in real life. Her authority and status was too high for him. But when he chatted online with Water Lotus Moon, Zhang Ye's tone became more natural and easygoing. Of course, no matter how easygoing his tone was, Zhang Ye still had to put on a brave front to ask for a picture. There was no response from the other end. After about half a minute, a message came in. Zhang Ye quickly checked the incoming message and saw a photo being sent over. When it was successfully downloaded, he clicked on it, and the picture opened up on his screen. It was a landscape photo taken from shoulder level pointing downwards into the neckline of a coffee brown loose sweater. The neckline was revealed slight a deep cleavage, accompanied by the fair skin of her breasts. It was especially dazzling. If there were 3 ways to describe Sis Wu's breasts, then it would definitely be big. Too damn big. Although this was not the first time viewing Wu Ziqing's photos, and he had even helped her take such pictures before in real life, but after viewing such a picture again, Zhang Ye was still amazed at how big they were. Yes, it was so fair that it left Zhang Ye feeling thrilled. In the photos, a pair of slippers could be seen beside her left leg, and in front of her was a chopping board and knife. It looked like there were freshly chopped mushrooms and pork ribs. Zhang Ye swallowed his saliva and sent over, "Beautiful." Water Lotus Moon replied with a smiley face, "Thank you." Zhang Ye, "You're preparing dinner?" She was at home. Water Lotus Moon, "Yes, it's almost time for dinner. Have you eaten yet?" Zhang Ye, "Not yet. I just left Central TV." Water Lotus Moon, "Then the timing is just right. Come over to eat. It's more meaningful than me eating by myself." Zhang Ye replied, "Is that okay?" Water Lotus Moon, Her. What's there to stand on ceremony with Big Sis for?" Zhang Ye immediately replied, "Then I will respect your orders. I will there immediately." Water Lotus Moon, "Well, no need to rush." Putting down his cell phone, Zhang Ye took 2 deep breaths and looked at the picture that she had sent over once more. He could no longer wait, so he quickly drove his car towards Taoran Pavilion. At this timing, this place would usually have a traffic jam. The city's traffic junctions were very dense and close in intervals, but probably because of the difficulty adjustment dies effect, Zhang Ye did not get caught in a jam along the way. Not only that, from where he was to Taoran Pavilion Gardens East Gate, there were a total of 15 to 16 traffic junctions, in which all were showing the green light. There was totally no obstruction. The difficulty adjustment was too obvious. When he was almost at the destination, Zhang Ye suddenly thought of something. How would he try to solve the matter of being banned? He did not know and had not started thinking about it yet. But since there were still 3.5 days left of the reduced difficulty effect, Zhang Ye was not going to meet with any obstruction of any kind for the next few days. So he decided that he could do something within his control for now. Something that he could never have achieved if it was not for the difficulty adjustment die. Something like Wooing Sis Wu? Chapter 501. A Traveler's Necessity Novel Legend of Wukong. Afternoon, a little past 5 p.m. At the Wu residence. Zhang Ye had driven up to the villa's doorway and gave a honk from his car before looking over at the direction of the villa. A moment later, the garage door was remotely opened by someone in the villa, and he drove in to park the car. As Wu Ziqing's white BMW was already inside, there wasn't much space left to maneuver, and Zhang Ye took the entire day to get his car parked properly. He was mainly concerned about not scratching old Wu's car since his own car was a bulletproofed X5, which he didn't need to worry about. Even if someone tried to scratch it, they probably wouldn't leave much of a mark on it. He stepped out of his car and went into the house. The door was left open. "Sis Wu," Zhang Ye greeted as soon as he stepped in. A graceful figure standing in the open concept kitchen looked up. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "You're here? Come in and take a seat, but help me close the door behind you." "Sure." Zhang Ye closed the door and removed his shoes. "Do you have any slippers?" Wu Ziqing wiped her hands and went over to him. "There's a pair that you used the previous time. I will go look for them." Zhang Ye quickly tried to stop her. "Don't bother. I will look for it myself." "It's fine. You take a seat." Wu Ziqing squatted in front of the shoe rack and opened it up to look for the slippers. He hadn't seen Sis Wu in a while, and Zhang Ye rather missed her already. Today, Wu Ziqing was dressed in a brown knitted sweater that seemed to be quite loose-fitting and graceful at the same time. "I found it." Wu Ziqing took the slippers out. Zhang Ye was about to change into it, Thanks, a lot. Wu Ziqing held up his legs and put the slippers on him before going to wash her hands and to prepare a pot of tea for Zhang Ye. She placed a platter of fruits and sunflower seeds in front of him before returning to the kitchen to continue preparing dinner. She did not resemble a high-ranking authority figure at all, but simply felt like a homemaker. A while later, the dishes were prepared and dinner was ready. Wu Ziqing sat opposite of him, smiling and saying, "Try it." Zhang Ye picked up his chopsticks and said a little embarrassingly, "Sis Wu, you're being too kind to me. You're like this every time I visit, refusing to let me pour my own tea or help with preparing meals. I can't even help you with menial tasks like those, and I feel quite bad about it. I can't always be freeloading off you this way." He had rushed over, so he did not have time to stop by somewhere to get a little gift for the visit. The brain gold products in his car were clearly unsuitable since that product was from the company of Wu Ziqing's nephew, Wu Mo. If Sis Wu wanted any of that, all she had to do was to say so. Zhang Ye couldn't possibly present to Buddha with some borrowed flowers, so he came empty-handed. There were no wrinkles on Wu Ziqing's graceful-looking face, none that could be seen anyway. I'm not fussy about such things. If there's someone to join me and accompany me for meals, I could eat a little more that way. Here, try this. It's really good. Then have more. Sure, I won't hold back. After the meal, Zhang Ye did not hesitate and insisted on washing the dishes by taking them to the basin. But as he was running the water, he got stopped by Wu Ziqing, who was walking slowly over from behind. She gently pulled Zhang Ye away from the washing area. "Don't make Big Sis angry. Go out and watch TV." Zhang Ye said, "I will wash the dishes, I will wash them." Wu Ziqing would not have any of his excuses and lightly pulled him aside. "Step aside." Old Wu's arm was squeezing against Zhang Ye's chest, and that made his heart skip faster. He did not dare to move a muscle against old Wu, so he stepped back unwillingly and just looked on as old Wu washed the dishes. He did not move anywhere and just stood at that spot to chat with her. "I saw some luggage in the living room. Are you going somewhere, or did you just return home?" Wu Ziqing replied softly, "I just got home. I had wanted to plan a trip somewhere during the new year, but not long ago, I received a notification to attend training at a party training institution." Zhang Ye asked, "Are you going to get promoted soon?" She replied, "It's just a switch of roles and can't be considered as a promotion." Zhang Ye said, "That's still some sort of a promotion, congratulations. Where will you be posted?" "I still do not know the details, but for now, I am still considered to be a part of Peking University." Wu Ziqing put down a place. "If nothing goes wrong, I should be transferred to the south, to the publicity department." Zhang Ye blinked. "So far away?" Wu Ziqing nodded. "It's not near. Why didn't they transfer you to another university?" Zhang Ye asked. Wu Ziqing smiled. "Big Sis was only at Peking University temporarily. As I did not start off in an academic role, I can't possibly be transferring around school postings. I've got experience in education, publicity work, and overseen city investor programs. After all these years, I've dabbled in all sorts of work before and do not mind being transferred to any kind of work. I will do whatever the organization arranges for me. But since the order has not yet been passed, I might not necessarily be posted to the south." Zhang Ye felt a little unwilling to see her go. "When will you be leaving?" "It should be soon, but I will need to wait for the news." When she had spoken up till here, she turned around to look at Zhang Ye. "That's why I asked you to come over today, so that I could tell you about this. I know that your ban was not warranted, but as my position in Peking University has already been handed over, it wasn't convenient for me to represent Peking University to speak for you. That might create more trouble for you instead of helping you since I am no longer in that position." Zhang Ye said, "I understand, it's fine." Wu Ziqing said, "When some time has passed and I have settled down in my new post, I will see if I can help you in some way, but don't carry too much hopes about that because I can only try my best to think of a way for you." Zhang Ye understood and accepted her kind intentions. "That's all I need from you. It's fine. Don't bother yourself with this problem of mine anymore. It's too troublesome. It's not easy to handle." "That's true." Wu Ziqing finished washing the dishes. "What are your plans?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I don't have any plans nor can I plan for it. The road ahead has already been blocked, so anything I do is of no use. I suppose I will just stay at home." She asked, "And do nothing?" Zhang Ye said, "What else can I do?" She raised her chin and gestured. "Come on, Let's go to the second floor and have some tea. The both of them headed upstairs. They went into the room and sat down cross-legged around a small table after taking off their slippers. Wu Ziqing started to make some tea, brewing as she said, "That wasn't something that would come from your mouth. The little Zhang that I knew was not like this." In the past, when Zhang Ye was lecturing on Dream of the Red Chamber, everyone else had objected and raised doubts against him except for Wu Ziqing, who had supported him. When Zhang Ye related to others what his goal was, they would all take him to be a joke except for Wu Ziqing, who believed that he could really achieve his goal. She had given him a lot of encouragement and suggestions. But today, Wu Ziqing's tone had felt like it carried a hint of criticism for the first time. Banned from TV and the news, and your published books were taken down as well. The ban issued by the SARFD against the entertainment industry this time was really strict, but just because you have been banned, you would rather choose to do nothing? Zhang Ye was speechless. She continued, "Where is the Zhang Ye that said something like, 'Debasement is the password of the base,' during a live broadcasted news conference after being banned? Where did that Zhang Ye, who still wanted to create trouble at the crosstalk competition after being banned, disappear to? You have the talent and a mind full of knowledge, so you cannot be beaten down just like that. Don't just give up because you can't get on TV or publish any material. If that's how you are going to be, then you've really disappointed Big Sis. Who was the one who told me that he wanted to be the top star of the world that night? Is your determination just words hanging out from your mouth?" Zhang Ye continued to stay silent. Wu Ziqing looked at him softly. "Don't let down the fans who like you so much. Don't be blinded because of fame. It will still be the same with or without promotions, and it won't matter even if you don't get to appear on TV. I believe that even if you are banned, there would still be many fans waiting for your works. Show them something. Create something for your fans to see and show your opposers what you're capable of. Show it to everyone and tell them that even if you are banned, even if all the television stations, media outlets, and publishers refuse to let you through their doors, that you will remain standing. You still have your mouth and you can still speak. You still have your hands and you can still write. So why would you choose to remain at home and doing nothing?" Old Wu's criticism had beaten some sense into him at the right time and had allowed Zhang Ye to realize a lot as well. He was too focused on popularity and fame. The ban would not be able to shut his mouth or tie his hands, and he could still do whatever he wanted to do, same as before. The things that he had wanted to show to the people should not be stopped just because no one was willing to broadcast it out for him. Since it had already come to such a situation, since there was no way the ban would be lifted at the moment, then shouldn't he just not care about all of that and just do whatever he wanted? So what if there was less popularity to be gained from this? At least it would be better than doing nothing. Besides, with the exposure from the crosstalk competition, he could create something, and there shouldn't be a lack of popularity to be gained. It might even surpass his expectations. Zhang Ye coughed. "You were right to say all of that. What do you think I should do next?" What could he come up with? He still didn't have an idea. Wu Ziqing calmly thought about it and said, "You could write a novel and post it online onto your blog." In this world, blogs were still not falling behind with the times yet. Zhang Ye asked, "Novels?" She said, "I've read your Ghost Blows Out the Light before, and there haven't been any new works ever since. I've been rather looking forward to a new novel written by you for some time now." Hearing that, Zhang Ye agreed without even thinking. "All right, I will write a novel." Wu Ziqing looked up at him. "Big Sis was just suggesting, but it still depends on your own interest and ideas. It's just something that I look forward to, but that doesn't mean the fans think the same way." Zhang Ye slapped his hands on the table. "It's settled. I will write a novel." It didn't matter what work he came up with. As long as old Wu liked it, Zhang Ye would write for her. Wu Ziqing nodded. "In another 2 days, my posting would be settled. I guess I will be busy for some time after that, and would only have time to read after I've settled down into my new job a little." Old Wu was really going, and she would be leaving in just a few more days? When he heard this, Zhang Ye felt a sudden desire to write his novel. He had a sip of tea before standing up and saying, "No need to wait for next time. I will allow you to read it today." She smiled and said, "What do you mean?" Zhang Ye said, "I will write it right now." She said, "You seem really eager, but I only just suggested for you to write a novel, and you already have an idea?" Of course he did. When it came to writing novels, he definitely had an idea that did not need any conceptualization and planning. Because it was a traveler's necessity novel. Legend of Yukong. Chapter 502. A New Work. Old Wu's room. Zhang Ye had just started doing what he said he would do. This sounds like an euphemism for. He started writing just like he had promised he would. Zhang Ye looked around and asked, "You have a computer around here?" "I have a few, but you can use the one in the study room since it's already been set up properly." Wu Ziqing gently put down her teacup and pressed on the Chinese classical-looking tea table to support herself in standing up. "Come, I'll bring you there." Zhang Ye responded, "Okay, sure." She led the way and asked, "Are you really serious about writing it now?" Zhang Ye asked her in response, "Do you want to read it now?" "Like I said, I really enjoyed reading your novel. After finishing Ghost Blows Out the Light, I'd been waiting for your new work. If I get to read it today, that would be best." They reached the study room, and Wu Ziqing gracefully pushed open the door and went into the room. "But of course you must write it well enough and not just come up with something random. That would disappoint me and also disappoint your fans, so I'd suggest that you spend some time conceptualizing before you start writing. Even if I get posted in the South for work, I can still get to read it online." But Zhang Ye did not listen. "If you wish to read it, I must definitely let you read it by today. I will get it done if I say so." Hearing that, Wu Ziqing did not go on and just switched on the computer for him. "All right then, I will wait for the good news." Zhang Ye asked, "What genre do you like?" "As long as it's written by you, I'm fine with whatever genre." Wu Ziqing smiled gently. "I believe in your abilities. Ever since I invited you to join Peking University, I've never doubted you." Suddenly, Zhang Ye felt considerably pressured. "I won't have enough time to write a long one. How about a medium-length one? I will spread it out over a few days and just do a portion of it today, posting as I finish." She smiled and said, "That sounds good. I will start writing now then." Zhang Ye said. Wu Ziqing nodded and left the room so that she would not disturb him, closing the door behind her. Zhang Ye was now left alone in the study. He took a deep breath and opened up the Game Ring's interface to see his reputation points. A few days ago, he had used up all of it for his lottery draws and couldn't even afford to purchase the lowest valued item of 100,000 reputation points. He had been crazy poor, but in a short time of 2 to 3 days, Zhang Ye's reputation points had soared again because of the 3 crosstalk performance. With that, he immediately opened up the merchant shop and bought some memory search capsules. He bought a total of 3 capsules as he was worried that one would not be enough, spending a total of 300,000 points. He retrieved them from his inventory and threw the capsules into his mouth. 1 capsule, 2 capsules, 3 capsules. He ate 3 capsules at once and closed his eyes. Instantly, he was brought back to deep within his memory as he started wandering through all of those forgotten memories. Why did he choose Legend of Yukong? Firstly, because this novel was one of the most classic novels in his previous world. Secondly, because the chapter length was more suitable for him to write out in the coming few days, not too long nor too short, so Wu Ziqing could finish reading it before she left for her new post. Thirdly, and most importantly, in this novel was a point that Zhang Ye had wanted to express to everyone. It was a message that he wanted to let everyone know about after being banned and after taking part in the crosstalk competition, and so it had to be this novel, a necessary novel for a world-crossing traveler. At 6 p.m. sharp, Zhang Ye opened his eyes and his hand reached for the mouse. He created a new document, and his fingers started typing furiously at a high speed. Legend of Yukong. Title, Chapter 1. The 4 of them had already come to this point, a dense forest ahead of them, with no signs of a path. "Yukong, I'm hungry. Go and look for some food and bring it back here," said Monk Tang as he clambered onto a large rock and took a seat on it. "I'm a little busy over here. Why don't you go look for it yourself? It's not like you don't have legs," Sun Wukong said, holding onto his staff. "You're busy? With what? Don't you think that the sunset looks beautiful?" Sun Wukong said as his eyes looked towards the horizon. "Only looking at something so beautiful could make me determined enough to carry on westward. You could always look at that while searching for food. As long as you don't bump into a large tree, it will be fine. I refuse to do anything else when I'm enjoying the sunset." "Sun Wukong, you can't be this way. How can you bully Baldy this way? If you let him starve to death, we won't be able to find our way to the western regions. If we don't find the western heavens, then the curses on our bodies will never be lifted," said Pigsy. Being a modern person, Zhang Ye's typing speed wouldn't be that slow. Besides, the current activity he was doing was different from chatting or writing papers. He did not have to think about it, think of what to write next, or hesitate. The words were imprinted in his brain, and whichever words appeared in his mind would immediately be transferred over to the document. It was even faster than copying directly from the original manuscript. It was only natural that he could type like he was flying through the words. Half an hour. An hour. From the study room, the continuous tapping sound of the keyboard could be heard. It wasn't just any sound, but a sound that would make the soul tremble. It was quick and light, but gave a sense of stability. Within that stability, it exuded a grand aura. The grand aura was mixed with a force not unlike a dragon leaping or a tiger jumping. It was quiet, but the movement was. Okay, the descriptions should stop here. In any case, it was the sound of typing on a keyboard very quickly. Behind him, the door to the study room opened. Zhang Ye, who was fully concentrated on the computer screen, didn't notice until a shadow of a figure appeared beside him. He saw Wu Ziqing standing behind him. "Sis Wu." He stopped typing. Wu Ziqing was holding a tray with a cup of coffee on it. She placed it on the table and used a spoon to give it a few stirs. Smiling, she said, "Just continue doing what you were doing. If you get tired, have something to drink." Zhang Ye quickly said, "Thank you." Wu Ziqing's had a blanket over her left arm which she opened up and spreading it across Zhang Ye's legs. "It's a little cold in this house, so cover up to keep warm." "Yeah, it's okay." Zhang Ye was spoiled by the attention. Wu Ziqing gently said, "Cover up well. Listen to Big Sis." Zhang Ye could only say, "Thank you then. Don't busy yourself with me. If you are tired, go have a rest." Although she was no longer the president of Peking University, she was still a leader. Seeing how old Wu was giving him so much attention, Zhang Ye felt rather bad about it. It's only a little past 7 p.m., and so it's still early. Wu Ziqing smiled. "I still need to wait to read your novel. If I don't get to read it today, I won't be able to sleep. Keep it up, I will close the door for you." He said, "Okay." Old Wu left and closed the door. Zhang Ye drank the coffee in large gulps and touched the blanket that was covering his legs. He suddenly felt a warmth, thinking how old Wu was such a caring and thoughtful person. For old Wu, right. Zhang Ye started to show his prowess as his typing speed became even faster. After a short while, the first chapter was complete. This was a slightly longer chapter that contained a little over 6,000 characters. He did not say anything since he knew that old Wu was waiting to read it. One of the reasons why he decided to write a novel today was not only because he had listened to old Wu's criticisms, but a larger part of it was because he wanted old Wu to be able to read his novel, and only then was Zhang Ye be able to write with such passion. He was always a guy who would find it hard to reject a girl. And so, Zhang Ye opened up the browser and speedily logged onto his Weibo, synchronized his account, and then activated his blog. The development of Weibo and blogs in this world was a little different from his previous world. The blogging platform here had been the dominant one since its release, and there weren't too many other competitors as Weibo was also developed from this blogging platform and forked out into a product of its own. As such, the sign-in ID between these two platforms were shared since they were products of the same company anyway. Most of the information and functionalities were also cross-functional and were synchronized to the account. It was extremely convenient, as anything posted to the blog could be posted onto Weibo in a summarized version too. Upload. Post. The controls were simple, and the process of posting was completed very quickly. Zhang Ye shouted towards the door of the room. "Sis Wu, I've written a little and posted up a chapter already." A very gentle voice replied from outside. "On your blog?" "Yes." Zhang Ye replied. "Okay, I will read it." And she didn't say a word after that. Zhang Ye did not want to delay as he knew that even though this world had Journey to the West, there wasn't a parody Journey to the West, which was the basis of characters for Legend of Wukong. That might leave the readers a little confused at the beginning as these characters were a little obscure. He had to rush out the back chapters so that the readers would be able to understand the initial few chapters of the novel. The second chapter's word count was much lesser at 2,000 to 3,000 characters. Zhang Ye wanted to finish it in 30 minutes, so he concentrated hard and typed in furiously on the keyboard. On the web, everyone was chatting about news concerning their own interests. "Have you all watched Old He's movie?" "I did." It was so good. Water Goddess has a new song out. Damn, I'm so frustrated by her. She's too good at making the news. But her popularity is sky high right now. Anything she posts onto Weibo are always reposted a few 100,000 times and always has a few million comments. Everyone just likes her for doing all that nonsensical stuff. To be honest, I still prefer Zhang Ye. Although his popularity is not as high as those other people, and his works are not as mainstream and well-publicized as others, he has really good talent. If he were as handsome as the mainstream stars and his works were more publicized, his popularity would surely improve a lot and would overtake those stars who use publicity to pump up their popularity. I agree with that. If Teacher Zhang were to carry on walking down this path, his popularity would definitely go against the heavens. He's not even debuted for a full year yet. At most it's been half a year, and he's already sprinting towards the B-list celebrity rankings. Haha. Did all of you watch the crosstalk competition? I was so tickled by it. Zhang Ye was too funny. Those antics of his nearly made me die of laughter. How did he crush the whole crosstalk competition all by himself? He's really too good at stirring up trouble. I really think that Zhang Ye would do well. As long as he can continue doing what he does and the entertainment industry gives him a chance, he would definitely become a dominant presence in this King entertainment business. What a pity that he has been banned. Sigh, don't talk about that anymore. I get angry whenever someone mentions it. I wonder what Teacher Zhang is doing. Now, what else can he do? He's been totally banned. He won't even be able to take part in competitions now, since who would dare to allow him join any at all? This is literally a death sentence, and I'm afraid Teacher Zhang will not be able to get out of this now. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Zhang Ye started a blog. K. What's the big deal about that? It's just a blog, isn't it? What do you think? Go take a look quickly. There's a novel posted on the blog. It's something called Legend of Yukong. I think it's Zhang Ye's new work. What? Are you serious? Damn, it's for real. Chapter 503. I want for the sky to not cover my eyes. Online. By now, people who followed Zhang Ye had discovered the groundbreaking news. Let me go take a look. I'm really looking forward to this. Did he really come up with a new piece of work? What kind of novel is it? I think it's an adaptation of Journey to the West. Why isn't there a synopsis available? There's only one chapter? I don't care anymore. A novel by Zhang Ye surely can't go wrong. I will read it even if there's only one chapter. Since Ghost Blows Out the Light was released, I've hardly come across any novels that could be considered remotely good. I've been waiting for so long for Zhang Ye's new novel, and it's finally here. It seems to me that Teacher Zhang Ye has no intentions of just disappearing like this. He has not given up. Can't get published? Then he will write and post it online. Surely they can't ban him if it's posted online. Giving support to Teacher Zhang. I'm here to support too. Wang Wu from Zhang Ye's fan club has arrived. Big Dumb Pot from Zhang Ye's fan club reporting in. Big Biscuit from Zhang Ye's fan club has arrived. If you do not leave me, I will always be at your side until the end of life. This was the motto of Zhang Ye's fan club on the Tieba forums. My large saber is again unable to endure the thirst. Haha. Big Saber Bro always has such a domineering entrance. It's just a novel, so surely you don't need to sharpen your saber for that. President Wu was right. There was definitely still some disadvantage in publishing it online. There was no way to publish and market it to attract more readers, but those who really liked Zhang Ye were still around. They had not given up on him and came rushing over almost immediately when the blog post was published. Many people had already started reading. Some of Zhang Ye's friends had also noticed that his blog had a newly published post and curiously went to check it out. Like Zhang Ye's eldest younger sister. Like Peking University's teacher Suna. Like Yao Jiankai and his daughter, Yao Mi. Everyone knew that Zhang Ye had talent. When his new novel was released, it was only natural that people would be enticed to check it out. Even some media agency staff and publishing agencies subconsciously checked out Zhang Ye's blog to read this novel. The media would not report on this, nor would the publishers publish this novel, but it did not mean that they were not curious about it. They all wanted to find out for themselves what Zhang Ye's new novel was about. Was it about the supernatural? Or was it other genres? 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. The click rate did not rise too quickly, but it wasn't slow either. Soon, everyone had gone to the blog to read the novel. Some people were faster at reading, while others took their time to read. But without exception, after reading a little, everyone was a little stunned because this novel felt strangely familiar to them. It was familiar because it used Journey to the West as a backdrop with the same characters in it. But it was also unfamiliar to them since the characters had very different backstories and styles to them. Their language styles also left many people wondering how the characters were really like. Almost the entire chapter was presented in a dialogue progression way to the readers. It was very strange. No one had ever read such a genre of novel before. What was Zhang Ye writing about? What was he trying to present? At this point in time, many readers were still unclear of what this would all lead to. There had only been one chapter released so far, and it was a little confusing. Some comments were left on the post. Who can understand this? I don't understand it. What is it about? It feels just SOSO. A little obscure and doesn't feel like it will be as good as Ghost Blows Out the Light. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's storytelling. It's not even at the standard of Journey to the West. I find it okay. I will continue to read it since I feel this is written quite stylishly. The words and language are really good, but the story is still a little confusing. This is only the first chapter, so I think it will be amazing. Ha. I like this Legend of Wukong. The characters in the novel seem really interesting. Yes, it's really interesting. There were both good reviews and bad reviews. Because there were no promotions or media reports, the popularity was just SOSO. The number of people commenting were mainly Zhang Ye's hardcore fans. Soon after, Zhang Ye posted the second chapter. Chapter 2. Monk Tang and his two other disciples were eating some fruits in front of the fire. Sun Wukong emerged and walked over slowly from the woods. Monk Tang raised his head up and said, "Hey, you've come over? Please take a seat." Sun Wukong did not say a word and just sat down, staring at the fire. "Hey, what's the matter with you today, monkey?" Pigsy asked. "You look as though you've been beaten silly by someone." Ha. Another chapter's been posted. There's a new chapter. Why didn't he just post them together? Teacher Zhang really knows how to make people wait. He's just posted another chapter just now. Could it be that Zhang Ye is posting as soon as he completes writing each chapter? Then that would mean Teacher Zhang is writing all of these so quickly, using such dialogue and words. Doesn't he need time to think through and conceptualize? F***K, this might be true. Didn't Zhang Ye used to write poems or essays without needing to plan or think first? They were all composed spontaneously. Let's not even mention the other amazing things. Just this alone would mean that Zhang Ye's really crazy good. Let me read it first. I'm already finished reading it. It's beginning to get interesting. Yeah, I can feel that it will be getting better and better as well. Looks like it will be a great novel. And then, the third chapter was posted, followed by the fourth chapter, and then the fifth chapter. After another 2 to 3 hours had passed, more and more people found out about Zhang Ye's new novel. They all began to gather at his blog to take a look. Although his popularity did not increase as much as his previous works, it was still slowly increasing and increasing. It kept increasing. A lot of people starting reading the novel seriously, even though the beginning seemed a little obscure in the story's development. But when they got to the newer chapters, their hearts would become heavy. They couldn't take their eyes off and had a strong desire to finish reading in one breath. Quickly post the next chapter. Supporting Teacher Zhang. This novel is too damn amazing. I might not understand it, but I can feel that this novel can only get better and better. Within this short duration, some people even went back to the first chapter to reread, while some even reread several times. They carefully savored the feeling of rereading and became more fascinating with each read. Big Saber Bro shouted. The 6th chapter is about to be posted. Big Saber Bro was the current leader of the fan club. With her lead, everyone kicked themselves into gear and contributed towards generating more buzz. The 6th chapter. Come on, post it. It's at the cliffhanger. Why did it end? Finally, at 10:30 p.m., the 6th chapter was published. With the new update, many readers couldn't be bothered to post comments and rushed to start reading the 6th chapter. It was getting more and more addictive. But there were still some people who still couldn't understand the story. The wind is here. Is it really that good? There's a ghost behind my back 05. I can only understand a little, but those deities seem to be quite evil. They just seem to be causing all sorts of trouble. I wonder what Zhang Ye is trying to say through this. I have to read further to find out. Suddenly, a reader was stunned, and then followed by the second person, the 10th person, the 100th person. At the end of the chapter, Xuanzang, Monk Tang's name, you're an intelligent person. Stay by my side from now on to practice Buddhism. I will teach you all of my knowledge from my life of learning. Actually, I feel that it would be better if I stayed in the deacon like I did in the past. I can do some gardening when I'm free or watch the sky too. I don't think that I can memorize all those Buddhist scriptures. If you don't learn with dedication, how can you gain my mantle? But you were not willing to teach to me the things that I wanted to learn. What did you wish to learn? When they read up to the final lines of the 6th chapter, everyone's faces turned to dismay. Some people had goosebumps, while others experienced pupil dilation in their eyes. There were also those who exclaimed loudly in front of their computers, or those whose hands were trembling from the excitement. At this moment, they could only relate all of this to Zhang Ye. They remembered Zhang Ye being banned by Decree number 43 in the past few days, where he had been boycotted and denounced by the organizers of the crosstalk competition, as well as the members of the crosstalk and folk art worlds. They thought of Zhang Ye, who would rather be brought to the detention center for seeking justice for the commoner by beating up Li Anson. They remembered that even when he was misunderstood by the world, he still had no regrets nor thought that he had done anything wrong. What was Zhang Ye trying to express? What message was Legend of Wukong trying to send? At this moment, everyone's hearts were set aflutter by the text of the novel. What was it that he wanted to learn? I want for the sky to not cover my eyes. I want for this land to not bury my heart. I want for all sentient beings to be able to understand my intentions. I want for all those Buddhas to disappear from my life. Chapter 504. Well-received reactions. It exploded. Zhang Ye's blog exploded with views. Heavens, this passage is godly. It gave me goosebumps all over. What a great, I want for the sky to not cover my eyes. Teacher Zhang is still Teacher Zhang. He's still as good as ever. He just doesn't disappoint. I was wrong. I doubted the quality of this novel when it was first released, and even said that this was not up to Teacher Zhang Ye's usual standards. But I finally King understand this novel. This Legend of Wukong is definitely a masterpiece. Teacher Zhang Ye is trying to send a message through his novel. He's writing from his experiences from the past few days and channeling in his anger and considerations of everything that has happened. He is letting everyone know by pouring all of the emotion from his heart into this novel for everyone to see. This passage is a real classic. I want for all those Buddhas to disappear from my life. Zhang Ye is really daring to write his heartfelt thoughts. Teacher Zhang has always spoken through his work. This time is no exception either. The only difference is that he has always used poems to scold others, but this time he changed the medium to a novel. Ha ha ha. I dare not claim that Teacher Zhang Ye's literary level is the top in this country, but his face-smacking level has to be the top. He is King using the characters to represent the crosstalk world and related people and scolding them in it. I think this is too awesome. This style of writing is so godly. Teacher Zhang is invincible. It's so well written that it makes my blood boil. Reading Zhang Ye's novel just makes me feel so fulfilled. It's so good that I'm crying. This is what you call a King novel. How I wish those crosstalk people can see this. At Tangdazhang, at Su Wenxiang, at Crosstalk Association, at Folk Arts Association. You people are really good at accusing Zhang Ye for being vulgar and not understanding what art is. But now Teacher Zhang Ye has thrown out a new work, and its artistic levels are good enough to fling you 100 streets away. A person who is able to come up with such a good novel doesn't know what art is. Teacher Zhang does not perform crosstalk according to your rules because he doesn't want to associate with you lot. But you guys still call him out so much that makes it seem like you're addicted to calling him out just for the sole purpose of calling him out. You bunch of people are precisely the ugly and evil deities in Legend of Wukong. Mwahaha. This novel is so well written to fit the occasion. It completely portrays the current situation that Teacher Zhang is in now. Want for the sky to not cover my eyes. Domination. Such domination. Teacher Zhang, I do not know if the sentient beings understand you, but we do. We completely understand. Why is this novel getting such low click rates? Such an awesome novel. Why isn't anyone reading it? It's because the media outlets aren't helping teacher Zhang promote it. He's still banned, so most people do not know that Zhang Ye has a new work released. Damn, how hateful. After reading Legend of Wukong, I find them even more hateful now. I did not know how much pressure teacher Zhang Ye had to bear with in the past, but after reading this novel, I think I finally understand. I have nothing to say, except that I am supporting Zhang Ye unconditionally. They won't help to promote. They want to ban teacher Zhang? Let's do it. We fans will help him promote instead. Right, let's do it. Well said. Count me in. There were already a lot of people who liked the Legend of Wukong novel, but with this, they liked it even more now. The people who did not understand the meaning, or those who did not really like it at first, now changed their views about it, and were fighting to give their reviews about it. Some people even started to help Zhang Ye promote the novel on Weibo and other forums to allow more exposure for Zhang Ye's new work. On Weibo, Zhang Ye released a new novel. Come and see. On Tieba, Zhang Ye's new novel Legend of Wukong. Link below. On a forum. Extra. Zhang Ye has written a new novel after half a year of hiatus from writing. The godlike teacher Zhang Ye and the godlike Legend of Wukong. Everything can be seen on Zhang Ye's blog. Go and check it out. If you don't like it, feel free to beat me up. Everyone's promotion seemed to work as a large influx of new readers surged in. Of course, not all of the people who read the novel liked it. Some people felt it was a little too obscure or that the genre did not fit their taste in novels, so they left after just reading a little, but a larger number of people stayed to finish reading all 6 chapters. They were all left amazed, like those before them, especially with their thoughts lingering about the final sentences. Many of them were left with their blood boiling. The click rate was increasing. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. At the Wu residence. Upstairs in the villa, in the study room. Zhang Ye had finished writing the 6th chapter and did not plan on writing anymore for today. Firstly, this was because he had written to the most suitable chapter of his intentions, and it would be good to stop here. Secondly, he did not have the energy to continue writing any further. He had typed out too many characters in these past few hours and was totally drained. He felt dizzy as the concentration sapped him more than anything physical would. This kind of tiredness did not affect him physically, but mentally, which made him feel much more uncomfortable. He stretched his waist. Gururu, a sound came from his stomach. He was hungry. Zhang Ye touched his belly, knowing that he had really exhausted himself this time. But he was at Wu Ziqing's house now, and it would be awkward for him to go downstairs to look for food. He did not know how to cook either, and old Wu's house probably did not have a large stockpile of instant noodles. If he were to go check the fridge, it would be as good as asking old Wu to cook for him. It didn't feel right, so Zhang Ye decided to just deal with it. He just had a few more sips of water, hoping that it would help alleviate his hunger. Dong, dong, dong. A knocking sound came from the door behind him. I'm coming in, okay? Zhang Ye quickly said. Please come in. Please come in. Old Wu was really respectful towards him. This was her house after all, and she held a higher position than him at work, yet she still knocked on the door courteously before coming in. Sigh. How good it would be to marry old Wu. When the door opened, a fragrant aroma of congee filled the room. Wu Ziqing was holding a bowl of steaming hot congee and made her way slowly into the room. Are you hungry? Zhang Ye was so touched that he immediately stood up to get it from her. Io, be careful. Don't scald yourself. I'll take it from here. Sit down. Get something to put on the table so that I can place this down. Wu Ziqing did not allow him to take the bowl. It's very hot. Don't take it. Zhang Ye immediately said, my skin is rough and thick, so I'm not afraid of being scalded, but your hands are more delicate. Wu Ziqing laughed a little and placed the bowl of porridge on the table. Big sis is not that fragile. This was just prepared a short while ago, so eat it while it's still hot. Zhang Ye did not know what to say. How did you know I was hungry? My stomach growled a little just now, but I was a little embarrassed to go downstairs to look for food. Wu Ziqing said, you've written so much just now, so I guess that you were probably getting hungry as well. I went to prepare the congee a while ago, so eat it first. Is the taste good? Good. Zhang Ye did not say too much. He knew that old Wu was good to him, and he would remember this. Their relationship hadn't been too ordinary to begin with. Like old Wu's nephew, Wu Mo had received Zhang Ye's help along with Ode of Mulan, which Zhang Ye had written for her. There were also other incidents as well that Old Wu had helped him out with before. Not to mention the most noteworthy incident in which Zhang Ye helped her take photos and the case of sending the wrong message in the first place. You couldn't consider something like that a superior-subordinate relationship, can you? Of course not, but friends? It wasn't really so either, but looking back, their relationship was that of strangers either. He ate the kanji. The first mouthful of it was enough to make him want more. Huh? Century egg and pork. Kanji? Io, this is too delicious. Preparing this kanji must have been a very troublesome task. Wu Ziqing said, just eat. Zhang Ye said while he ate. My novel. Did you read it already? Yes. She sat beside him and nodded. Zhang Ye asked in anticipation, what do you think of it? He was very conscious of what Old Wu thought of it since the novel was mainly written because Old Wu said that she wanted to read a new novel of his. If Wu Ziqing did not like it, then his all of effort would have been in vain. This was why he really looked forward to hearing Old Wu's thoughts. Wu Ziqing did not answer him, but just looked at him and asked, this Legend of Yukong was really written spontaneously? He said, yes. Wu Ziqing said, if I did not criticize you, then this novel would have never seen the light of day? Zhang Ye hesitated for a bit, thinking that it might have really been so, but coughed and said, no. But it was thanks to you that my inspiration just came and I started writing without stopping like I was possessed. After a pause, oh yes, you have not told me what you think of it yet? Do you think it's a good read? Wu Ziqing smiled and said, it's more than that. Although this unconstrained style of writing is considered as online literature, the level it has reached already far exceeds traditional literature. Looks like Big Sis has criticized you well and rightly. You are full of literary talent. If you don't show everyone what you've got, it would be such a pity. Do you know which line Big Sis liked the most? She said, I want for all sentient beings to be able to understand my intentions. When he heard that she liked it, he was naturally very happy. It's good as long as you like it. There are many feelings in your heart. Wu Ziqing said, if you just show everyone a little of it, the literary world will not be able to continue living in peace, even if it wanted to. Big Sis is looking forward to the development of the story in its later chapters. Without another word, Zhang Ye said then, I will continue writing through the night. She gave a wave of her hand. That's enough. Enjoy your kanji and get some rest for tomorrow. Zhang Ye did not force it. Sure, I will surely let you read it before you leave Beijing. I will definitely get it finished within 3 days. Wu Ziqing took the bowl of finished kanji and held it in her hand. Okay, I will wait for it then. After saying that, she took the empty bowl and spoon and went downstairs with light footsteps. He looked at his watch. It was getting late. Zhang Ye blinked and blinked, thinking that it should be time for him to go home. It was already past 11 p.m. at night, and it would be awkward for a man like him to stay over at a woman's place. But because Wu Ziqing did not say anything or made it seem like she wanted him to leave, Zhang Ye pretended he didn't notice and just went along with it. He did not mention it and intended to stay over to see if anything would arise. If Old Wu asked him to leave just before she slept, then he would go. If Old Wu didn't say a word, then Zhang Ye would just stay over. But, he needed an excuse? He would just call it the fine-sounding reason of staying up all night to write his novel. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Zhang Ye, who was having crooked thoughts, got a bit of a scare from this. A thief would always have a guilty conscience. He checked his cell phone to see who was calling and answered. Old Yao, what's the matter? Yao Jiankai said, quickly publish the next chapter. You're talking about Legend of Yukong? Zhang Ye was a little stunned, but he understood after a moment of thinking. He said happily, even you're reading my novel? This novel isn't meant for people your age. Yao Jiankai said in a depressed voice. I won't read that shitty novel of yours even if you gave it to me, but my Mimi likes it a lot, and she's been begging me to ask you. My student wants to read it? Zhang Ye said. I was still thinking why someone like you, who has no class, would read it at all. But I can't publish anymore. I've stopped writing for the day. What about your stockpile? There's isn't any. I published whatever I've written. Don't give me that bullshit. Quick, Old Yao. I really don't have any more written for now. Why would I lie to you? Later, Zhang Ye's colleague also began calling him. Peking University's Chinese department. Teacher Su Na. Teacher Su, you're still awake so late at night? How could I sleep? Teacher Zhang, you're really great. I saw your blog posting just before I went to bed, so I curiously had a glance, and that was the start of the rabbit hole. I've stayed up throughout the night and finally finished reading all 6 chapters and was left wanting more. Please let me read the stockpile. Quickly. I really don't have a stockpile, Teacher Sue. I don't believe you. We're colleagues, so if you won't let me read the stockpile today, then let's not keep in touch anymore. Hi. Don't mind me, but you'll have to wait for tomorrow. I will write more tomorrow. My hands are already breaking. At least tell me the plot. I can't reveal that. We're not friends anymore. Don't say that. Don't say that. A few other friends called him as well. They mentioned words like a treat to a meal, smashing windows, and other threats or benefits which made Zhang Ye at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. But his mood was very good because of this, as it meant that Legend of Yukong was a success and popular with readers. Chapter 505. Zhang Ye's wondrous way of cooking up publicity. There was nothing going on outside the study room. What was Old Wu doing now? Zhang Ye decided to go online to check out the reviews for his novel. Some commented that it wasn't good, while others said it was just SOSO, but most other reviews said that it was good. And it seemed like the novel was also quite well received. The main reason for the negative reviews was that most of the readers could not understand it, and thus did not want to continue reading on. Those that liked it could not wait for the next chapter to be released, and even labeled it as a work of God. The click rates for a single chapter was around 600,000. The click counter on the blog was a little inaccurate, as the 600,000 didn't mean all 600,000 people had read it. It included repeated clicks, and also those who clicked on it by accident. This result might seem like it was quite good for most other people, as it showed that a lot of people read it, but for a literary figure of high standing like Zhang Ye, this result was not considered good. It was at most an okay turnout. In the past, whenever he posted a poem, any poem, it would receive a few million views at the very least. The poem post would be forwarded countless times too, but this time, the reaction to the novel was rather flat. It did not cause any sensationalism, and only a portion of his hardcore fans called it good. Many others probably did not know that he had published a new novel at all. This was a consequence of being banned. Zhang Ye had already anticipated this earlier. What should he do? He had to think of an idea. Such an excellent piece of work must not be ruined by his hands. It's fine even if he couldn't publish the novel or earn any money from it, but the amount of people who should read it mustn't be just a small handful like this. Since he had already published it online for free, he must surely try to gain as much reputation from it as possible. In this period of being banned, any reputation earned would surely be considered as very precious. He should definitely maximize his returns from it. In the discussion area, I'm extremely disappointed. What an insult to Journey to the West. I've read a few chapters already, but I have no idea what it's talking about. A few comments caught Zhang Ye's attention. Those were the comments from several people from the literary world who had irreconcilable differences with him. People like Big Thunder and the Beijing Writers Association's Vice President Meng Donghua. Zhang Ye had gone from the crosstalk circle and jumped back into the literary world. Because of that, this bunch of people surfaced again. When Zhang Ye saw their comments, he did not get angry. Instead, his eyes lit up as he thought of an idea. These people could be considered his old friends. Zhang Ye had battled with the literary world for so long that he had lost count of how many times they had battled. In the past, when this bunch of people appeared, they were always finding fault with him and attacking him, stepping on him only to be slapped back hard on their mouths by Zhang Ye. But Zhang Ye was not preparing to do so today. Instead, he had decided that he would make the first move. He tapped on Meng Donghua's Weibo and discovered that he had published a novel just last month. It was a fictional book called Wind in the Paddy Fields. The sales seemed to have done quite well. It's quite flavorful to read. Teacher Meng's new book is really a good read. Looking forward to Teacher Meng's new novel. Zhang Ye had not read this novel before and did not plan to, but he directly posted on Weibo at Meng Donghua. Wind in the Paddy Fields? Why don't you call it Oil in the Gutter instead? What lousy novel is this? Zhang Ye posted on Weibo. What? Oil in the Gutter. Zhang Ye is attacking Meng Donghua's new novel. Zhang Ye's fans were shocked for a moment. Meng Donghua and his fans would not have any of this. They angrily called out, rolled up their sleeves, and went straight for Zhang Ye's Weibo. Zhang Ye, who are you to question Teacher Meng? Have you even read Wind in the Paddy Fields? Are you even qualified to criticize it? Do you think that your novel is any good? This is so numbing. You're the one who is gutter oil. Very quickly, Zhang Ye and Meng Dongwu's fans were crossing swords as well. However, the accused, Zhang Ye, did not stay around. He went over to Big Thunder's Weibo and found out that he had posted a poem a while ago named, "Are You Doing Well?" And so he posted his comment. At Big Thunder, what lousy poem is this? If it were anyone else who posted this, Big Thunder and his fans would not be angered. There were many people who liked to criticize others, and not everyone could be forced to like something. But the person who was criticizing it was Zhang Ye, a celebrity. Thus, his fans immediately reacted. Zhang Ye, you are going too far. Why are you scolding others out of the blue? Yet another wave of fans of Big Thunder were stirred. Next, Zhang Ye went to famed fairy tale author, Little Red Mushroom's Weibo. He saw that she had just released a fairy tale collection of stories earlier today, and there were posts that were promoting it. Zhang Ye posted his comment. What lousy book is this? Little Red Mushroom was stupefied. She had been promoting her new collection of stories online when she saw Zhang Ye's comment. Her first reaction was something along the lines of, "Damn it, Zhang Ye. I didn't step on your tail recently. It was all in the past, but now that you have nothing to do, you came to scold my new collection of fairy tales." This was bullying. Little Red Mushroom checked his Weibo and found out that he had written a new novel. After reading it a little, she angrily posted, "That Legend of Yukong of yours is the ridiculous one. And you even dare to come to my Weibo to scold my new book? You're a public figure, so you should watch your words. Everyone can see what you've written. Don't make yourself appear so tasteless." Then, Zhang Yi replied with another, "What lousy book is this?" Little Red Mushroom was so angered by this. He's such a big bully. What a big bully. She immediately gathered her fan club's members and went to Zhang Ye's Weibo for a scolding battle with them. Then, Zhang Ye had come to crosstalk actor Tang Dazong's Weibo and found a post that he linked to a previous crosstalk performance of his. He left a comment saying, "What lousy crosstalk is this? Zhang Ye, that Zhang Ye is here. Damn. The crosstalk competition was cancelled because of him. I'm so angry. And he still dares to come here to cause trouble now?" Tang Dazhong only found out about this when he got a call from a friend. He woke up in anger and switched on his computer to post a reply to Zhang Yi on Weibo. After a minute, Zhang Yi had arrived at Li Anson's verified Weibo account. Seeing how he had cowardly been hiding back in Korea to prepare his new album, Zhang Yi posted, "What lousy song is this? Li Anson's fans would have none of this nonsense. F***K. Zhang Yi is here. Lousy song. Your sister, Ansonappa's new song hasn't even been released yet. How would you know if it is lousy or not? He's definitely picking a fight. Sisters, we must not let this slide. Let's go. We'll go to his Weibo to scold him." Zhang Yi was looking for trouble everywhere. The funniest incident was with Lee Park-woo, who had an altercation with Zhang Yi before on Weibo. Seeing that he had been promoting his new movie, Zhang Yi gave a shout-out over there as well, as he had been scolding the crosstalk actors earlier, like Tang Dazhong, his disciples, and Su Wenxiang, as well as the other crosstalk artists who had abused and scolded him before. When it came to Lee Park-woo's time to be scolded, Zhang Yi sent the wrong message. "Zhang Yi, what lousy crosstalk is this?" A lot of Zhang Ye's and Lee Park-woo's fans were stunned. Zhang Yi panicked little, but did not feel embarrassed. He immediately changed his scolding and said, "What lousy movie is this?" At this moment, many of Zhang Ye's fans burst into laughter. Teacher Zhang Ye had been copy-pasting all his scoldings. He even sent it wrongly. Are those the only scolding words that will be used? Of course, Lee Park-woo's fans did not agree with the scolding. Zhang Ye was a famous person. He was even a famous person amongst famous people. If any other person scolded Lee Park-woo, they wouldn't have been stirred at all, since, if they were bothered, it would mean they acknowledged that person. But for Zhang Ye to be scolding, they couldn't take it sitting down. If they didn't say a word, wouldn't that mean that they were afraid of him? Yes, Zhang Ye, you're great at scolding people, have wit, and can scold others in all kinds of ways, but you can't bully us. When did we do anything to deserve your scolding? Park Wappa only said some words about you some time ago, but that was because of an incident. But now, your scolding came out of the blue. Did you come here just to scold? This is so maddening. How dare you scold? Park Wappa, you've already been banned, yet you still try to cause trouble. Sisters, let's get him. Scold him. In a short 10 minutes or so, Zhang Ye had scolded many of the crosstalk world and literary world members. He even scolded some of the celebrities who had altercations with him before. He scolded them using "what lousy XX is this?" on their Weibos. After that, Zhang Ye continued checking Weibo and found a few people that he had forgotten about. They were his old enemies that he had forgotten about, and he did not let go of this chance to make up scoldings. Zhang Ye. At Renmin University, Professor Ma Hongyuan, "What lousy class is this?" Zhang Ye. At Beijing radio station, Deputy Station Head Jia, "What lousy shirt is this?" Deputy Station Head Jia, who had already left his post, had recently posted a photo of himself wearing a suit, and this had led to Zhang Ye nonsensically scolding him. Ma Hongyuan was so angry that his mustache was displaced a little. Deputy Station Head Jia also nearly vomited blood. Many of these people had already found out the hard way about Zhang Ye's vicious mouth and had not dared to provoke him anymore. But who would have expected him to come provoke them instead? Suddenly, Weibo was full of activity. Online, a mess ensued. Hundreds of celebrities, along their fans, came to find the person responsible. Some of them publicly scolded Zhang Ye, while others privately messaged him. There were also those who posted a lot of messages to harass and cause inconvenience for him. The scolding battle did not only happen on Weibo, but also on Zhang Ye's fan club in Tieba. It was flooded by countless angry celebrities who had come to return the favor. The wrath of the celebrities. The wrath of their fans. Thousands and thousands of people had joined in to denounce Zhang Ye, and he suddenly became the public enemy. Everyone was shouting to beat him up or to kill him. "Zhang Ye, come out. You're too wicked. What gives you the right to scold our aunts and appa? How dare you scold Professor Ma? You're all teachers, so how can you act this way? Where is your bearing as a teacher? I'm so mad. This Zhang Ye is truly hateful. He lacks virtues. This thing is really good at offending others. We need to get him off Weibo today. Who would even want to read that lousy legend of Wukong of yours? Who would read it?" The sacking force kept increasing as many people only saw Zhang Ye's latest updates that contained the phrases, "What lousy book is this? What lousy movie is this? What lousy crosstalk is this?" etc., etc., etc. Many of these posts were repeated but posted to different people. It seemed like he was doing a carpet bombing on Weibo. But no one had expected the reason why Zhang Ye was doing this. Zhang Ye's fans and friends who saw him jumping up and about, causing trouble everywhere, were at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. The smarter ones could see that Zhang Ye was just trying to hype up his new novel release and trying to pull in as much attention as he could. But many people were only witnessing such a King wondrous way of publicity for the first time in their lives. This was an act that lacked all virtue. Chapter 506. The year's greatest scolding war. "Hello, Master Su, are you online? I'm about to sleep. It's already this late at night. What's the matter? Go and take a look quickly. Zhang Ye's gone mad. He's looking for trouble everywhere. What matter of his would concern me? He scolded you as well. What? Hello, Teacher Chen. Who is this? I am Little Wang from the publishing firm. Oh, I know who you are. Your new book has been scolded by Zhang Ye on Weibo. You son of a gun, Zhang. How dare you try to bully me?" The disturbance was large. He had caused too much ire. In the late hours of the night, countless celebrities who were turning in or had already gone to sleep were awoken by Zhang Ye's attacks. Many netizens also did not bother with sleeping anymore, as the fans of those celebrities were making a fuss, as though they were on steroids. They rushed forward to curse at Zhang Ye, while those who were unaffected joined the war as bystanders, as it wasn't too much trouble since all they wanted was to observe what would ensue. Some of them even tried to muddy the waters and gave Zhang Ye's posts likes. "Zhang Ye, come out. Where is he? Is he running away after scolding?" Others, "This idiot is such a coward. How maddening. I've never been angered so much by a celebrity. Just how many teachers have you scolded in such a short span of time? Let's see how you are going to end up today. Haha. Teacher Zhang is being so cute today. Supporting Teacher Zhang Ye. I wonder what you all will do. Right? Supporting Zhang Ye. In the past, it was always Teacher Zhang who released a work before getting harassed by those bunch of people who seemed to have something against him. They would scold and doubt him before denouncing him. Not once, not twice, not even thrice. But now the tables seem to have turned. Damn, Based on what reason does it always have to be Teacher Zhang getting scolded by you guys? This time, it's our turn to challenge you all. It would be impolite to not reciprocate. Is there a rule saying that only you people can scold Teacher Zhang, and he isn't allowed to do the same to you all? Right, well said. Like that Meng Donghua, Deputy Station Head Jia, Tang Dazhong, Li Anson, and those other literary and crosstalk world people who jumped at everything Teacher Zhang did and endlessly repeated it. Now it's our turn. Everyone, let's do this. Support Zhang Ye. Brothers, let's attack. Let's scold that wretched Zhang Ye. The netizens sparred and fought with their words, and the mess that followed was better left unsaid. Actually, Zhang Ye's cell phone would have been exploding with calls if it were not for the fact that he had been expecting it to happen and turned it off before he started scolding people on Weibo. He was enjoying the peace and quiet right now as he watched these people, whom he was scolding, react to him. Zhang Ye suddenly felt very satisfied. Just like how his fan had described, he had always been reactive in the past and fought back with his face smacking after being scolded. It has always been this way. But now that he had been banned and had gained almost no attention for his new novel's release, Zhang Ye even felt a little bit lonely. So this time, he decided that he would actively seek the wrath of his old friends. Many of the celebrities who were scolded issued statements to accost Zhang Ye. A lot of critics and other people published their thoughts through various channels to strongly denounce Zhang Ye's act of aggression in scolding so many people through Weibo. The battle was increasingly getting out of hand, and more people were gathered to witness this unprecedented Weibo war. The number of times Zhang Ye's Weibo posts and comments were forwarded was exploding and headed straight for the top on Weibo's ranking page. Other forums and Taiba were also full of criticism for Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye's blog was naturally one of the battlegrounds in this war. It was at this time that the click rate for Legend of Wukong began rising at an unbelievable speed. It rose so quickly that it would shock you just to see it. Every time the page was refreshed, the click rate for those 6 chapters would rise by a large number again. 1 million, 1.5 million, 2.3 million. That rate of increase blinded the eyes of many observers. This novel's really good. I accidentally clicked on it and read it, but it's quite good. I came to watch the scolding war wondering what was going on, but ended up seeing Legend of Wukong and reading it. I couldn't even stop once I started. What a great! I want for the sky to not cover my eyes. Aside from Zhang Ye's character, which I do not want to comment on, his literary level really leaves people speechless. It can only be described as amazing. Good read. Stop scolding people and quickly update the novel instead. Zhang Ye, stop scolding people. Come back and publish your next chapter. I want to read on to find out. Most of these people did not know about Zhang Ye's new novel until the scolding incident happened and caught their attention. The popularity of the novel suddenly surged. 3 million, 3.5 million. It was still rising. This scene had left many people dumbfounded. The novel had only just been published earlier that night and wasn't even completed. There were only 6 chapters, and only how many hours had passed since then? The number of times it was read shocked many of them. Then some of them analyzed the numbers and felt that if Zhang Ye had not been banned previously, he would still have been unable to get so many views in such a short period of time. But now that he was banned, how the heck did he get this many views? There were no reports of it on the news, no media promotions, and no direct promotions, and it still managed to reach such heaven-defying readership? Quite a number of people from the other side of the war finally understood. Everyone, stop scolding already. Don't go on to Zhang Ye's Weibo or blog. Damn, Zhang Ye's making use of us to hype up his new novel. We've been tricked. We must all ignore Zhang Ye. We are helping to raise his popularity right now. Suddenly, a lot of these detractors reacted and responded to the call, and Zhang Ye's blog became quiet for a few seconds. But the next moment, Zhang Ye had appeared again on the literary and crosstalk world members' Weibo and blog and repeated his previous scoldings. Zhang Ye. At Mingdongguo, what lousy book is this? What lousy book is this? What lousy book is this? Zhang Ye. At Tangdazhong, what lousy crosstalk is this? What lousy crosstalk is this? What lousy crosstalk is this? It was still the same words, only repeated several times in each post. It had appeared on Meng Donghua and the other people's Weibo. These celebrities, who had been scolded, nearly vomited blood. Holy sh*t. Zhang Ye. I will fight it out with you. Even though they knew that Zhang Ye was doing this on purpose, they still did not take it lying down. This was really too maddening. Ignore him, don't respond to his provocations, and leave him frustrated? But they couldn't. Zhang Ye was jumping around scolding them. If they chose not to respond, they would be overwhelmed by his aggression. They would be scolded to death by him. Then those netizens who did not know of Zhang Ye's intentions would think that they were afraid of Zhang Ye. Fight back. They had to fight back. Right then, another wave of scolding battle began again. Zhang Ye, you bastard. How can you be so wicked? This bastard is really annoying and making me clench my teeth. The fans of these celebrities could actually be considered as Zhang Ye's old friends as well. Back when Zhang Ye had clashed with their idols, these fans often came along to join in the ensuing arguments as well. They already got to know each other rather well by now, since it wasn't their first time crossing swords. The only difference was that all of the different celebrities' fans were now attacking Zhang Ye together at once. It was a grand scene. An overwhelming amount of netizens had now gathered at Zhang Ye's Weibo and Tieba and used it as the battlegrounds to begin the Great War. Zhang Ye's fans were also very supportive, and they went for the Weibo accounts of Meng Donghua, Tang Dazhang, and the others, and posted the same comments as Zhang Ye. What lousy book is this? What lousy song is this? What lousy crosstalk is this? The battle was fierce as the two forces clashed. Sometimes, it was even hard to tell who was on whose side. The observers and neutral parties still numbered the most as. They watched on during this earth-shattering scolding war. With every scolding comment posted, they were overjoyed. If it were other celebrities who attacked others like this without reason, most people would definitely feel uncomfortable about it. But it was Zhang Ye who was doing the scolding now, and he even recycled the scolding phrases on all of his victims. Somehow, everyone did not have negative feelings about this, but were instead tickled by what they were seeing. Zhang Ye has never been known to be a serious celebrity. He had hosted a talk show before and even performed crosstalk in the past few days. As he was a very funny crosstalk actor, everyone would change their mental image of him whenever they see him talking. They would not take the things he said as too serious. How funny. Zhang Ye's really cute. Ha ha ha. Teacher Zhang is such a tease. Using such a way to gain popularity, I've never even heard that there was such a way to do this. Ha ha ha. Some of Zhang Ye's friends also posted on Weibo. Suna. Puffed. Teacher Zhang. Don't make trouble anymore. Dong Shanshan. At Zhang Ye old classmate. It's time for your medication. Grandma Zhang Xia. Zhang Yuanqi's agent Fong Weihong. Just passing by, it wouldn't affect me to just watch. It was needless to say how busy the Heavenly Queen's manager was. The duties of the manager were probably more packed than the artists that she managed. But now, even the top manager Fong Weihong had appeared on Weibo, so that must say how much of a sensation this big encompassing scolding war had caused. Not only did it interest the netizens, even many of those industry insiders' attentions were captured. But thinking it through, whether it was Li Anson, Li Parkwu, Tang Dezhong, Su Wenxiang, or any of the others, which one of them were not well known? Which one of them did not have a large number of fans defending them? When the old and new hatred combined together from Zhang Ye's scolding, it was as good as poking the hornet's nest. Suddenly, a small situation happened. On Central TV's sports channel, a live European football match was currently being broadcasted. When the pre-match was just beginning and the footballers were doing their warm-ups, countless football fans were watching the game. In the broadcast studio, the host was discussing about netizen comments with the in-studio pundits and commentators about which team had more support. But an unexpected situation occurred, possibly due to an operation error backstage. The website that was being shown on the live broadcast had displayed Zhang Ye's blog instead, and Legend of Wukong was shown on screen. It was showing the comments section where the scolding battle was occurring, and the feed lasted for about 6 to 7 seconds. Our apologies to everyone. We had some technical difficulties just now. The host and guests quickly switched topics and moved on. But with that slight distraction, countless of others had taken note of Legend of Wukong. Shown the wrong feed? Central TV. It's Central TV again. What kind of a relationship does Central TV have with Teacher Zhang? They're taking such good care of Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye only knew about this incident when he saw a screenshot of it posted by a netizen. He knew clearly that this was surely the effect of the 5 times reduced difficulty. It was all thanks to the difficulty adjustment die. Whatever help he needed, it would come. It repeatedly committed meritorious deeds for him. Chapter 507. In the study room. It was almost midnight. Unlike the chaotic scene online, it was very quiet and peaceful in the room. Zhang Ye was smoking a cigarette while drinking his coffee, relaxingly copying and pasting the scolding text with his mouse and keyboard. He continued in his search for more targets. As long as it was someone who had ever stepped on him when he was down, he would target them and not leave a single one untouched. A moment later. Sorry, your posting rights have been revoked. Sorry, your posting rights have been revoked. Finally, Zhang Ye tried another 2 more times without success. When he checked out why this was happening, he found out that he had been reported by a total of 13,000 users. In a short 30 minutes, he had actually been reported by more than 10,000 people. He probably broke the record for receiving the most amount of complaints since the launch of Weibo. In the past, even for those extremely hated internet stars, celebrities, or businessmen, no one had ever concurrently received so many complaints against them before. The year's first large-scale scolding war had precisely led to such a record being broken. It was undoubtedly a rare moment. Are you crazy? Did you have your medication? How much did you eat? How much did you have? I will eat however much you have. I have enough for however much you can eat. The scolding battle was still ongoing as the netizens came up with all sorts of ways to scold. Especially for Zhang Ye's fans. They've had much training, having been through so many battles with Zhang Ye in the past. With his influence, their scoldings were fanciful and not ambiguous at all. This left many people bursting with laughter. This is too funny. This scolding battle is so enjoyable to watch. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ye has already become public enemy number 1. He creates trouble whenever he appears, and it's no exception this time. This hyping up is too powerful. This way of getting attention is really not something that just anyone can come up with. Even if they could, it would take more than an extraordinary person to carry it out. Only a wonder of the entertainment industry, like teacher Zhang Ye, has the guts to do something like this. He even executed the whole plan perfectly. I've just about fainted from laughing too much in front of my computer. Honestly speaking, I am liking Zhang Ye more and more. Other people usually hype up their promotions discreetly by having rumors of relationships or claiming to have certain incidents happening to them. When they are called out for trying to do promotions with such news, they just deny it and appear to be righteous. But look at teacher Zhang Ye. He's just doing all of it openly. He's basically telling everyone straight up, I am promoting my novel. I am creating all this trouble to do my promotions. Haha, he's totally different from your everyday celebrity. This is the first time I've witnessed hyping up a release in such an honest way. And those artists who have a grudge with teacher Zhang can only take it quietly. It's really an extraordinary task that could be accomplished by an extraordinary person. In the 50 years of entertainment business, only Zhang Ye could have carried out an act that lacks as much virtue as this. Zhang Ye has a very special kind of charm that just attracts you to him. That is what I like most about him. He is never pretentious. He just says everything as it is. Everyone was going to sleep soon, and so the scolding battle was also coming to a close. Many of the netizens were already posting their conclusions of the incident today. What was unexpected was that many of them actually had very positive opinions of Zhang Ye's troublemaking this time. This nearly made the celebrities who were scolded and their fans faint. Zhang Ye was once again the talk of the town, and the new novel Legend of Wukong had also gone viral. Past midnight, as the people online starting to thin out, the scolding war also died together with it. The netizens who had to sleep had gone to sleep. This kind of meaningless war would usually come and go very quickly. The victors and losers were generally undecided, and all that mattered was the process of scolding. It was just a way to get a kick from it, and then, there's no and then. A voice called out to him from outside the room. Little Zhang. Oh, Siswu. Are you busy? Come here for a while. Okay. Zhang Ye did not bother about the scolding war anymore. He turned off his computer and looked at his watch only to realize that it was quite late already. He quickly opened the door and went outside, but did not find anyone in the corridor. He walked out a few steps to a room where the door was open. He could see the Wu Ziqing inside, and she was just laying her bed out with a blanket. When she saw him, Wu Ziqing patted on the bed sheets and said, I've laid out the bed for you. It's already this late, so you don't have to go back tonight. You can just stay over. Zhang Ye hypocritically said. Come on, I think it's better for me to just head back. She pointed at her watch and said, It's rather late now, and it's not safe to drive back at this time. Then, all right. I guess I will have to bother you again. Zhang Ye was of course more than hoping that this would happen. His intentions were to stay over anyway. The last time he stayed over in this house was due to him having drunk too much at the Calligraphy Association's anniversary celebrations. Wu Ziqing pointed to the bathroom. The toothbrush and towel in there were the ones you used previously. I've not touched them. Oh yes, what would you like for breakfast tomorrow? It's okay. Please don't trouble yourself with that. Just busy yourself with what you need to. Zhang Ye waved his hand. She smiled and said, Big sis is having a break from work these few days, so there's nothing to keep me busy with. I will just fix something up for breakfast then. Are you sleepy yet? If you are, you should just go to bed earlier. Zhang Ye blinked. I'm not feeling sleepy yet. You're still not tired at this late hour? Wu Ziqing asked. He smiled and said, I've been sleeping quite late these past few days and don't go to bed before 1 or 2 a.m. Chapter 508. Confessing to Old Wu. When he opened his eyes, it was already morning. The sky was still dark outside, as it was just past 6 in the morning. Outside the window, he could see a few old men and women doing their morning exercises. Other than them, there wasn't anyone else. This was an upscale estate, and there were not that many residents. Zhang Ye crawled out of the guest bed in Old Wu's house. He yawned and stretched since he was unable to go back to sleep. He still felt a little uncomfortable spending the night at someone else's place since he wasn't used to the bed and couldn't get comfortable. He went to the bathroom to do his business and then washed up. When he left his room, he moved around with light footsteps and took a look around. There wasn't anything going on upstairs or downstairs. Old Wu was clearly still in bed, and if he judged by the standard 7 or 8 hours of sleep, Sis Wu would probably only be up around 8 a.m. Zhang Ye quietly made some tea on the first floor and brought it back into the room. He wasn't going back to sleep anymore, so he turned on the computer on the table. He continued with his novel. Legend of Wukong. Chapter 7. Tang Xuanzang went back to the small room. The fish was still swimming in the tank. Why is the ground so wet? You must have been naughty again. Xuanzang smiled and said to Little White Dragon. Little White Dragon swung her tail about and smiled. She found out that she was even willing to become a fish if it meant that she could stay by his side. When he was writing this novel yesterday, Zhang Ye had some hope of things turning out better. He had earlier felt that his future was uncertain as everything he did was only bogged down by the ban. He was also no longer a small-time celebrity, but a well-known celebrity who was now ranked in the middle of the C-list rankings. A star of his caliber would require a lot of fame and popularity just to maintain this level, because his competitors in the rankings were not dead people. It wasn't only his popularity which would grow, but all of the others would grow as well. They were all running the rat race together, and that was the reason why Zhang Ye couldn't just stay where he was. The rankings would change, and he might drop greatly in ranking if he did not do something. Zhang Ye was now trying to think of a way to maintain his spot, and was given a glimmer of hope by the novel Legend of Wukong. He did not ask for it to be able to push him further up the rankings, but just to allow him to maintain his visibility and reputation so that his ranking would not drop. From what he could see right now, his goals had already been reached. In fact, it even exceeded his expectations. The epic scolding war last night helped push Legend of Wukong into a prominent view and popular position. If he needed to come up with a reason for writing this novel yesterday, it was because of Wu Ziqing, but today, he, Zhang Ye, was writing this for himself. Tap, tap, tap. The clicking sound of the keyboard kept sounding out wave after wave. His writing form was just normal since he had only just woken up. This chapter was written at a slower pace than yesterday, but he still managed to stumble through and complete the chapter. Zhang Ye checked for any typos before publishing it on his blog immediately. Some netizens, who were up early, were already waiting. It's released, it's released. I've refreshed so many times. It's finally here. Haha, the wait is killing me. I better read it first. I've just finished reading it. It was great. Really good. Is there any more, Teacher Zhang? Please release it all at once. I'm so anxious to find out what's going to happen next. The scolding war had already died down, and the comment section on Zhang Ye's blog was in a mess. It could still be seen how fierce the battle had been the night before, with some people still randomly continuing to scold. But since it was just scattered scoldings, it could be said that the scolding war had already ended. The only people left were the ones who were standing by at his blog waiting for the updates to Legend of Yukon. Some even said, "Damn, I won't even bother celebrating Valentine's Day today. I will just wait at home for your updates." Oh, Valentine's Day? When he saw that comment, Zhang Ye was a little stunned. He took out his cell phone and checked the calendar to confirm. Well, isn't this so? Lunar New Year had just passed, and it was already February 14th today. Spring was already coming. But after knowing, he did not have much of a reaction anymore, and just continued to power through writing the 8th chapter. To a very nationalistic youth amongst nationalistic youths, Zhang Ye wouldn't possibly want to celebrate this foreign festival. It would have been better to just celebrate their own traditional Chinese Valentine's Day. 1,000 characters. 2,000 characters. The 8th chapter was also completed. Zhang Ye had found his form and momentum by now, so the speed of his typing gradually increased. After he published it, he was preparing to get some rest, as his wrist was getting a little achy. Having typed out so many characters last night, he did not feel the effects immediately after, but when he woke up from his sleep, he did not feel too well in his head and hands. Together with helping Wu Ziqing take so many pictures of herself, coupled with those postures and angles, as well as pressing the shutter so many times, all of these were enough to cause him to feel tired. He opened the windows and took a deep breath. It was already past 7 a.m. now. The sky was gradually becoming brighter, but the sun was still not up yet. The land was recovering, and the little trees were sprouting buds. It was a vibrant and lively scene from the window. There was a sound outside the door along the corridor. It was the voice of a woman, little Zhang. Zhang Ye turned back to face the door and said, "Sis Wu, I'm in here." He closed the windows and quickly went over to open the door, but when he was just a meter away from the door had already opened. Wu Ziqing appeared in front of him. He could see that Wu Ziqing had only just woken up as her hair was still a little messy. Zhang Ye smiled. "You're awake? I just opened my eyes a while ago. I said I wanted to prepare breakfast for you, but then I couldn't find you in the bedroom." Why did you come to the study?" she asked. Zhang Ye said, "I just finished writing 2 more chapters of the novel." Wu Ziqing said, "You are working on it so early in the morning?" Zhang Ye nodded. "I woke up early today and couldn't go back to sleep." "All right then. You can continue to write while I prepare breakfast. You must be hungry." Wu Ziqing laughed a little. "It will take about 10 minutes and breakfast will be served. I won't be writing anymore for now. Let's go downstairs together." Zhang Ye followed behind her and out of the study room. When he passed by the room that he had slept in, Zhang Ye was stunned. "Oh, why did you fix the bed for me?" "Sigh, I forgot to make my own bed after waking up." The blankets and pillows were all stacked nicely on the bed, and even the coffee cup and ashtray that he had been using last night were taken away and cleaned up by old Wu. Zhang Ye felt quite embarrassed about it, as he was already troubling someone by staying over, and now old Wu even had to clean up after him. Wu Ziqing ignored him and just walked down the stairs. Zhang Ye looked at her from behind and was feeling her gentleness and warmth. He mustered up a few words and the courage to say it, but always faltered just before the words could come out from his mouth. Instead, his face turned red from this. Just because he dared to scold at anyone didn't mean that he could say what he wanted to say to a woman, especially when it was such a beautiful woman. He tended to speak more formally with her. He had a lot of words that he had wanted to say last night when he had been photographing old Wu, but now he could not even open his mouth. There weren't too many days left of the reduced difficulty period. Only 3 days of the total duration of slightly more than 6 days were left now, and he had to make use of this time to confess to old Wu. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a chance in the future. How big of a gulf was between the two of them? It wouldn't be too exaggerated to say that a day and a continent separated the two of them. Old Wu was successful in her career and already at a high place at 30-something, but him? He may look like he was doing well on the outside, but actually his career had only just started. Old Wu was blessed with good looks and was beautiful from head to toe and from inside out. But him? He was just ordinary, and you couldn't even consider him to be a little bit handsome. Old Wu's personality was good as well. She knew how to take care of others, respect others, and was basically very considerate in all aspects. But him? He would create trouble every day, offending people everywhere. He could not cook or take care of people and was lazy. Sigh, let's just stop here. The more reasons he brought up, the more likely he would burst into tears. Shall I make some eggs? Anything is fine. Okay, I will heat up some milk too. Downstairs, Wu Zuqing was beginning to busy herself with chores. Zhang Ye could not help in any way, so he just stood by her side and looked on. He had been thinking over and over again on how to confess. Should he do it gracefully, boldly, frankly? A cell phone rang. It was old Wu's cell phone. She checked the caller ID and smiled as she picked up Director Wang. Zhang Ye leaned in closer and managed to overhear a bit of the conversation. It was a man who sounded like he was in his 30s, not too young or old. President Wu, I heard that you were promoted? She answered, it's just a lateral promotion. The other party said, where will you be headed? She replied, to the south, I guess. It still hasn't been confirmed yet. The other party paused for a moment before saying, it's Valentine's Day today, are you free? Let me give you a treat. Zhang Ye's ears perked up immediately. Damn you. Who the hell does this one guy think he is? How dare you try to cut this bro's corner? But he heard Wu Zuqing laughing and reply, next time, I have something going on today. That person said, you have a date? She replied, it's not really a date, but I won't be able to go for sure. We can always have the farewell dinner another day. It would be the same anyway. We can also call a few of our old friends along for the gathering before I leave. That person could only reply, all right then. After hanging up, the doorbell rang. A man's voice shouted out from the outside, courier. Wu Zuqing went to open the door. When the courier saw Wu Zuqing, he gave a look of amazement and was stunned for a moment. Then he said, are you Madam Wu? I have a parcel for you. Please sign here. Oh, thank you. Wu Zuqing signed off on the acknowledgement slip and opened up the parcel. It was a big box of chocolates from abroad in the shape of hearts. One could tell that it was expensive just from the look of it alone. When the courier left, someone from the florist arrived with 2 big bouquets of flowers. One of it was red, while the other one was blue in color. The florist delivery person asked Wu Zuqing to sign for the delivery. Wu Zuqing's expression did not change, and she asked, they're both for me? The female florist delivery person replied, yes, they're both for you. We received these 2 orders yesterday and only noticed it today when we were preparing to send out the flowers. The addresses were the same, so we brought them over together. Ahem, this one is from Mr. Zhang, and this one is from Mr. Liu. Can you sign both acknowledgement slips? It wasn't really that coincidental, since the florist was one of the bigger shops in the vicinity of Taoran Pavilion. It was also more popular, and so the 2 orders were made at this shop via website. The florist delivery person was still wondering earlier about this. It was a rare occurrence even to them, but when she saw Wu Zuqing, she seemed to have realized that it wasn't that much of a surprise at all. For such a beautiful woman, if she wasn't married yet, it wouldn't even be surprising if she received more than a dozen flowers, let alone just 2 bouquets. After Wu Zuqing signed it, she said, thank you. Zhang Ye, who had been observing this from the side, was now feeling hatred for those gift senders. He had wanted to scold all of them harshly. This was really pushing it too far. You people have pushed it too far. The confession has to be today. It had to be. If he didn't, then old Wu might be snatched away by someone else instead. Chapter 509. I'm willing to become the stone bridge for 500 years. In the villa, Wu Zuqing put the flowers on a table. Zhang Ye went up to it. Let me help you with these. Where do you want me to place them? Wu Zuqing said, it's fine. Let's have our breakfast first. If there's no place to put them, then just leave them there or put it out in the garden. Zhang Ye blinked. You are so popular. They're just gifts from some friends and ex-colleagues. She answered. Zhang Ye asked, oh, they are all wooing you. Wu Zuqing brought the milk over and calmly responded, I don't know about that. Come on, even a fool could see that. How could you not? When Zhang Ye heard this, he started to talk badly about them and said, don't you think a foreign festival like that really spoils the atmosphere here? What's so good about celebrating a day like Valentine's Day anyway? Just sit down and eat. Wu Zuqing smiled. Big sis doesn't celebrate Western festivals like this either. Zhang Ye lightly slapped his hand on the table, right? Things like chocolates and flowers are totally undesirable gifts. We should firmly reject such practices. Just look at Thanksgiving Day last year, where so many of our Chinese nationals were fussing over celebrating it. Even some public figures went about posting on Weibo about what they were thankful for. What are they even thinking? How did the American Festival of Thanksgiving come about? It was because they wanted to thank the Indians for helping them before, and so this day was designated as Thanksgiving Day. Who is our country giving thanks to then? It is totally mindless to celebrate it. Wu Ziqing was already laughing. You seem pretty agitated. It's not that I want to step on them. It's really not like that, sis Wu. Zhang Ye was in fact bashing them using this opportunity. Such undesirable practices are really making me unable to just look on anymore. Wu Ziqing nodded her head slight. They shouldn't be promoted. During the duration of breakfast, Zhang Ye kept talking about and putting down these people with everything he got. He was not done until he had buried these people deep into the mud. After breakfast, yet another courier had arrived to send a package. After signing for it, Wu Ziqing took it out and saw that it was a calligraphic scroll with a poem written in it. You are the beautiful Chang'er of the mortal world. Are the song and dance a reflection of your heart? The wind I ride on while you steer our direction. Most beautiful of all is not how the clouds float past. Love so deep, you won't need much of those. Zhang Ye knew at a glance what it was, an acrostic poem. The characters in front formed the sentence, you are the most loved? Bah! How disgustingly vulgar. This was simply too disgustingly vulgar. Zhang Ye was already despising the sender completely and forming opinions of that person. Wu Ziqing could only laugh lightly and shake her head. She did not say anything else, but just kept the calligraphic scroll aside. Zhang Ye continued his bashing. Is that from someone in the Calligraphy Association? The words are just all right, but the standard of this poem is very normal. It's just a matter of putting it together properly, and that doesn't require much skill. DD. Wu Ziqing's cell phone received a message, and she picked it up to take a look. Zhang Ye stole a glance, but did not manage to see clearly. Based on the layout of the words, it was probably yet another poem. It seemed like everyone knew that Wu Ziqing liked calligraphy and poems a lot, and they were aiming to please her on this Valentine's Day, hoping to win her over. Old Wu passed the phone over and asked, what does this poem mean? I don't understand it. Oh, let me help you with it. Since this was Zhang Ye's rice bowl, he did not say another word but took the phone and read from it. He said, it's another acrostic poem, but this one is a little deeper. Wu Ziqing said, acrostic? Zhang Ye nodded and read. A bit of melancholy. Over long days and short nights, from high few ever come. The moon. One person to cruise the green plains, 10 soldiers with their feet growing clothes, represents. The swan spreads its wings, gone is its flight, meaningless to enjoy wine with a white ladle, my. Nothing with a hook and 3 dots of rain, heart. Using the Chinese characters and the clues in the text, they formed. The moon represents my heart. Such poems with hidden words or meanings were not a serious kind of literature. Sometimes to make it work, it would have to be forced. The sentences would then become flawed, and it was understandable that old Wu did not catch the meaning of it. This sort of poems was very common in Zhang Ye's previous world, so he knew the meanings behind them almost immediately after reading it. Wu Ziqing laughed. You seem to be quite well versed in this field. Zhang Ye sighed. Well, I dare not claim that I am well versed in such things. These kinds of poems are just simple tricks and can't be considered a skill. I've never really learned in depth about them, but I think that I do know it better than them. He had again stepped on old Wu's pursuers. Even this bro has not dared to make his move yet, but all of you are already confessing one by one. Shameless. Do you all still have a shred of humanity left in you? Zhang Ye was very angry and worried. Seeing old Wu's calm demeanor, she probably had to sign for these things every year. There were probably more than 10 people trying to woo her at any given time, and that was already a conservative estimate. Old Wu was already in her 30s and was not married and had no children yet. From this reasoning, her family was probably already urging her to do so. Old Wu might also be a little worried because of this. A situation like this made it even more critical. If she were to loosen up a little, she might just end up with someone else after hearing their sweet words and promises. Then Zhang Ye would definitely end up heartbroken and crying. This was the main reason why he was also feeling very worried. Old Wu went to get a vase. Zhang Ye followed along and helped her arrange the flowers. He tested her by asking, Sis Wu, there are so many people wooing you, but it seems like none of them have caught your eye? Wu Ziqing replied, they are not wooing me. They're all just friends and teasing me for fun. Don't you plan to have a family? Zhang Ye ventured a little more and asked. Wu Ziqing looked at him. Why are you asking about this? Zhang Ye smiled. Sigh, I'm just curious. Just curious. She replied anyway. Of course I would like to have a family, but I have not met the right person yet. Her. Why? Do you have someone in mind to introduce to me? Ahem, no. Zhang Ye replied. She said, all right, the flowers have been arranged properly. Zhang Ye said, She had already walked in front of him. Let's go. Let's go upstairs to take a look at your newly published chapter. I'm looking forward to read it. Sure. Zhang Ye followed along. If you still want to read more after you finish this chapter, I will continue to write. I can try to rush out 6 more chapters today. Upstairs. Old Wu's room. Wu Ziqing switched on her computer and sat down. She launched the browser while Zhang Ye pulled a chair over and sat down. His heart was very unsettled right now. Old Wu logged onto Weibo first and said, There's so much activity on here today. Zhang Ye had a look and felt the same. The internet today was filled with proposals between couples and confessions from secret admirers. There were even some celebrities who were showing their love and affections to others. There was surely a lot of gossip about them, while at least 2 public figures had already been photographed with another mysterious man or woman out on a Valentine's Day date. Wu Ziqing's Weibo was also having quite a commotion. As Old Wu was not considered a public figure, she did not have many fans paying attention to her. It was inconspicuous, but Zhang Ye was following her. When he saw many people doing acrostic poems on her Weibo, he was infuriated. A Weibo verified account of a certain higher mathematics teacher from Peking University, Han Henian, also posted on her Weibo with a message. He had also dedicated a poem to at Wu Ziqing. Leaning on a window, I long for a beauty. Blissful rain and overflowing wine string bead curtains. Merry dances wave to the elegant figure. Your smile appears like a flower fairy. From the top parts of the Chinese characters, it meant, I like you. Regarding these messages, the common netizens were not too interested in them, but Wu Ziqing's friends and students of Peking University were. They had all gathered at her Weibo page to see what was going on. A female student exclaimed, Wow, Teacher Han has confessed. A physics department associate professor also teasingly gave his blessings, wishing little Han gets to win the maiden's hand. Work hard for it. Zhang Ye's colleague, Chinese department's Su Na, also joined in the fun. Hee, Teacher Han's courage is admirable. Here's a like for you. I heard that President Wu will be posted to another place soon, so you had better work hard to win her over. The students of Peking University were also shouting all sorts of replies. President Wu is mine. Previous poster must be crazy. Your balls must be really big. Woo, I like President Wu as well. When I graduate and find a job, and if President Wu is still unmarried at that time, I will definitely woo her. Even if I know that President Wu will not have eyes for me, I will still go for it. Cries. President Wu is my goddess. I've also been secretly in love with President Wu for the past 3 years. President Wu, I love you too. Forget it, you guys. At our age, it is definitely not possible. Yeah, honestly speaking, Teacher Han Henian, who teaches higher mathematics, is more suitable for her. At least they are similar in terms of age, and Teacher Han is rather suave-looking as well. I never expected a math teacher like Teacher Han to have such good literary talent. It's an acrostic poem. Get together. Get together. Get together. Some male students cried out in jealousy, while others were shouting their blessings and wishes for the two. President Wu is too popular. Yes, just look at how many people are confessing to her. Another Weibo verified member of the National Writers Association, a middle-aged man, had also transmitted his love for Wu Ziqing. That person, who was considered to be rather well-known and worked in literature research, probably knew Wu Ziqing in person as well, since they might have crossed paths in their work before. He was a divorcee and had a child from his previous marriage. He posted a poem to Wu Ziqing. The trees open their eyes. A kid naps under his roof. Lacking in conscience. Sunset with remnant rabbits by the side. It was acrostic also. The few words represented, regret that we didn't meet sooner. This middle-aged man from the Writers Association was still holding back and being a little more subtle than the others. He was already at an age where he wouldn't feel comfortable with expressing those mushy love confessions in public. This was evident in his poem too, as it was just a simple hint that still managed to express his admiration of her. When this poem was Published, some other admirers were probably getting anxious by the slew of confessions to Wu Ziqing. They knew they could not longer just sit back, so all of them also joined in to make their confessions. Because old Wu was also part of these circles, having worked in publicity, education, Peking University's Chinese department, and was also a member of the Calligraphy Association, the people she knew and mingled with were also part of these circles. These people might not be good at most other things, but coming up with a simple poem was definitely not one of them. There was poetry everywhere. A thread of feelings lead to a head of white. Daily longing expels grief. Don't blame me for my seeds of infatuation. Seeing you often in my dreams. If we were fated, the distance that keeps us apart is just a thread. The cherry blossoms bloom in March. Fruits after autumn is most sweet. The same old acrostic poems. One day apart seems like 3 years. One after the other, wave after wave. There were too many people who were confessing to Wu Ziqing. It felt like they were kicking up a riot, each trying to outdo the other to see who could win the dame's heart. What's going on here today? Wow, they are all here trying to woo President Wu. I wonder who President Wu will choose. Looking forward to it. I'm getting interested in this too. Sis Wu, pick one of them. Hee, you aren't young anymore. The going-ons were sustaining the attention of the students and old Wu's friends. At home, Wu Ziqing only smiled and shook her head. Zhang Ye was looking at her Weibo, all this while beside her. He was somewhat angry and frustrated and finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Sis Wu. Yes. She tilted her head sidewards. Zhang Ye muttered some words. So then, let's you. Wu Ziqing gently said. Just say what you want to say. What's the matter? Zhang Ye clenched his teeth, thinking that if he didn't say anything now, then he would probably not have another chance in this lifetime to say it. By the power of the 5 times difficulty reduction die, bestow unto me the courage to do this. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and did not beat around the bush any longer. He looked at Wu Ziqing in the eye and said, Don't bother with them. Why don't you be my girlfriend instead? What the heck? He finally said it. When the words slipped out of his mouth, Zhang Ye no longer felt nervous. He wore a serious expression on his face. But Wu Ziqing only laughed it off. You are just like them, teasing me. Zhang Ye said seriously with a blushed face. Hey, what do you mean teasing? I am being very serious, Sis Wu. Wu Ziqing smiled. I don't see it. Zhang Ye let himself loose. Just tell me if you want to or don't want to. You like me? She looked into Zhang Ye's eyes. Zhang Ye said without hesitation, yes. Wu Ziqing calmly said, Big Sis will be leaving for her new post soon. This time, it will be to the south and the workload will surely become heavier. I probably won't be able to come even once a year. Zhang Ye immediately said, I don't care if we can see each other or not. Besides that, I could go over to look for you too. A flight there wouldn't take long at all. Moreover, even if you don't come back for a year or 5 years, I will still wait for you. Distance is not a problem. Sis Wu, I am being quite serious here. She asked, What do you like about me? Zhang Ye said, There's no reason why. I just do. She asked again, How much do you like me? Just thinking about Wu Ziqing's gentleness and caring side. Thinking about how she treated him with so much respect and gave him unconditional support. He wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend like this even in 8 lifetimes. So why did he like her that much? Was that even a question? When the images of those pursuers of old Wu composing poems to confess floated across his mind, Zhang Ye's expression began to calm down slowly. Like, how much do I like you? Zhang Ye looked at her and lightly recited a Zen verse that did not exist in this world. I'm willing to become the stone bridge, enduring 500 years of the ruthless wind, 500 years of the burning sun, 500 years of the freezing rain, just to catch a glimpse of you passing by. How much do I like you? I guess it is as much as that. When this famous verse of the stone bridge was spoken, Wu Ziqing's eyes immediately changed. She was stunned. 500 years. In the ruthless wind? 500 years under the burning sun? 500 years of being beaten by the rain? Compared to those acrostic poems that old Wu's pursuers had used to confess with, Zhang Ye's verse of the stone bridge was on a much higher level than theirs. It was already in a different class. Not only was the content and literary standard on a different level, even its meaning and power were incomparable. There were no sweet words in it. There were no promises either. But the emotions in the Zen verse were much more meaningful and amazing than anything those confessions could express with words. 500 years of suffering, just to catch a glimpse of you passing by? Wu Ziqing closed her eyes and opened them again, asking, "Are you serious?" Zhang Ye said, "I've never been more serious than I am today." After a few seconds of silence, Wu Ziqing simply said, "Okay, okay." Zhang Ye was stunned. "What do you mean?" Wu Ziqing smiled at him. "Weren't you asking Big Sis to be your girlfriend? So I said okay." Chapter 510, Holding Hands. What? That's it. Old Wu had agreed. Zhang Yi's spirit was a little shaken, as he did not believe what he had just heard. Even though he had already confessed with the knowledge that this was in a 5 times reduced difficulty environment, which would otherwise prove impossible in normal circumstances, he still did not harbor much hope that he would succeed here. After all, in terms of their characters, age, or work, they were basically from 2 different worlds. To be in a relationship together? It was probably because there was nothing much in common between them that Zhang Ye had blurted out that verse of the stone bridge. This verse stemmed from a story, or rather, a story from Zhang Ye's original world. Anan, one of the 10 principal disciples of the Buddha. His full name was Ananda. The name had the meaning of to like, to celebrate, and being untainted. He was Buddha's younger cousin and became a principal disciple of Buddha after becoming a monk for more than 20 years. He had good memory and could remember much of Buddha's teachings and was named the prime in conduct to Buddha. Ananda was blessed with naturally good looks, a face that glowed like the moon, eyes that were like the lotus flowers, and body as clean as a bright mirror. Even after entering monkhood, he could not resist the temptation of women. One day, Ananda said to Buddha, "I fell for a girl." Buddha asked Ananda, "How much do you like this girl?" Ananda replied, "I would be willing to reincarnate into a bridge of stone, taking in 500 years of the cold wind, 500 years of the blazing sun, and 500 years in the beating rain, only with the wish that she would walk once over the bridge." How much did he like her? But exchanging a lifetime for love at first sight? Willing to wait, but not asking for any returns? Understanding all of this, and yet he was still willing to endure all that suffering just for a moment of meeting. Ananda, just how much do you like that girl to give up everything and choose the path of torturous love? This was the full text of the origin story. In his previous world, there was a very well-known movie which had also used these lines. When Zhang Ye heard Wu Ziqing ask how much he liked her, he reflexively answered with this Zen verse. What mattered was that he had also felt this way in his heart as well. He had really liked this gentle and beautiful lady and thus rushed to confess to her. He really had not expected that Wu Ziqing would agree. This was unbelievable. Other than disbelief, he felt more disbelief. Zhang Ye was so happy that a smile bloomed on his face. "Are you sure, Sis Wu?" Wu Ziqing said. Her, didn't I already say it? Don't fool me, all right? I will take this to be your serious answer. Zhang Ye was getting excited as his heart beat faster and louder, feeling worried at the same time and asking to make sure again. He could not help it at all. This surprise had come too suddenly, so sudden that Zhang Ye felt that it was unreal. She just said, "Really?" Zhang Ye smacked his thighs and shouted, "Okay." Wu Ziqing turned back around and held the mouse in her hand. "Let me read the new chapter of Legend of Yukong first." And she continued on with her reading. Zhang Ye stayed by her side, but did not bother her anymore. He thought to himself if this was the result of the 5 times reduced difficulty, or the power of verse of the stone bridge. If Wu Ziqing did not say why she agreed, then Zhang Ye wouldn't know exactly why she agreed to it either, but it was likely that both had contributed to the reason behind her decision. Great. This bro has been alive for over 20 years and has finally found a girlfriend. And it's even such an earth-shattering woman. If this were to get out, it would surely scare a whole lot of people. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. After a long while, Zhang Ye's excitement still had not died down. His heart was still beating crazily fast. Watching Wu Ziqing from the side, he felt that he liked her even more as he looked on. He was more and more attracted to her with each look as his hand unconsciously picked up the box of branded chocolates that old Wu's pursuer had sent her. Without even asking for old Wu's permission, he unwrapped the packaging and began eating some. If he had to say something, it was that the chocolates tasted quite good. When old Wu heard the rustling sound, she looked over and said, "Why are you eating chocolates so early in the morning? It's too heaty, so don't eat so much." It's not good for your body. Zhang Ye raised his hand and asked, "You want a bite?" She did not take it, but said, "It's too sweet." "It's not that I want to eat it." Zhang Ye picked up another piece and threw it into his mouth, finishing up the whole box in just a short time. "Since you're my girlfriend now, this box of chocolates from my rival has become my trophy." She smiled and said, "If you want to eat it, then just take it." Zhang Ye asked, "You finished reading?" "Yes, I've finished reading," she said. "How was it?" Zhang Ye was anticipating her answer. She nodded her head. "It's very good. Big Sis used to have the urge to write a novel herself too, but after reading yours, I found out that I don't have the talent to do so." But Zhang Ye did not feel so. "You're being too modest. With you literary knowledge, you are more than qualified to write one. Don't keep using such polite forms with me anymore," she suddenly said. Zhang Ye nodded. "Okay, I will just address you more simply in the future." Then with a slight hesitation and a light laugh, he said, So what should I call you from now on?" She laughed. "Anything is fine." Zhang Ye blinked. "Isn't it weird if I were to keep calling you Sis Wu?" She laughed lightly. "What do you want to call me then? Why don't I call you Old Wu? That's more endearing." Zhang Ye said. Wu Ziqing noticed his collar looked crooked, so she reached out to adjust it for him. She then pulled away a strand of messy hair from his sideburns. These actions were very natural, and nothing felt wrong about it. "Anything. If you want to call me Old Wu, then let it be Old Wu." Go ahead." Zhang Ye did not move, and just sat there allowing Wu Ziqing to adjust his shirt and hair. He closed his eyes, visibly enjoying the care and gentleness of Old Wu. "Old Wu. Shall we both go out for a walk? Where do you want to go to? To the park or hiking? Anywhere is good. Weren't you intending to go traveling during the New Year? We can just move about in Beijing and treat it as a holiday. It's Valentine's Day today, so we shouldn't just stay at home. Didn't you say that you don't celebrate foreign festivals?" Did I? I think so." "Ahem. Then don't treat it as Valentine's Day, but we should still go out and enjoy ourselves." "All right. Great, let's go. Let me get a change of clothes. I'll have a shower then." They simply went ahead with their plans after just briefly discussing it. On the car, the two of them had already left the city and headed straight for the suburbs. In the car, Wu Ziqing found a pair of sunglasses and put it on. Zhang Ye did the same, but also added a face mask to keep his privacy. After all, the two of their statuses weren't exactly ordinary. One was a government official, while the other was a celebrity. They had to take precautions since it wasn't possible for them to just go out openly without causing a stir. They would just be looking for trouble if they did that. Besides, if someone saw them, they would not be able to enjoy themselves quietly as well. It was Old Wu who drove Zhang Ye's X5 because they had considered the road conditions might not be too ideal out in the suburbs. This car was much more adaptable to the conditions out here. Zhang Ye was in the co-passenger seat and kept glancing over to Wu Ziqing. He felt as though he was living in a dream today, and everything felt rather unreal at the moment. He had actually won over Old Wu. Just how many blessings from his past lives had he accrued to even have managed this feat? People are always unable to stay satisfied. So naturally, when Zhang Ye remembered that he wouldn't be able to see her anymore in a few more days, he asked her, "Old Wu, do you really have to go?" She softly chuckled a little. "I have to wait for the notice first." Zhang Ye pouted. "Why don't you not leave for the south? Peking University is such a nice place. You should just continue working here. It's an organizational requirement and not something that I can just reject or request." She slowed down the car as they were approaching a traffic stop. "Actually, Big Sis does not want to leave either since I have already gotten used to the capital," Zhang Ye said. "Then why don't you just suggest that to the organization? It wasn't easy for us to get together, and now you have to leave after not even a few days of being together with me." Wu Ziqing reached out her hand and lightly placed it on Zhang Ye's thigh. "The posting has not been issued yet, and nothing is certain for now. Let's not talk about this for now, and just enjoy ourselves while we are here." Zhang Ye sighed a little and glanced at her hand which was on his thigh. He coughed and quickly reached his hand over and placed it over the back of her hand. Wu Ziqing continued to drive and did not really react to it. Zhang Ye understood and moved his hand to hold her hand tightly. Old Wu did not look at him and just continued watching the road with her eyes. But Zhang Ye could feel that the hand in his grasp also tightened its grasp on his hand as well. The skin was very soft and the bone structure very refined. How comfortable. With his heart in swing, he could only feel blessed. Chapter 511, Love Token. Morning, 8:30 a.m. At the main entrance of Summer Palace Park. Today's weather was extremely good, with the sun reflecting off the water and streaming through the leaves of trees. The signs of spring could be seen even though spring had not yet arrived. There were many visitors outside the park, as a lot of local and foreign visitors had gathered at the main entrance area. They were either buying food, waiting for people, or queuing up to buy tickets. Who needs a tour guide? Mineral water, $2 for one bottle. You need tickets? You can get it for a third cheaper here than the ticketing office. There were many black market tour guides and ticket scalpers who made the main entrance area even more lively. After parking the car, Wu Ziqing and Zhang Ye walked over to the main entrance. Old Wu's nude-colored heels clicking as she walked, and her stunning long qipao attracted countless eyes. Many of the visitors turned their heads swiftly. Even some of the foreigners had to look several times and were attracted by her beauty. Classic beauty, gentle, and dignified looks. This was an ideal traditional beauty in China, whether it had been in ancient times or modern times. Old Wu was the top in good looks and was the type that all men would wish to marry. Everywhere she went, she would grab the attention of others and leave them amazed. F***K. What a beauty. She's so goddamn beautiful. This person might as well have just walked out of a masterpiece painting. What a pity. She's wearing sunglasses and we can't see her eyes. Some of the park visitors were pointing and softly discussing about her. But the sunglass-wearing Wu Ziqing did not have any reaction at all. She took her coat from Zhang Ye's arms and put it on as they walked side by side. Zhang Ye was feeling show-offy. Beautiful, right? She is this bro's girlfriend. Old Wu, wait for me here. I'll go get the tickets. Zhang Ye said. Wu Ziqing held him back at his shoulders and said, "Let big sis go." Zhang Ye exclaimed, "Why are you still being so polite with me? Aren't we already boyfriend and girlfriend?" Hearing that, Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "Okay then." After Zhang Ye bought the tickets, he and Old Wu both entered the park. The park was buzzing with a lot of visitors today, and since it was so crowded, no one really noticed the two of them. Zhang Ye said, "Ever since I started working, I've been busy as hell and have not managed to come to Summer Palace anymore. The last time I was here was with my hostel mates during the second year of university." Wu Ziqing said as she gazed gently at Kunming Lake. "I've not been here in years either. Come to think of it, I mostly visited this place as a kid, so all of this seems pretty nostalgic to me now." The two of them walked on. As it was the winter break, there were still many university students who had not started their school year yet. Around them were a lot of young university couples holding hands and strolling around the lake. They were the envy of those around them. Zhang Ye stole a glance at Old Wu as his hand slowly moved over. When they were in the car earlier, he had gone with the flow and held Old Wu's hands when she placed it on his thigh. But now while walking around, and with so many people around them, even if Zhang Ye wanted to hold her hands, he felt rather embarrassed to do it. The back of their hands knocked onto each other. Once, twice. Zhang Ye still did not hold her hand after a prolonged internal struggle. But when Wu Ziqing turned her head to face him, she broke out a smile from the corner of her mouth and gracefully moved her hand over and grabbed Zhang Ye's hand. The palm of his hand was warmed by Old Wu's soft and jade-like hand. Zhang Ye's heart was calmed by this action and felt that this was what one would call paradise. The two of them strolled around Kunming Lake hand in hand, occasionally chatting and sometimes enjoying the view. Not long after, when they almost reached the stone gate, Wu Ziqing stopped walking and rested on the white marble stone wall. She looked out over the vast surface of the lake and took in the view. Zhang Ye said, "Shall I take a photo?" "Sure." Wu Ziqing took out the DSLR from her bag. She had prepared all the necessary equipment since they were coming out today. Zhang Ye immediately helped to take some pictures of her and even took them from several angles. He had wanted to take a picture together with her, but felt that it wasn't time yet. There were too many people around right now. If he were to take off his face mask and sunglasses, there would surely be some people who would recognize him. If that were to happen, then they had better forget about having any more fun today. Zhang Ye asked, "Are we in a relationship for real?" Wu Ziqing acknowledged with a soft, affirming voice. Zhang Ye blinked. "You better not regret your decision and go back on your word, Old Wu." Wu Ziqing smiled and asked, "Why would I? Didn't I already agree? What's the matter now? Are big sis words being taken so lightly now?" That's good enough. Zhang Ye was more at ease now. It's just that I feel that this feels too unreal and thought that you might just be playing with me. So now if we're to do some things that lovers do to each other, you mustn't be angry with me, all right? Wu Ziqing's back was facing him and her long flowing hair brushed against his face as she said, Her, what do you want to do? Zhang Ye coughed. Nothing much. I'm just saying. Old Wu lightly slapped the back of his hands 3 times. She told him, Big sis wants to give you a gift. What is it? Zhang Ye asked, releasing her hand, and took a step aside. Wu Ziqing did not answer, but turned aside to remove from her left wrist with her right hand a string of Hetian jade beads. It did not look like it was any ordinary Hetian jade, and more like Yangji white jade. It had a warm look and was matched with some leather. Zhang Ye was stunned. What's this? Wu Ziqing held his hand up and put it on for him. It's a gift for you. No. Zhang Ye tried to push it away. This stuff is really expensive. Such a large string of jade beads would surely cost a few $100,000, or is over $1 million. He wasn't too sure either of the market price of Yangji white jade in this world, but he knew that it was definitely very expensive. So how could he dare to accept this gift? Old Wu said, If I want you to have it, then just accept it. This was given to me by my parents. I've already worn it for more than 10 years, but today, I wish to give it to you. After she helped him to put it on, she nodded and said, It looks good, keep it on you. Worn it for over 10 years? When he heard that, Zhang Ye said, Then all the more reason that I cannot accept it. Wu Ziqing looked at him and said, We are already in a relationship now, and Big Sis just wants to give you a little something. Why is that a problem? Her. If you see a nice art craft later on, you can get it from me and return the favor. Zhang Ye sighed. An art craft wouldn't cost more than several tens of dollars. How can I use that to return the favor? He was a little stunned, but asked, Old Wu, is this considered as a love token? Wu Ziqing said modestly, If you think it is, then it is. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye no longer rejected the gift. All right, then I will accept it. That Old Wu would give him such an expensive gift. Zhang Ye was actually very happy. It wasn't a matter of how much it cost, but rather that it seemed like he mattered more to Old Wu than he thought. Moreover, it seemed certain that Old Wu was not joking about them being in a relationship too. The bigger issue here was pressure. In the past, Zhang Ye had already earned quite a bit of money, and it was easier to return a proper gift favor. But now, this wasn't the case. Just a few days ago, he had agreed to pay the compensation to the publishing firm out of anger and had depleted all of his savings. Even if he did not lack the money to have dinner or such, he still could not afford to get a gift that was good enough. Buy a similar bracelet? Or buy a high-end lady's watch? But he didn't have much money. This was also one of the reasons why Zhang Ye did not want to accept the gift just now. It was because he felt that he couldn't return a proper gift favor. Even though Old Wu had mentioned that he could just get her some art craft or trinkets, Zhang Ye knew he wouldn't want to do it this way. He wanted face and wouldn't allow himself to do any lesser, and all of these reasons entangled him. What should he get for Old Wu? How would he even afford to get her a proper gift? Chapter 512, The International Math Olympiad. Next to the lake, the sun's rays were trickling down and created a picturesque look. Looking at Wu Ziqing's graceful face from the side, Zhang Ye's heart was moved. He couldn't hold back and took a photo of her side profile. The more he looked at her, the more he fell in love and became infatuated with her. She turned around. Let's go. Zhang Ye said, Okay. There are some arts and crafts items there. Let's go take a look. When she went past Zhang Ye, she held his hand very naturally by taking him at his arm. Zhang Ye's heart was beating fast as he said, No, let's not see those. She smiled. What's the matter? That's not befitting of you. I need to consider carefully what I want to gift you. Zhang Ye pulled her along away from there. Wu Ziqing was just about to say something when the cell phone in her bag rang. She took it out from the bag to check who was calling before answering. Hello. It was a woman's voice on the other side, sounding like a 30-something-year-old, cheerfully saying, Old Wu, it's Valentine's Day again. Who are you spending it with? Zhang Ye's ears had pricked up immediately thinking it was a love rival. But when he heard a woman's voice on the other side, he was relieved and walked on. Indifferently with Old Wu, Wu Ziqing spoke as she walked. Her, I'm out with a friend. The woman's voice. With a friend? Who? Wu Ziqing looked at Zhang Ye and said, Even if I said, You wouldn't know who. The woman's voice was getting very curious. Huh, we've been friends since we were young. Quickly tell me, who managed to win you over? Wu Ziqing elegantly replied. Make a guess. What? So you've really been won over by someone? The woman sounded a little shocked. Wu Ziqing shook her head. Are you even an educator? Why are you using words like that? The woman sounded anxiously curious. Don't try that nonsense with me. Quickly tell me who it is. I'm too curious right now which god had managed to win over our comrade Old Wu. No way. You have to let me meet him. I have to see who that person is who has so much charms that he could even break into the heart of a leftover woman who has not been in a relationship in so many years. What's he called? How old is he? What does he do? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Wu Ziqing laughed heartily. You always have so much to say? All right, I have to hang up already. Don't hang up on me. If you do, then our friendship ends here. That woman's voice asked again. So who is it? It sounds quite noisy over there. Are you at a restaurant for a meal? Wu Ziqing answered. I'm at the park. Park? Which one? The woman sounded stunned. Wu Ziqing said, Summer Palace Park. The woman was stunned again and broke out into laughter. Huh, Summer Palace Park? What a coincidence. I'm at Summer Palace Park too. Wu Ziqing laughed. Stop playing around. Why would I lie to you for? I'm really at Summer Palace Park. The woman said in a speechless manner. Don't you know? It's the International Math Olympiad today, and students from all over the world are here to attend. The organizers are Beijing City, and the venue is Summer Palace Park. Didn't you realize that there are a lot of foreigners in Summer Palace Park today? I'm the deputy leader for China's team this year, and brought the students over at 7 a.m. this morning. International Math Olympiad. Zhang Ye was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have the impression that there was news of Beijing holding the competition, but hadn't expected to be held at Summer Palace Park? And it was even today? On the foreign festival of Valentine's Day? Was this a hint from the mathematics world that if you have dedicated yourself to mathematics, then you would no longer have the need to celebrate Valentine's Day and was fated to live a lonely life? Wu Ziqing said in surprise. Is that true? The woman said, Yes, it's true. Where are you at? Come look for me. Wu Ziqing. I'm at the Stone Gate area. Come with that guy over to my side. There's a directional signage and the banner for the competition. If you just keep walking straight from where you are, you'll be able to find me. See you in a bit, the woman's voice commanded. I didn't say that I would be going over. Old Wu said. Just come over quickly. That's settled then. Do. The call was cut off. Zhang Ye asked, Your friend is here too? You heard? Your ears are pretty good. Wu Ziqing said, It's a childhood friend of mine. Her name is Xianya, and she's one of the top mathematicians in our country. Zhang Ye said, Mathematician? She doesn't sound like one. His impression of a mathematician has always been one that was a little more rigid and boring. Wu Ziqing explained, Her character's not so rigid, but her level of professionalism cannot be doubted. In the world of mathematics, she is quite well known. Zhang Ye said, Let's go look for her then. If you're okay with that, then we could meet her? Wu Ziqing asked him respectfully. At such times, Zhang Ye definitely would not refuse the meeting. This was Old Wu's childhood friend they were talking about. It might even be a test from Old Wu since he would have to pass the test of the childhood friend. An organism like a childhood friend was an especially scary thing. They might not be able to help with putting things together, but to destroy something. They were more than enough to have a say in a relationship. Because of this, he felt that he needed to handle this properly, or else if that person were to form a bad impression of him, then it could possibly affect the relationship between Old Wu and him. The two of them had just gotten together a few hours ago, so it would definitely be trouble that a biological being such as the childhood friend could bring. Let's go meet her, Zhang Ye said as though he was going to meet an important opponent. Wu Ziqing held him by the arm again and said, Okay, then let's go. Zhang Ye was enjoying every moment of Old Wu holding his arm, and it made him feel extremely satisfied. This was especially true when he noticed the park visitors around them looking over at them, and he would feel extremely good about it in his heart. Subconsciously, as he walked along, his posture also straightened as he gathered up his confidence. Suddenly, his left arm accidentally knocked into a very soft area of Wu Ziqing's body. It was as though his arm had sank in slowly, and then quickly rebounded from it after. After a few steps, it happened again. It wasn't deliberate, but it was unavoidable if their arms were crossed. It was very soft. They were scarily big. Old Wu didn't seem to have noticed, or maybe she did not mind as she kept just quiet. But Zhang Ye's heart was pounding. As he walked along, his footsteps also became a little unnatural as all of his focus was on his arm. As Old Wu's breast size was too large, she did not usually wear a bra that had underwires in it. It might not be able to hold them, or it could be too uncomfortable due to squeezing too much into a confined area. The type of bra she'd wear were usually the wireless type. If it were the underwire type of bra she was wearing, Zhang Ye might not have felt much even if his arms were to accidentally brush against them. But since she was not, Zhang Ye was able to get the most out of it. This was really too alluring. Ahem, Old Wu. What should I say later? Zhang Ye communicated with her before meeting her friend. Wu Ziqing asked, What do you mean, what should you say? About us, should we tell the others about it? Zhang Ye asked. She said gently, If you wish to say it, then say it. If not, then don't say it. Zhang Ye said, Okay, I know what to do. After walking quite a distance, they turned onto a path leading uphill. As expected, there were many foreign visitors on this side of the park. They were probably here to view the Math Olympiad as well. There was even a banner and slogans at the foot of the hill written with phrases like, Welcome all the participants from every country, and some English signages to inform the visitors of certain rules. The first rule was clearly saying, no disrupting the competition with unnecessary noise. It looked like they were getting nearer to the competition venue by now, and they could feel the tension of the competition in the air. Chapter 5:13. You must have calculated that with a calculator? On a platform on the hill, the pine trees leafing out in green were showered with the rays of the gradually rising sun. Upon reaching the grounds where the annual International Math Olympiad was held, the venue this year took up a large area of the park. In the inner area, where the competition was being held, there were barricade tapes put up labeled with the word restricted. The park visitors, who were on the outside, could not see how the contestants were doing inside, as they were blockaded far away from the inner area, but it wasn't quiet on the outside either. Being a global competition and with the Chinese as the hot favorites this year, there was naturally a lot of emphasis. Otherwise, they would not have picked Summer Palace Park as the grounds for competition. There were many local and foreign park visitors, as well as the relatives, friends, and teachers of the competitors present at the venue. There were also quite a number of media staff present today. There were also many math-related games and activities being held around the competition area. Topic boards were placed along in front of the greenery, some hanging from the pine trees, and in some from the artificial rockery. Many of the more difficult questions would award a prize if it were solved, and were mainly meant for the visitors to take part in. Like Sudoku, like 9 squares, like speed calculations, etc., etc., etc. Upon noticing that there were reporters around, Zhang Ye and Old Wu, who had just reached the hillside, naturally parted their arms. It was definitely better to keep a low profile. A female park visitor said, Oh, it's so lively here today. Mom, I want to play some math games too. A little kid said. An old man, who came to watch the competition, said, The Americans were the champion for the previous term, right? I wonder how our Chinese kids will do this time around. A youth said, The championship will definitely be ours this year. A lot of foreign visitors were discussing fervently as well, but he could not understand what they were talking about. As it was too crowded over there, Zhang Ye and Old Wu did not head into that area. They just stood around the perimeter where the pine trees and bamboo forest crossed paths. Wu Ziqing then sent a message to Xianya. Not long after, Wu Ziqing said, She's coming. Zhang Ye looked around and asked, Which one? Wu Ziqing stuck out her chin towards a general direction, that one wearing black framed glasses. Just as she finished speaking, Xianya, who had just managed to squeeze past the crowd, spotted her too. She was smiling as she waved, Old Wu. She wasn't tall, and her looks were pretty normal. Her hair was a little sparse, perhaps as a result of clever mind. In any case, she could not be considered as pretty, though her demeanor was quite good. Her eyes were also glittering with a sense of wisdom, and she didn't seem like the kind of mathematician that Zhang Ye imagined she would be. Wu Ziqing had already started talking to her, even though she was still quite a distance away. Why have you not gone in yet? The leader is with them right now, and there's also Little Han from your Peking University's mathematics department. I had to come out because the air is too suffocating in there. Xianya laughed heartily. Wu Ziqing said, Little Han. I'm talking about Han Henian, The one that sent you the love confession on Weibo this morning. Xianya said. He's one of teachers selected for the Chinese team this time, and is here as an observer. Old Wu was previously a vice president of Peking University while Han Henian was a teacher in the mathematics department. Although he had shown some good results over the past few years and was a rising star in the mathematics world, he did not have much in common with Old Wu. They were also not quite on the same level, so Wu Ziqing did not seem too familiar with him. Even if they met in the past, they still did not know each other, but Zhang Ye had already burned this name into his mind. He would definitely not forget each and every love rival's name. He even tried to use an acrostic poem to woo my Old Wu. How immoral. Zhang Ye was naturally full of malice towards these love rivals. He was totally biased against this person and not the issue. After squeezing through the crowds, they finally managed to get closer to each other. Xianya stopped in her step, as her extremely curious vision set itself on a Zhang Ye's figure. Oh, aren't you a little too overdressed? I can't even see your face. Professor Xian, hello. Zhang Ye's eyelids jumped a little with his hand stretched out. Why, hello to you too. You're kinda young. Xianya shook hands with him before turning sideways and sniggered. Come clean, what's up with the two of you? When did it start? Wu Ziqing smiled. Make a guess yourself. How old is he even? Xianya asked curiously. Wu Ziqing replied, 20-something. Xianya said, that young? Sis Wu, are you robbing the cradle? Wu Ziqing laughed. You've always been this way. Nothing good ever comes out of your mouth. Xianya went on. I'm really curious about how you've suddenly brought one of these out of nowhere after being single for so many years. I thought you'd just grow old and die alone, so I'm still getting used to this. He won't even show his face. At least let me see what he looks like. As she said that, she took another glance at Zhang Ye's face. There's too many people around, and even reporters. It's not convenient. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, when there's no one around, then he'll show you. Xianya wondered, so what if there's a lot of people around? It's not as if you're some big-time celebrity. Who would care about you? As if a single middle-aged woman like you would be afraid of some scandal? Zhang Ye rolled his eyes thinking, who was she to make such a comment? Middle-aged woman? Wu Ziqing shook her head and laughed. You're only about a year younger than me. How could you say that about me? Your mouth has always been harsh since we were young. She looked back to Zhang Ye and said, you two should have a face-off one of these days since the both of you can speak so well. And she turned back to face Xian. Yeah, but I doubt that mouth of yours would be able to fend off little Zhang. Zhang Ye did not say anything and kept quiet. But Xianya was amused. What do you mean by that? Someone dares to challenge me to an argument? I might be in the field of mathematics, but I've never ever lost an argument before. Looking at your friend, he seems rather introverted. I can't see how he can argue with me. She was rather headstrong too and did not seem convinced by Wu Ziqing's claims. Zhang Ye laughed a little and threw his hands back. Old Wu's praising me too much. When it comes to arguing, how could Zhang Ye possibly lose to her? Because that mouth of his was what earned him his keep. He was an expert and a professional at such things. If this had been in the past, in any other situation and against anyone other than her, Zhang Ye would surely have started a dispute with them. But today, he was being very humble and low-key. Zhang Ye was being extremely gentlemanly today, acting with grace and self-restraint. He knew very well that since he was young, he had never behaved as decently as he was now. Right now, he was left with no choice as Old Wu was standing beside him. Even if he wanted to, Zhang Ye just couldn't be his usual cocky self because he had wanted to put up his best behavior for her. For him to have so much self-control, he felt that this must have been the power of true love. He had never met anyone like this since he was born, and was even disobedient to his parents. But Old Wu was able to make him want to put on his best behavior. It was just like when Sun Wukong met Buddha, or when a layman met an expert. Old Wu was like a gentle sea which Zhang Ye had fallen into, and no matter how hard he swam, he just could not get out of it. Xianya asked, what do you do? Wu Ziqing answered on his behalf, a teacher at my school. Oh, from Peking University too? Xianya was getting even more curious. Which major? It was Zhang Ye who answered this time. I teach in the Chinese department. Xianya laughed. Our professions are natural jinxes to each other. The mathematics and Chinese departments were indeed like the southern sky and northern sea. They were worlds apart. After exchanging a few lines, Xianya suddenly discovered something and stared curiously at the Yangji white jade bracelet on Zhang Ye's wrist. Huh? Old Wu. My sis Wu. You've even given away that bracelet that your dad left for you more than 10 years ago? You're really serious about it this time, aren't you? Wu Ziqing said annoyingly. Don't say it out so loudly. You're being an announcer now? That's because I'm so surprised, that's why. Xianya said sourly. When I told you that I liked that bracelet while we were still at university, you did not give it to me no matter how much I begged. When I asked you to lend it to me for a couple of days, you even kept nagging at me to take good care of it. But look at where it is now. You've given it away, just like that. Wu Ziqing hugged her coat tighter and laughed a little. It's just a simple accessory, but don't you go around telling anyone about it. Keep it a secret, all right? All right. Do you think I'm stupid? Xianya continued to ask. So what did he give you as a token of his love? Quickly show it to me. Wu Ziqing was about to say something, but Zhang Ye knew that old Wu would try to speak up for him and explain the situation. He did not feel that this was necessary and thus honestly, while embarrassingly, said, I've not had the chance to gift her something yet. I'm still thinking about it. Do you have any suggestions? Xianya laughed and said, Sis Wu likes things like jade or similar stuff like it. All women like stuff like that. Wu Ziqing laughed while shaking her head. I don't like things like that anymore. Xianya glanced at her with despise. Don't act like you don't. Zhang Ye could understand that old Wu must have known that he did not have any money left and so denied that suggestion on purpose. She was probably afraid of causing him to feel too much pressure. Otherwise, why would she have suggested that she just wanted a little craft art as a gift when he asked her? Old Wu was an especially caring woman deep down, and this was exactly the reason why Zhang Ye liked her so much. A famous calligraphy or a painting piece. Indeed, old Wu liked those things very much, but those were not suitable as love tokens. Xianya's suggestion had given Zhang Ye an idea. Jade? Jade? Or diamonds maybe. Yes, he definitely had to get something along these lines for old Wu. She had already given him her treasured Yangji white jade bracelet. So if Zhang Ye did not give her something important to match the favor, it would not feel right. The three of them started chatting. At first, Zhang Ye and Xianya were still a little unfamiliar with each other, so they did not talk much. But very quickly, they opened up, and then after that, there were others who joined them as well. A woman walked up to them. Hey, aren't you President Wu? Wu Ziqing took off her sunglasses. Director Qin? Xianya clearly knew her as well. Director Qin is here too? Professor Xian, aren't you the deputy leader for your team? What are you doing out here? Said someone from the Mathematics Association who had just walked over. Isn't the competition almost done? Xianya looked at her watch. It should be done any time soon. That middle-aged man from the Mathematics Association said. President Wu is here to support our participants today too. Wu Ziqing laughed. I was just here by coincidence. A 30-something-year-old mathematician, wearing sunglasses, sporting a crew-cut and rigid-looking man followed along behind. He did not even look at a beauty like Wu Ziqing and started speaking to Xianya. Professor Xian, I was helping a group of students with a question about function simplification which I would like to discuss about with you. I'd like to seek your advice later. Xianya smiled and said, Sure, let's do that once the competition is over. As they chatted, the group formed into a circle and they continued to chat away. In this group were some of the elites of the mathematics and education world. Wu Ziqing probably did not know most of them, but it was clear that most of them knew who Wu Ziqing was. A common person might not know this famous person of the education world, the vice president of the top educational institution of the country, but those who belonged to this circle definitely knew of her identity. Suddenly, a few people from the media took notice of Wu Ziqing, who had taken off her sunglasses. As the vice president of Peking University, her status at this sort of international competition was definitely one of the highest. Naturally, an interview with her would be a worthy one. Therefore, a few of those reporters from the television station and newspapers came over to this side as well. President Wu, I am with Jinshi newspaper. I am from the Beijing Times. Will you accept our interview? Being amongst a group of people chatting about higher mathematics, and with the reporters interrupting as well, Zhang Ye felt a little out of place. He did not have much that he could chat about with them, nor was he interested, so he walked away quietly and just went wandering elsewhere. Wu Ziqing, who was being interviewed, noticed Zhang Ye, but continued to diplomatically chat with the reporters. Regarding these eager young mathematicians, we must. A mathematician who had noticed Zhang Ye standing beside Wu Zuqing earlier asked Xianya, "Whose student was that?" Xianya didn't say much, but answered, "He's a teacher too. We just met and were chatting." That person curiously said, "I've not seen him around before." "He's a teacher from the Chinese department." Xianya added. That person said, "Oh, I was wondering why I didn't know him." Thereafter, no one paid any more attention to Zhang Ye or thought that he had come together to Summer Palace Park with Wu Ziqing. About 50 meters away, Zhang Ye had strolled to the quiz booth area where he observed some of the park visitors gathering around, trying to solve some math problems. Suddenly, he felt that it looked quite fun as well. "Ah, I got it right. Little kid, you're smart. Is there a present?" "Yes, here's a teddy bear for you." Beside each quiz board stood a male or female youth. They were likely university students majoring in higher mathematics and were serving as volunteers for this event. Zhang Ye had a look at each of the quiz boards as he walked on. Finally, he spotted a question that was more difficult and had a cell phone as the prize for giving the correct answer. The cell phone brand was unheard of by Zhang Ye, but looked to be one of the better brands in this world. Zhang Ye had been considering upgrading his cell phone for some time now, but did not as he was cash-strapped in recent times. He decided to give the question a shot and walked up towards the quiz board. Behind him, Xianya was approaching. Her, what's your honorable name?" Zhang Ye turned around and said, "Lose the honorific, my name is Zhang Ye." Xianya noticed the quiz board that Zhang Ye had been looking at just now. "What's the matter? You interested in math too?" "So, I guess," Zhang Ye replied. Xianya said, "This question is not simple at all. It was a mental rapid calculation problem. 43821 multiplied by 81,257. To a normal person, this problem might seem very difficult and they would probably need a calculator to get the answer, but to a mathematics expert, it could be considered easy. There was still a way to break it down into an easily calculable way using a formula, but for a 5-figure and difficult to break down number to be multiplied quickly and mentally, even a skilled mathematician would need some time to solve it. They might even have to resort to using pen and paper. The objective of this question was mental calculation with a time limit of 30 seconds. Zhang Ye stood in front of the quiz board and looked at it for a few seconds. Then he asked the female university student volunteer standing beside it, "Do you have a marker pen?" "Here." The volunteer handed him a marker pen. Zhang Ye raised his hand up and wrote, 356-076-2997. The volunteer was stunned. Behind him, Xianya was also slightly taken aback. Zhang Ye asked, "Is this correct?" "Oh, yes, it is correct." The volunteer nodded. Zhang Ye coughed and put his hand out. "Then does that cell phone belong to me now?" The volunteer shook her head. "No, it doesn't count if you used a calculator. You have to solve it using mental calculation." Zhang Ye nearly fainted. "But that's what I did." The volunteer shook her head, unconvinced. "You only looked at it for a few seconds. Unless you're a top mathematician or a mental calculation expert, you would not be able to answer this so easily. You must have calculated it using the calculator on your cell phone when you were standing at a distance just now. Then you memorized the answer and walked over to attempt the question. This will not count at all." Zhang Ye nearly fainted again. "But I really calculated it mentally over here." Seeing this, Xianya was tickled. If she were to try to answer this question unprepared, she would not be able to do it faster than Zhang Ye. In fact, she would take a much longer time than he did. After all, her main major was not in the field of mental calculation. This was the reason why she knew that Zhang Ye had depended on the calculator application in his cell phone to solve it from afar before coming over. She attempted to resolve the situation by saying, "All right, Teacher Zhang, you're a teacher of the Chinese department, a teacher of the citizens. Stop teasing the young girl already. Your sister. Who or why am I even teasing anyone for? I am being serious. Here. Damn. This bro wasn't even given the chance to explain." Meanwhile, Wu Zuqing, who was done with the interview, had come over as well. Some other mathematics world's professors and teachers also came over when they saw the situation going on here. "What's the matter?" someone from the Mathematics Association asked. "Oh, someone managed to answer this question? I was just thinking of giving it a try myself." A young mathematician asked curiously. "So who answered it? How long did it take?" The volunteer pointed to Zhang Ye and cried out, "This gentleman only used a couple of seconds to answer, so I did not give out the prize as I believe that he had used a calculator to get the answer." There were a total 3 cell phones to be given out to the first 3 people who could answer it. It was just those few sets, so of course she had to be fair and scrutinize each winner's claim to it. The group of mathematicians looked at Zhang Ye. That young mathematician said, "Oh, a few seconds? I couldn't even solve this in a few seconds since this kind of larger number is harder to analyze and break down. There's considerably many more calculations needed." These quiz questions were actually conceived by the organizers from the mathematics world. The level of difficulty for every question was known to them, and the prizes allocated were also based on the difficulty of the questions asked. The mathematics experts present all knew that this particular question was not one that could be solved in a matter of a few seconds. Around them, many park visitors heard the commotion and had squeezed together at the scene, looking at comrade little Zhang with contempt. How shameful! Such a disgrace to our citizens. This was an international competition, and there were so many mathematicians from all over the world present today, yet this person dared to try to claim a prize by using a calculator to solve a quiz question? Just how shameless can he get? A mother covered her child's eyes and said, "Don't look and don't learn from such a person in the future." The little girl nodded earnestly and said, "I understand, Mom." Zhang Ye. Xianya laughed diligently and helped Zhang Ye rescue the situation. After all, he was her childhood friend's alleged boyfriend. She said, "Teacher Zhang was just joking around, right?" Zhang Ye was at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. "I'm joking. Your sister, I'm joking." Of course, Zhang Ye had calculated this question himself. He had factorized it several times, obtaining 2 equations. He had then mentally derived a few summation series before finally solving the question. Back then, this fellow had eaten more than 100 books of higher mathematics skill experience books. Now, he had used his new abilities to answer this question, but because he had solved it too quickly, he was accused to be bragging by this bunch of people. Me cheat? Your sister. There goes my new cell phone. Chapter 514. Zhang Ye's nationalistic youth spirit. In the forested area. On a platform. I even heard that he was a teacher. It seems like he is a teacher from Peking University. The quality of teachers these days. Peking University? What a disgrace. Luckily, the foreigners did not understand what we were talking about. Dad, that person was totally shameless. Even I feel embarrassed for him. If using a calculator was allowed, I could do it too. Ignore him. Oh, looks like the competition is ending soon. Whether it was people from the mathematics world or the park visitors, all of them were pointing at Zhang Ye and talking about him. They only stopped when they saw that the competition was about to end before heading over to the competition area to find out about the results. They were all looking forward to the competition results and ranking of their country's participants as it was a matter of national honor. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye, having failed to win the cell phone prize and had even gotten into a big mess with everyone staring at him with contempt, was feeling terrible. He was almost on the verge of vomiting blood as he stared at the volunteer in anger. When the volunteer noticed, she stuck out her tongue and made a face at him, as if to show him that she was not afraid of him. She was still convinced that Zhang Ye had cheated using a calculator. When Zhang Ye saw this, he was even more annoyed. He nearly wanted to jump on her and bite her, thinking why he even deserved this in the first place. Forget it. This bro has gotten himself a new girlfriend today and was in a good mood, so he did not take it up with her. He had to admit that Wu Ziqing held a really important place in his heart. When old Wu came over to see what was happening, she did not say anything, and that was all that Zhang Yi needed to keep himself well behaved. All she had to do was to stand there, and Zhang Yi would not dare to create a scene. After the incident had passed, the surrounding crowd did not hang around anymore. But when Xianya walked past Wu Ziqing, she said in a whisper, "Sis Wu, why do I feel that this friend of yours is a little unreliable?" Wu Ziqing smiled but did not speak. She was not bothered by the comments, but went over to Zhang Ye's side and said, "You're even getting yourself involved in math now? Aren't you a liberal arts practitioner?" Sigh. Let's not bring it up anymore. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. A crowd had gathered outside the competition area as the participants started streaming out from the competition grounds. The demurely dressed Wu Ziqing looked over and said, "Let's go take a look over there." Zhang Ye did not move and said, "You go ahead. Old Wu. There's too many people there, and I prefer this quiet place. It's just as well since I want to look for a toilet to have a smoke at. Wu Ziqing gently reminded him. Smoking is not allowed in this place, so bear with it. Zhang Ye helplessly replied. All right then, I'll listen to you. Wu Ziqing smiled a little and said, I'll head over there then. For such an international event, since I'm here, it'd be inappropriate for me not to go. Stroll around by yourself for now. I will look for you later. All right, go do what you need to, Zhang Ye said. When Old Wu left, Zhang Ye found a spot at a big rock display at the perimeter grounds. The area was littered with soft drink can tabs and burger wrappers, which Zhang Ye picked up and threw away before sitting down. He observed the crowd at the competition area and picked out Old Wu's figure, looking at her from behind in appreciation. He did not blink, and no matter how he looked at her, he felt that he couldn't find anything that he disliked about her. This was not a sight that he would ever get tired of. Even though the pain of the loss of the cell phone prize was still embedded in his heart, it was really insignificant compared to the feelings he had for Old Wu. A little before 10 a.m., at the competition area below the gently sloping hill, youths from all over the world were gathered outside at the yard area. Most of them were teenagers around 15 years of age, while some of them didn't even look like they were 10. They were all geniuses in mathematics from all over the world. Each nation's team leaders and teachers also walked out with different expressions: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. There were people of all kinds of colors. A few young participants of China's team appeared looking rather down. Amongst them was a girl who looked to be oldest, with her eyes red and tearful. When the park visitors saw this, their hearts sank. Did we lose? What place did we get? Little girl, don't cry anymore. You all were great. Yeah, you all did well. Quickly wipe your tears. Auntie can't bear to see you in such a state. This was their home ground, and most of the park visitors were Chinese citizens as well. When they saw the team in such a dejected manner, they started shouting their encouragements to the children. A Chinese middle-aged mathematician walked into the yard area with a heavy expression and asked, "What placing did you get?" That girl's name was Huang Lingling, and she was the eldest on the Chinese team at 17 years old. As the leader of the children, she wiped off her tears and answered with her teeth clenched, "Third place." I made a mistake. Behind her, a 12-year-old member of the team pulled at Huang Lingling. He was Huang Lele, Huang Lingling's brother. He said, "Sis, it's not your fault. Don't cry anymore." "That's right. Leader, it's not your fault." The other team members were also offering their consolations. Teacher Wang Yiming, who was the team leader, and Peking University Mathematics Department's Han Henian, who was here as observer, were with them too. Wang Yiming was a 40-something-year-old middle-aged man. He was a soft-spoken person and did not say much. But Han Henian's expression was extremely bad. When they came out, he immediately said with a straight face to Huang Lingling, "You even practiced a similar question to the one that was given to you just now. Why did you still get it wrong?" The other Chinese mathematicians were also full of sighs. Huang Lingling was still wiping the tears off of her face. Her younger teammates did not know how to react and were blaming themselves for breaking their teacher's trust, as well as the expectations of the whole nation. Their mood right now was at rock bottom. At their peak, the Chinese team had gotten first place in the International Math Olympiad for 3 years running, but due to a small mistake last year, they had lost their hold on the championship. This year, not only were they unable to gain back first place, but they couldn't even defend their second-place position. The deputy leader of the team, Xianya, also joined the group. She did not look like she was in a great mood either. Having worked so hard in the past year, from the team selection, training, and preparing for the competition, their results had dropped even further than before. This made her disappointed, and she said, "We'll come back again next year." Huang Lingling said tearfully, "Teacher, I'm sorry." The rankings for this year's competition were announced. In first place, the United States. In second place, United Kingdom. In third place, China. Seeing this, many of the visitors who had come to Summer Palace Park did not have the mood to watch on anymore. They were all preparing to leave, but an announcement mentioned the next round of events for the International Math Olympiad would be starting soon. When they heard this, they stopped in their tracks. It wasn't over yet. There were still further competitions. It seemed like this International Math Olympiad was really not ending here, and, according to previous year's practice, An event would be held after the youth competition. The student participants, teacher leaders, and even the general public were allowed to take part to foster friendly international relationships among mathematicians of all countries and to create an opportunity for the exchange of information. They might not be able to communicate through their spoken languages, but mathematics was their common ground and their medium of communication. In this event, each participating country would set a topic and put up an equivalent prize to it. It was similar to the outdoor activities that were catered to the park visitors earlier that morning. If anyone could answer the topic satisfactorily to the requirements of the topic setter, they would earn the right to take home the prize. The prizes were generally items that were representative of the countries. For example, China's prizes would usually be in national-level paintings or the four treasures of the study, items that were either antiques or masterpieces. Some of the Western countries had also put up a masterpiece oil painting in the past, but no one had been able to win it as the questions were too difficult to solve, though not unsolvable. Even if there were so many mathematics experts present, there were always some topics that were very tough and would take more than 1 to 2 days to complete. This was also one of the reasons why some of the prizes were such treasures. There were also examples of some countries that put up money as the prize, handing out several tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands worth of scholarships. All of this depended on how difficult the topics were. Of course, there were also countries who were here to make friends and exchange knowledge with the others. Like United Kingdom, for example, they were always gentlemanly in their behavior and put up a good prize every year for their topics, which were relatively easy in comparison. In short, each country had their own style. The event this year was also another chance for the different countries to measure up each other's abilities and face off again on competitive terms. If they did not place too much importance on it, the participants would just chat and exchange their learnings with each other, contributing to a harmonious feel. Some countries who did not enjoy such good relations would prefer to fight it out and have a victor declared. These were the types of incidents that would attract the attention of the most people every year after the main competition was over, as there would surely be some countries whose mathematicians would battle it out with the other countries, resulting in furious battle situations. But of course, such incidents were usually not reported by the media. The newspapers and television news agencies tended to not report such happenings. The event began. The official time the event ended was at 5 p.m. Almost a whole day was allocated to this event, and only at the end of it would the International Math Olympiad be considered complete. If there was a competition, then there was always a resulting victor and loser. Many of the Chinese park visitors were still hoping for a chance at revenge, so they stayed behind to watch the going-ons. What are the prizes this time? I don't know, but I'm really looking forward to it. Let's win the prize that the Americans put up for their topic. Right? We have to show them what we're capable of. They've caused our children to be in tears. The children might have lost their round, but the adults will surely win, won't they? Even though the Chinese mathematics world has not contributed much with any breakthroughs to the mathematics world, everyone knew very well that the Chinese were smart and had very high standards in mathematics. Like Zhang Ye, Wang Yiming, and the other mathematicians present, all of them were considered as tops in their field of mathematics. This was also the reason why everyone was paying a lot of attention to the second round of competitions. One of them was Zhang Ye, who was seated at the outermost area away from the crowds. He was not interested in the competition itself, but rather on those kids who were China's representatives at the International Math Olympiad. Hearing the chattering from the park visitors, he had realized just how much time and effort these kids had put in, even delaying their studies and wasting away their youth just to be here for a chance at glory. Now that he saw how the student leader, Huang Lingling, was crying with her teammates and the adults not caring about their feelings, he felt very uncomfortable. This bunch of mathematicians, including Old Wu's childhood friend, Zhang Ye, were really too much. The children had already given it their best, so what if they lost? Was it so difficult to give some consolation to encourage them? Why were all of them putting on dark expressions at the children? If Old Wu were not here, and if not for her sake, this bro here would have already gone ahead to give all of you a scolding. What the heck was this? And that bunch of foreigners too. Fuck, how dare they bully our kids? At this moment, Zhang Ye's nationalistic youth spirit was burning strong. His focus swept towards the group of people in the competition grounds. Everything just seemed wrong and unpleasing to his eye right now. Chapter 5:15. one of the world's top 10 mathematical conjectures. The countries taking part in this event went to their allocated spots in the yard. Every country had placed writing boards at their exhibit booths with translations and a display area to showcase the contributions of their nations to the mathematics world. The prize and topic for this round of competition were displayed as well. Go for it. Beat them. Don't lose this time. Children, don't cry anymore. Let your teachers get back at them for you. The Chinese park visitors were cheering them on, and some of the foreign park visitors were also cheering their own country's teams on. It was a lively scene. The prizes were announced. The United Kingdom's team had revealed a scholarship check at their display booth worth £50,000, a very generous amount. Next, one of their team staff members revealed the topic which most of the visitors could not understand, but the other countries' teams of mathematicians or the participants of the Math Olympiad could understand what they saw. It was the same as previous years, where the United Kingdom team did not propose an extremely difficult topic, but it wasn't easy either, and the common conclusion that everyone reached was that it could be solved. The display booth for the Chinese team was hosted by the team leader, Wang Yiming, and deputy leader, Zhang Ye. Han Henian and some other seniors of the mathematics world were around as well. As they were the hosts of this year's event, their display booth was also allocated a larger area. Many people had come, and several authority figures of the mathematics world were also present. Some of them were standing around in the Chinese team's display booth, while others went around to other countries' display booths to check out their topics. The prize put up for the Chinese team's question was an ink painting, likely drawn by a famous Qing dynasty painter. The painting was of an eagle, looking very ferocious and lifelike, and drawn with vigorous but finely detailed brush strokes. The possible value of this painting was not low, probably around the range of several millions. As for the topic, this year, the Chinese team had proposed one of greater difficulty than they had in previous years. If it were too easy, there would surely be a loss of face if someone were to answer it too quickly. A mathematics expert from China had suggested this new topic with regards to geometric drawings. After discussing with people like Zhang Ye and Han Henian, they decided that it would be used as their topic for this event. They had even spent quite a bit of effort on it. The Japanese team, the Korean team. The prizes and topics were displayed out one by one. Wow, the Koreans have put up a rather good prize. Yeah, it's quite valuable. Germany has a good one too. Japan's prize is a little miserly. It looks pretty worthless. Even if they did not understand the topics, the park visitors would still understand the value of the prizes. They were standing around pointing and making comments of each nation's prize. They were on higher ground then, where the event was being held, and could not enter the event area, as there were barricade tapes put up. Only some of the related organizers and media personnel were allowed in, but from where they were, they could still view the whole event very clearly. Wu Ziqing was in the event area too, and was chatting with several other leaders of other higher institutes of learning. Han Henian just noticed Wu Ziqing's presence and was stunned for a little while before greeting her. "President Wu, what would you be doing here today?" Wu Ziqing smiled and replied, "I was just coincidentally at this place." Nanjing University Mathematics Department's dean stroked his beard and laughed. "Teacher Han, you're really brave. I heard that you confessed to President Wu on Weibo." Around him, a few other mathematicians also laughed along in a kind manner. Han Henian might be a rookie in the mathematics world, but his background was very good. He had a lot of potential, and many of the mathematics world's elders had high hopes for him. When they brought up this subject, Han Henian felt a little embarrassed and coughed awkwardly. That dean said, "Our President Wu is not someone you can just woo so simply. You've got to buck up. If you really manage to win her over, then you'd make all of us in the mathematics community very proud." Han Henian laughed dryly. "Sure, I will try my best." As he said so, he noticed Wu Ziqing's expression. She was looking especially beautiful today in her dignified qipao dress. Wu Ziqing, still maintaining her gentle smile, said, "It's better to stay focused on the event activities for now. It's starting already, isn't it?" Everyone could sense that Wu Ziqing did not want to be involved in this sort of gossip, and so made no mention of it anymore. Not all jokes should cracked blindly in this way. With the mention of the event, those mathematicians' expressions became serious. "Little Han, are you going to attempt any of the topics?" Han Henian nodded. "I'll go ahead then. If I can't do it, there's still Professor Xian and Professor Wang." A senior mathematician said, "You've got to crack the Americans topic. We're the organizers this time, but our kids could only place third. So all of you have got to work hard to gain back our honor." With a pause, he continued, "The Americans were too atrocious last year and purposely set an unsolved math problem star. Hopefully, they won't repeat such behavior again this year." Han Henian replied, "I understand." At this moment, the Americans were the last to reveal their prize. When everyone saw it, they were stunned. A few blonde-haired American mathematicians took out a small box, placed it on the display stand, and opened the cover. And it was a green jade thumb ring that had engravings on it. Looking at the oxidation on it, it was definitely an old antique, an old jade ring of at least a few hundred years old. Because the quality of the jade was not too good, it was probably from the Qing dynasty, where these stone deficiencies were generally more accepted and not like the standards of modern days, where people always asked for crystal clear types or solid green jade. But in terms of value, this would not lose out to the higher grade jade stones, as it was considered as an antique. There were experts in the crowd. A jade thumb ring? That engraving. It should be a palace treasure. Was this smuggled out from the palace in the past? It has to be. That oxidation shows that it's at least a few hundred years old. Much of the history in this world had not changed. The days of the siege of the international legations also existed in this world, so it was highly possible that this jade thumb ring was seized from the houses in the capital or the royal family and smuggled out of the country. It was not known how the ring got into the hands of these American mathematicians or why they put it up as a prize for their topic. Generally speaking, this event was also used as a platform to promote the culture of the countries. The teams would usually bring out something that was representative of their country's culture as the prize, but no one would have expected the American team to use an item that was looted from the Chinese for the prize at an event that was held in China. What's more, it was an event held at Summer Palace Park. This was the kind of situation which should only exist in a person's imagination. A lot of the park visitors could not accept this. Holy sh*t. The Americans are doing this on purpose. This is so numbing. They're climbing on top of our heads. The park visitors from other countries and their mathematicians could not understand what was going on and were left confused and blinking. Zhang Ye had an adrenaline rush from this provocation. "These bunch of Americans, they're good, yeah?" The soft-spoken team leader Wang Yiming said with a sunken expression. "Are they provoking us?" A senior from the mathematics world said in anger, "This is so maddening. We have to solve the Americans topic for sure this time. That item belongs to us, and we have to get it back." Han Henian face darkened. "Don't worry." At this point, the Chinese mathematicians' morale was extremely high. The Chinese media reporters also pointed their equipment over at the jade thumb ring, snapping away as their faces showed dark expressions. Wu Ziqing also saw that jade thumb ring, but it was unknown what she was thinking at this time. Zhang Ye was also provoked by this action of the Americans. Anger turned to laughter, and then he noticed old Wu's eyes and had a sudden thought. Jade thumb ring? Old Wu seems to like it very much. Zhang Ye touched the love token given to him by old Wu on his wrist and gave it some though. Over there, under the watchful eyes of many people, the Americans finally revealed their topic for this year. When it was revealed, curses and swears were heard. "They're doing this on purpose. It's that topic again. Are they finished with it yet? This is the exact same topic as last year." The same topic as last year. The Chinese mathematicians were all looking downcast now, and the other countries' mathematicians were frowning or shaking their heads. The Americans were too disrespectful. The park visitors could not understand why there were such huge reactions at first until the student volunteers, who were now stationed around the barricades, explained it to them. This was Dale's conjecture. It was one of the unsolved math problems asterisk of the world. It was an unsolvable topic that had troubled the mathematics world for several decades now. This problem was first suggested by the Americans several decades earlier, and countless mathematicians had worked on it tirelessly for so many years without ever coming close to solving it. At first, it was a problem that wasn't significant to the mathematics world, but it slowly gained the attention of everyone. More and more people of the world now knew about this math problem. Even if those park visitors could not understand from looking at the proposed topic, when they heard the words Dale's conjecture, they seemed like they were suddenly enlightened. This was why it was considered to be one of the top 10 mathematical theorems to exist in the modern age and no one has managed to solve it yet. The Americans brought out this topic. They did it last year, and they're doing it again this year. They had no intention to foster good relations at all. The American mathematics world had sent a team who did not seem to place any importance on this event and were simply doing this perfunctorily. They were just lifting their country's previous thought-up theorem and using it here as a topic without any effort. They were probably just intending to finish up the event and get back home to their country, doing all of this without respect for the other country's mathematicians. They were too arrogant, Zhang Ye said in annoyance. If everyone were to use these sort of problems for their topics, what's the point in have this event at all? A park visitor angrily shouted, "Solve it. Show those Americans what we're capable of." Right, solve it. Those Americans have gone too far. An old man also joined in the shouting. But when they heard that, the Chinese mathematicians were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Solve Dale's conjecture? If we could King solve it, we wouldn't be standing here. We would have already won an international prize for mathematics. Would we still need to wait for an opportunity like this event today? This was a math problem that baffled the world of mathematics. The Americans were unsportsmanlike. Wang Yiming and Zhang Ye knew this and knew that they would be unable to get the jade thumb ring back, but they could not say so. After all, Dale's conjecture was indeed proposed by an American, and for them to use it at this event, it was impossible to scrutinize. A United Kingdom mathematician shook his head. The Americans are too unsporting. A French mathematician said, to use such a question is really meaningless. Everyone knew that this was unsolvable and thus shifted their attention over to the other country's topics. Except for one person, and that was Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye stared hard at the so-called Dale's conjecture for a long time. He had not heard of this Dale's conjecture over in this world, but what startled him was the content of this theorem. Why did it look so familiar? Chapter 516, Fermat's last theorem. It was really too familiar, and it became more and more familiar. Disregarding the noisy crowd and discussions, Zhang Ye moved further away to a place where there was no one. He sat down and quietly opened up the game interface. Then, in the game's merchant shop, he bought a memory search capsule and swallowed it on the spot. His vision blurred, and he landed in his sea of memories. Back in his previous world, he was back to his high school days. Back then, every Friday afternoon was an allocated school break, but if there was a need, the Education Bureau would set this school break to become an interest-based class in the latter half of the year. Every student would have to register their interests for different topics, and Zhang Ye had at that time tried to register himself for art classes since it took the least effort on the student's part. But as every student thought the same way, the class was already fully registered, so he had no choice but to choose another. The classes conducted were not covered in the basic lesson plans, but was instead used to expand their knowledge. This was Fermat's conjecture, one of top 3 mathematical conjectures of the world. Its history dates back several hundred years and was finally proven in 1995, meaning to say that it is no longer known as a conjecture now, but as Fermat's last theorem. Teacher, can you explain it to us in detail? I do have some detailed information here. Let me put it up on the projector for everyone to take a look. Even if I were to explain it, none of you would be able to understand it. Yes, even I do not have the knowledge to understand it. The proof to this theorem is an extremely complicated process, and my capabilities are limited. Wah, it's even in Chinese and English? How deep? This is too amazing. You understood it. No, I totally didn't get it. He was back to the current world, slowly opening his eyes again. Zhang Ye was still puzzled before searching his memory, but now everything was as clear as could be. He had wondered why it was so familiar at first, this Dale's conjecture, IBM conjecture, or whatever conjecture it was called. It was simply just a change of names. Because the first person to have proposed this conjecture was named Dale, that was the reason for it being called Dale's conjecture. But it was obvious now that the name of the conjecture had nothing to do with the contents of it, as this Dale's conjecture was essentially the same as his previous world's Fermat's conjecture. This was it. The conjecture's contents were still the same. The only difference was that this conjecture had not yet been solved by the mathematicians of this world. It had only been proposed several decades earlier, while in Zhang Ye's world, this math problem had already been solved. Fermat's conjecture together with four-color conjecture and gold-box conjecture were known as the mathematics world's three great conjectures. Zhang Ye glanced over to where the American mathematicians were. One of the mathematicians, named Louis, was getting some shut-eye. Another young mathematician called David had gone over to the French booth and was chatting with a female French mathematician. He looked like he was trying to pick up girls. As for the United States youth participants, who had been ranked first in the competition earlier, their faces were full of pride, and they were smiling brightly. Zhang Ye smiled coldly. Dale's conjecture? It's no big deal. He picked up his cell phone and found Old Wu's contact. He sent a message to her. Old Wu. Old Wu, who was standing very far and had her back facing him, looked like she was still looking at the jade thumb ring. She had not reacted to his message probably because of the crowd and noise around her. Zhang Ye made a call over to her and hung up after a few rings. He could see that Wu Zuqing finally noticed her cell phone ringing and picked it up. After a short moment, a reply from her came. Yes? Zhang Ye replied. You like that jade thumb ring? Wu Zuqing, her. It's not bad, I guess. Zhang Ye. Then that means you really like it, right? Wu Zuqing. They wouldn't possibly sell it. And even if they did, Big Sis wouldn't afford it either. That's probably an antique from the palace, so it's definitely a very valuable item. Zhang Ye looked up at the prize, then replied. All right. Wu Zuqing, ? Old Wu clearly did not understand what he meant. Zhang Ye stopped replying, kept his cell phone, and headed towards the crowd. With the event area. As the leader, Wang Yiming had gone over to the Americans' booth with Xianya and Han Henian following behind. They lodged a stern protest against the American mathematicians in English. Wang Yiming said, Why did you use a treasure from our nation as the prize for this event? The leader of their team, Louis, looked at him. They seemed to know each other and were definitely no strangers. Wang, this belongs to us. Wang Yiming said. Can I assume that this is provocation on your part? No. Louis said, This item was given to us in a will by one of our Mathematics Association's teachers. When he passed away last year, he had some of his personal items donated to the association and dictated that it be used for the promotion and research of mathematics. I don't know the history and origins of this item, but right now, it does not belong to you. Its ownership belongs to us, and we have the right to use it as we please. There is no other meaning to it, so please don't misunderstand. Xianya said. But you've already caused the misunderstanding. David, who was flirting earlier, had come back around. What's the matter? Wang Yiming pointed at the topic board. Change your topic and let us have a fair fight. No. Louis wagged his finger. This will be our topic, Wang. We've been studying and researching Dale's conjecture and want to use this math problem to foster further learning between other countries. Is that a problem? There's nothing unfair about it. Besides, the competition has already ended and our team won the championship. That is the results of the competition, and there's nothing else to have a fair fight about. David threw up his hands and smiled, saying, What a pity. The competition had already ended, and there was no chance of gaining back their pride in the after event. The Americans had even put up a prize that was taken from their country long ago. The Chinese mathematicians were all furious. Many of the park visitors had also heard about it, especially the younger ones whose English were pretty good. Your sister. How arrogant. What the heck are they showing it off for? A lot of the park visitors around the perimeter of the area had started cursing and scolding. When that youth named David saw this, he gave a handsome smile and waved at them, not understanding what they were saying. He even gave a flying kiss to one of the tall female park visitors. He seemed like a frivolous man, but at the same time was full of confidence. The crowd got even more furious when they saw this. At a corner, the youth participants of China had gathered together. Sis, don't cry anymore. Huang Lele felt very sad seeing his sister like this. He kept tugging at his sister's arm beside her. Leader, we don't blame you. The other children were consoling her as well. Huang Lingling had taken very good care of them for the past half year like an elder sister should, and every one of them liked her very much. They did not want to see her in this manner. But Huang Lingling was a very stubborn girl. She was the team leader for this year's International Math Olympiad and was chosen from a few million students from thousands of schools all over the nation to represent the country. She did not only represent herself or her school, but represented the entire country in taking part in this competition. As the team leader, She had committed several key errors which left her with deep regrets. She even felt that if she had not taken part in the competition and was instead replaced with someone else, their results would have had been better. She felt that this was all her fault and she had let her teachers and professors down, seeing how their teachers and professor ignored them. After they lost the championship, she felt even worse knowing that they had been utterly disappointed in them. Blame me. Just blame me. Huang Lingling just bit her lip and did not say anything else. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked towards the American team's topic board. The look in her eyes became very firm, and she suddenly got up to walk towards it. Huang Lele was stunned. Sis, what are you trying to do? The other young participants also rushed over to her. Leader? Very quickly, other people around them also noticed Huang Lingling's odd behavior. They looked over at her, confused as they did not know what she was going to do. Louis looked strangely at the little girl. In the next second, Huang Lingling had taken out the marker she used during the competition, clenched her teeth, and stood in front of the American team's topic board, looking at that world-renowned math problem written on it. She stubbornly held up the marker, ready to try to solve the question on the blank writing board beside it. She wrote a formula on it and clenched her teeth again, then clumsily wiped it away with her hand and rewriting another one on it. She wrote and stopped and wrote and stopped, and it looked like it was a mess. With her level, she would, of course, not be able to solve such a kind of difficult topic. Even if it were not her, her teachers, or her teacher's teachers would not be able to solve it. The crowd finally understood that this young girl wanted to solve Dale's conjecture to make up for her earlier mistakes. Was it for honor? Or was it for pride? At this moment, many of those park visitors were moved, including Zhang Ye, who was making his way over. He stopped in his footsteps and looked hard at that stubborn girl. The mathematicians' participants from the other countries were all looking over at her by now. Some of them stared blankly, while others kept silent. Some of the others were smiling mockingly. David from the American team shook his head and said something that no one understood. In any case, it did not seem polite. An American participant glanced at Huang Lingling and asked, "What does she think she is doing?" "I don't know," said another participant. She sounded sarcastically. A topic that is yet to be solved by so many mathematicians in the world, and she thinks she can do it. What a clown, an American youth said. The children from the American team were all laughing at her. A youth representative from the United Kingdom team went over and said to her kindly, "Don't write anymore. You won't be able to solve it. The mistake you made earlier in the competition was just a careless one. You'll definitely do better the next time." A French girl also said, "Yes, you did great." But Huang Lingling did not appear to have heard anything. She just carried on doing some calculations, writing and erasing and writing again. Wu Ziqing sighed. The park visitors around could no longer bear seeing this. "Good child, don't write anymore. The competition was lost, but we don't blame you. It is not your fault. Child, all of you are the pride of the country, so don't blame yourself anymore. It's going to be all right. It's really going to be all right." When she heard all these supportive words, Huang Lingling's eyes turned red again. Her tears were flowing down her cheeks into her mouth, but she did not wipe them off her face. She just continued trying her best and continued with her calculations in front of the topic board. Huang Lele clenched his fist and walked up too. "Sis, let me help you." "And me." Another one of the Chinese team's youth participant grabbed a marker as well. "Leader, there's still us. Let's all do this together." The youth participants of the Chinese team were all standing beside Huang Lingling. Some of them were only about 10 years old and not even 1.4 m tall. They all held markers in their hands and even had to tiptoe to reach the writing boards. In front of this great and famous math problem, all of them looked very minute. Chapter 517, Declaring War on the Mathematics World with On Horses. Everyone had different expressions. Everyone in the crowd was feeling different emotions. A question board and several forlorn-looking children. The scene was very solemn. Xianya looked at them and finally said something. "Lingling, Lele, all of you come here." Huang Lingling turned around and said to Xianya, "Professor Xian, I still want to give it a try." A Nanjing University professor standing at the back said in a harsh tone, "All of you come back here right now. This is not something someone of your level can even attempt. It involves all sorts of higher math learning and knowledge which none of you have even learned before." Huang Lingling lowered her head and continued on. Huang Lele said, "Teacher, please let my sister try." He understood that his sister was blaming herself. Having made those mistakes, she was just trying to make up for it. Wang Yiming sighed and said, "Don't try it anymore." Han Henian also looked at Huang Lingling and the others. Seeing how their team, the organizer for this year's event, had become the butt of jokes of the other countries, especially to the Americans, his temper flared. They had already lost the competition earlier, and now their young participants went a step further to get ridiculed. They were putting up an embarrassing spectacle in front of others. Han Henian let out an angry grunt. "What the heck are you trying for? Don't you think it's already embarrassing enough? Come back here, all of you. You couldn't even solve a simple question in the competition just now. What makes you think you can solve a math conjecture? If you have such time, you should go back and drill yourself with more basic mathematics practice." Huang Lingling stopped writing. She could no longer go on further. Her team members also lowered their heads, not daring to speak. "Wu." Ziqing's eyes looked towards Han Henian. Beside her, an authoritative professor of the mathematics world was shaking his head and sighing. "The children in the past few years are increasingly lacking in talent. There are too few good saplings around anymore." Huang Lingling covered her mouth and sniffed. "I'm sorry, it is all my fault." The old professor said, "We don't blame you. When it comes to talent, no one can always get it right. Some kids were born to do maths and would understand if when we just prod them a little, while some other kids have a limit to what they can understand, even after we have taught them everything. If you've hit this limit, then there's no way you can improve any further. Talents are born, not bred. There's nothing more we could ask of you, and you have already tried your best." Hearing the old professor tell her that she did not have the talent for mathematics, Huang Lingling lowered her head even more. She clenched her hands tightly, feeling more guilty with each word from him. A female mathematician said, "I guess we'll have to find a new batch of children for next year's competition?" The old professor nodded. "Yes, look carefully this time in the schools. We'll need to use all available resources, otherwise, we won't be able to get any good saplings." Another middle-aged professor added, "We must not lose in the next International Math Olympiad again. I will get my people to search for better talents when we get back." Han Henian said, "It will be difficult." Xianya looked at the children and said, "We have to do it even if it is difficult. As long as we have good and talented saplings, I will fight hard to bring them here." The failures in successive competitions had also left her burnt out and moody. These children had been chosen from many others and weren't exactly untalented, but compared to the young participants from other countries, they were still lacking. The results of the competition spoke for themselves. Han Henian pouted sulkily. The old professor said with some regrets, "A 1,000-li horse is hard to find." Although they did not speak very loudly, many people could still hear their conversation. Huang Lingling secretly wiped her tears. The other children in the team also looked very down, so they were really not the best there was. They weren't geniuses and were still lacking in comparison to many others. Many of the park visitors who heard this felt that their words were too harsh. "Huh, a 1,000-li horse is hard to find." Zhang Ye looked at Huang Lingling, Huang Lele, and the other children. He thought of the situation earlier when his rapid calculation of the quiz was mistaken to be cheating by this bunch of mathematicians who claimed that he had used a calculator. They keep claiming that good saplings can't be found anymore? How laughable. Zhang Ye was tickled. He was really tickled. All of a sudden, he emerged from the crowd and exclaimed, "If you don't have the abilities to teach the children well, don't keep making excuses." With that, everyone looked over to him, stunned. Who was this? What did he mean? Why did he start scolding others the moment he appeared? Xianya frowned and looked at Wu Ziqing. Wasn't he old Wu's scandalous boyfriend? Why was he saying such things? What was he trying to achieve with that? Huang Lingling also looked up in surprise. That old professor and Han Henian, along with the other mathematicians, also looked over to the person who said that. Some of them recognized him as the Peking University teacher who cheated using a calculator. Han Henian said angrily, "What are you trying to say?" Seeing someone trying to create trouble, the old professor said, "Get rid of him." A few security staff member in charge of maintaining order heard this and went over to the troublemaker. But at this moment, Wu Ziqing spoke. She smiled and said, "I want to see who dares to do that." The old professor's expression changed. "President Wu." The security team was also taken aback and stopped in their tracks. When the Chinese mathematicians heard President Wu's words, They were all stunned. They could not understand why President Wu said that. Even if Zhang Ye was a Peking University teacher, he shouldn't cause trouble like this, especially in the presence of the media. Xianyu was left speechless. She did not care for old Wu's sake anymore and said, "This teacher, who are you referring to that did not teach there?" "Students well." Zhang Ye stared at her and said, "I'm talking about you all. How dare you even claim that the children were being disgraceful? I think the ones who are disgraceful are you bunch. Old Wu's childhood friend? Get lost. Today, I won't care who you might be," a young mathematician said. "A person who even needs to resort to cheating with a calculator. Who are you to say that we are disgraceful? What's wrong with you?" Zhang Ye laughed and questioned him back. "How did you know if I cheated or not?" The young mathematician said, "You're a teacher from the Chinese department. How would you know rapid calculation?" Zhang Ye laughed again. "Who says that a Chinese teacher cannot know how to do rapid calculations? That I do not know mathematics? The way you people look at others and issues are not based on facts, but your own skewed bias? With this kind of attitude, how can you call yourselves teachers? You won't be able to teach good students with such an attitude. And you all still want to seek out your thousand-li horse? What the heck? In this world, there was Bo Lu before there were thousand-li horses. Thousand-li horses are common, but a Bo Lu is rare. Even though there are thousand-li horses that are exceptional, they are disgraced under the hands of slaves. They die side by side in their stables, without ever becoming thousand-li horses." He recited without holding back. What was that? A classical Chinese essay? When those words were said, everyone froze. The old professor, Han Henian, and the others were angered by his words. Slaves? The park visitors liked what they heard. After seeing how these professors criticized the children with every sentence they spoke, their patience had worn thin. Suddenly, they felt what this young man wearing the face mask and sunglasses said made perfect sense. The only thing that left them wondering was the familiarity of this scene. This voice, where did they hear it from? Zhang Ye looked at those teachers and professors from the mathematical world and said coldly, "A thousand-li horse can eat a dan of grain in one sitting. The feeder feeds not knowing its thousand-li potential. Even if it could gallop 1,000 li without food, without strength, its potential will never be reached. If you can't teach, if you can't groom, why would a horse be able to run fast?" With that, Zhang Ye coldly laughed in an incessant manner. His voice became louder with each question to them. "The driver drives not according to its proper method. The feeder does not feed enough for it to reach its full potential. You hear it neigh, but do not understand its meaning. Instead, you raise the whip and proclaim, 'There are no thousand-li horses under our heavens.'" At this moment, everyone kept quiet. "Sigh." Zhang Ye mockingly laughed. "Are there really no thousand-li horses?" He looked at the old professor, Xianyu, and the others. "Actually, they just don't know one when they see it. Unable to find a thousand-li horse under the heavens? My ass, you can't. It's just because all of you do not know where to look." With the famous essay in his previous world's textbooks on horses, Zhang Ye had scolded all of these professors from the mathematics world. Suddenly, the park visitors regained their senses and cheered loudly. Peking University? Teacher? Chinese department? This classical essay? This background? A Peking University Chinese department's teacher who could scold and invoke such anger, slap faces with words alone, could easily recite a classical essay that no one has ever heard of, but still give goosebumps to those who heard it. Even if you search through the entire world, there would only be one person who could do it. Other than him, there was no one else. A young park visitor said in surprise, "Ah, it's Zhang Ye." Seeing that he had been recognized, Zhang Ye did not bother hiding his face anymore. He took off his face mask and sunglasses to reveal an expression of indifference. "Damn, it's Zhang Ye. Heavens, it's really teacher Zhang Ye." The crowd erupted, bolstered by the essay of On Horses. Some people were even crying out in excitement. Well scolded. These professors do not know what's good for them. They lost the competition because they don't have the capabilities, yet they want to push all the blame onto the children. Their excuse is that the children do not have talent and the potential. Why don't you all just die? The children are already under so much pressure. Look at that little girl crying, and all you people can do is to keep complaining about this and that. Right? Support Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang Ye's mouth might be a little vulgar and like scolding others, but his words truly make perfect sense. Compared to you educators who claim that you're doing everything for the country and citizens, to me, Teacher Zhang Ye is much more an educator than you all will ever be. This is the first time I'm hearing this essay about Bo Lu and the thousand-li horses. It's really too amazing. Teacher Zhang Ye's talents are really heaven-defying. Don't cry anymore, children. It's not because all of you are untalented. You're all good children, all good. Right, don't cry anymore. Let Zhang Ye handle this for you. That guy's nickname as the professional face-smacking Zhang is not for nothing. A normal person would not be able to out-argue him. Who'd have thought that I could bump into Zhang Ye here at Summer Palace Park today? I'm so excited. Teacher Zhang Ye has always been my idol. I actually have the luck to witness the birth of my idol's new work. Support Zhang Ye. The thousand-li horse essay was well said too. It has taught me something. The reporters present were also jolted by this incident. All of them rushed forward to snap pictures of Zhang Ye like they were on steroids. Having just finished his battle with the crosstalk world, was Zhang Ye announcing the mathematics world as his next target? A few reporters who had already dealt with Zhang Ye on previous occasions could no longer hide their joy. Zhang Ye was really Zhang Ye. He could not stay still for a day without creating some trouble. Chapter 518. Never afraid of a big mess. On the internet, it had been a rather harmonious day so far. Confessions were happening all over Weibo. In Tieba, there were mostly threads relating to Valentine's Day being posted. The general mood of the forums were reflective of the loving mood everywhere else. Perhaps because of the past few days of incidents resulting in messy topics, war of words and fighting, the general mood on today's internet environment was rather peaceful. The netizens were also getting along very well. But this peace had only lasted for a short while. At some time past 10 a.m., someone broke the news on Weibo. Extra, extra. Live from the venue. Zhang Ye made a surprise appearance at the International Math Olympiad held at Summer Palace Park. The mathematics world has been scolded, and the current situation is in chaos. It's difficult to know what's going on anymore over here. I'm gonna faint. Are you serious? What? Teacher Zhang is up to something again. What the F***? I thought that Zhang Ye was writing Legend of Wukong back at home, and I was still waiting for the next chapter. Why did he run off to pick a fight with the mathematics world now? I almost peed from laughing. Do a live broadcast from there. What's going on right now? A few users immediately uploaded some pictures of the situation, as it was too difficult to describe the ongoing situation with text. Then, a park visitor, who had a rather good standard of Chinese, reposted Zhang Ye's essay. Perhaps someone had noted it down when Zhang Ye was reciting, or it could be because of the simplicity of the essay. The text for on horses had now appeared for the first time online. In this world, Bo Lu and the concept of thousand-li horses existed as well, but that was it, and it was fated that Han Yu's on horses did not exist. Therefore, this classic essay that was full of wisdom, philosophy, and reasoning had almost immediately caused a huge reaction online. Many of those who read it felt that it was a stunning piece. Great essay. What a classic. Every word was well written. How awesome. Teacher Zhang Ye's literary talent is always for situations that don't seem appropriate. If his talents were used in proper channels, then he would surely be a big contribution to our country. But this astonishing literary talent of Teacher Zhang has been used for scolding people instead. It's only been a few days ago since he started battling it out with the crosstalk world. Having wrapped that up, he's now marching towards the mathematics world as well. Ever since Zhang Ye debuted, he has always made us at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. Battling against the radio broadcast world, the television station, against the Shanghai SARFD, then the literature world followed by the crosstalk world, and now it's the mathematics world's turn. Teacher Zhang, can I beg you to just give it a rest for a day? Just one day will do. Then you can update Legend of Wukong before you head back out to start more trouble. A bunch of us are waiting for the finale of your novel, but look at you. You'd rather go to battle it out at the peak of Albatron than concentrate on proper work. Teacher Zhang's troublemaking is much more interesting than reading a novel. Supporting Teacher Zhang on horses is a really beautiful piece. That bunch of mathematicians really went too far by bullying those kids that way. Teacher Zhang Ye is such a nosy person. Yes, I agree, but Teacher Zhang being nosy is exactly what I like about him. Sigh, are there really no thousandly horses? Actually, they just don't know one when they see it. This is a really good line. Every word of it touches my innermost feelings. Teacher Zhang's great. The youth participants were great too. The topic started getting attention and was actively being discussed. Someone even started a poll asking if Bolu was more important or if the thousandly horses were more important. Summer Palace Park. In the yard at the event venue. Under the lead of Zhang Ye's essay, all of the surrounding park visitors were booing at Chinese mathematicians, making them look bad. Zhang Ye, why was that grandson doing here? Those foreigners did not know who Zhang Ye was, since his fame was still not widespread enough. Whether it was the mathematicians or participants from the United Kingdom or French teams, everyone was suspiciously looking the youth standing there as their team translators explained the situation to them. But within the Chinese mathematicians, except for those who had dedicated all their time to maths and ignoring all other news and happenings of the real world, most of them knew who Zhang Ye was. Just the commercial for Brain Gold made most of them aware of who he was, as it was the first thing they thought of when Zhang Ye's name was mentioned. The commercial's jingle was already causing a headache in their minds at the moment. They had all heard of Zhang Ye's reputation before. Sometimes, their circle of friends from the education world would even discuss about this person during their meals. A wonder of the entertainment circle. A thorn in the education world. A hooligan of the literary world. This person's reputation was so foul that one could even smell it from their grandma's house. He had offended too many people, and many organizations had been scolded by him too. He was the type of person that would use violence to solve everything. As they've never seen him before, they did not realize how he was really like. These mathematicians had been apprehensive about believing the rumors they had heard and had thought that those who spoke badly of Zhang Ye were just exaggerating. They would have thought that no matter how low a person's emotional quotient was, they couldn't possibly go around looking for trouble and scolding people. Why would anyone want to do something like that? However, now that they had witnessed Zhang Ye's antics firsthand today, all of the mathematicians and old professors nearly vomited blood. The rumors weren't true? Bullshit. It was totally true. Not only was it not exaggerated, they felt that those rumors had in fact been too mild. Too mild. A thorn? He was basically a porcupine, and he had pricked everyone who was from the mathematics world. Xianya immediately turned to look at Wu Ziqing. She was staring and clenching her teeth. Old Wu, your little boyfriend's really too wicked. You had better make him stand back. But Wu Ziqing acted like she did not see anything and just sat down leisurely. Zhang Ye had made his way into the yard area by now as he continued walking towards the children. With that declaration of, "I want to see who dares to do that," by President Wu earlier, the security team did not do anything to hold him back. The main reason was because they did not dare to. After the incident at the Spring Festival where Zhang Ye laid his hands on Li Anson's bodyguards, these security staff knew that if they were to get on the wrong side of this hooligan, he would definitely resort to violence. From this, it could be seen that Zhang Ye's fame was growing more and more by the day. In the past, no one could recognize him, even if he was walking on the streets, but now just his name alone was enough to get the attention of most people. Huang Lingling looked at Zhang Ye and suddenly felt very excited. "Sis, it's teacher Zhang Ye." Her brother, Huang Lele said, almost jumping up in excitement. "That Zhang Ye who wrote Ode to Young China." A teenager beside him said unbelievably, "Teacher Zhang Ye is speaking up for us?" Another teenager looked at Huang Lingling. "Leader, isn't teacher Zhang your idol?" Huang Lingling started noticing Zhang Ye when he gave the Ode to Young China speech. She could still remember that night when she heard the sentence, "My beautiful young China, that is as eternal as heaven. My magnificent Chinese youth who are as bountiful as the land." That left her so excited that she was unable to sleep. She had immediately started looking for Zhang Ye's previous works that very night and found his talk show program as well. Even his recent 3 crosstalk performances, Huang Lingling had repeatedly viewed them over and over again. Although a lot of people were scolding Zhang Ye and his crosstalk performances for being vulgar, Huang Lingling still liked them very much. In this past half a year of focused math training, she had suffered a lot and felt very tired. Whenever there was time when she rested, Huang Lingling would watch Zhang Ye's works on her cell phone. Her parents had found out about this twice, while her teacher found out once, all of which had earned her a terrible scolding. Since young, she had always been very obedient, except for this, which she knew she was willful about. She promised them that she would not watch his works anymore, but when she went to bed at night, she would continue to watch discreetly on her cell phone under her blankets. She even followed the news about Zhang Ye. When she knew that teacher Zhang Ye had done something great, she would be cheered up. When he was scolded by everyone, she would become sad. All of her friends and classmates knew about this, that she was a hardcore fan of Zhang Ye. Huang Lingling had not expected that Zhang Ye would appear in person before her today. As his figure slowly came nearer, before she knew it, Zhang Ye was already standing in front of her. He took out a napkin from his pocket and knelt down, reaching his hand out to wipe the tears off the corners of her eyes. Huang Lingling suddenly felt at a loss of what to do. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye smiled. Don't cry anymore. It's just a small matter. Thank you. Huang Lingling took the napkin and wiped off her tears herself. I've always liked you a lot. All of your works. I've seen all of them. She was stuttering with her words. Zhang Ye looked very happy. Is that true? Huang Lele quickly said. It's true, my sis likes you the most. Huang Lingling furiously nodded her head. She's a fan of this bro? What? Good taste. Zhang Ye laughed happily. Since I'm here now, there's nothing to be afraid of. He turned around and glanced at the mathematicians. Ignore them. How dare they say that you all are ungifted? They want a 1,000-li horse. Sure, let them touch their hearts and ask themselves first whether they can be a bola. Zhang Ye has always been this way. He just said what he thought and scolded if he felt like scolding. It did not matter to him that there were many people around, nor did the presence of the media affect what he wanted to say. He followed this principle in the things that he said or did. This was the reason why so many people hated him. But Zhang Ye just continued doing things the way he saw fit. Han Henian complained angrily. You better watch your words. The old professor, who was the most senior figure in the mathematics world present, said with a dark expression, how does the way we educate our student have anything to do with you? What are you creating trouble here for? Creating such a stir, don't you feel ashamed? First, it was the children who attempted in vain to solve the math problem. And now, it was Zhang Ye stepping up and creating trouble. Today's International Math Olympiad was already in a big mess. By the time the media received news of this and published it, their faces as the organizers this year would probably be all lost. Zhang Ye did not say a word yet, but the park visitors could no longer hold themselves back. He's just flaunting his seniority. How do you expect to educate the kids if this is how you all are? You're just destroying their futures. A child needs encouragement and affirmation. Is that how you all teach others? You're the ones creating trouble. A disgrace to our country. If Zhang Ye had not stepped forward with the essay on horses, these park visitors would not have likely said much. After all, the situation did not seem right for them to speak up or criticize anyone. At most, they would have felt rather uncomfortable with how things were, but as Zhang Ye had stepped up and the park visitors followed his lead, all of them joined in to speak up for the children. What happened next was just a natural progression of chatter and protests. It seemed like Zhang Ye's influence in Beijing was really not too bad at all. Those professors and teachers were being scolded terribly. Zhang Ye did not bother about them and just looked towards the children. Let me teach you a life lesson. If someone tries to bully you, take a step back. Huang Lingling listened seriously. The park visitors also quieted down and started listening. Zhang Ye continued. If some tries to bully you again, then you should take another step back. Huang Lele and the other kids all nodded at the same time. Xianya, Han Henian, and the others looked at them unkindly. Zhang Ye continued saying, if that someone still tries to bully you, you take another step back again. Then with a pause, he said, but when you realize that you've stepped back too many times and the wall is right behind you now, and they still want to bully you, what do you next? A teenager raised his hand sillily. What should we do? Beat them up, of course. Zhang Ye suddenly came up with an unexpected answer. Huang Lingling, Xianya, Han Henian. Many of the park visitors were totally amused by this. In the field of educators, only Zhang Ye dared to speak in such a manner. This person was never afraid of big issues. He was only afraid that the issues were not big enough. Chapter 519. Zhang Ye solving a mathematical conjecture. The park visitors were all discussing and chattering. What a classic. It's going to be another famous quote. Ha ha ha. Those words have really turned the situation around. Ah, is that really how they educate the kids? Some park visitors hurriedly transmitted the happenings to a live stream online to share with everyone. Some others held up their phones to record the ongoings before uploading them. These videos attracted more and more netizens to join in and watch excitedly. They were all standing by at their computers, requesting for the latest updates to be uploaded. It was as if they were watching a football match, chewing on sunflower seeds and drinking tea, commenting on or laughing every now and then. They only wished that this matter would blow up even further. The words that he had said just now were from his previous world, from a crosstalk performance by Guodi Gang, and Zhang Ye had presented it to this world on this very day. Around them at the other countries' display booths, the translators had explained to their mathematicians and young participants about what Zhang Ye had said. When they finally understood what was going on, many of them started laughing. A young participant from the United Kingdom was laughed so hard that all of his teeth could be seen. On the Korean side, they did not laugh as they knew who Zhang Ye was. They knew he was famous for his insults of Korea and thus were biased against him. The Americans did not laugh either. The mathematician, David, raised his eyes and just looked on at how they were making a fool of themselves. Meanwhile, the American team leader Lewis did not even seem interested. Everything here today could only be proven by capability. The strength of the Chinese on the international stage of mathematics was not exactly large, and their contributions were generally scattered around too much. They had no large contribution to claim for, nor were they able to make any impact at competitions such as today's. In the past, the Chinese had really high standards, especially showing it at this competition in the previous years. They had many championships to their name, but now it seemed like that standard had dropped drastically. They only managed to achieve third place this time and had been sliding down the ranks with each passing year. Naturally, the elite and authority figures within the American team looked down on the standard of the Chinese, and there was also no Chinese mathematician who had made any major contributions to the mathematics world. Seeing her professor's expression change so many times today, Huang Lingling quickly said to Zhang Ye, "Teacher Zhang, it's not like this. The teachers are very good to us." Aye. Huang Lele and the other teenagers were also getting nervous. Although they were young, it did not mean that they were stupid. They did not dare to follow up with Zhang Ye's words. Xianyu was speechless. When she met Zhang Ye for the first time just now, Wu Ziqing had already mentioned that she would not be able to out-argue him. Xianyu still refused to acknowledge that when it had been said, but now that she knew that this person was Zhang Ye, and after hearing what he said, Xianyu knew that she was not his match. This was Peking University Chinese Department's lecturer, a famous literary genius in the country. How could they, as mathematicians, even think of out-arguing him? Bickering? That Zhang guy did it as a profession. Even when those other literary world professionals had conflict with Zhang Ye, all of them couldn't match up to Zhang Ye in scolding. This person was well known to have won all of his scolding battles throughout the country. The conflict was getting more complicated now. The professors from the Chinese mathematics world were all raging by now, barely able to hold in their anger anymore. Xianyu felt that this could not go on anymore as it would do nobody any good. They will only become the laughing stock to the Americans. Seeing how Lewis and David were looking at them, Xianyu knew what they were thinking. So, she made a pass to Wu Ziqing as she knew clearly that the only person who would be able to control Zhang Ye was her. She needed Sis Wu's help to control the situation, to make her boyfriend shut up. Privately, Zhang Ye was her boyfriend. Publicly, Zhang Ye was a teacher at Peking University. Now that Zhang Ye had created such a mess, private or publicly, Wu Ziqing had to be responsible for it. Moreover, within this group of people now, only Wu Ziqing had the level and rank to do anything about it. However, Wu Ziqing was still ignoring her and remained unmoved, looking very calm as though it wasn't a big deal. She did not seem like she had any intention of stopping Zhang Ye at all. Xianyu was already clenching her teeth in frustration and getting quite angry. This old Wu. She's totally given up loyalty now that she's in love. With a boyfriend now, she has totally abandoned a childhood friend like me. Over there, Dean Wang said to Zhang Ye, "That's enough. This is the International Math Olympiad, not your house. Don't affect other people just because you want to say something." Han Henian said loudly to Huang Lingling and the other kids, "What are you all still standing there for? Come back." Here. The young mathematician from before was also very hating of Zhang Ye now, seeing how Zhang Ye had spared no effort to scold them. He sarcastically said, "This is not a place that you should appear at. For someone who cheated with a calculator while attempting to solve a quiz that was meant for the park visitors, you don't deserve to say a thing." At this moment, Xianya interjected, "All right now, knock it off, everyone." The young mathematician quickly said, "Professor Xian, we have to put him in his place. We've been working so hard in our mathematics career and also put in so much effort to groom these children. But what has he done? All he knows is to make sarcastic comments here. I can't let it slide just like this. I can be criticized by anyone else, but not this teacher who even resorted to cheating to win a cell phone. I'm having none of this." When Xianya heard this, she frowned and said, "He was just joking around earlier." Although Zhang Ye did not hold back on her just now, and they had only known each other for half a day, he was still her childhood friend's boyfriend. Xianya still took into consideration about Wu Ziqing's feelings and tried to put up a good word for him. Besides, with so many foreign mathematicians, park visitors, and the media around, it would be bad to let everyone know that a teacher from the top-rated Peking University had resorted to cheating for a prize. That wouldn't look good on all the parties involved and would only serve to make the current situation worse. Xianya might have been angry, but she was still thinking logically. Han Henian said to Huang Lingling, "Come back now. What are you standing there in a daze for?" Huang Lingling hesitated a little and looked at the topic board of the American team. She bit her lips and said, "Teacher, I. Xianya said in a consoling manner, "Don't blame yourself anymore. It's not your fault. This isn't a topic that you would be able to solve, and it's not only you. This is a topic that no one in the world is able to solve at the moment. Come back over here. We don't blame any of you. What's lost is already lost, and we need to learn from this experience. We can come back again next year." Zhang Ye's words might have been very harsh, but when Xianya thought about it, she realized that what he said had in fact made a lot of sense. Huang Lingling lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, I wasn't good enough." Huang Lele and the others also followed her lead and were ready to go back to their teacher's side. However, at this moment, Zhang Ye opened his mouth and said, "Pick yourself up from where you fell. Why wait until next year?" When Xianya heard this, she wanted to pounce on and bite him. "Zhang Ye, you believe that I won't kill you?" She was rendered so speechless by Zhang Ye that she nearly vomited blood. She could not understand what old Wu saw in him and why she would find someone like him to be her boyfriend. "Weren't you scolding us just now? Scolding us for mistreating the children and pushing the responsibility of losing onto them? All right, you made sense in saying that, but am I not consoling and encouraging the children now? So, why are you against that now? Why are you asking them to regain their honor now? You can't even wait for next year? What the heck were you trying to do?" Many of those present at the venue could not understand what was going on. Both Huang Lingling and Huang Lele raised their heads to look at Zhang Ye and wondered what he was trying to say. Zhang Ye had a quick look at Dale's conjecture on the topic board and smiled to himself, then turned around to Huang Lingling and said, "What's your name?" "Huang Lingling." She answered quickly. Zhang Ye pointed at the topic board and asked her, "Do you wish to solve that and regain your honor?" Huang Lingling was stunned. She nervously grasped her shoulders and said, "Of course. I would like to, but... All right." Zhang Ye put his hand out. "Can you lend me your marker?" Huang Lingling immediately handed her marker pen over and asked, "Teacher Zhang, what are you going to do? What do you need my marker pen for?" Zhang Ye did not answer her and just said, "Help big bro with a little something, will you?" "Of course I will." Huang Lingling agreed without even thinking. Zhang Ye held the empty board beside the topic board, which was reserved for anyone who wanted to attempt it. It was similar to the white boards in school and was supported by a frame with caster wheels. "Help me to get a few more of these white boards." Huang Lingling asked, "How many do you need?" Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes before replying, "About 50 of them." Huang Lingling was a little taken aback. "Ah." Huang Lele was also stunned. 50 of those white boards. What are you trying to do? Xianya had a bad feeling about it. She felt that he would be doing something really crazy this time. Zhang Ye looked at her and simply said, "I'll do what needs to be done." Huang Lingling bit her lips nervously. "All right, I will get them for you." As soon as she said that, she ran off over to the United Kingdom team and spoke in jittery English to their young participants. Finally, with a thanks in English, she managed to get several whiteboards from them and went back to Zhang Ye. When Huang Lele and the other Chinese team you'd saw this, they followed suit. The park visitors were getting more and more curious as to what was happening. What's going on? Why does Zhang Ye need so many whiteboards for? The number of whiteboards being pushed over made a lot of noise with the caster wheels rolling over the uneven ground. The members of the media did not know what was going on. All they did was continue to take as many photographs as they could. The Chinese mathematicians, including Wang Yiming and Han Henian, also looked over. The mathematicians from the United Kingdom and French teams slowly gathered around as well. Louis and David from the American team raised their heads, frowning and staring at Zhang Ye. Do you know how much you can write on a whiteboard? These were similar to the whiteboards they had in schools, but asking for 50 of them? Disregarding anything else. Just this scene's magnificence was already too great. Almost all of the whiteboards made available for this event alone had been pushed over, and a sea of white enveloped Zhang Ye. Huang Lingling was panting after pushing the last one over. Teacher Zhang, I've gathered all of them for you. Huang Lele and the other children were also wiping sweat off their foreheads. Thank you. Zhang Ye patted her on the head. What you've lost earlier, I will help you gain it back. Come, grab a chair and sit beside me. Let Big Bro show you how to teach the foreigners a lesson. Ah, this is... Could it be? Then, under the eye-popping gaze of the park visitors, foreigners, and those Chinese mathematicians, he untwisted the cap off the marker pen and pulled a whiteboard over, and even relaxingly yawned. And then without a thought, he put the tip of the marker pen onto the surface of the whiteboard and began writing. Only at this time did everyone finally understand. F***K. This Bast **D intended to attempt to solve this problem. He was going to demonstrate proof of a conjecture that no one else in this world was able to. Chapter 520, A Shocking Hypothesis. On Weibo, the live updates of pictures and commentary posts from Summer Palace Park suddenly stopped at this moment, and it stayed quiet for a few seconds. Then, a Weibo video streamed live from the venue by a netizen suddenly exploded with views. F***K that shit. Teacher Zhang must be going crazy. Heavens. Teacher Zhang is going to attempt to do math. Many netizens were posting on the live video's comment section with unintelligible comments. As most of them were not at the event, they did not understand the exact situation and quickly asked for updates. What's the matter? Quick, someone explain what's going on. I'm so anxious right now. What is Zhang Ye up to this time? Many of Zhang Ye's old friends also found out about the live stream and tuned in as well. Yao Jiankai posted a comment. I'm late? Is something big happening again? Peking University Chinese Department's Suna. What do you mean by attempting a math problem? Following that, a newly registered Weibo account named Zhang Ye's mother also posted, but as the person did not seem to be too well versed with technology, a string of random characters appeared. #$53. The owner of the account was, as it claimed, Zhang Ye's mother. She had also kept pace with technology and learned about getting online with Weibo, joining in to get the latest updates about her son. A photo of the venue and happenings was posted. Zhang Ye was sitting in front of a whiteboard with his left hand placed in his pocket and his right hand holding a marker pen. He was writing some numbers and formulas on the whiteboard, which was not understood by the common layman. Beside him were some Americans whose faces were in a shock and another whiteboard that was filled with writings. The Chinese mathematicians, like Han Henian, also appeared near the boundary of the photo, and like the Americans, his face was full of shock too. What was the atmosphere at the scene like? The photo had depicted it clearly. The netizens could even feel the excitement and shock like they were there as their hearts started pounding heavily. Say something. What on earth is going on? What is Zhang Ye doing? What kind of math question is that? And why are the mathematicians all looking with faces like that? Why are their eyes like that? What are they looking at? People who are at the scene, please do a live stream. Before anyone who was present at the event itself could reply, a netizen suddenly exclaimed and asked, that whiteboard at the side, could it be Dale's conjecture? I can't be wrong. It definitely has to be. The Americans must have once used Dale's conjecture as the topic for this year's International Math Olympiads after event once again. What's Dale's conjecture? Is it a very difficult problem? It sounds a little familiar. What do you mean sounds a little familiar? This is an unprovable conjecture in the world of mathematics. It's one of the top 10 math problems in the world. The reputation and name of Dale's conjecture should have been known by many, even outside of the mathematics world. Then, someone who was present at the event clarified with a post. Yes, Teacher Zhang is going to attempt to solve the problem. He wants to regain the reputation for the Chinese on behalf of the children. Attempting to solve Dale's conjecture? Holy sh*t. The netizens expressed their disbelief one by one. At the venue, the crowds were also reacting in the exact same way as the netizens did. Han Henian nearly fainted. Did Zhang Ye skip breakfast this morning and arrive here with a rusty brain? The most experienced mathematician, the old professor, was shaking his head so much that he was already feeling dizzy. This Zhang Ye was too overconfident. He would disgrace himself in front of all these people. The children had already disgraced us. And now, you would also do the same? Could you even begin to understand or not? Don't you know what Dale's conjecture stood for? Don't you understand what Dale's conjecture meant to the mathematics world? It was a wall. It was a barrier, and it had not been crossed by anyone in the last few decades. Did you think it was just simple arithmetic like 1 plus 1? Did you think this was a head of cabbage? A cabbage that could be plucked if you just used your hands? For anyone to even dare attempt to solve Dale's conjecture or had an idea on how to do it, there were only a handful of them. These people were the mathematicians at the pinnacle of the mathematics world, and only they would dare to approach it in this manner. For others, like the Chinese mathematics professors or teachers, they did not even dare to dream about solving Dale's conjecture. That's because they knew where they stood and they knew their own abilities very well. But you're now attempting to solve it? How big are those balls of yours? You're really a fearless one. Although Xinya had an inkling of Zhang Ye stirring up something big, she had not expected to be what was unfolding before her eyes now. She was so speechless that she couldn't even form an opinion on it. The only thing that she wanted to do now was to turn to her childhood friend to advise her to break up with this person immediately. This person was too damn undependable. Just in one day, in the past hour, how much trouble has this boyfriend of yours stirred up? From cheating to win a cell phone, to scolding the mathematics world, and now he's even shamelessly attempting to solve a conjecture that has the whole mathematics world stifled? Just what kind of level of difficulty was Dale's conjecture perceived to be? If you asked any industry insider to choose their top 10 most difficult math problems, then Dale's conjecture would definitely be on the list, and it would definitely be in the top half of it. And no one would object to that. This was a publicly acknowledged constant in the mathematics world, also known as Dale's conjecture. And you? Which rock did you spring out from? You're just a celebrity from the entertainment circle, a learner of literature, a teacher who teaches in the Chinese department. From head to toe, all you reek of is the liberal arts. So why the heck were you trying to step into the field of mathematics? And you're even headed straight at Dale's conjecture? There was a collective silence in the Chinese mathematics world. After understanding from their translators, those foreigner mathematicians also looked dumbfoundedly over at the Chinese youth holding the marker, standing in front of a whiteboard. They could not understand why all of the Chinese people had such silly bravados. First, it was the children. Now, it was followed by an adult. The park visitors observing were already in a chatter of discussion. Does Teacher Zhang know mathematics? What can he possibly know? Didn't someone just say that Teacher Zhang used a calculator just to do a 5-figure multiplication problem? How would he know anything then? There's nothing to critique about Teacher Zhang's literary talents. He has to be the top in that field within the entire country. Everyone would be convinced by that argument. But math? F***K. I don't even know what to say anymore. This has to be the most courageous display of guts ever. Everyone was too shocked by this silly bravery of Zhang Ye to notice what he was writing on the whiteboard. They were all constrained by their bias and had already prejudged that he wasn't the real deal. How could a celebrity solve a mathematical conjecture? Wouldn't it be an international joke if he did? Lewis had a look of contempt on his face. The American mathematician, David, also laughed mockingly. If Dale's conjecture could be so easily proven, then Dale's conjecture wouldn't be known as Dale's conjecture in the first place. Although he spoke in English and Zhang Ye's standard of English wasn't too good, at the very least, he had a passable level of understanding since he was a proper graduate after all. Huang Lingling could feel the gaze of everyone on them, and was already struggling with the attention now. She wasn't afraid that she would be a disgrace, but that her idol, Teacher Zhang, would lose face because of her. Because of this, she said to him, "Teacher Zhang, why don't we forget this? This conjecture must be really difficult. So let's." Zhang Ye paused his writing momentarily and smiled at her. Then he said in a kindly to her, "Remember my words about not caring about those who doubt you. When you become successful, they will become the clowns. All you need to do is to do your best, and that will be enough." How else do you think Big Bro managed to survive in the entertainment circle until now? If I were to react to everything that they pick on about me, then would I still have time to do my work? Huang Lingling affirmatively nodded. "I'll remember that for sure. Do you understand what this is?" Zhang Yi pointed at his writings on the whiteboard. Huang Lingling looked hard at them and shook her head in confusion. "I understood a bit of those calculations, but..." At least she could understand some of the calculations, but Huang Lele and the other children standing beside couldn't understand any of it. Zhang Yi did not care about anyone else except for these children right now. He raised the marker once more and continued to write on, then smiled and said, "It's all right if you don't understand it now. All of you are talented enough and will be able to understand it in the future." After saying that, he occasionally pointed out to some of the writings to guide them along. "Do you understand what this conjecture is about?" Dale's conjecture was also Fermat's last theorem from Zhang Ye's previous world. It stated that no three positive integers a, b, and c can satisfy the equation a to the power of n plus b to the power of n equals c to the power of n for any integer value of n greater than 2. Huang Lingling, Huang Lele, and the other children nodded lightly. "We understand that. We've heard that many of the great mathematicians from other countries have proven it for many iterations of n, like when n equals 3 or n equals 4, all of which were validated." But Zhang Yi said as he laughed, "Then remember what I say now. These mathematicians who have contributed that much to Dale's conjecture are not really that great, nor are their contributions." Huang Lingling could only react with an, "Oh." Her brother was also sweating by now. "What?" $. When the mathematicians and participants around them heard Zhang Ye's snide comments, all of them became so angry that they had to clench their teeth in order to control their temper. After hearing the translator's explanation of what he said, Lewis said coldly, "What are you saying? As a few of the n equals?" Proofs were researched and completed by the American mathematicians over a long period of time with a huge amount of resources and effort poured in. He was angered by the fact that a young Chinese person had simply brushed it off as a small contributions. All of the mathematicians were unable to accept what Zhang Ye had stated. Han Henian shouted, "You're just a Chinese teacher. What would you know?" Xianya sighed and said, "I have to remind you, Teacher Zhang. Let's not blabber nonsense around here, all right?" These words of his were really too offensive, as every top talent of the global mathematics world had been trying hard to advance the studies of Dale's conjecture, but a simple brush-off from Zhang Yi totally rendered their studies as fruitless. Zhang Yi continued not to be bothered by anyone and just guided the children along on his whiteboard. The solution to most mathematical conjectures usually start off with weakening the conjecture. If you can weaken the conjecture and prove it, then you can advance a little closer towards the original conjecture. This is the process of solving most conjectures. But what many of these mathematicians do not know is that this method does not suit the solving of Dale's conjecture. Whether it's n equals 2, n equals 3, n sad face 10, n sad face 100, or n sad face 1000. This method of proving would look like it is advancing the study closer to the solution, but in fact, none of them have much meaning at all. Even if they could advance this weakening method a long way ahead, with it, they still wouldn't be able to prove Dale's conjecture. These people have all been walking down the wrong path the entire time. Chapter 5:21. Zhang Ye the Mathematician. Walking the wrong path? The world's mathematicians have all been going down the wrong path. Huang Lingling secretly bit her tongue, thinking that Teacher Zhang was really reckless and brave to say something like this. All of the other mathematicians had already wanted to beat him up, especially the American team and its youth participants. They had never before seen someone as conceited as this. Lewis couldn't stand to hear any more of this and said something in English. The American team translator then explained in Chinese. "Teacher Lewis says that he would like to hear how you propose this be solved. If the whole world has been wrong, Then do you have the correct way to prove it? We are all ears if you have one. After translating, even the translator was shaking her head and laughing. But Zhang Ye immediately responded with two things: elliptic curves and modular forms. Louis, who was ready to rebuke him, was suddenly shocked by what he heard. His eyebrows raised up as he speedily processed what he just heard and said, "Modular forms?" Xianyu was also taken aback. The park visitors looked doubtfully at each other, not really understanding what was going on. Although they could not understand what was being said, the other mathematicians could understand. They had really not taken into consideration the possibility of Zhang Ye's thoughts applying to Dale's conjecture all these years. Or perhaps someone did, but did not make any breakthrough, and so nothing came of it. It was totally not the mainstream school of thought in regards to solving this conjecture. Some of these mathematicians were not even familiar with the modularity theorem, as the number of mathematicians who specialized in it were rarer than rare. What did he mean? Does he know about the modularity theorem? Xianyu was in disbelief, but also for the first time, was surprised by Zhang Ye's claims that their analytical process was wrong and his usage of these mathematical terms. These terms were not things that a Chinese department teacher should be able to say, and this made her heart beat an extra few times. What the F***, does this Zhang guy really know math? Han Henian frowned even more and wondered if this was a bluff. The others also felt that Zhang Ye was just boasting and had probably overboasted this time. But his shocking claims had also invoked everyone's curiosity, and they had now turned their eyes onto the writings on the whiteboard. Zhang Ye did not bother responding to them, and just continued writing on. N plus 1. Dash 3, N equals N plus 3, N plus 1. N plus 1. Dash 3, N equals N plus 3, N plus 1. N plus 1. N equals 3N plus 3, N plus 1. N plus 3, N plus 1 is not equal to N plus 1. N plus 3, N plus 1 is not equal to N plus 1. 3N plus 3, N plus 1 is not equal to N plus 1. N equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. N plus 3, N plus 1 equals 5 is not equal to 1. N plus 3, N plus 1 equals 5 is not equal to 1. 3N plus 3, N plus 1 equals 7 is not equal to 1. The scope of the writings on the first whiteboard covered all sorts of random topics. Louis had a look at it and shook his head. Xianyu also blinked a few times, wondering why Zhang Ye had jumped from one topic to another so drastically. Why did he go straight to the calculations at the back? Where were the calculations in front? Where were the other calculational rules? Zhang Ye quickly filled the first whiteboard with his writings and then pushed it away. He pulled a new whiteboard over and continued writing without pausing to think at all. This second whiteboard was different from the first one. It was as though it was a totally separate topic from the first. Zhang Ye had began producing other theorems and even wrote a corollary. Many of the mathematicians were marveled by the theorem's constitution, but yet they could not understand what Zhang Ye was doing. Han Henian said in a stunned manner, "What is this?" An old Chinese professor said, "Why is he solving the functional equation for?" A female mathematician from the United Kingdom praised, "The Chinese really have such a concealed talents. Even amongst the park visitors, there's such a great master in mathematics hidden." Another French mathematician asked doubtfully, "But what has all of these got to do with Dale's conjecture? It's totally unrelated, so why is he writing all these reasonings for?" Before anyone knew it, the number of mathematicians gathered around Zhang Ye was increasing. No one bothered going to another country's display booth to check out their problems anymore. All the focus was on the American team's display booth as they discussed in whispers with each other and occasionally took out pens to verify the equations. Wu Ziqing was smiling. The park visitors were fully concentrating on the ongoings. Up until now, although the layman did not understand what Zhang Ye was writing, and even though the mathematicians knew that he was solving some equations and stating corollaries for reasons unknown to them, none of them could deny that this Peking University Chinese department's teacher really King understood mathematics well. The Chinese mathematicians were an embarrassed lot, especially that young mathematicians that had shouted at and accused Zhang Ye of cheating. His face was burning as though he had been slapped in the face until it was swollen. When he remembered that Zhang Ye had questioned him back about how he thought that he was cheating, the young mathematician froze and just felt like he should leave the venue immediately. Because this person really did not cheat. He had really calculated that five-figured multiplication mentally. Why? Were they so sure this time? It was needless to say. Why would a person who could just raise his hand and start stating corollaries that no one had even attempted before resort to cheating on a mere multiplication problem? Even a fool would know that it was impossible. That person could not have resorted to such a low move. Nor would he even need to. Even if the calculation for a five-figured multiplication was complex, it wouldn't pose a problem to a mathematician of this level. Along the peripheral of the crowd of the park visitors, the female volunteer, who was in charge of that five-figured multiplication quiz station, was also staring in disbelief. What was Zhang Ye calculating right now? She could not understand it at all, but observing the gazes of all the other mathematicians, she understood that she had wrongly accused Zhang Ye just now. Even accused him of cheating? And using a calculator at that? Thinking about it, the female volunteer face turned green with shame. She could only lower her head in a bitter smile, knowing how disgraceful she must have been. Zhang Ye was being disgraceful? From the looks of it, it was them who were disgraceful. The park visitors were discussing amongst themselves. What is he writing over there? I don't know. It all looks very amazing. Damn, Teacher Zhang is actually such a scary person. Huang Lingling was feeling terribly excited as she clenched her fists, not even daring to breathe as she stood beside Zhang Ye, afraid that any sound she made might affect Zhang Ye. Huang Lele was so shocked that he couldn't move. Teacher Zhang was really amazing. The second whiteboard was filled up as well. 20 minutes later, the third whiteboard was filled with writing as well. Then, after another 10 minutes, the fourth whiteboard was filled with theorems. Zhang Ye had sensationalized his attempt and even managed to make himself look very suave while doing it. Not only was he suave, even his writing was suave. His calligraphy standard was already great to begin with, so the Chinese characters he wrote in the formulas and calculations were very beautiful and artistic. The numbers and alphabets looked good as well. When everyone saw this, they felt like Zhang Ye was painting an artwork, his wrists twisting and turning as they left a stream of writing behind. The words even looked like they were alive and dancing. The fifth whiteboard. The sixth whiteboard. The seventh whiteboard. As time passed, the confusion in the eyes of many of the mathematicians deepened. They still could not understand what Zhang Ye was doing. Didn't he say that he wanted to use modular forms? Where the heck were the modular forms then? Why have they still not appeared? Furthermore, none of these proofs that you wrote had anything to do with Dale's conjecture. All 7 whiteboards had corollaries stated on them. But how did they matter in regards to this topic? Xin Ye had already walked up to Wu. Ziqing sighed and whispered to her, "Sis Wu, what is he?" Wu Ziqing did not wait for her to finish and just shook her head laughing. "I don't know either. His mathematics standard is at such a high level. How could you not know?" Xin Ye felt cheated. She drew a deep breath and said, "You see those formulas he is working on right now? Even if I had a day's time, I would not be able to solve them. But look at him. It's only been about an hour. There aren't many people in this world that can do something like that." Wu Ziqing smiled. "I really didn't know that he knows things like this." Wang Yiming suddenly asked, "Do you all think that he could really be able to prove Dale's conjecture?" "Surely not." Han Henian was also discussing the matter with them. "Those formulas have no basis in the conjecture. Even though I'd have admit that his calculation methods are very high level or even world-class, I do not believe that they have anything to do with Dale's conjecture. We did not even see the modular theorem that he talked about at the beginning." This was also on the minds on all the mathematicians present at the event. What were you doing? Were you really intending to prove the conjecture, or were you just using the chance to show off your math skills? The shock at the beginning was slowly turning back to calm. The mathematicians from the American team were all laughing in disappointment. They felt that even though this person seemed to be very skilled in math, his bragging had done him in. All those functions and related calculations would not be able to prove Dale's conjecture. From the beginning, it was a giant waste of time. An old Korean mathematician said, "He's out of steam." "Yes, it's too messy." A Japanese mathematician in his 30s said. Another Japanese mathematician said, "He's probably already confused by his own writings by now. What is he doing? How can a single person handle such a great deal of calculation by himself? At the very least, he would need a team of mathematicians working tirelessly with him together." Having reached this part of the calculations, It would seem like it has already gotten too messy, said a German mathematician while shaking his head. Messy? Her. When Zhang Ye heard that, he just smiled and continued to write on. With a hand in his pocket, he acted as he was busily calculating formulas that they could not understand. Each and every one of his formulas were labeled with the marks 1, 2, 3, and that made everything look even messier. But Zhang Ye had his own ideas and continued to put on a serious face as he wrote on. Dale's conjecture? This was in fact Fermat's last theorem. Regarding any other matter, Zhang Ye might not dare to claim so, but when it came to Fermat's last theorem, Zhang Ye knew that he was the only person who understood it the most in this world. Suddenly, when he was writing on the 9th whiteboard, Zhang Ye took a deep breath and loosened his wrist with a few shakes. Then, he raised the marker once more and drew a diagram which immediately started a heated debate behind him. Hey, Xianye focused onto the newly drawn diagram. Wang Yiming said, the elliptic curve has appeared. Han Henian asked, Professor Wang, how is he going to calculate this? Wang Yiming shook his head as he looked on. Why is he going about it in this way? If it's done this way, the logic would be flawed. Without a relevant formula, this elliptic curve should not be valid. A female mathematician from the United Kingdom couldn't bear to watch any further. No, that can't be established. Lewis and David from the American team looked on disapprovingly, knowing that this Chinese youth had hit a wall and would be unable to write on any further. Huang Lingling was getting anxious, as she could sense from the expressions of all the mathematicians present that something bad had happened. She said nervously, Teacher Zhang. Everyone knew that Zhang Ye had already tried his best and would no longer be able to carry on from here. Zhang Ye also stopped writing at this moment, and then walked confidently for more than 10 meters to the second whiteboard where he made a mark to label it. Then he went back to the latest whiteboard where he drew the elliptic curve diagram on and also made a mark on it with 1. Next, he took the second whiteboard that no one thought there was a use for and was filled with formulas labeled as 1. With a few additional writings now and some complex computation, an impossible question earlier had now been established. Countless of people were shocked by this scene unfolding before them. Xianye was so taken aback that she said in a dumbfounded manner, What? Then Zhang Ye wrote a few more statements that required establishment, which he labeled again and then pulled over the third whiteboard, which the establishment was already written on. He labeled it as 2, and then turned his attention to the 4th, 5th, and 6th whiteboards where 2 algorithmic conclusions and formula conclusions were labeled as 3 and 4. He pulled those whiteboards over and added it to the rest to unify the whole function. The conclusion had been reached. The verification was also completed. Passed. Wang Yiming was stunned, but managed to exclaim, It's established. Han Henian was in a state of confusion and said, What the F******K? It could even be done this way. Lewis and David also stood up in shock. The faces of the 3 French mathematicians had a great change. The female United Kingdom mathematician eyes nearly popped out of its sockets. My God! One by one, all of the mathematicians present slowly understood what it was all about. They could only draw cold gasps as they were utterly shocked by this Chinese youth's reasoning. He had really walked down a path that no one else had tried before, and this was using a very peculiar but clever way to derive the conclusion with. Everyone knew very clearly now that the solution to Dale's conjecture had advanced by a huge step now. Not a small step, but a big, big step. It was a qualitative leap of advancement. Chapter 522. All the mathematicians were constantly feeling stunned. At the venue, voices of exclamation were heard one after another. The people who were attending this event today were the top mathematicians of their countries, and some were even established and famous veteran mathematicians of the global mathematics world. Having just witnessed this young Chinese mathematician advancing the study of Dale's conjecture that had stumped the world for several decades sent their hearts fluttering. Several old foreign mathematicians in their 60s to 70s, who were following closely Zhang Ye's calculations, had cheered like children at every key validation and deductions. A quintic function? In value stacking. That's such an important step. This step is way too important. So that's why he wrote down the derivative formula earlier. It was meant for this step. This is the thought process of a genius. This key step in the calculation is really too beautiful. Art. This is truly an unrivaled mathematical art form. It was as though the eight-power Allied forces had invaded the city again. At the venue, everyone from different countries were speaking in their languages over one another. Zhang Ye's highly artistic writings, and that unimaginable math projection had won over a lot of the foreigners of the mathematics world. Of course, the Chinese mathematicians were feeling the same as well. Those Chinese mathematicians, who had earlier been opposing Zhang Ye and even had harsh words for him, were in a little bit of a predicament now. The young mathematician kept quiet. Han Henian also did not utter another word. Wang Yiming and Xianye looked at each other, knowing that this incident today was going to make the news for sure. Over there, an old professor wanted to speak, but seemed to hold back as he looked on at Zhang Ye. He had a perplexed expression on his face as he hesitated a little before finally calling out to Wang Yiming saying, "Quick, contact Elder Rong and Professor Chu." Then he seemingly said to himself, or possibly to anyone around him, "Which of our people are experts at elliptic curve and modular forms? Is it Tsinghua University's little son? No, he's still lacking. Who else is there? Aya, who else is there?" This matter was a very big deal, and it was also too astonishing. Not only him, even all the other mathematicians were in a state of confusion right now. A middle-aged professor with a thin face reminded everyone. Fellow Wan of the Chinese Academy of Sciences might be. Right? Fellow Wan is the authority figure in this regard. Quickly find him. The old professor smacked his forehead when he thought of this and added, "Invite all the experts from the related fields of study." Wang Yiming immediately acknowledged, "Understood." Xianye also went to make some calls to gather more resources to handle this matter. "Hello, Professor Chu." "Oh, it's little Wang. I've something to attend to over here. Let's talk again another time." "Professor Chu, don't hang up on me first. Could you make a trip to Summer Palace Park? I'm in the lab now and can't get away at the moment." "But why Summer Palace Park? Are you talking about the International Math Olympiad? What's so urgent that you need me there for? Let's talk again tonight." "This can't wait for tonight. The American team has brought out Dale's conjecture as their question again this year, and someone is currently attempting to solve it. A portion of it has already been proven and advanced the study of Dale's conjecture by a huge step. We need your help to verify if everything is valid." "What did you say?" "It's true. We're also contacting fellow Wan and Elder Rong as we speak." "Who is attempting to solve it? Which country's mathematician?" It's our country." "Ha ha ha. Fine. I'll be right there. We'll count on you then." Hello. Who are you looking for?" "Is Elder Rong there?" "This is Xianye." "Oh, so it's Professor Xianye. My grandpa is having a meeting with a friend right now. Do you want to leave a message? I'll pass the message for you. Or I could get Grandpa to call you back later. The matter is very urgent and requires his immediate attention. Could you let Elder Rong know that someone at the International Math Olympiad is currently solving Dale's conjecture, and we believe he is 20% done." Dale's conjecture? "Yes. We would like to invite Elder Rong to come help to verify, as this requires a huge amount of validation work." "Wait a moment, Professor Xianye. I will immediately inform Grandpa." After a few minutes. "Hello, little Xianye. Elder Rong, I'm sorry to interrupt your meeting." "It's fine. I've heard about it from my grandson. I just want to ask one question right now. The person who is attempting to solve Dale's conjecture, from which country does that person come from? Is it a foreigner or one of our own?" "He's one of us." "All right. That's great. Just wait for me then." Ha ha ha. "With you coming to join us, we'll be much better." 1 call, 5 calls, 10 calls. The Chinese team was suddenly dealing with a lot of calls, some incoming and some outgoing. Not only did they contact the authority figures and experts, they even contacted several mathematics organizations requesting for professional support from them. Although some of them could understand Zhang Ye's calculations and projections, and even felt that it was possible to work out as written, but math was, after all, based on rigorous verification and had no room for errors. They definitely needed support to be able to test this proof, and so teamwork was the most important thing. Now, besides, mathematics also branched out to many fields of study. There were people who researched linear algebra, some who focused on functions with no closed forms, etc. Although at their level, every mathematician still knew a bit beyond their main research field. They were even proficient in other topics. However, there was a very great difference between being proficient and being authoritative. Very few people were all-round in the world of mathematics. There was always an inclination. For example, many singers would professionally sing love songs. If you were to ask them to sing rock, they could sing it and would definitely be better than non-professional singers. However, they were not professional rock singers, so their abilities would definitely be slightly discounted. This was the same rationale in the mathematics field. Naturally, when handling the calculations for an important question like Dale's conjecture, they would have to get help from proper authority figures from the respective fields. The foreign mathematicians were reacting the same way too. Many of them made calls back home and contacted their friends or fellow mathematicians. Some of them were just informing them of the happenings over here, while others, who could not understand some of the equations, had called home to discuss with them. $% carat and carat percent dollar. It was a mixture of many foreign languages, as the atmosphere seemed to be that of a United Nations conference. Finally, even Lewis from the American team, who had been staring at the whiteboards for more than 10 minutes, had to draw a deep breath before taking out his cell phone to make a call. He had reached out to an old friend back in the United States. "Smith, it's me. You have to be prepared for what I'm going to tell you. Dale's conjecture might have an important breakthrough today." He did not use confirmed terms because the verification of the proof had not even begun yet, and so whether or not this breakthrough could stand up to scrutiny was still left to be seen. But in any case, from his experience and deductions, he thought that the proof offered was probably 80 to 90% correct. But who knew if there might be any surprises? He still found it quite unbelievable. As a mathematician, he knew clearly that there wasn't any theorem that would forever remain a mystery. A serious conjecture would eventually be rigorously validated. The theorem would either be proven true or false, be it just a matter of time or that the person that could crack it had yet to appear. But now, such a young man from China had made such a major breakthrough with Dale's conjecture was something he found hard to accept. A number of people in America had been specially studying the conjecture, and he believed that America was far ahead of other countries when it came to the research of Dale's conjecture. The conjecture itself was proposed by an American, but now, the truth before his eyes slammed his sense of superiority with a stick. The development of the situation was really quick. From ridicule and laughter at the start, it had become a sense of shock and amazement. In just a short hour, how did Zhang Ye's whiteboard stir up such a great reaction? This was because of the fact that Zhang Ye had not taken the path that past mathematicians of this world had gone down in regards to solving Dale's conjecture. He opened up another way and suggested his own direction of reasoning to simplify Dale's conjecture into another kind of theorem. The conjecture went like this. If P was a finite value, while E was an elliptic curve in Q, all rational numbers, reducing the coefficients modulo P, except for a finite number of primes P, there would n_P elements in the finite field extensions of f_P. NP equals P. And for P, this was an important invariant of the elliptic curve, E. Every modular form would produce a sequence, a subsequence, and each modularity form that formed a similar sequence was a modular form. Looking at it, it was hard to tell if this had anything to do with Dale's conjecture. But in fact, after Zhang Ye wrote out his analysis and used it in his calculations, everyone was stunned by its discovery. A special case of this conjecture was the situation with semistable elliptic curves was directly related to Dale's conjecture. Correspondingly, any solution to Dale's equation could be used to generate a semistable elliptic curve that was not modular. And so it could be said that as long as this was proven, as long as the special case of this conjecture that Zhang Ye had suggested could be proven, then Dale's conjecture proof would be at least 80 to 90% established. Even if it wasn't fully proven, just with what Zhang Ye had proposed and the ideas that he had provided were enough to stir up the mathematical community. Hence, all the mathematicians were extremely shocked. This was the crowning touch. It could be said that it was a divine crowning touch. And this touch was drawn by Zhang Ye. To prove Dale's conjecture, he had opened a brand new door for the entire world. This contribution was humongous. However, Zhang Ye did not seem to be satisfied with this. Schwa schwa schwa. Zhang Ye was completely unaffected by others talking on their phones or exclaiming. He wheeled over a brand new whiteboard and continued writing. A young French contestant gaped and said, "He's still writing?" A young British female contestant said, "It can still be calculated further?" On the American side, a youth exclaimed, Does he not need to think? Why doesn't he stop at all? He is calculating too quickly." There was no pause at all. No signs of him even thinking. Zhang Ye was just moving his pen quickly. After he simplified Dale's conjecture, he was still constantly attacking the problem, constantly approaching the proof for Dale's conjecture. This formula. All the mathematicians were stunned. This is. All the mathematicians were stunned once again. The third modular form? All the mathematicians were stunned a third time. He mentally calculated an equation at the 11th order. All the mathematicians were constantly feeling stunned. Looking at the Chinese youth's back, all the mathematicians present had a stunned idea rise up in their hearts. Holy shit. Surely this person isn't solving Dale's conjecture in one fell swoop? Chapter 523, An Omnidirectional Shockwave. Noon. The 9th whiteboard. The 10th whiteboard. 14 whiteboards had already been filled to the brim. The reporters were making urgent phone calls back to their headquarters. "Quick! Something has happened. What's the matter?" "I can't explain. Just get more manpower over here and bring along the equipment too. Remember to reserve the afternoon newspaper headlines for me as well." Headlines. Right. But the headline has already been planned and confirmed this morning. It's been reserved for Jiechi's extramarital affair news. Are you sure you have a bigger and more important headline than that? Yes, I'm very sure. Jiechi's extramarital affair is nothing compared to this. Even if it's a headline about her committing suicide, I would have to ask for it to be pushed back. An explosive event has just happened over at my side. It involves the honor of our country. All right then, I understand. We will transfer some manpower over to your site now. Hurry up, I will update you when you're all on the way here. In front, Zhang Ye was still busy writing calculations for the proof. Behind him, mathematicians from the different countries had gathered and were following suit in writing and doing the calculations. They were all busy verifying the formulas and calculations on the board, and some people gave up after a short time, while others who were determined not to give up threw in the towel one by one after a while. Why? Because they could not keep the pace at which everything was being written. They totally could not catch up at all. A female mathematician from the United Kingdom and two other male French mathematicians were the leading experts in one of the equations proposed by Zhang Ye. The three of them gathered together and followed Zhang Ye's pace to verify the equation, but they found out that even though they did not need to think much while calculating it, nor needed to do it in the sequence that Zhang Ye was going through, they still could not keep up. While verifying this equation for a few minutes, Zhang Ye had already moved on to the third equation's calculation and onto the next whiteboard. This guy was a beast. Did you eat a rocket or something? The mathematicians were once again aghast by what they saw. Just as the foreign youth participants had said, this speed of calculation was far too crazy. You don't even need to draft your calculations? You are even doing such a large equation mentally? It doesn't even seem like there's any hesitation on your part. So many of us mathematicians are doing the calculations alongside with you, yet none of us can keep up. You've already calculated the rest of the equations when we had just finished the first one. We are even slower than you who has to calculate, think, and collate the results. Some of them had already given up. A minority of them were still following the derivatives slowly. If they could not follow Zhang Ye's speed, then they could just continue validating the earlier equations slowly. Time was ticking away. A lot of the park visitors had found spots to sit down at and were getting lunch and drinks. The reporters were also taking turns to take a rest, while the camera operators from the television stations were continuing to record the event. They were eating and drinking so that they could continue covering the event with energy. Zhang Ye was feeling tired as well, since he wasn't made of steel. With his stomach growling, he continued writing while putting a hand over his belly. Huang Lingling, who had been observing Zhang Ye beside him all this while asked with concern, "Teacher Zhang, are you getting hungry?" Zhang Ye laughed. "Yes, a little." Huang Lingling immediately said, "Then you should go get something to eat." The crowd was a little surprised. "Hungry? Oh yes, he has already been writing for almost the entire morning now. Eat something." Zhang Ye pouted and then looked behind him. Wow, one had such a big crowd gathered behind. Xianye took the initiative and came over when she heard. "I've got some bread here. Make do with it for now." Then she took out a piece of bread from her bag and gave it to Zhang Ye. At this key point in time, the Chinese mathematicians and her were all wishing for Zhang Ye not to stop his work. Sometimes, mathematics was a subject that required a moment of brilliance and inspiration, and if his thoughts were to come to a sudden stop while having lunch, it would be a terrible thing to happen. Although Zhang Ye had been criticized by Zhang Ye earlier, when it came to a matter of national honor and glory in the mathematics world, she was still pretty much level-headed not to allow her personal feelings get in the way. Without a doubt, they were all fully supportive of Zhang Ye's attempt to solve this problem. Zhang Ye looked at the bread offered to him and replied repulsively, "I don't like ketchup-flavored bread." Zhang Ye nearly had to be held back from laying her fists on him. Zhang Ye blinked and asked, "Do you have chocolate-flavored ones?" Zhang Ye was already getting impatient about the possibility of the conjecture being solved. At this time, how could you still be so choosy? Zhang Ye coughed and said, "I'll be all right with melon-flavored bread too." The young mathematician who had clashed with Zhang Ye earlier hesitated for a moment before helplessly taking out a box of vanilla and chocolate cakes. As most people knew that the event today would take almost a day and food wasn't easily available in Summer Palace Park, some of them had prepared their own food. He held the box of cakes out to Zhang Ye and said, "Would these mini chocolate cakes be all right?" Zhang Ye again asked in an unsatisfied manner. "That's kinda little." A dark expression appeared on the young mathematician's face. "I'll make do and eat it." Zhang Ye took the cakes out of the box and gobbled down the contents into his stomach in just a few mouthfuls. With his eyes still focused on the young mathematician's bag, he seemed to be aiming for the carton of milk in his bag. He did not open his mouth or say a word, but just intensely looking at the milk carton. The young mathematician once again experienced the unlikable side of Zhang Ye's character and reluctantly took out the milk to pass to him. He was actually feeling very hungry and thirsty right now as well. Zhang Ye didn't even appear to stand on ceremony, as he grabbed it over and drank directly from it. "Thank you, my friends." The young mathematician thought to himself, just whose friend does he think he is? As he ate and drank, some of the mathematicians were also feeling hungry, and they began to have their food as well. Then, the old professor who had a clash of words with Zhang Ye earlier unwrapped a rice dumpling stuffed with red dates and was about to eat it when Zhang Ye's focus shifted over to it. He continued drinking the milk and looking at the dumpling, but not saying a word. The old professor nearly fainted from frustration. "How dare you lay eyes on my rice dumpling?" Zhang Ye continued looking. Zhang Ye was the focus of everyone right now, and when everyone saw him looking at something, whether it was the park visitors or the mathematicians in the yard, along with the reporters, everyone's focus turned to the old professor and the rice dumpling in his hand. The atmosphere of the entire place was at its most awkward. The old professor almost vomited blood as a few hundred pairs of eyes were all focused on his rice dumpling. It was made even more awkward by the silence as no one made a sound. Such an awkward situation was indescribable, and only those present would understand just how weird it was. The old professor was left with no choice as he took out 2 dumplings and passed them to his disciple beside him. Give these to Teacher Zhang." Although he was a little angry, but considering the overall situation and Zhang Ye's frightening math abilities, the old professor even could not help but address him as Teacher Zhang when referring to him. Zhang Ye waved his hand and said, "Thanks." Zhang Ye glanced sideways at him and said, "If there's anything you need, just ask. We'll help you get it done." Zhang Ye nodded and then looked over at Wu Ziqing. "It seems like President Wu hasn't had anything to eat yet either. Well, so do you still have any rice dumplings?" Uft. Many park visitors nearly spat out their food. Care about yourself first before you bother yourself with others. The old professor nearly fainted from this. "You're really thick-skinned, aren't you? You even want to use my rice dumpling to gain President Wu's favor?" When the other Chinese mathematicians heard this, they became extremely speechless. They were all thinking that at this critical juncture, you should just quickly continue working on the problem. Why would you still think about currying favor with your Peking University leader? Wu Ziqing smiled. Zhang Ye stared at Zhang Ye. "I'll get something to eat for President Wu." Zhang Ye wanted to remind her that old Wu preferred food that was lighter in taste, but felt a little embarrassed with all these people around. He just lowered his head to continue eating the 2 rice dumplings and drinking the milk. Finally, as he was finishing up, he felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't because he hadn't had milk before, but it was still the first time he had so many people staring at him while drinking milk. Forget it. This bro should just continue to solve the problem. Zhang Ye had had his fill and quickly moved back to trying to solve the problem. He had already used up 17 whiteboards up until now. Another 40 minutes passed. Suddenly, one of the mathematician's cell phone rang. After answering it, he immediately turned to the person beside him and said, "Elder Rong and Professor Chu have arrived." Everyone was getting excited. Wang Yiming suddenly said, "Come, let's go and receive them." Xianya also followed along. "I'm going too." A bunch of them went over to receive Elder Rong and Professor Chu. These two people were the top mathematicians in the country and were also highly revered veterans in the global mathematics world. Elder Rong had received 3 international math awards before, and even though they weren't top-level awards, they weren't low either. Domestically, the number of awards he had received were countless and hard to keep track of. The Americans had invited him over to their shores in the past, but had been rejected by him. He had dedicated all of his life to the advancement of mathematics in China. As for Professor Chu, he was also a giant in the global mathematics world. He had contributed largely to the scientific research of the country and just last year won the top honors in the domestic scientific community awards. From this alone, his status was evident to everyone else. In the presence of the two of them, the Chinese mathematicians present, whether they were students or seniors, would definitely have to go receive them. Not far away, Elder Rong and Professor Chu could be seen walking towards the venue. They seemed to be very excited by what brought them here. It wasn't only the two of them who had come. The group with them consisted of 2 Tsinghua University professors, a deputy director of a certain research facility, and a handful of retired academics. All of them were big names of the community, and every one of them had gathered here after receiving the news over the phone. All of them had expressions of disbelief and surprise as they walked over. If it were another country's mathematician who had made the big advancement in the solving of Dale's conjecture, they would definitely be impressed and admire the person's contributions, but probably not be too excited. But from the updates, they had gathered that this person who was attempting to solve it was a Chinese mathematician, and so their mood was certainly different. Well done. This will be such a source of pride for them. Elder Rong was an old man of about 70 to 80 years of age. He had a very healthy body and could climb the stairs without using a walking stick or anyone assisting him. He even looked to be in better shape than the average young person these days. His short white hair made him appear to be in good spirits, and when he saw Wang Yiming and the others from afar, he even called out without losing his breath, "Ha, little Wang." Wang Yiming walked a little faster. "Elder Rong." Elder Rong kept praising, "You're great, you're really great. Dale's conjecture has been unsolvable for so many decades now, and you've finally managed to get a crack at it." Wang Yiming was a little taken aback. "Me?" Elder Rong was stunned. "It's not you." They did not really know the details of the ongoings yet, and had been discussing the matter on their way over here. Every one of them seemed to have thought it was one of the teachers leading the team for the International Math Olympiad. Wang Yiming smiled bitterly. "It's not me." Professor Chu was a little young, at around 60 years of age. When he heard that, he looked at Xianya. "Xianya? Could it be you, girl?" Everyone's focus immediately shifted onto Xianya. Xianya nervously said, "It's not me. I don't have that kind of ability." Behind them, a deputy director of a research facility asked curiously, "Then who is it? Professor Zhou? Or could it be Professor Wu? I don't remember the two of them to be specializing in mathematical theories." Professor Chu asked, "So which one of our country's mathematician is it?" This was the question on everyone's minds. Which one of their colleagues was so great? Han Henian stood there and did not say a word as he was still a junior. Wang Yiming did not know how to explain it. Sigh. "Everyone, you'll know when you see." Elder Rong said curiously, "Heh, look at all of you beating around the bush. Can't you just say the name? I don't dare to claim this for other communities, but in the world of mathematics and those mathematicians who have made even a slight name for themselves, who do I not know?" Xianya helplessly smiled. "You wouldn't this person for sure." "I wouldn't know," Elder Rong said disbelievingly. Before they knew it, they had already reached the yard area. The group of mathematicians that had just arrived were immediately attracted by the large crowd present. They could not see the person whom they wanted to see, as the crowd was blocking their view. but they could see more than a dozen whiteboards that were laid beside them. When they noticed the equations written on it, their eyes lit up like a cat seeing a mouse. All of them stood still and looked at the whiteboards with full concentration. Suddenly, Elder Rong exclaimed, "Wonderful! It's too wonderful." Professor Chu took a quick look and understood the author's idea to solve the problem, then suddenly applauded and exclaimed, "What a great use of the modularity theorem! For someone to be able to simplify it to such terms, he must be a great genius." If this special case of the modular theorem could be proven, then Dale's conjecture would have been solved by a great bit. I was still wondering why you all were so anxious to bring us down over here. So there really was someone who had advanced Dale's conjecture to such a level? An old professor from Tsinghua University laughed heartily. Our country is going to be famous in the global mathematics world this time. Just this simplification method alone would have been worth all the effort. Elder Rong hastily made his way into the middle asking, "Who could it be? If it's not any of you here? When did such a high-level mathematician appear in our Chinese mathematics world?" The others followed along, eager to see the person at the center of all these equations. They got nearer and nearer, squeezing past the crowd and finally reaching. When they saw the side of his face, a lot of them became confused. Professor Chu was taken aback. He's so young? Elder Rong couldn't react in time, either, as he thought that the person would be about as old as himself and did not expect it to be a young lad instead. Mathematics was different from other fields of studies, as it involved a huge amount of knowledge and involved a lot different topics. This would require a person to continuously learn and absorb new knowledge before they could reach such a pinnacle. A common 20-something-year-old should not be able to do something like this even if he were a genius, as the learning period was too short and amount of knowledge that could be gained would not be enough. That would have severely limited the possibility of such a great achievement. In the mathematics world, it is common to call a mathematician below the age of 40 as young mathematicians, and that was internationally accepted by all. So when they saw that this person was only around 20, they couldn't help but be surprised. Then someone said, "Hey, doesn't that person look a little familiar? Why does he look a little like some celebrity? Right? Isn't he from that Brain Gold commercial? What was his name? Is it Zhang Ye? Right? He does look a little like Zhang Ye. Not bad at all. This young man is really good. He's only 20? What a great future he'll have. Which mathematical organization is he from? Or is he still attending university?" Elder Rong asked impatiently, wanting to know everything about this talented young man. Come to think of it, that person is beginning to resemble Zhang Ye the more I look at him. Professor Chu said, smiling. He was not that old-fashioned to not watch television or the news at all. Amongst the newly arrived group of mathematicians, everyone was discussing fervently. Wang Yiming coughed and scratched his nose awkwardly, then told them, "It's not that he looks like Zhang Ye, but that he is Zhang Ye." When he said this, the surrounding air seemed to have froze, and everyone was silent for a moment. "Ah, what did you say, Zhang Ye? Are you saying that those equations and calculations were written and done by a celebrity from the entertainment circle?" Wang Yiming nodded. Xianya also laughed derisively at this. Professor Chu and the others, %, and asterisk, and %, and hashtag dollar, at. Chapter 524, The Proof, completed. More and more people had been alerted about this matter by now. The venue was already getting overcrowded with people as large numbers of mathematicians, park visitors, and media reporters descended upon the site. Wave after wave, people arrived in droves. Where is he? How's the attempt going? Which mathematics master of our country is it? What the F***? How could it be him? Right? Oh my God, how could it be him? Every batch of people who did not know about the news and saw the young figure of a person in front of all those whiteboards had the same reaction. Other than disbelief, it was still disbelief. Some mathematicians, who were always holed up by themselves and knew nothing but equations all day long, might not be familiar with Zhang Ye. But how could those reporters who were always up to date with the latest news not know about Zhang Ye's infamous name? Right now, they did not care about anything else. They were not bothered by why Zhang Ye would know such high mathematics. All they knew was that the solving of Dale's conjecture was the most important. They had already advanced a huge step now. Could there be another big breakthrough today? At this time, the last key figure had reached the venue. It was Fellow Wan from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Elder Wan. Fellow Wan. Teacher, you've arrived. The Chinese mathematicians had suddenly gathered together. Fellow One did not care about who the person attempting to solve the problem was at this moment. He went straight for the point of his visit and began discussing with Elder Rong, Professor Chu, and the others in front of the whiteboards, pointing and speaking as mathematicians from each specialization suggested their own analysis on the solving of the problem. Are you sure? Elder Rong asked. Fellow One replied very excitedly. I'm very sure. Professor Chu turned to his side and asked, Professor Yin, how about the part that you're concerned about? The professor also said excitedly, I've been analyzing this for a very long time now, and there's definitely a possibility of it logically speaking. His direction of argument is definitely correct. Elder Rong cried out loudly, Great! After having much discussion among the experts, everyone finally seemed convinced. Zhang Ye had not only taken a huge step forward in regards to Dale's conjecture, he had even managed to prove all of his research was feasible. Although he might not be able to finally solve the conjecture, but at least the direction of study was possible. This meant that this crazily young mathematician was running at full speed towards solving Dale's conjecture, and with each step that he took, he was changing the history of Dale's conjecture. He had set the wheels in motion regarding this conjecture, and that was something to cheer for the people. Elder Rong sighed and said, To think that I was able to live to see this day of Dale's conjecture being solved. I have no regrets anymore. Wang Yiming quickly said, Elder Rong, you're still young. Professor Chu laughed. If this young man is really able to solve the conjecture and make it into a theorem, it would be the best. Then there would be even less regrets. It's easier said than done, a professor said. Fellow One who overheard this said, If it were to be fully proven, then the global mathematics world should have a feast to celebrate this. By that time, our country's mathematics world would become famous. At this time, Fellow One suddenly took notice of that person and asked, Where did you all find such a young mathematician from? Whose student is he? Why do I find him to be so unfamiliar? I don't think that I've ever seen him before. Elder One laughed out loud. Of course you'd find him unfamiliar. That kid has never been one of us mathematicians. Old One, I bet that you would never guess what this person does for a living. Ha. When the group of us arrived earlier just now, we were stunned to see him too. Tom was passing by very quickly. Yes, but it was going very slowly too. Among those who could understand what Zhang Ye was writing, some were already in a daze. It was like they were under a spell, uttering to themselves as they stared at the whiteboards. Time passed very quickly for these people as they had already lost sense of time. In fact, since Zhang Ye began his work on solving the conjecture, 5 hours had already passed. The 28th whiteboard. The 29th whiteboard. In the blink of an eye, the 30th whiteboard had also been filled to the brim with writings of equations. Zhang Ye's method of reasoning was also getting clearer and clearer, presented detailedly in front of all the mathematicians and cameras. He continued attacking by simplifying the conjecture, suggesting another proposition, assuming Dale's conjecture was invalid, and there exists a group of non-zero integers a, b, c, such that a(n plus b(n) equals c(n). Then using the group to construct elliptic curve of the form y equals xx plus a(n), xb(n), it is impossible for it to be a modular curve. If he could provide proof of these two propositions, then he would be able to show that Dale's conjecture could not be established by proof by contradiction and in turn prove Dale's conjecture. The proving was progressing rapidly. The direction of approach was getting stronger. The Chinese mathematicians could no longer bear it and kept cheering. Great! This step was solved with such great excitement. It's another milestone. He's reached another important point in his calculations. This person is really good. At this point in time, even those foreign mathematicians were starting to believe that this young Chinese mathematician could really solve Dale's conjecture. Just the idea alone made everyone's heart beat faster. In such a setting and with such a person, it was turning out to be a really unbelievable situation. Fellow One couldn't sit around any longer. Let's go. We should not be idling around. Let's start by verifying the equations. There isn't enough time. There's such a large amount of calculations to be done, said a professor. Elder Rong said, We don't need to calculate everything. Just do a simple check so that we know everything looks to be in order. If there isn't a big problem in there, it should be fine. The details can be worked out at a later time. The manpower was available and everything was in place. A large number of Chinese mathematicians immediately initiated the process and started verifying each of Zhang Ye's whiteboards. With computing equipments available to them and so many authoritative experts around, the workload that needed to be done could be considered as light. Seeing the situation, a few foreign mathematicians also volunteered to join the Chinese in the verification process and work with them in light of such a grand moment in the history of mathematics. They advanced very quickly. Elder Rong said, "Equation 1, verification complete." A young mathematician said, "Function C's equation is correct." One of fellow Wan's disciples was furiously writing and calculating an equation in his notebook. Without even raising his head, he said, "The logical operations calculation is reversible. It is valid." Xianya also joined in. Passed. Han Henian was doing his part with the calculator. "Valid, valid." The voices rang out one by one. With every call, everyone became even more excited. When it comes to mathematics, there were some calculations which could be valid, but not necessarily correct. This was also the reason why many conjectures which had been proven still required a large effort and even longer time to be verified, as there might be some hidden mistakes or error which might invalidate a certain equation. The arguments and calculations following it would definitely be invalidated as well. Even if the latter part of the proof were to look perfect, it wouldn't mean a thing if the beginning part of it was wrong. In mathematics, what was important was accuracy and rigorosity. Not a single mistake would be tolerated. This was also the reason why a lot of people were afraid that Zhang Ye had a vulnerability in his proof, as that would invalidate everything he had done so far. The Chinese were naturally worried about this, worried that Zhang Ye would fail. Among some of the foreign mathematicians, like Lewis and David from the United States, they would probably prefer to see this outcome, hoping that this person would make a mistake. But what was astonishing was that this person attempting to solve the conjecture had a brain like a most intricate computer that could handle the calculations in the most precise and accurate manner. With a larger team of people, the group was speedily catching up to Zhang Ye's progress and calculations. Suddenly, when another one of the whiteboards was filled, Zhang Ye stopped writing. He looked at the remaining 11 whiteboards and did not move. He stopped writing? What's the matter? Could it be he has no idea on how to go on anymore? This is where it stops. Elder Rome, fellow Wan, Professor Chu, and the others had a change in their expressions. They seemed like they had a tinge of regret, but they also understood that matters like this could not be forced. What was this conjecture to begin with? It was the Great Dale's conjecture. For this youth to even get to this step was already enough to cause a stir in the mathematics world. They couldn't ask for more than this. Xianya had gotten a little anxious and asked, "Teacher Zhang?" A female mathematician from the United Kingdom looked admirably and surprisingly at Zhang Ye. She got the translator to help her say to him, "You've already done something that no one else thought possible." Some mathematicians were sighing, thinking that this conjecture was really more difficult to prove than they had expected. There were also some reporters who were busy trying to capture the last shots of this event, knowing that all the excitement was probably coming to an end now. But at this moment, Zhang Ye said something that left everyone dumbfounded. He patted Huang Lingling on her shoulder and said, "Which one of the remaining whiteboards do you like?" Huang Lingling just blinked in surprise. Zhang Ye smiled. "Help Big Bro to choose one." "Oh, that one then." Huang Lingling did not understand his request, but just pointed out to the second whiteboard at the other side anyway. Zhang Ye nodded and then walked over to bring the whiteboard back. Her brother, Huang Lele, subconsciously asked, "What about the other whiteboards?" Zhang Ye was just starting to write on the blank whiteboard as he uttered, "The others? All of them can be taken away." Han Henian asked, "Take them away?" Wang Yiming was startled. "What do you mean?" Xianya also hurriedly asked, "Teacher Zhang, do you mean?" The rest of the sentence was meaningless as everyone had already understood. Then, it set off an uproar as the regretful atmosphere earlier once again reignited with a cheer of hope. Professor Chu was surprised. It's not because he couldn't calculate any further, but because he had already finished his calculations. At this key moment, fellow Wan was no longer able to suppress himself as he raised his shaking hands. "It's down to the last board." Elder Rome took a deep breath. He's really gone and done it? After the commotion died down, everyone was suddenly quiet again. It was as though everyone present had become frozen. Only the sound of the marker screeching as it left its ink on the whiteboard could be heard. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Under the close attention of everyone, Zhang Ye's hand seemed like it was dancing across the whiteboard. A sudden flick of his wrist and an elegant stop. Thereafter, with a few more strokes, he finished writing all that was needed. And with this, Dale's theorem was born. Q.E.D star by Zhang Ye. In this exact second, everyone at the event venue broke into a frenzied excitement. Asterisk QED, also written QD, is an initialism of the Latin phrase quod erat demonstrandum, meaning what was to be demonstrated, or, less formally, thus it has been demonstrated. The phrase is traditionally placed in its abbreviated form at the end of a mathematical proof or philosophical argument when the original proposition has been exactly restated as the conclusion of the demonstration. Chapter 5:25. A global mathematical conjecture has been proven. Heavens, has it really been fully solved? This is crazy. What the F **K? Why do I feel like crying? Teacher Zhang is too damn awesome. He actually managed to prove it? Cries, shouts, and screams continuously sounding out. The people were totally excited by the events. After waiting and standing for so long, they had finally witnessed the moment of a miracle. Other than the excitement in their hearts, they were feeling a mix of emotions. They were not able to understand those math equations, not a word of it. But that didn't mean that they didn't understand just how important this math problem was to the world. The Chinese reporters felt the same. They could no longer control themselves as they recorded this historic moment while excitedly calling out and praising the effort. This was a national honor and a problem that was solved by their fellow countrymen. In the future, who would dare to look down on the standards of the Chinese in the global mathematics world? Lewis suddenly interrupted. Wait a moment. David also added, it might not be validated at the end. Only then did the fervent celebrations calm down. In the crowd of park visitors, a woman had heard from a university student who translated their words. She gave a sharp stare at those two Americans and said, my ass. Everything's written out clearly and concisely already. What's there to prevent it from being validated? A male park visitor said, right, it will definitely be all right. A female park visitor said, yes, Teacher Zhang would never be wrong. As a citizen of China, they had strong faith and trust in their fellow countrymen to have solved the conjecture. But as a mathematician of China, they need to uphold the strictness of validation as it was respect towards math and their passion towards science. Elder Rong instructed, make good use of this time to do the verifications. Professor Chu also worked his hands tirelessly, rapidly calculating. Everyone, let's do this. It's already the last bit. We need to validate it with everything we've got. Fellow Wang was already feeling short of breath and did not bother to say anything else. He stepped forward to do the verification himself. When Zhang Ye had finished writing, he just sat at the side looking very tired. Working continuously for the past few hours had left him fatigued and his hands numbed. His feet were also aching badly. A disciple of a certain mathematician had brought over a stool for him. Another intern from a math research facility also brought over a bottle of mineral water for him. Their faces were all in awe and worship. Teacher Zhang, for you. Thank you. Zhang Ye said, feeling like he had become an important person. On the other side, the verification was beginning. Lewis joined in. David as well. The foreign mathematicians joined in as well. By the time they were verifying the final parts of the proof, they had gathered all of the mathematicians present and computing resources to verify the last few steps proposed by Zhang Ye. The atmosphere and everyone's feelings were too tense. It was as if everyone's breathing had stopped. Among the 1,000-over pairs of watchful eyes, the park visitors did not make a single sound. They could almost hear each other's heartbeats. Pu tong, pu tong, pu tong. Even the reporters did not dare to take any photos, afraid that the sounds of the camera shutters would affect them. They were just a step away. Just that last step. The people's hearts were already in their mouths as the tense mood weighed down on everyone. Elder Rong asked, modularity calculation? Han Henian immediately answered. The first equation has been verified and it's valid. Wang Yiming took a little longer to finish calculating before saying, the third equation is valid as well. The coordinate functions are also valid. Xianya called out. The operations are valid. Professor Chu's disciple also called out. The formulas are all valid. Professor Wang from Tsinghua University said. The perfect power equations are valid. A mathematics researcher from a research facility said. The n-value statistics do not have any errors. Professor Chu said with a trembling voice. One after another, every mathematician from the various countries called out a positive answer for their validations of the proof details. They were getting closer and closer to the final step. Each time it was called out positively, it tugged on the heartstrings of everyone. Valid. Passed. No errors. Valid. 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 When a mathematics professor announced the final verification, all of the other mathematicians stopped their calculations at the same time and raised their heads in unison. Fellow Wan's jaw was still trembling before he paused for a moment, and then quivered with excitement in a low voice saying, Dale's conjecture has been proven. It wasn't loud, but it was full of conviction. The crowd exploded like a roar of thunder in reaction to this announcement. An old Tsinghua University professor was already in tears. It's been cracked. Cracked. The two young mathematicians standing beside each other turned and embraced, celebrating with loud yells. A Chinese mathematics researcher threw up a stack of documents into the air like a madman and shouted, Our country has solved Dale's conjecture. My God, Wang Yiming murmured. This is truly unbelievable. Unbelievable. Xianya turned around and looked at her colleagues. Are we dreaming? It's not a dream. A female mathematician said with her eyes red. It's true. This is all true. Those who were not from China would not understand these people's feelings right now. Their emotions and pride right now were indescribable. Suddenly, the female mathematician from the United Kingdom started clapping. BBA, BBA, BBA. Behind her, a group of Italian mathematicians looked over to the Chinese youth and also started clapping enthusiastically. The applause was getting louder. A few seconds later, the venue was filled with thunderous applause and cheering. Louis, David, and the others from the American team did not say anything. They just looked at each other and began to applaud Zhang Ye sincerely as well. Although they were a little unaccepting and did not really like him, they were still very impressed and respecting of Zhang Ye's exquisite foundation in mathematics, as well as his genius reasoning ability. This person was worthy of their applause and worthy of the global mathematics world's applause too. Too awesome. He's a genius of the mathematics world. A talent not found in 100 years. Totally unheard of. It's been really eye-opening today. Zhang Ye was feeling a little embarrassed by now. He coughed and stood up, waving his hands and saying, You're all too generous with your praises, too generous. I've shown my incompetency, and you've all been too accepting of it. The female volunteer who had accused Zhang Ye of cheating with a calculator earlier also squeezed to the front to Zhang Ye and apologized with a blushing face. Teacher Zhang, I'm very sorry. Before this, I did not recognize Mount Tai even when you were standing right before me. I thought that you had used a calculator to solve the problem, but I was the frog in the well instead. Zhang Ye patted her on the shoulder and said, It's all right. You are willing to admit your mistakes. You're a good comrade. Xianya laughed and said, I would have to apologize too. When you did the 5-figured multiplication, I was not expecting you to know mental calculations. Although that speech on horses was quite difficult to swallow for me, I do admit that a lot of us are not Bo-Lu. Otherwise, how would we even not know when a 1,000-li horse stands before us? A mathematician, who had been very sarcastic towards Zhang Ye at the beginning, also apologized. I'm sorry about before. I judged you before I got to know you. Zhang Ye laughed and gave a wave of his hands. It's fine. They had even mistaken a person who could solve a global math problem by himself to be a cheater who needed to use a calculator to solve a 5-figured multiplication sum. From the looks of it now, that must have been the world's greatest joke. When they thought about it, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed, but they also knew that they couldn't be blamed regarding this matter. Who would have even expected that a Chinese department teacher would have such hidden and deep mathematical skills? The park visitors were also celebrating in joy. Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. All of them were cheering Zhang Ye's name. The reporters were also very excited. Teacher Zhang had won glory for the country today. Zhang Ye's image to many of these people had changed by now. In the past, there were a lot of reporters who had been left speechless by Zhang Ye and carried biased opinions about him. But in this second, At this very moment, they all looked at Zhang Ye and thought that this wretched character seemed rather cute after all. To other people, what kind of person was Zhang Ye? Perhaps you could say that amongst 100 people, there would be 100 different opinions. Wicked? A wonder? Hated? A rule breaker? He was an extremely controversial celebrity. But no matter how many people grinded their teeth when they thought about him, no matter how many had suffered headaches because of him, all of them would have to admit that he was king talented. What others could not achieve, he could king achieve. A mathematical conjecture that could not be solved by anyone else. He king solved it. This was a historical moment. A Chinese mathematician had flipped to a new page in the history books of the global mathematics world. Outside the crowd of people, a group of foreign media reporters had finally arrived. Some were foreign correspondents stationed in Beijing, while there were also others who happened to be in Beijing to cover some events in Beijing, like the Foreign Trade Conference. All of them were now flocking to the venue when they found out what had happened. Where is he? Who was the one who solved Dale's conjecture? Oh God, did someone really solve it? The foreign media reporters, who had not been updated of the latest news, were all taken by surprise. Many of them had expressions of disbelief, and then a look of shock after they had received confirmation of the news. They looked towards the Chinese youth in the middle of the crowd and were getting extremely curious about him. A Japanese reporter asked a fellow reporter from China, "What does that person do?" The Chinese female reporter smiled proudly and told him, "He's a famous program host from China." Every foreign reporter was asking the same question, but every Chinese reporter gave different answers. A young reporter said, "He's a teacher from Peking University's Chinese department." "Who is he?" "A famous author, of course." A female reporter answered casually, "Him? He's a famous poet from China." A Beha province television station reporter answered, "He's a musician. Have you heard of Woman Flower? That was composed and written by him." A middle-aged female reporter from a newspaper said, "Oh, you're asking about Zhang Ye? He's a crosstalk performer." A male reporter, who was a fan of crosstalk, mentioned, "Uft." This was the sound of people vomiting blood. All of these foreign media reporters were dumbfounded listening to the different introductions of that person. All they could feel right now was one emotion. K. These Chinese colleagues of ours are too goddamn dishonest. They're all liars. A naked lie. We're all fellow journalists, so how could you lie to us in such a blatant manner? But when they came to know about the truth behind all of these lies, the foreign reporters finally understood that the person was really not a professional mathematician, nor did his profession have anything to do with mathematics. The Chinese reporters did not lie at all, and they were even all speaking the truth. Host, poet, author, crosstalk performer, Chinese department teacher. At this, all of the foreign reporters were stunned. They only had one thought. Just how king talented could this person be? Chapter 526. I find that thumb ring to be quite attractive. The scene was bursting with excitement. A person who didn't know what was going on might even assume that China's football team had won the World Cup if they saw the situation here. Awesome. Zhang Ye, you're too smart. Teacher Zhang, I love you. Zhang Ye, I love you too. Some of the younger park visitors were cheering loudly. The mathematicians were also tickled by what they heard. All the local and foreign reporters had already rushed up with their recording devices and cameras, sticking their equipment forward, and began asking questions. The yard area was not large and was soon overcrowded with people. Seeing this, fellow one quickly said, "Wait a moment. Please don't squeeze into this area, everyone. Let us have some time. Don't squeeze anymore. Please back up a little." A number of mathematicians had gone to protect whiteboards amidst this, as they all carefully ensured that no one could squeeze over and accidentally damage them. They were also afraid that they would accidentally smudge the writings on the whiteboards while protecting them, as they knew very well that these writings on all of these boards were worth an immeasurable amount. Professor Chu found Zhang Ye. "You are little Zhang, right?" "That's me." Zhang Ye did not know who he was. Xianya introduced them. "This is Professor Chu, one of the recipients of the highest awards during last year's nationwide scientific community awards. He is also a person of distinction in the mathematics world." When Zhang Ye heard this, he suddenly realized, he still did not know who he was. Professor Chu said, "We would like to seek your permission first about those 39 whiteboards that you have written on." Would it be all right for us to keep and manage them for now? We will bring it back to the relevant mathematical organizations to do further validations. In the future, these whiteboards will become our country and our mathematics world's most important and precious items. It would even become an important artifact of the global mathematics world's history and might possibly be put up for exhibition. If it is well kept, there wouldn't even be any problem keeping it in its original form for several decades to come. As this work was completed by you, we would definitely need your permission to release it to us. Left as a legacy forever? Important artifact of mathematics? This would be a rather good source of reputation as well, and it even seemed like it would not run out anytime soon. Zhang Ye was naturally happy to agree. Sure, just do what you want with it. I have no use for them anymore anyway. Immediately after he said that, a few foreigners had squeezed to stand in front of him. The first one was the female mathematician from the United Kingdom. Hi. Zhang Ye replied her. The female mathematician shook his hand in the courtesy of Chinese traditions, then smiled and said, My name is Jennifer, and I am very happy to know you. Zhang of China. Zhang Ye could understand English and so corrected her. It's Zhang Ye. The woman followed his pronunciation and said, Zhang. Why, Grandpa? Zhang Ye laughed and said, Don't stand on such ceremony with me. You're older than me. Of course he said that in Chinese. The United Kingdom's team translator was left speechless at this and decided not to translate it to the female mathematician. There was also no proper way to explain this to her, and the English would probably not understand it anyways. A middle-aged German mathematician also came to greet him, then followed by the French, Japanese, and many other mathematicians from different countries. Hello, how are you? I am Cato. I am Pierre. You are welcome to visit France anytime. You're welcome to visit Germany for an exchange. We will definitely receive you with our highest form of welcome if you do. Zhang Ye did not put on any airs and also shook their hands one by one, getting to know each and every one of them. Because of the availability of translators, their exchanges were rather smooth as well. The Chinese mathematicians did not join in on the exchange. There was no need to do so in this setting, and there were still many opportunities to get to know Zhang Ye better in the future. A mathematical conjecture had been proven today and would need a rigorous validation process. Only as simple verifications had been done on the spot, and the actual process would require more than just a few people. This was also the reason why they still had many chances to contact Zhang Ye from now on. After all, being fellow countrymen, they wouldn't be afraid of him running away. At the other side, Fellow One was already surrounded by a group of reporters. Fellow One, I'm with Xinhua News Agency. Now that Dale's conjecture has been proven, what are your views about it? Fellow One laughed loudly and high-spiritedly. I did not expect to see this day while I was still alive. This is a matter that makes one very excited and is also an unbelievable one. He put his hand to his chest and added jokingly, My heart's still racing, and I believe that it's the same for a lot of us here as well. It's such an honor to have witnessed this today, and the pride I have due to the fact that the person who solved this conjecture is a fellow Chinese countryman and is only at 20-something years of age. Then he looked at Elder Rome. Elder Rome continued on from his words and said to the reporters, When we get back, we will set up a special working group to do detailed checks on teacher Zhang Ye's proof. We will also invite mathematicians from our local organizations, as well as foreign mathematicians, to partake in the validation to speed it up so that we can have a conclusion as soon as possible. This will all be made known to you immediately when it is completed. In the past, whenever a mathematical conjecture had been proposed and proven, the Chinese mathematics world had always only had the responsibility of sending some of their own mathematicians to fly overseas to take part in the proof's validation process. But this time, Zhang Ye had gained this honor for them, and they had become the main leads of this matter. The other mathematicians also accepted interviews. Wang Yiming said, I'm still shaking with excitement. Xianya said, Don't ask me, her. I have yet to come back to my senses. It all feels like a dream. At this moment, the area in front of Zhang Ye had also cleared up. Noticing this, those reporters, who had not managed to squeeze over there earlier, ran over as quick as lightning and surrounded Zhang Ye once more. Some of the reporters, who were still in the middle of interviewing some mathematicians, suddenly stopped, carried their equipment, and ran over to Zhang Ye as well. That is why mathematics. Han Henian was just been riding the high of the event and had accepted an interview when in the blink of an eye, realized his interviewer had abandoned him. He nearly flipped, feeling extremely embarrassed. These reporters were really discriminatory as hell. But there was no other way it could have developed. Zhang Ye was the person in the limelight today after all. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang. The group of reporters had totally surrounded Zhang Ye, and camera flashes were going off continuously. There were also about 20 microphones being pushed towards him, and a young female reporter even had to squat behind Zhang Ye, her face almost touching his backside. She even pushed a microphone up through Zhang Ye's armpit in a very awkward manner and rested it on his chest. The reporters were all showing their individual skills and adaptability, contorting themselves to get what they needed. It was really a stunning sight. Zhang Ye jumped up in shock at this. What a crazy day. What the heck was going on? Having been famous for some time now, he had never experienced being surrounded by so many reporters. There were even foreign reporters here this time. A female reporter, who did not manage to squeeze into the crowd, shouted from outside, "Teacher Zhang, may we know where you got your mathematics talent from?" A young male reporter standing in the crowd asked. Dale's conjecture had been labeled as a "did the egg come first or the chicken?" type of question before, citing it as impossible to solve. How did you do it? All the mathematicians and park visitors kept quiet when they heard this and looked over at Zhang Ye. They were all too curious about him and wanted to know how he'd answered this question. The crowd was anticipating his reply. Zhang Ye cleared his throat and answered, "As long as there's doubt, then it can be solved. Even the question of whether the egg or the chicken came first is solvable." The reporters were all a little stunned. "You can explain it?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Of course." A female reporter asked, "So which came first, the chicken or the egg?" Of course it was the chicken that came first. Zhang Ye answered without a moment's hesitation. A middle-aged reporter was not convinced and questioned Zhang Ye again. "Then how did the first chicken come about?" Zhang Ye still answered without hesitation. "They had to make ends meet." When everyone heard that, they were unable to process what he meant, but after a moment, they realized what Zhang Ye had just said. Countless of Chinese reporters nearly fainted. A male park visitor, who was just having a sip of water, spat out everything when he heard, "Ha ha ha. Make ends meet. Just what kind of chicken asterisk are you talking about?" Zhang Ye's mouth was really wicked. Zhang Ye's truly a crosstalk actor, even performing crosstalk during an interview. Many people had been tickled by this and burst out laughing, especially the Chinese mathematicians. Professor Chu, Wang Yiming, and the others were also laughing so hard that their eyes rolled backwards. The foreign reporters were still around, so you should really watch what you said. It's a good thing these foreigners didn't understand. Zhang Ye added, "All right then, let's be serious now." The reporters nearly cried. "Your sister. But we've been serious this entire time." Then, another reporter asked, "Why did you decide to solve Dale's conjecture?" A young female reporter asked, "Yes. Why did you choose this setting and at this time to solve this math problem?" An older reporter guessed, "Were you trying to prove the ability of the Chinese mathematicians, to let the children know that our country's mathematics world is also world-class, and therefore chose the International Math Olympiad as the background to complete such an amazing proof of work? To cheer on the children? Was it because our ranking for this year's competition was not too ideal, therefore you chose to step forward and solve this question?" Different guesses were being raised as the reporters waited for his answer. For the children? For dignity? For the good of the mathematics world? For our country's honor? Zhang Ye gave a slightly embarrassed look, pointed over to the American team's display booth, and said, "You're all thinking too much. It's actually because I find that jade thumb ring quite attractive." The reporters nearly spat blood from their mouths. Xianye stared hard at him before quickly chiding him. "Teacher. Zhang." Professor Chu also quickly added, "Forget that last part, everyone. Please don't record that down." Many of the Chinese mathematicians made passes at Zhang Ye, letting him know that he shouldn't say such things. If he were to do that, then it would just show how low-class the Chinese mathematics world was. Zhang Ye quickly changed his tone and smiled to the camera, saying, "I was just joking. I didn't really notice the jade thumb ring. I don't even know what color it was. So why would I want that for?" Fellow One heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that he was lucky to have corrected his words. Xianye nodded lightly, as she had a fright from Zhang Ye's reaction. The foreign reporters had also finally realized that he had been joking all this time. They had not expected this mathematician to have so much humor, unlike those traditional mathematicians who appeared so rigid and boring. Zhang Ye threw out his chest and spoke in an upright manner. You've all guessed correctly. The reason I attempted to solve the conjecture this time was because of the children and also for the sake of our country's education system. As everyone knows, I'm a teacher of the people myself, and if I can do something, I will definitely do my best to contribute to the cause of education. The reporters all nodded diligently, thinking that this was too well said. Secondly, this is also for the pride of the country. As he was saying this, Zhang Ye suddenly noticed the American team dismantling their display booth and getting ready to leave. He urgently shouted out to them, "Hey, don't go. My jade thumb ring." The Chinese reporters. The Chinese mathematicians. A group of foreign reporters? What the heck? So you were really aiming for the jade thumb ring after all? The park visitors were already laughing out loud at this. Ha! Chapter 527. Chinese is what I'm good at. After just 2 minutes, the interview was terminated. They had no choice but to end it, as Fellow One brought a group of people with him to separate Zhang Ye from the reporters and forcefully ended the interview. They did not dare to allow Zhang Ye to blabber on with his nonsense anymore. Mathematics had always been an abstruse and out-of-reach subject to commoners who could only look up to it in awe. Dale's conjecture had also been one of the world's top math problems and was always afforded a great deal of respect. But after just answering a few questions from the media, these Chinese mathematicians felt that their status as a higher authority had suddenly been degraded. It wasn't even just normal degradation, but unadulterated degradation. He solved the conjecture just to win the prize? How can you still show your face after saying that? It was too harsh on the ears. Even if that's what you were thinking, you still shouldn't have said it. Zhang Ye was not a member of the mathematics world in the first place. He was a celebrity from the entertainment circle and had his own style and spirit. There was nothing that he did not dare to say, but these mathematicians couldn't understand Zhang Ye's humor and entertaining side. Therefore, they quickly had to pull him aside to stop him from further damaging the image of the Chinese mathematicians. If it were his reputation alone that was at stake, then so be it. His reputation was already terrible to begin with anyway. Yes, it was already bad since a long time ago, but today he was representing the Chinese mathematics world, and they were not willing to tarnish their reputations because of him. Seeing Zhang Ye being forcefully pulled away by the crowd of mathematicians, the park visitors all laughed hysterically. Ah. Zhang Ye is such a troublemaker. Wherever Teacher Zhang appears, trouble will surely follow. And of course, not to mention, fun. That is the reason why I like Zhang Ye. He's too entertaining. This is what a real star is. Not only does he entertain himself, but he also entertains the people around him too. This trip to Summer Palace Park today was really fulfilling. Yeah, it was really worth the effort to come all the way out here. First, he came up with the stunning on horses, then had a scolding battle with the Chinese mathematicians, and then to top it all off, he solved a world math problem. Wherever Teacher Zhang appears, there's always something astonishing that happens. Everyone was enjoying the discussion. Zhang Ye, who had been pulled aside, was also feeling annoyed. If they didn't want him to say any more, then so be it. He was not interested in doing so anyway, since he was really only interested in the old jade thumb ring. He immediately went off in the direction of the American team, afraid that they would take it away with them when they left. Hi. Can I collect my jade thumb ring? The rules earlier stated that whoever could answer another country's question would be able to claim the prize. Is that correct? David said, about that. Lewis hesitated as well. This jade thumb ring was donated by an already deceased teacher of theirs to the American mathematics world and belonged to the Mathematics Association. It was also one of the few precious items that the association possessed. The only reason they dared to use it as a prize was because they hadn't expected anyone to actually solve their question. It was just put up as a token for the event, but who would have thought that there would be such a godly person in attendance? Not only did he not abide by the rules after appearing, he even solved Dale's conjecture, astonishing everyone in the process. Give or not to give? Zhang Ye looked at them without speaking. He was ready to fall out with them and spoke in Chinese. So what will it be? Are you intending to go back on your words? The American translator translated his message to them. Lewis was a little stunned. but still finally managed to say something with the help of the translator. Actually, whether Dale's conjecture has really been proven or not still needs some time to be validated. We can't be sure about this yet and definitely need to do a more in-depth study on the details. But, as the main pointers have more or less been verified already, we are willing to break our rules and award the prize to you. At last, David, the American mathematician, carefully took out a box containing the jade thumb ring from the display booth. His lips twitched as he handed it over to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye took it from him and smiled. "Thank you very much then." He looked at David and gave him a pat on his shoulder. "Don't feel too bad. This belongs to our country anyways. We even had to trouble you to bring it back here for us from such a long distance away. Yes, so now the item is back where it belongs." His words carried the intention of picking on them. The American translator pretended not to hear him and did not translate it for David and the others. He was afraid that they would quarrel again if he did. Besides, it could be seen from the events that even if Louis and David were to work together, they would still be unable to beat this Chinese youth. This person's mouth was really too good at speaking. With the jade thumb ring in his possession now, Zhang Ye felt extremely satisfied. He showed an expression of attraction as he opened the box to see a really attractive-looking object. It was no wonder old Wu kept staring at it for such a long amount of time. When he touched it, he could feel the coldness and polished smoothness of it. The colors were very soothing, and it was really comfortable to the touch. His job was done, so now it was time to retreat. Zhang Ye looked all around for the figure of old Wu, but was still unable to find her after some time. He seemed to understand what old Wu was thinking and took out his cell phone to check. He saw an unread text notification from her. "Wu Ziqing, see you outside." Zhang Ye replied, "On my way." "Wu Ziqing, no need to rush. You should do some PR first." Zhang Ye replied, "It's fine. Just wait for me at the car park." He kept his cell phone and put his sunglasses and face mask on. He was looking for a chance to slip away since he had come out here today with the intention of going on a date with Wu Ziqing. To him, that was the main event. But with this move, everyone's focus quickly shifted back to Zhang Ye again. "Little Zhang, what are you doing?" Elder Rong was a little taken aback. Zhang Ye said his farewell to them. "I have to leave first. There are still some matters that I must attend to." Fellow one immediately came over and said, "We will still need your cooperation in the verification work afterwards. Since there's still a lot to do, it's better if you could come with us and be around." Zhang Ye gave a wave of his hand. "Don't mind me. All of you are top and famous seniors in the mathematics world. I'm just here to have fun and don't really have the necessary skills. Anyway, since the proof has already been written on the whiteboards, please help yourselves to it. Verify whatever you want and I won't bother to stop you. Just do as you all see fit." Wang Yiming. The mathematicians were all exasperated. "Aren't you being a little too casual here? If it were any other mathematician, just having a chance to mingle and exchange knowledge with the top mathematicians in the country while validating a proof would be an opportunity they would surely jump at. But Zhang Ye did not. If there was reputation to be earned, or if it united his fans through the solving of this math problem, he would definitely not turn down the opportunity. But since the proof had already been proposed, Zhang Ye did not want to do any more validation with regards to it. This kind of work should be left to the professionals as it did not concern him anymore. Seeing that Zhang Ye wasn't too interested in joining in, Professor Chu also shook his head helplessly. "Forget it. Go if you want to, but please stay contactable at all times as we would still have to look for you if there are any problems." Since all the information was already available to them, it did not really matter if Zhang Ye was there in person. Zhang Ye said, "All right." Suddenly, Huang Lingling squeezed over to him and said, "Teacher Zhang." Her brother, Huang Lele, and the other youth. Participants all came up to him. "Congratulations. You're really smart." At the beginning, when Zhang Ye had borrowed Huang Lingling's marker pen and claimed that he would teach these foreigners a lesson, they were at a loss at how they should react. They did not believe that Zhang Ye would be able to do it, but now that they witnessed such a miracle, they were all feeling extremely pumped up. Zhang Ye smiled and patted the children on their heads. "Big bro has to go now. You are all the little geniuses of our country, so work hard and don't let your families down." Huang Lele suddenly said, "When I grow up, I want to become like you, solving the math problems of the world so that my parents can be happy and I can gain honor for our country." "Great, you're ambitious." Zhang Ye gave him a thumbs up as encouragement. Huang Lingling hesitated for a long time before opening her mouth to speak. Teacher Zhang, when I am able to attend Peking University, could you teach me mathematics? I would like to learn from you. Zhang Ye smiled widely and said, You've played a part in the proving Dale's conjecture this time. I used your marker pen, and the last whiteboard was chosen by you as well. Looks like I managed to rub off some of your glory. All right, if you can make it to Peking University while I am still there, I will teach you for sure, whether it be mathematics or Chinese. Huang Lingling had a flash in her eyes. Chinese? Zhang Yi nodded. Actually the Chinese department isn't bad either. Especially when it's Peking University's Chinese department. It is the top faculty among all of the top institutes of higher learning in the country. Compared to the mathematics department, it is much better. So are you interested in the arts? Chinese is what I am good at. So if you wish to learn, I can. Wang Yiming coughed loudly. All the other mathematicians were also in a state of speechlessness. This was the venue where the International Math Olympiad was being held at, and where many of the members of the mathematics world had gathered today. How dare you try to use such underhanded means to take one of ours to your side? Convince our children to learn Chinese instead? Do you even know how to behave? How can there be anyone like you? And what do you mean by Chinese is what you're good at? To them, this declaration sounded very strange. You managed to solve a math conjecture that no one else in the world was capable of so effortlessly. But in the blink of an eye, you're claiming that you're just an amateur in mathematics? That Chinese was what you really excelled at? If you're AF *** King amateur, then what the heck are the bunch of US researchers who have dedicated their whole lives to mathematics? Shouldn't we just go off somewhere and die? All right, I'm off. Zhang Yi took his leave. Huang Lingling and the others looked at him with admiration and said, Teacher Zhang, goodbye. Goodbye. Zhang Yi waved back at her. The other Chinese mathematicians, foreign experts, and reporters looked on as Zhang Yi left. Some of them had very doubtful looks on their faces as they wondered, what an unfathomable person. Just where did he get all that talent from? Chapter 528, A Token of Love. Outside Summer Palace Park. The car had already been driven quite far away. In the car, Zhang Yi was driving while Wu Ziqing was seated beside him making a call. Xian Ye's voice from the phone could be heard in the quietness of the car. Sis Wu, you're really bad to me. We've been friends for over 30 years now, and you've hidden away such a preeminent mathematician boyfriend on the side away from me? You didn't even give a little hint and hid him so well. What's the meaning of that? Are you afraid that someone would steal him away from you? Is that even necessary? Wu Ziqing laughed and said, Didn't I tell you already that I did not know about little Zhang's math knowledge? If I knew about it, I would have already told you so that you two could have a good chat. Xian Ye said, I don't believe you. Wu Ziqing said, There's nothing I can do about it if you don't believe me. Where are you now? Why is it so quiet? Xian Ye asked. I'm in the car with little Zhang. We're going back since it's so crowded over there, Wu Ziqing answered. The voice from the other side didn't sound too friendly, saying, Is Zhang Yi beside you? There were too many people and media reporters around just now, so I did not say anything. Someday, I will settle the score with him. How dare he scold our mathematics world in front of so many people? He even dragged me in to argue with him. Old Wu, you saw what happened, right? Tell me, how should we settle it then? Your little boyfriend there totally showed me no respect back there. Zhang Yi looked over. Wu Ziqing gestured to him to keep his eyes on the road, and then spoke gently into the phone. He wasn't wrong to say what he said. All of you were really too harsh on the children. Xian Ye nearly died from anger. So you prefer to protect your little boyfriend, right? I'm just stating things as they are. Wu Ziqing laughed. Xian Ye said, All right, dates before mates, I get it. I'm not going to talk any further for now. There's too much work to handle here. I'll deal with you again soon. All right then, bye. Wu Ziqing hung up and then looked over at Zhang Yi and said softly, Xian Ye says she will settle things with you soon. Zhang Yi laughed. Yes, I heard that. Wu Ziqing casually asked, How did you come to learn such advanced math? Sigh, I just learned it like that. Was it all right, old Wu? Did I look really cool when I solved the problem? Extra handsome, Zhang Yi boasted. Wu Ziqing replied warmly. Kind of. Hearing a positive comment from his beloved, Zhang Yi felt very satisfied. Great, that's good enough. Old Wu, where should we head to now? We were supposed to come out and have a good time before you. Headed to the south for your job posting, but we ended up not doing that and got caught up in the events at Summer Palace Park instead. We didn't even get a proper meal together. Where do you wish to go to? Wu Ziqing asked him. I don't know either. I will follow along with your decision, Zhang Ye said. She thought about it for a moment before suggesting. Big Sis knows a rather good hot spring resort. I was there for a work holiday once, and I find it to be a nice place. Zhang Ye nodded. Lead on, she said. It's not far from here. Afternoon. The suburbs. At a certain hot spring resort. Despite it being Valentine's Day, there weren't many guests at the resort. It may have been because the resort was targeted at higher spending consumers. This could be seen just from the cars parked outside. Few of them cost less than 500,000 renminbi. Zhang Ye stayed in the car, while Wu Ziqing went inside to check in. He had initially planned to show off a little, but thinking about how he was really poor right now and this place looked really expensive, he wasn't even sure if his debit card would be able to pay for it. So rather than disgrace himself, he decided to just stay behind. DD. He received a text. Wu Ziqing. Come into the inner building. Floor 5, room 566. There were 3 or 4 buildings in here and a small garden with a rather large area for the hot springs. There was even a ski resort being built, but it probably wouldn't be operating anytime soon. As Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing's status were a little special, they did not choose to use the common hot springs. They could only wear sunglasses and face masks to hide their identity. But had anyone ever dressed up that way at a hot spring? That would be such a curious sight. So Zhang Ye definitely chose to avoid it. Luckily, according to old Wu, this resort also had private suites furnished with a hot spring spa on the room's balcony. In that way, they would be able to enjoy their privacy. At the inner building, he took the elevator to the 5th floor. He looked for the suite along the corridor, and when he found it, the door was slightly ajar. Zhang Ye went inside, and the first thing he saw was a large living room area. There was even a family theater, complete with a computer and an open kitchen that was partitioned from the living room by a transparent glass pane. On the other side of the kitchen were 2 doors to the bedrooms. It was a very large suite. Wu Ziqing was just hanging up her coat. It was comfortably warm in the room, and the temperature felt just right for her in her long qipao. Then she turned around and asked, There are 2 rooms here. Which do you prefer? Zhang Ye offered to let her choose first. She casually pointed to one of them and said, Big Sis will take this room then. You must be hungry, right? Yes, I'm starving already. Zhang Ye rubbed his belly. After standing for almost an entire day, I'm feeling really hungry and tired now. His arms were aching badly after having written with his hands raised high for more than 5 hours straight. She smiled and said, Let's order some food and get them to send it up. Big Sis didn't have much to eat in the afternoon too. Sure, you decide what to eat. I need to go into the room for a short rest. Zhang Ye put down his bag and went into the other room. When he saw the room, his eyes brightened. A connected balcony was accessible via the bedroom, and it was equipped with a hot tub. But rather than calling it a balcony, it seemed more like a garden. Its area was even larger than the room itself, and it had clear glass separating it from the outside, making it feel really spacious. The glass looked like it was one of those one-way mirrors which let people inside see out, but those outside could not see in, so there was no worry of being watched. In the middle was a large bathtub that could probably hold 5 or 6 people easily. Several kinds of flowers were scattered around the bathtub, some yellow, some green, and the whole setup looked full of life. It was very beautiful. It would definitely be very comfortable to soak in this bath. Zhang Ye lay down on the bed to rest, and was already looking forward to sharing the bath with old Wu. These kinds of days were the best. The food will be here soon, Wu Ziqing said as she came into the bedroom. Zhang Ye did not turn towards her as he was too tired. All right. But a few seconds later, a pair of soft hands rested on his shoulders and started massaging them. You're really tired, aren't you? Let me massage it a little for you. Zhang Ye quickly turned around to turn down her offer. That won't do, that won't do. You've been standing the whole day too, so you really don't need to do this for me. I will be fine after lying down for a while. Her hands continued massaging him. Where do you ache? Zhang Ye immediately shrugged his shoulders a little. All right then, over here. She smiled and said, I thought you'd still refuse me for a little longer. Zhang Ye coughed and said, Isn't that enough? She asked, Over here? Zhang Ye said, A little further down, yes. Yes, that's it. She smiled and acknowledged in a soft voice as her hands carefully and gently massaged his shoulders. Thanks, old Wu. Zhang Ye still felt a little awkward. After all, they had only confirmed their relationship a few hours earlier, and he was still getting used to it. She asked, "Do you feel better?" Zhang Ye nodded and flatteringly replied, "Much better. If it were someone else massaging me, it wouldn't be of any use. But because it's you, I feel better immediately. I could go out now and run 10 kilometers without breaking a sweat." She laughed. "Big sis even has such capabilities?" "Of course," Zhang Yi said. "It was that good a massage." "All right, then I will do it for a little while more." "Don't move," she said. Earlier, Wu Ziqing had been standing, but now she was already half sitting on the bed as Zhang Yi took up most of the space. She half sat on the right side of Zhang Yi, her buttocks closely in contact with Zhang Ye's waist. He had already taken off his coat and could feel them directly on his waist. Gradually, he also began to feel the warmth of old Wu's body heat. Zhang Yi slowly turned his head and stole a glance at that spot. He saw the lower half of old Wu in her qipao, looking attractively stunning. Her legs were beautiful as well, and she had one leg still in her high heels, while the other was hanging from her foot, which was already halfway up on the bed. Because of the posture, each time she pressed on Zhang Ye's back with her hands, her high heel would sway about loosely from her foot, and the friction of it rubbing against her flesh-colored stockings would make a rustling sound. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. It was the resort's room service delivering the food up. Zhang Yi felt a light pat on his back. "Okay, it's time to eat." "Oh." Zhang Yi sat up and stretched his waist, feeling much better. He could smell a hint of fragrance on himself, possibly old Wu's mature scent, which he found very attractive. In the living room, while old Wu went to get the food, Zhang Yi quickly opened his bag and took out a box with embroidered, classical flower patterns on it, and then hid it well on himself. When the food was all laid out and the wine was poured, Zhang Yi finally sat down. Wu Ziqing said, "Don't drink so much. You want a glass too?" Zhang Yi blinked. She smiled and said, "Big sis doesn't drink." Zhang Yi raised his glass. "It's okay, you can have tea instead." "Cheers." She picked up the teacup and touched it to Zhang Ye's glass. "Celebrating your achievement and taking honors for the country by solving Dale's conjecture." Zhang Yi said, "Don't say that." "Ahem. We should be celebrating our relationship." "That too." She took a sip of tea. Zhang Yi finished his wine in a gulp and then said, "Old Wu, you've given to me a bracelet, so I would like to give you something too." Saying that, he took the box and placed it in front of her. Wu Ziqing opened it up, and a deep green jade thumb ring was revealed. Its shine was very beautiful, and it glistened brightly in the light. You seriously asked them for it?" Zhang Yi said, "Of course I did. It was the promised prize after all. Why don't you try it on?" She took it out from the box and wore it on her thumb. "Are you really giving this to me?" "Of course. You've already given me your token of love, so I have to show you mine too." Zhang Yi laughed. "When we were at Summer Palace Park, you seemed to pay a lot of attention to it, so I knew you must have definitely liked it a lot. That was the reason why I solved the problem. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have tried to solve Dale's conjecture since it was so complex." When Wu Ziqing heard this, she nodded and accepted it without much response. She put it back into the box and said, "All right then, big sis. We'll accept it. I really do like this thumb ring very much." Zhang Yi was also very happy and boasted, "It's good that you like it. As long as it's something that you like, even if it's a satellite in orbit, I will go get it and give it to you." She laughed lightly and said, "Why would I need a satellite? Let's eat, or else the food will turn cold." Chapter 529. Although it was meant to be dinner, by the time they finished eating, it was only late afternoon. Zhang Yi finished up the last of his erguo too, and then put down his chopsticks. He was already full. Seeing old Wu picking up a napkin to wipe her mouth, Zhang Yi stood up and was about to help her with clearing the table when she stopped him. It was just as before. She still did not let Zhang Yi do the chores. She cleared the chopsticks and bowls in a graceful manner and opened the room's door to place it outside for the waiter to clear it. "Have some tea." "AI. Be careful, it's hot. Do you want any fruits?" "Yes." "Apple or orange?" "Orange." "All right, big sis will peel it for you." "How about I do it?" "Don't even try. I'll do it." Zhang Yi sat down and did not move. Old Wu had already taken care of him extremely well, particularly knowing how to show her love. In the past, Zhang Yi had always been polite with old Wu, thinking that he should at least help out a little. But each time he tried, it had always come to nothing. Now, he no longer tried to do so, and just enjoyed her care. He couldn't even begin to describe how blessed he felt. This was the first time he realized and felt that old Wu being older than him wasn't actually a bad thing at all. Although he wasn't sure how old exactly Wu Ziqing was, and he dared not ask either, but it was definitely in the 30s. He had not bothered to check what her age was, but it was likely at least 10 years older than his. In the past, Zhang Ye felt that this gap was a little too large, and in his current relationship with her, this was probably the only thing that wasn't perfect. If he had to pick a problem between them, it would be their age difference. But now, he had slowly come to realize that this was actually an advantage of hers, as it was exactly because of her age that she was so good at caring for others. She was gentle, mature, understanding, knew how to cook, and did not need Zhang Ye to worry about her. This was great, and she was the ideal, perfect woman in the eyes of many guys. So what if she was older? It's not like she looked old anyway. After a few moments of quietness, Zhang Ye was eating the orange while Wu Ziqing was using the computer. She looked like she was sending some emails and settling some work-related activities, but was done with it very quickly. Old Wu. Zhang Ye looked over and suggested, "Do you want to get into the hot tub?" Wu Ziqing rubbed her shoulder, then smiled and said, "Yes, I'm aching all over, so I will need to soak in the hot tub for a little longer. You didn't bring your swimwear, I bet." Zhang Ye nodded. "Yeah, I didn't bring it. I'll ask if they have any." She picked up the phone on the study table and made a call to reception. "Hello, do you have any swimwear for sale?" "Yes, a male and a female set. The style does not matter. Yes?" "Oh, knocked off already? All right then, I understand." She put down the phone and said, "The staff member in charge of the swimwear sales has already knocked off. I guess there's no other way then. Why don't you get into the hot tub first, and I'll go after you?" Zhang Ye quickly said, "Why don't you go first? I'm in no rush. Aren't you tired after such a long day? Go soak in the hot tub to improve your blood circulation," she said. Zhang Ye had wanted to suggest that the two of them go together. It didn't matter even if they were naked inside. Why the need for swimwear? But after thinking about it for a while, he decided not to and said, "It's all right. I want to watch the news first." "Say no more, old Wu. You can go first." After saying that, he switched on the TV and started watching the news. She nodded. "Okay then," Zhang Ye said, "soak for a while. Don't rush." She smiled and pointed to the bedroom. "The hot spring bathtub is joined to your bedroom. Big sis will use the room first. I'll call you after I'm done." "Sure," replied Zhang Ye. Old Wu went inside and closed the door. Then came the sound of water coming out of the faucet. Old Wu was definitely letting out hot water. The public baths might or might not be supplied with water from the hot springs, but these private baths were definitely just using hot tap water. At most, they would supply some sea salt or rose bath milk that they could add themselves. The hot spring was just a concept for these private baths. Zhang Ye did not have any interest for what was on TV, so he switched it off. His ears perked up trying to listen to the sounds coming from inside the bedroom. Sigh. At first, he was still hoping for a chance to have a dip together with old Wu, but it looked like that was no longer on the books. 5 minutes passed. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out to him from inside, "Little Zhang." "Ah." Zhang Ye turned around to face the bedroom door. "I'm here." The voice was not loud since there was a door between them. "Do big sis a favor. My towel dropped onto the floor and got dirted. Same thing happened to my bathrobe too. Could you help me to check if they have extras outside?" Zhang Ye answered, "Sure, I'll look around." The woman's voice said, "Thank you." He immediately went to the bathroom to check and got a new set from the shelves before going back out to the front of the bedroom door. He knocked on it and said, "I've gotten a new set already. How do I give it to you?" The woman's voice said, "The door's unlocked. You can come in and place them on the bed. Big sis will take them by herself later." "All right then." Zhang Yi swallowed his saliva and then pushed open the door. He went into the bedroom. Once he entered, he wildly turning his head to look at the balcony. The hot spring bathtub was very big, and old Wu was inside soaking in the hot water. From Zhang Ye's angle, he could see the back of old Wu with her hair tied up and pinned into a bun behind her head. Her shoulders could be slightly seen with condensed water beads on it. It was an incredibly moving sight. He quickly looked away and placed the towel and bathrobe on the bed. After setting them down, Zhang Yi saw something that tickled his fancy again. It was old Wu's clothes that she had left on the bed. On the floor were a pair of neatly placed high heels aligned to a pair of flesh-colored stockings on the bed. There was a long qipao beside them. From this alone, it showed old Wu's personality. Even the clothes she had taken off were placed neatly in order. The kind of people who would do something like this were usually more serious and virtuous. I've placed it here. All right. Enjoy your bath. After closing the door, Zhang Ye exited and sat down. But before he could warm his seat, old Wu called out to him again. Little Zhang. AI. Zhang Ye stood up again and asked, What's the matter? The woman's voice said, Can you do me another favor? There are 2 bottles of bathing foam here, and there should still be a bottle of shampoo, but I don't see any around here. Zhang Ye said, There's one in the bathroom. Let me get it for you. The woman's voice acknowledged him and said, Sorry for troubling you. Don't worry about it. Zhang Ye went to get the shampoo, which was in a small bottle, and then came back to the bedroom door. He turned the doorknob and opened it a little and said, I'm coming in then, old Wu. Okay, the woman's voice said. Zhang Ye placed the shampoo on the bed. I've placed it together with the bathrobe. Old Wu turned around and said, All right. Zhang Ye and her exchanged glances at that moment, and he coughed lightly before going back out and closing the door. What a pity. All he saw was her neckline and nothing else. Sigh. She was right there, but he couldn't do anything about it. Zhang Ye had a fire raging his heart, so he took out a cigarette, planning to smoke one. Before he could find the lighter, the bedroom door opened. Old Wu was wrapped in a towel, dripping wet. In her hand was the small shampoo bottle. Zhang Ye looked at her until his pupils dilated. Even though the important areas were covered up, the towel was still not enough to hide old Wu's voluptuous body. It only served to make his imagination run wild, especially her chest, which seemed to be bursting at the seams of the towel. She was really well endowed. Why aren't you bathing? Zhang Ye asked. The barefooted Wu Zuqing could only smile helplessly. She handed over the bottle in her hands to Zhang Ye. I couldn't get it open. The cap is too tight. You have more strength than me, so help big sis to open it. Okay, let me do it. Zhang Ye twisted the cap, but it didn't budge. Ah, it really is tight. Then he tried again with more strength, and this time, it opened. Done. She took it from him and smiled. Big sis's bath time has really kept you busy. Zhang Ye said, It's nothing. This is a chance for me to do something for you. If there's anything else, just ask. She looked at Zhang Ye and then suddenly suggested, Let's bathe together instead. Zhang Ye was a little stunned. Is that all right? It's fine. There'll be no trouble if I need something or another. Get undressed and get in. If you want to cover up with a towel, just do it. It's up to you. Old Wu was very open about it. Would Zhang Ye even have second thoughts? He nodded vigorously. Okay, I'm coming in then. Wu Ziqing had already turned around to go back in. When she left, Zhang Ye immediately took off his clothes and went into the bathroom to look for a clean towel to cover himself up. He wrapped it around his waist and grabbed his clothes and willingly went into the bedroom. He threw his clothes beside old Wu's stockings and closed the door. He coughed a few times and looked over to the balcony, pondered for a moment, and clenched his teeth before walking over to the balcony. His heart was racing. Old Wu actually agreed to let him bathe with her? Suddenly, something clicked, and Zhang Ye wondered. The towel fell onto the floor? Old Wu was such a tidy person. How could she have made that mistake? The resort did not prepare the shampoo for the tub. Wasn't that too careless? And why was the cap of the shampoo bottle so hard to get open, that even he had to use so much strength to open it? Even when all that was put together, it might still seem coincidental. But Zhang Ye remembered that there were still a few days of his 5 times reduced difficulty left. Was this the difficulty adjustment die's power again? Did it cause all of this to happen? It definitely did. Besides, there was no other possibility. If it weren't for the reduced difficulty, in the situation when there was no swimwear available, old Wu would definitely have chosen to bathe on her own. Although in the past, Zhang Ye had seen old Wu's provocative photos and even taken nude photos for old Wu, those were still considered as photography-related activities and were a form of art. Bathing together was a different matter altogether and had nothing to do with art at all. If those incidents did not happen, old Wu would definitely have finished bathing by herself. But because of these minor incidents, she had to get Zhang Ye's help. Old Wu probably could not bear to trouble him any further. This, in turn, gave Zhang Ye such a chance. It was a divine item. It truly was a divine item. Zhang Ye glanced at old Wu lying down in the tub with a towel wrapped around her. He lifted his feet and plunked down into the water, right across from her. He slowly sat down in the tub, the hot water enveloping his entire body. Chapter 530. People across the country were stunned. On the balcony, it was 5 p.m. in the afternoon. The air in the suburbs was much better than the cities. The sunset was clear and had brightened up the sky with its fiery presence. Occasionally, birds would fly past the front window. They could be clearly seen with their pointed beaks, but it was not known what species they were. As the window was a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, the view from the balcony was extremely scenic. The faraway western mountains, the bird's-eye view of the resort at the bottom, were all clearly seen from here. They enjoyed the view as they soaked in the hot tub, within the privacy of the one-way window. In the tub, the two of them were seated opposite one another. "Is the water temperature good for you?" Old Wu asked casually. Zhang Ye felt a little awkward but answered anyway with a slight cough. "Yes, it's just right." She laughed and said, "Big Sis has already been soaking in this water for a while just now. If you mind, we can release the water and refill it again easily." Zhang Ye waved his hand and said, "It's fine as long as you don't mind me being dirty." "Why would I mind you?" She did not bring it up anymore and continued. "So how is it? This place isn't bad, right?" "It's really quite good," Zhang Ye said. "The view is great, the facilities are good, but most importantly, the person I am with is the best. Old Wu, we will come again next time." She splashed some water on her arm and wiped it down. "When Big Sis is not so busy, we can see." Old Wu was pushing the water towards herself. "Did you watch the news just now?" "I watched it a little," Zhang Ye said. She asked, "Were there any reports of you solving Dale's conjecture?" Zhang Ye laughingly said, "I did not notice, but didn't the SARFD already ban me from appearing on any forms of media?" She explained, "That has nothing to do with this. Big Sis used to be engaged in such work as well and knows a bit. The authorities will only clamp down on news concerning yourself and any related commercial activities that you partake in. This time, you've solved a great problem such as Dale's conjecture, and it does not fall under any jurisdiction or guideline. Even if they wanted to fully stop any news of it, they couldn't. Don't worry. Such big news will surely be reported for sure. In any case, you've won great honors for our country and made significant contributions and breakthroughs for the educational field. They might even redact your name from Decree number 43 in some time. All of this can be possible, so wait patiently. I think you should be able to get past this setback." "That would be nice, but how long would I have to wait? If it's going to take several months, then I would still be unable to do any programs for now." She smiled and said, "That might not be the case. Just wait and see how it goes. Big Sis can also help you by checking with my friends for some updates. But as for how long until the ban gets lifted, I can't give you an estimate since I do not work at the SARFD." But unknown to him, at this moment, people on Weibo, Tieba, forums, television, and all over the country were surprised by news that no one could have seen coming. Chapter 531. People across the country were stunned again. The news first originated on Weibo. A verified user from a certain internet company with the Weibo handle at @IamZhangTao posted, "You all would never believe what I just saw. Holy sh*t. One of the math problems which had troubled the mathematics world for several decades now, Dale's conjecture, has been solved. It was solved by Zhang Ye. It's not someone else with the same surname and given name. Yes, it's that Zhang Ye that many of you know about. The whole place is in chaos now. It was too awesome." Following that, a few others also posted onto Weibo. At Brother Feng is invincible. What the F***K? It really has been proven. At Amianu09. Teacher Zhang Ye is too awesome. Sudkf. It's Dale's conjecture that we're talking about. I'm going to faint right here in Summer Palace. If I didn't witness this myself, I would not have believed it. In the past, I heard that this Zhang Ye person was really smart, but I could never have expected him to be this King smart. Is this person even human? How does he even know math? When the news spread, a lot of people thought they were just spreading fake news. Get over it. Haha, don't come up with such ridiculous nonsense. You all should just go and write some novels instead. How could you all come up with such crazy news and speak as though it really happened? Ever since Zhang Ye started scolding people everywhere, He has been marked by many of them. Now, he's getting marked so bad that a celebrity like him who dabbles in liberal arts is even being called out as someone who solved Dale's conjecture? Why don't you say that he has built a spaceship instead? Such utter rubbish. Even a fool wouldn't believe it. Even if you all want to spread rumors, at least put some effort into the technical details. Although I did read news of Zhang Ye being at Summer Palace, and even reciting an essay called On Horses or something to scold those Chinese mathematicians. Oh, just because Zhang Ye was present at the International Math Olympiad, you all can claim that he solved a math conjecture? I can only say that you guys are too naive. Many netizens began laughing at these claims. The few posters of those claims were also enraged by this. It's true, F***K, why does no one believe? Your sister. Why would I lie about this? I've got photo proof. I've even got video proof. Let me post it. Suddenly, when some pictures and videos of Zhang Ye writing equations on whiteboards were uploaded, including the shocked faces of many local and foreign mathematicians, it fueled the unfounded rumors that no one had paid any attention to anew. Hi. What? Are you sure? F***K? I'm uncultured and have never been to school. Don't lie to me. As more and more people concerned themselves with this news, many of them still had deep reservations about the veracity of this news. They still did not believe it until some news media websites and evening newspapers published reports regarding the matter. Only then did they finally know. Dale's conjecture had really been solved. It was even King Zhang Ye who had solved it. Beijing television station. At Zhang Ye's old unit, the Arts Channel's office. Brother Hu. Da Fei came running towards him with a newspaper in hand. Hu Fei looked over and said, "What's the matter? What happened?" Xiao Lu and Ho Gu were also in the office. They looked over not knowing what was going on and why someone was shouting so loudly in the office. Was it an earthquake or a flood? Da Fei, looking aghast, opened up the day's Beijing evening newspaper and pointed to the headlines. Look at this. Teacher Zhang has stirred up something big again. What big matter? Who did Teacher Zhang offend this time? They made their way over while asking all kinds of questions. When they saw it, Xiao Lu nearly choked on her breathing, while Hu Fei and the others could only stand there staring with their eyes bulging. What? Mathematical conjecture? Peking University. School was reopening soon, and the young teachers of Peking University were having a gathering. Teachers from all the different departments were all attending this gathering. They had assembled at a restaurant to have a meal together and were seated, chatting and waiting for their food to be served. A television which was switched on and tuned to the news channel, but with its volume turned down, hardly received any attention from them. Teacher Su, will Zhang Ye still be teaching at the Chinese department next semester? A 30-something-year-old male teacher asked curiously. Why won't he be teaching? Suna asked. Another female teacher asked. Isn't he a banned artist now? The SARFT had already banned him. Surely that would affect his teaching appointment as well, right? Suna wasn't too sure either, so she said, the SARFT is the SARFT. Peking University is Peking University. There's no relation between these two institutions, so it shouldn't affect Teacher Zhang's teaching appointment. Peking University couldn't possibly stop Teacher Zhang's lessons just because of something like that, right? Besides, if it were done that way, the students would surely have none of it. As she was saying that, Suna took a sip of water and noticed something. She said loudly, "Turn the volume of the TV up." What's the matter? A few people were startled by this. Suna said impatiently, "Turn the volume of the TV up." A male teacher who was currently wooing Suna and seated closest to the TV immediately raised his hand to turn up the volume. When he heard the sound coming from Central TV's news, he was shocked. At the International Math Olympiad held at the Summer Palace. According to sources, Zhang Ye has already made an initial proof for Dale's conjecture. Fellow Wan from the Chinese Academy of Sciences has also formed a team to verify the details and sent out invitations to the top mathematicians around the world, inviting them to send their representatives to our shores. The room suddenly turned quiet. Then, people started exclaiming one after another. What the heck? What? There were even some Peking University teachers who were dumbfoundedly sitting down, not knowing exactly what was happening. They could not understand how a celebrity from the entertainment circle who taught elective classes at Peking University's Chinese department could possibly have anything to do with one of the most difficult math problems that this world had ever seen. There was also a meal gathering for members of the crosstalk world today. It was organized by Tang Dezhang, and many newcomers and old veterans had been invited. As he was considered one of the top people in the crosstalk world right now, many of those invited had also come for the gathering. They were all enjoying the food and drinks. Come, have another. How's that Zhang Ye person doing now? Him? He's probably just sitting around at home. He created such a mess in the crosstalk world, and even scolded and messed with so many people online. I guess his reputation is in tatters now. He won't be able to stir up any attention in the future anymore. He deserves it. That Zhang Ye is really despicable. Because of him, a proper crosstalk competition had to be stopped even before old Tang could appear on the live broadcast as a judge. Just what the heck? All right, let's stop mentioning that now. Right? Let's not bring it up again. Have a drink. Let's eat. Tang Dezhang did not say anything, and it was obvious he did not want to talk about it ever again. Dong dong. Someone knocked on the room's door and came in. A young crosstalk actor had arrived late and was holding a newspaper in his hand. Sorry about that. I was caught in a jam. An old crosstalk actor glanced at him and said, "Little son, it's not that I want to pick on you, but how many times have you been caught in a jam already?" Looking at his hand, he said, "You even have the time to buy newspapers?" The young crosstalk actor clearly looked embarrassed, saying, "This newspaper, sigh. I saw it on the way here and the headlines were really too shocking, so I just bought it." The old crosstalk actor laughed and said, "Let me take a look then. What headline could it be that it is more important than our gathering?" As he said that, he took and unfurled the newspaper on the table. The headline stood out. Zhang Ye solved a global mathematical conjecture. The old crosstalk actor was stunned on the spot. Tang Dezhang and the people around were also shocked. A mathematical conjecture? He could even solve a mathematical conjecture? Holy sh*t. This person is really too flexible with what he can do. He had just created a mess over in the crosstalk world. Tang Dezhang and company had thought that that would be the last they heard from him, as he would definitely be totally banned without a chance left for him to come back. But it had only been a day since then, just in the blink of the eye, and this grandson had already gone over to the mathematics world and gained such attention. He even made it onto the news, and a headline at that. The same scenes were playing out throughout the country, especially over at Zhang Ye's parents' place. It was even more lively. His mother had gone on to Weibo for a short while in the afternoon to check out her son's activities. By afternoon, she was already taking a nap with her husband to replenish their sleep on their day off. They were awoken later by someone pressing their doorbell. "Who is it?" his mother got up and asked. His father was also awoken by this and said, "Is it little Yi? Did he come back already?" His mother left the bed and changed clothes. Still yawning, she said, "I'll go take a look." Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell was still echoing, each time sounding more urgent than the last. His mother nagged as she went to answer the door. "What are you rushing for?" "Wait a moment, I'm coming." Then she opened the door and said, "Who is it?" Outside the door, more than a dozen people had gathered. They were all reporters and had somehow gotten Zhang Ye's parents' address and made their way here. "Auntie." "Hello, Auntie. Is this teacher Zhang Ye's house?" His mother got a fright as more than a dozen men and women holding some items stood at her door. She did not have a close look at them and thought it was a robbery, so she hurriedly went back into the house and shouted, "Old Zhang." His father also thought that their house had been broken into and headed straight for the kitchen to get the cleaver. The first person to come in hurriedly explained, "Uncle, Auntie, we are from Beijing television station. We're ex-colleagues of Zhang Ye. I even met him once before in a meeting. I'm from Huadong Daily News. We're from Weekly News Net. Auntie, will you accept an interview from us?" His mother and father could finally see clearly that the items they had in their hands were just recording pins and video cameras. They heaved sighs of relief but wondered what was going on. "What interview? Hasn't my son already been listed as a banned artist?" "They've already banned him." A female reporter quickly spoke. "Don't you know about it?" His mother blinked and said, "Know about what?" A middle-aged male reporter said excitedly, "Teacher Zhang Ye solved a global mathematical conjecture 2 hours ago. We even reported it on Central TV Department 1's news simulcast." His father, who was confused by this, asked, "What conjecture? What are you talking about?" That reporter said, A global mathematical conjecture. His mother also did not understand this. Say that again. It's a mathematical conjecture. That person repeated it syllable by syllable. It's called Dale's conjecture, and when it has been fully validated, it will be renamed to Dale's theorem. His father was so shocked that he could not react. A father knows best, and knowing his son's character, even if others did not know, how could the two of them not know? He continuously waved his hands and said, "Did you all get it wrong? My son majored in the liberal arts. Since junior high, he had never passed in mathematics. Even if you gave him an addition, subtraction, multiplication math question, he wouldn't be able to solve it, let alone a global mathematical conjecture. But he really did solve it. Why would we lie to you? Teacher Zhang Ye really managed to do something that no other mathematician from anywhere in the world could manage to achieve in several decades. He really won honor for our country, right? If you don't believe it, switch on the TV or check the news online. The whole country is heatedly discussing this topic right now. Yet you claim that teacher Zhang Ye had never done well in math when he was still in school? Could you let us know in detail about this matter? We are extremely interested to know more and would line up several weeks of airtime for this special report. Zhang Ye was not good at math when young. Does he really not have any talent in math? Then how did he manage to solve a global mathematical conjecture? The reporters were clearly intrigued by this declaration from his parents and were already starting to recording the interview, either with their recording pens or the video cameras. The neighbors around were also attracted by the goings-on over here and had all come out of their houses to gather outside Zhang Ye's parents' house. What happened? Did old Zhang's son get into some sort of big trouble again? His father just stated matter-of-factly, "I'm wondering about this myself. That's why I'm asking if you all got it wrong." But his mother quickly stopped him and cleared her throat. "Let me do it instead." "Yes, you explain it to the reporters," said his father, who was still scratching his head. "Hasn't our son always performed poorly in math in school?" His mother nodded and looked at the reporters, then at the neighbors who had gathered around, and finally said, "Little Ye's math results had always been bad in school." His father said, "See, you all must have gotten it wrong." In the end, his mother added a twist by saying, "But why was his result bad? That was because he was keeping a low profile." His father was confused by this explanation, but his mother kept making up stuff and even boasted, "Ever since he was young, I've always taught my son to keep a low profile and not appear too smart, as it would attract unwanted attention. As my son is a very filial boy, he always listened to my teachings. This was the reason why he didn't do well in exams, sometimes even failing on purpose. He was afraid that if his math talent was discovered, he would no longer be able to live in peace and get along well with his classmates. He just wanted to live like a normal person. Actually, little Ye's math talent already started showing when he was just a few months old. He takes after me in regards to this, and I feel that it's because he inherited my brains that he was able to solve that Dao something conjecture. Everything that is happening now, I'm not really surprised by it. If I didn't tell my son to keep a low profile, he would probably have solved that Dao something conjecture during his secondary school days. Dad, the neighbors. Many of the neighbors had watched Zhang Ye grow up. They all knew very well the children of the neighborhood and had never known old Zhang's son to have such talents. They were all very amazed at what was happening now. The reporters were also skeptical of this and were at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. They were all dumbfounded by Zhang Ye's mother's explanation. Chapter 532. People across the country continued to be stunned. At the resort, Zhang Ye received a call from his mother. "Mom," Zhang Ye said. His mother spoke loudly. "Why did you take so long to answer? What are you doing?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "I'm taking a bath. Did you watch the news? Were there reports of me on the newspapers and TV? What did they say about me? Was it good or bad?" His mother laughed and said, "Who would still dare to speak badly about my son now? It's all praise, but let's not talk about the news. A group of reporters came to our house to interview your dad and me, and even interviewed some of our neighbors." His mother was clearly enjoying her 15 minutes of fame. "Wait a minute. I'll let your dad speak to you." The person's voice on the other end changed. "Little Ye, tell me honestly. Your math results have never been that good. How did you suddenly solve that whatever conjecture it's called?" Zhang Ye responded in a bragging manner, yet also not forget to flatter his father by saying, "Who am I? I am your son. That talent was inherited from you and Mom." As for how I got the enlightenment, I can't explain it, but it was just a moment of brilliance. His father was almost rendered speechless, but managed to say, "But both your mom and I do not have any talent in math at all. So what on earth did you inherit exactly?" On the other end, his mother said, all right. Why do you care about talent or no talent? Our son has solved a global mathematics conjecture and brought glory to our country and our people. That is the result. And as the hero's parents, you should be letting our relatives know about this good news instead. After he had finished with his parents' call, his cell phone rang again. Zhang Ye looked at old Wu, showing her his phone. "See, I told you. They're calling again." Old Wu smiled and said, "Answer it." Zhang Ye answered, "Old Yao, I knew you'd call." Yao Jiansai's voice came through and sounded a little startled. "Bro, are you crazy or what? You've just lowered the curtains on the crosstalk world, and now you're creating a storm in the mathematics world already." Zhang Yi said, "Sigh. It just happened. So that Dale's conjecture was really solved by you?" Yao Jinkai asked doubtfully. "How could it be fake? This bro just tried it out, and who'd have expected this conjecture to be so easy anyway?" Zhang Yi was in a good mood as he was touching old Wu's leg while boasting to old Yao. The third call came from Peking University Chinese Department's teacher Suna. "What is your brain made of, teacher Zhang?" Her, teacher Su. "My brain is of course made of human tissue. We young teachers from Peking University were having a meal together when we saw the news on TV. You've really surprised us all. When we found out about the news, all of us were dumbfounded. Thank you everyone for your concern. It seems like you are preparing to leave the Chinese department next semester to go teach at the mathematics department. You didn't even mention anything about it, but your math knowledge is too damn good." The fourth call came from the landlady Andy's house. When Zhang Yi saw the caller ID, he swallowed his saliva loudly and glanced over at the direction of Wu Ziqing. He did not know if he should answer it as they were too close to each other, but he was afraid that old Wu would hear the conversation. Old Wu smiled and said, "It's from a woman." Zhang Yi coughed and said, "No." Old Wu looked at him as she continued to wash herself. "It's all right, answer it." Zhang Yi smiled but had a guilty conscience. He couldn't show it, so he quickly answered as though it was nothing and said, "Hello." "It wasn't Rao, I mean." Qinshan voice sounded, "Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi felt relieved. "Oh, it's you, Qinshan." Qinshan's signature unfeeling voice said, "I watched the news together with my aunt. From now on, you will do my math homework for me." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and said, "You want me to do your second grade math assignments for you? Do you know the status of your uncle Zhang now? I'm an internationally recognized mathematician. Aren't you making little use of great talent then?" Qinshan let out a cold laugh. Her. Then the line got cut off. Zhang Yi could not help laughing and saying, "What a wretched kid." Following that, a wave of calls came in from his friends and relatives. He answered them all, and after nearly 20 minutes, decided to silence his phone and put it aside. As expected, it was a national sensation. The websites of major newspapers in the country, Youth Daily, Huabei Daily, Beijing Times, even People's Daily had all posted news about Zhang Yi, and most of them had reserved their headlines in regards to his news. Videos taken the park visitors in the afternoon that were posted onto Weibo, Tieba, forums, and some streaming websites, and had all reached the top-ranked list. This news had also already gone viral more than 30 minutes ago and risen all the way to the top post on Weibo. The excitement, the craze. Those two words were more than suitable to describe the current situation in the country. Even the foreign media had given this a great deal of coverage. For example, a math magazine in the United States, a few mainstream media outlets in the United Kingdom, the news channels in Korea. Many netizens had screen-grabbed the videos of news reports from the different countries in different languages and posted them online. Some of them even came with translations. Although Zhang Ye's name did not cause that much of a sensation on the international level, as every country only reported the news with regards to Dale's conjecture, there was still a simple introduction of Zhang Ye's name and his nationality. For Zhang Ye, this was a key step that had never happened to him before. Before he had risen to the top domestically, he had already gained some fame on the international scene. This suited his goal of become an international superstar really well. A math superstar was still a superstar. They were the same, and people would start paying attention to him and know about him. This had always been Zhang Ye's goal all along. So he didn't care what industry it was, as he knew that his path towards superstardom was destined to be different from the others. When Zhang Ye heard the good news, he said, "What a bustle of activity." A description like bustle was really not enough to describe the situation. It should be called a great reception instead. Countless people on the internet were screaming, "Teacher Zhang Ye, well done. That was 2F*** King awesome. You added a lot of pride and glamour to our country's mathematics community on the global scene. Ha ha ha. I heard that teacher Zhang Ye had slapped a few more faces again when he was there. This really makes me happy. Teacher Zhang Ye seems to have worked hard all his life on one of two things. Either slapping faces or getting ready to slap faces." Laughing out loud. Solve Dale's conjecture? That is basically the real thing when it comes to such knowledge. Although Zhang Ye's words might be a bit lacking at times, always offending and scolding people, but this guy's knowledge is real. Unlike other people who only know how to speak about boycotting this or that and not taking any action. You can say that I've been totally surprised today. When I bought the newspaper while on my way home today, what I read left me unable to find my way home. What a shock. It's unbelievable. Everyone's feeling the same. Ha ha ha. Teacher Zhang Ye has really caused an uproar this time. I love him too much. You all know what I like best about Zhang Ye. What I like most about him is you'll never know what that person will come up with the next time. Mathematical conjecture. It has totally nothing to do with Zhang Ye at all, right? I was shocked too. All I can say is a wonder. He's really such a wonder. Being able to mess around in the entertainment circle until such a level, I am totally bewildered. He's totally going off the beaten path. After creating a new style of crosstalk, teacher Zhang Ye is now carrying the banner of the Chinese mathematics world. When I imagine such a scene, I find it full of comic relief. Teacher Zhang has even snuck into the mathematics world. To the friends in the mathematics world, please be careful. Zhang Ye's fan club is currently sending out a red alert to the whole mathematics world. It's every man for himself from here. Ha ha ha. Did Zhang Ye really solve Dale's conjecture? What's wrong with the world? Is it April Fool's Day today? How could something so bizarre happen? How dramatic even. Teacher Zhang Ye, knock it off. Please, knock it off for real. Continue writing your Legend of Yukong novel and don't keep us waiting around any longer. Why did you even go to the mathematics world? Damn. Come back and write your novel quickly. Mass updates. And I will let you live. The people were abuzz with discussions about him. Oldwu was browsing through the comments and Weibo. When she saw a post by a fan of Zhang Ye on Weibo, she showed it to Zhang Ye and the both of them were tickled by it. It was written as such. Zhang Ye number 20 fan. In the past, I thought that Zhang Ye was a radio broadcast host, but later on I found out that I was wrong. He's actually a poet. Then when I had accepted his status as a poet, I found out that I was wrong again. He turned out to be an author. When I accepted his status as an author, I realized that I was wrong again. He was actually a television host. Then when I had accepted his status as a television host, I found out I was wrong again. He was really a musician. When I accepted him as a musician, I got it wrong again. He had now become an advertiser, so I accepted his new status as an advertiser. But who knew? It turned out to be wrong again. He was now a calligrapher. When I accepted him as a calligrapher, I was once again wrong. He had now become a crosstalk actor. When I once more accepted this new status of him being a crosstalk actor, I realized that I was King wrong again. He was really a mathematician. Fact, the post got reposted countless times. This really hits the sweet spot of what I also think. Teacher Zhang is such a tease. I've never seen such a jack-of-all-trades celebrity before. Teacher Zhang, can you not be so multi-talented? I've become so numb from all of these. A mathematician? If you are a mathematician, so be it. Whatever surprises Zhang Ye still has in store, I'll be damned if I'm even surprised by them anymore. Chapter 533. People across the country are all right now. The sun was almost setting. The two of them had already been soaking in the bath for an hour now. Wu Ziqing put her cell phone on a rack beside the bath where it would not get wet, laughing gently and saying, "The way your fans talk is really quite funny. It's just like your style." Zhang Ye laughed, having had his hands on old Wu's thigh from before she browsed the news until now, slowly moving them upwards. He said, "That's only natural. Since my debut, These friends have been following me all around in my scolding battles. Honestly speaking, sometimes I am really grateful to them because if it weren't for them accompanying and supporting me, I might not have been able to endure through this arduous path. I wonder where I would be now if not for them. To me, I no longer see them as just fans, and I'm not lying because this is what I really feel. It's like they're all my friends, occasionally having some amusing exchange of words. Our relationship is really quite good. Old Wu said, "That's good. It looks like your reputation will grow again after this." Zhang Ye also thought so. He said, "Hopefully. I'm still far from becoming a B-lister." "It's not far anymore." She smiled and said, "In the whole of the entertainment circle, there are many who can sing, act, or host, or know martial arts. But to be able to solve a global mathematical conjecture, only you, little Zhang, could do it." Her. Other people's celebrity path can be replicated or mimicked, but your path to fame can only be walked by you alone. That is also the reason why so many fans love you. You are unique. I love to hear this, Zhang Ye said, as his hand under the water had already moved up further on old Wu's right thigh. It was even meatier and had a better feel as his hand was kept busy. She laughed. "I think we're about done here." Zhang Ye nodded. "I'm already sweating all over." After soaking in the bath for a long time, they were feeling a little tired. "Yes." She stretched her arms a little. "Big sis has also had enough of soaking now. Don't massage me already. You've been doing it for quite a while now. My legs feel much better now. Thank you. Why are you so polite?" Zhang Ye slowly and reluctantly took away his hand from her thigh. She asked, "Do you want to shower first, or should I go first?" Zhang Ye rubbed his nose with the back of his hand and said, "About that. Why don't you go first?" She nodded. "All right then." You are really going ahead to shower?" Zhang Ye had subconsciously thought that, as he was a little embarrassed to shower in front of old Wu. In order to shower and wash off the foam bubbles from the hot spring bath, they had to get out and head to the shower area. It would be strange if he just got out of the bath and wiped himself dry with a towel. Zhang Ye did not expect old Wu to be so open and agree so readily. From this alone, their difference in age and maturity was immediately clear and evident. With regards to these situations, it seemed that she had thicker skin than him. As he was fantasizing, the sunset was already casting shadows onto the balcony through the full-length windows. Old Wu had her back facing Zhang Ye as she stood up gracefully from the bath. She swung her hair back and turned on the shower located 2 meters away from him. The water came gushing out and splashed all over old Wu's shapely body. Zhang Ye sat there appreciating the sight, not even blinking. The flowers in his heart were blossoming at the sight of this. In front of him, old Wu's back was still covered with foam bubbles, and as the shower sprayed, it slowly revealed her fair and smooth skin. The foam bubbles on her neck also flowed down her back with the shower down towards her waist and gluteal cleft. From there, it split into 2 streams and continued down her fleshy thighs, dripping and splashing into the shower area. This scene was truly too touching. It was too enticing. Zhang Ye sniffed and could feel the heat with each breath he took. Even after a few minutes of this scene, Zhang Ye felt like it had only been a few seconds. At the next moment, old Wu had already elegantly stepped out of the bath and into the area outside. She bent over slightly to pick up a clean towel and dried her hair in front of Zhang Ye. Then, she wrapped the towel around her body and stepped into a pair of slippers. She looked over and said, "You should have a shower too. Don't soak in the bath for too long." Zhang Ye said, "Yeah, I will be out in a bit." He saw her walking into the bedroom which Zhang Ye had chosen and stopping in front of the bed. She bent over to retrieve her clothings. The flesh-colored stockings, her bra, panties, and qipao, hung them over her left arm, and then knelt down to hook her high heels up with 2 fingers. Old Wu's figure was very voluptuous, not plump where she should be slim, but plump and full of flesh where she ought to be, like her chest and hips. When she knelt down, the towel looked like it was about to split apart. From the back, with her slim waist contrasting her wide hips, it emphasized her curves with maturity and gentleness at the same time. The door closed, and she was no longer in sight. The fragrance still lingered, and the bath was still filled with the foam bubbles that had been washed off of old Wu's body. Zhang Ye finally stood up and headed towards the shower to wash himself clean. After that, he wiped himself dry with a towel, wrapped it around his waist, and went back inside to change into proper clothing. When he exited the bedroom, the fragrant smell of tea attacked his nostrils. Wu Ziqing, who was in her qipao again, waved him over. Come here, I made tea, some have some. It's fine, I don't need it. Zhang Ye went over and sat down on the oddly sized sofa. But old Wu had already brought it over. You've got to have it, no? Matter what. After sweating so much, you need to hydrate yourself. She pushed the cup of tea into his hands. Slowly drink it. It's hot. Okay, I will listen to you. Zhang Ye could only force himself to take a few sips. Across from him, old Wu was holding something in her hands. Apply some moisturizer. Zhang Ye waved his hands. I'm a man. I don't need this. I've never applied something like that before. Old Wu gave a demure smile and said, You've just finished a bath, so now's the best time for your skin to absorb nutrients. You're still young and have good skin naturally, so you don't know about such things. When you're older, even if you try your best to maintain your good skin, it will be too late. Listen to Big Sis and put some on. It's just going to be on your face. Zhang Ye said, It's really not necessary. It's just normal skincare products. You're a celebrity. Surely you ought to pay attention to such details. It's dry in the winter. The skin on your face will crack easily. Old Wu was already seated down beside him as she used her hand to push his hair back before squeezing some moisturizing cream onto his forehead, cheeks, and chin. Then, she spread it uniformly on his face with her hands in a very caring manner. Let me do it. Don't move. Okay. Done. Feels better, right? It feels fine. In the future, always remember to apply some moisturizer after you've washed your face. It's good for your skin. If you don't have any at home, get some from Big Sis. I have a lot. All right. Chapter 534. Not long later. It was gradually getting darker outside. It was a little stuffy in the room, so Zhang Ye suggested that they go downstairs to hang out for a little while. It was well lit downstairs, and he was also feeling a little hungry by now. Wu Ziqing did not say anything. She just put on a coat, and they left their suite to go downstairs together. Zhang Ye was wearing a large pair of sunglasses. He looked to his side, then grabbed old Wu by her hand and held it tightly as they headed to the area behind the resort. The aroma of grilled fish could be smelled from where they were. The charcoal stoves glowed with a bright orange fire as many guests, mostly couples, were gathered here. There was a Valentine's Day promotion going on, and as long as they were guests of the resort, they could try the specialty dish of grilled fish for free. There were not many types of fishes available, but they were expensive due to its freshness. It seemed that there was a fish pond around here, and the fish were freshly caught for grilling. Zhang Ye swallowed his saliva and said, How about we get a couple? Big Sis might not be able to finish one by herself. Old Wu laughed and said, That's okay. If you can't finish it, I'll finish it for you. Zhang Ye went ahead holding the key card to their suite and showing it to the staff there before collecting 2 plates of freshly grilled fish. One for him, and one for old Wu. They headed for a less crowded seating area, finding a dimly lit corner so that they could have some privacy from the others. Not far from there, a conversation could be heard. It seemed like it came from the table of a big family group. The son said, Did you all hear about Zhang Ye's incident? The mother said, Yes, your dad and I just watched the news in our room. That Zhang Ye is really quite capable, the father said. He even solved a global mathematics conjecture. He's definitely going to be famous this time. The daughter-in-law said, I've only gotten to know about this Zhang Ye from the news today. Before this, I had not even heard of him. I didn't expect there to be such a smart person in our country. The son said, That's because you've only been interested in following those Western celebrities and always think that they're superior to our country's celebrities. You don't even know Zhang Ye? I've known about him for a long time. See it now? Our country also has such great people, and compared to those foreign stars, he is so much more awesome. Even if I let you pick from among the whole world's stars, could you find one that could solve Dale's conjecture? Haha, he's really gone and won pride for our country. Farther away, a young couple was seemingly discussing this matter as well. Zhang Ye smiled a little. Hearing all these people who knew of him, he was definitely happy. At the same time, he was also enjoying his food as a whole fish had already been eaten. Oh, it's quite hot, but so nice. But old Wu was slowing down as she ate. Its taste is all right. What's wrong? Can't finish it? Zhang Ye asked. Old Wu smiled and said, I can't eat anymore. I'm not feeling too hungry. Zhang Ye took her plate. It's okay if you can't finish this. Don't force yourself. Let me eat it instead. He did not mind Old Wu's saliva. After he took the plate, he directly bit into the fish. Old Wu patted him lightly on his thigh while seated beside him. Her hand just naturally rested on his thigh after that. A short while later, a performer started singing, followed by a lucky draw event held by the resort. But Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing were not too interested in the events and simply proceeded back upstairs to their suite after finishing their meal. As it was quite cold outside, they had put on warmer clothes to go downstairs. After they returned to their suite, Wu Ziqing went back to her bedroom and changed. When she came out, she had changed out of her qipao into a light flesh-colored bathrobe, tightened around the waist with its attached belt. Her hair was done up in a bun, and it made her look even gentler. When Zhang Ye saw this, he also decided to get changed into the resort-supplied bathrobe like Old Wu. It was still early. Looking at his watch, it wasn't even 8 p.m. yet. Are you sleepy? Zhang Ye asked her. It's still early. I'm not tired yet, she replied. Zhang Ye looked around the room and asked, then what should we do? Watch TV? Go online. Old Wu smiled and said, if you're still up for it, you should continue your novel. I could do that, but if I were to write, then what would you do? The two of them had planned to come out to enjoy themselves today. Surely he could not leave Old Wu by herself. She said, you right. I'll look on from the side. Zhang Ye's eyes brightened. All right then, let's check out the resort's computer. He walked over, switched it on, and tried it out. It wasn't bad. It was quite fast and came with a new keyboard which felt fine as well. He pulled out the chair and then cocked his head at her. Okay, then I'll start writing. Old Wu also took a chair and pulled it to his side. She raised a leg from under the bathrobe and crossed it over her other leg, revealing a fair bit of her smooth legs. Come on, Big Sis is waiting to see you work. After saying that, she asked, will Big Sis affect your writing by sitting here? Zhang Ye quickly said, of course not. Then that's good. Old Wu nodded her head. With a beauty by his side, Zhang Ye's spirits were raised. He felt like he was on steroids the moment he touched the keyboard. He created a new document and immediately began typing. Chapter 9. In the beginning. 500 years ago. Did you know? The sky is but a desert, said Zixia. It might be made up of exquisite and beautiful things, but the moment it became a part of the celestial heavens, its soul was taken. Did you know? No one answered her, because there was no one beside her. His condition today was really good. The main reason being because Wu Ziqing was at his side. Knowing that everything he wrote was so anticipated by Old Wu, Zhang Ye felt a sense of tension and did not wish for her to wait too long to see the developments. This was the reason for his speedy typing, as his fingers tapped away on the keyboard as though they were alive. He felt as though he were possessed by the Holy Spirit as he completed the chapter within 15 minutes. Never before had he done a chapter so quickly. When he finished typing, Old Wu had also finished reading. How is it? He asked. Great. Old Wu enjoyed what she had just read. Zhang Ye was very satisfied as well and proceeded to post the chapter on his blog. He did not wait for any comments and continued to write on after closing the browser so that he would not be distracted. Chapter 10. What thing rules over all under the heavens? Monk Tang asked. Monkey, said Sun Wukong. No, it's pig. Pigsy yelled out. You're both wrong. It is I, Monk Tang said. When Buddha was born, with one finger pointing to the heavens and another pointing to the land, he declared so. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Without rest, he wrote 5 or 6 chapters straight. After finishing, Zhang Ye did some stretches to loosen his muscles and was about to continue writing. Suddenly, he heard a soft, quiet, breathing sound beside him. He looked up and saw that Wu Ziqing had already fallen asleep, still sitting in the position with her legs crossed and one hand supporting her head. Looking at his watch, it was already past 10 p.m. Only then did he realize that he had been writing for more than 2 hours, so he decided to stop and just look at Old Wu sleeping, unsure if he should wake her up. Chapter 535. Unbanned. The next day, the sun had risen. Outside, entertainment star Zhang Ye's preliminary proving of a global mathematical conjecture was still being actively discussed. Following the Central TV Department One's news simulcast and several major evening newspapers report on the matter, the major morning newspapers, online media, and even People's Daily were also reporting on the news. This was already Zhang Ye's second time appearing on People's Daily newspaper. Even though it wasn't on the headlines, it still featured prominently on the second page. The news had shocked everyone. It was as though the news had been given a pair of wings and made its rounds across the country. Some news had more of a lasting effect than others. For example, when Zhang Ye went around scolding and picking on people a few days ago, he had created a big stir. But after less than half a day, it had died down and no one discussed it any further. Then, there was the time when Zhang Ye posted his poems. Those had also caused quite a commotion and heated discussions followed, but after a day or two, it too had died down. It did not continue on for long. But this time, it was different. This time, Dale's conjecture was a different matter compared to previous times, because this was really so sensational that it was unbelievable. It also involved national pride, which pushed it further up the list of trending topics. From yesterday afternoon, since it got published in the newspapers until now, it had not cooled down at all and was even becoming more and more heatedly discussed among the people. The number of people who had been shocked by this news was also increasing, and if the trend continued, it looked like the news would still be the subject on everyone's lips for at least 3 or 4 more days. The follow-up reports were also constantly being published. Fellow Wan from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and several domestic mathematicians had already formed a validation team, ready to start the final checks on Zhang Ye's proof of Dale's conjecture. On the global stage, several famous mathematicians had departed in the middle of the night or the morning and were scheduled to arrive in China shortly to take part in the verification process. Shanghai, in some coffee house. Did you hear? Zhang Ye has solved Dale's conjecture. Which Zhang Ye? Don't you know? Aren't you too behind the times? I was sick yesterday, so I didn't watch the news. What's going on? It's the Zhang Ye who used to host a talk show in Shanghai on the online television station. That one. Some gym in Chengdu. Old Cheng, you're here this early? Yes, I came for a jog. Did you watch the news? Regarding Zhang Ye. Look at you. How would I not know of such a big news? I've heard about it too many times just from watching the news. Each time they report about it again, I can feel my blood pumping faster and faster. Our country really has talented people. Although I don't know who Zhang Ye is, but I think I've seen him on a commercial before. I've got to find out more about him when I get back. In Beijing, at a breakfast stall in an alleyway. Brother Wang, you're going to work? Why are you so early today? Haha. Didn't Dale's conjecture get proven already? A professor from math department at the university had been sent to help out with the verification checks, and as the professor's assistant, I'll probably have to work overtime in the next few days. I might get so busy that I won't be able to come back at night and have to stay at work. That's so hard on you. In the past, working overtime would always leave me exhausted and bitter. But this time, I'm really in high spirits. I won't mind even if I have to work overtime every day. Did you hear about it? Those foreign scholars have always looked down on our country's standards for mathematics. But now, they are all willingly flying over. Some even came with their students. Do you know why? They are here intending to see if we made a mistake because a global mathematical conjecture that no one had been able to prove for decades finally has proof to it. And it was even proposed by a Chinese person. If they cannot find any mistakes, then they will be here to learn from it, to understand how Dale's conjecture can actually be proven. That Zhang Ye, he's really great. That's right. Do you know where he is from? Where? You don't know? He's a Beijing, a born and bred Beijinger. Oh, is that right? How can this be faked? The topic was actively discussed all around the country. Following the discussions, following Zhang Ye becoming the center of attraction, all the past incidents regarding this math hero were also uncovered. What got the most attention from people was, of course, in regards to the recent SARF's Decree number 43 listing of banned artists. There was a big commotion on the internet. I really don't understand what the authorities were thinking. A math hero like him, why would they even ban him? Let's see how they will deal with this matter. I'm guessing the SARF's panicking now. Ban. People's Daily and News simulcast have already aired footage of Zhang Ye's news. They won't be able to suppress Zhang Ye after what he has done this time. I suggest they lift the ban on teacher Zhang immediately. Yes, the banned artist list should not have included Zhang Ye in the first place. When he beat someone up that time, he had done so to stand up for someone else. Using that as an excuse to ban, Zhang Ye was really forcing it. Now that teacher Zhang has brought so much honor and glory to our country, and might even win an international math award. If he were to stay banned, then that'd really be unforgivable. It's a little difficult to handle. Mathematics is an academic field, while the SARFD oversees the publishing and entertainment fields. There's nothing in common in the first place, so even if they do not lift Zhang Ye's ban, no one can do anything about it. Although there's no relation, they are both governmental bodies. There should be some way to talk this out. Zhang Ye has gained much credit, so they really shouldn't treat him this way. Whether it's the Chinese Academy of Sciences or the science and mathematics worlds, I think they would send a representative to communicate with the SARFD. That's right. I also hope that the ban will be lifted. I love Zhang Ye too much. What an awesome person. Ha ha ha. I am also a big fan of Zhang Ye now. So cool. Quickly let teacher Zhang return. The entertainment circle cannot do without him. The entertainment circle without teacher Zhang Ye should not be called the entertainment circle anymore. It will only be good with him around. Looking forward to the return of the hero. Unban. 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 The netizens were making an issue of this, and were all wishing for the same thing. Morning. At the SARFD. In a certain department's meeting room. Sir, the incoming deputy chief is coming here today? Yes, he should be here by the afternoon. Regarding the banned artist list, shouldn't we handle it first? Or should we wait until the deputy chief is here before we report it to him? This matter has blown up too much. The Letters and Complaints Department received more than 100 letters protesting Zhang Ye's inclusion in the banned artists list. It's been a sea of scolding comments and doubts against us online as well. I heard that some leaders from other offices even called to check on this matter. They have called us. Our department is responsible for this matter. Zhang Ye surprisingly proved Dale's conjecture, considered to be one of the most difficult mathematical conjectures in this world, and has garnered a lot of support through this. I'd already anticipated this outcome yesterday. Let's discuss. How should we handle this matter? Unban. Are we really going to just unban him like that? That won't do. The decree had only been passed a few days ago. If we were to unban him and take his name off, then our department's reputation. The new deputy chief was assigned here from the CCPPD. He's always been aligned to the party's ideology, and I've heard that he doesn't have a good temper. His work style is also very tough. So if we were to lift the ban on Zhang Ye without any conditions, then wouldn't that mean that we have admitted our loss to Zhang Ye? When Zhang Ye wrote several of those poems and essay to scold at us, like hold, unyielding, no matter where the winds blow? Why should I lower my face and bow for the influential and the rich, and take away my joyous smile? I remember each and every word clearly. If we were to lift his ban, then when the new deputy chief takes over officially, wouldn't he be angered? Already losing our composure before we could stamp our authority? The authorities couldn't even handle a banned artist? We have to lift the ban after banning him? If we put it bluntly, doesn't that just mean we were slapping their own faces? If the new deputy chief is angered, then who could deal with him when the responsibility is pinned on our department? What can we do then? Yes, Zhang Ye has already made such a huge contribution that even People's Daily reported on him. If we ignore this, the people would definitely not take it lying down. Then the management would surely. I have an idea. Oh, shall we do tell? We cannot put the ball in the deputy chief's court. We have to handle this matter according to the new deputy chief's principles. So we can only do this, which is to use a roundabout way to lift the ban on Zhang Ye. There has to be conditions attached to this lifting. They were all trying to come up with plan. Chapter 536. Never, ever compromise. Around 9 p.m., Zhang Ye was writing something when the screen of his cell phone on the table lit up. As he had received too many calls from people last night, he had already switched it to silent mode. Zhang Ye glanced over without thinking of picking it up, but when he saw Yao Jiancai's name on the caller ID, he reached for the phone. Old Yao, he said after accepting the call. On the other side, Yao Jiancai said, get online. Zhang Ye asked, go online for what? What's the matter? You'll know when you see it. Yao Jiancai sounded very calm and relaxed. There's an addendum to Decree number 43 that SARFD previously announced. They posted some additional info. Zhang Ye asked with interest, what does it say? Take a look at it yourself, Yao Jiancai answered merrily. All thanks to you. Half of this batch of banned artists have some hope of getting their ban lifted. Zhang Ye asked, what about you? Yao Jiancai answered, I'm no longer on the list. Yo, That's great then, congratulations. Zhang Ye quipped. Your prostitution label can finally be put to rest. When will you be treating me to a meal? After you settle your own issues. Sure, I'll go take a look now. When you have your ban lifted, we need to have a good drink together. After hanging up, Zhang Ye went on to Weibo and directly searched for the SARF's verified account. Indeed, a post titled, "In regards to Decree number 43's addendum clarification," was posted earlier, and the updated banned artists list did not have Yao Jiancai's name on it. Another 6 names were also deleted, like the movie star who held a press conference apologizing for his actions, and another singer who expressed regret for her past actions during an interview. Scanning through the list, Zhang Ye could still see his own name on it. The lifting of the ban was beginning? Based on what reasons do they lift the ban for? It was only normal that old Yao would be unbanned, as his incident was just a case of misunderstanding. Because of the media reporting on unfounded truths, old Yao was banned. But after clarification statements from the police that the case has been resolved with no charges pressed, Yao Jiancai would naturally be the first person to be unbanned when the ban list was refreshed. That was without a doubt. But how about the others? Why did they get unbanned? These artists' misdeeds were already set in stone, no? Reading further, Zhang Ye finally understood. Actually, this clarification was to announce the conditions to get unbanned. The artists who had committed misdeeds more than 3 years ago and had shown improvements in their behaviors without any further misdeeds, or those who had committed minor misdeeds within 3 years but had apologized, could all send in their applications to the SARFT for them to consider and approve before releasing the decision to the public. The application form for the revocation of ban was also leaked. Name, XX. Gender, XX. Age, XX. Representative agency, XX. There was even blanks labeled previous misdeeds and self-reflection statement at the bottom of the page before an acknowledgement by signature and effective date ended the application form. Other than Yao Jiancai, the names of those artists who had been removed had committed their misdeeds more than 3 years ago and were apologetic about their actions, hence the automatic exclusion of their names by the SARFT. Except for one artist who had committed his misdeed of soliciting prostitutes within the past year, considerations were made due to the fact that he was unmarried and the crime wasn't too serious. On top of which, he had also expressed his regret in the events, and so was given the chance to improve on his behavior. This was an example of the clarifications to Decree number 43 regarding those who had committed minor misdeeds within the past 3 years and were given the pass to have their ban revoked. This was what the clarification generally meant, and after Zhang Ye had finished reading through the article, he had also fully understood its meaning. No wonder old Yao mentioned that it was due to him that he was able to get his ban lifted. But the timing of this clarification was still quite ambiguous, as according to the current batch of banned artists, slightly less than half of them were covered by the conditions that would allow them to be unbanned, including Zhang Ye himself, involved in the minor crime of assault. Or it could be perceived as these conditions were actually made directly as a result of Zhang Ye's crimes, which he felt was the true reason behind it. Why? Because of the artists who had been unbanned, of course. This addendum clarification had only obviously been issued a short while ago, and the application had also just been leaked. The few banned artists who had their bans revoked could not have possibly filled in the form and submitted it beforehand. Yao Jiancai had also not made any mention of this application in the phone call, and if he did fill it in and submit it, he would have made any mention of it. From this, it could be said that the other banned artists were in the same situation. So why didn't they need to submit an application before getting their bans revoked, while Zhang Ye's name was still on the ban list? Was it because Zhang Ye had not made any apology since the incident? It did not seem like it. If a public apology could replace an application form, then why did this addendum have to state the procedures of filling up the application form so clearly? They even explicitly stated that this would be a required step in the procedures. Yet, in the revocation of the bans on the other previously banned artists, this was obviously not the case. Old Yao and the others did not fill in any application forms and were quickly taken off the ban list. Wasn't it illogical? This showed that there was something fishy about it. It was as though this document was screaming out to Zhang Ye for him to fill it in. It was definitely directed at him, and the other names on the list seemed irrelevant. Zhang Ye knew the reason for this. Why did it seem like it was targeted only at him? Logically speaking, on the list of Band artists, Zhang Ye was not the one with the most fans. There were others who had a few million fans, so Zhang Ye was not the most famous name on it, as there were others who were previously B-list movie stars. Neither was his misdeed the most serious since there were drug abusers on it as well, so he should not have been so targeted if everything was considered. But it seemed it was happening because of one specific reason. The reason was that Zhang Ye was much better than any of these other artists at one, and only one thing. This wretch could really cause trouble. That bamboos on the rocks. That Li Bai poem. Going to Central TV to cause trouble with his crosstalk performances and the incidents regarding the promotions of Legend of Wukong. After he had been banned, Zhang Ye's protest had never stopped. Time after time, he took the bull by the horns and created a stir that got bigger and bigger each time. He was the proverbial thorn in the side, as each and every move he made had a big detrimental effect to the authorities. This was exactly the reason why he was targeted and the hidden agenda of this addendum clarification. They want to revoke the ban on Zhang Ye. They want to pardon him for his offenses. But before that, Zhang Ye had to compromise and fill up the application form to submit to the SARFD for approval. They wanted him to guarantee his behavior and admit to his offenses. As of yesterday, Zhang Ye had solved a global mathematical conjecture in his presence could no longer be suppressed, neither was it suitable to do so any longer. But to lift his ban directly would mean that the reputation of the SARFD was at stake. They needed a proper excuse to do so and to protect their reputation so that people would not gossip. This was why they had come up with a reason like this to lift the bans. This addendum clarification had also caused a big reaction online. Wow, Teacher Yao has had his ban lifted? That's great. Looks like Teacher Zhang Ye will be unbanned soon as well. Haha, this is so exciting. The SARFD has finally loosened their grip on this. I thought that Teacher Zhang would have been banned for life. From the looks of it now, we are not far from the day Teacher Zhang returns to the entertainment circle. All he has to do is submit the application. That's so simple. Teacher Zhang, quickly submit the form. Your misdeed was just a minor one. You merely beat someone up, and that incident was already a thing of the past. The honor you have brought to our country's mathematics world cannot be argued with. So just quickly complete the form. The authorities will surely agree to lift the ban on you. Hooray! We can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. Many of Zhang Ye's fans were cheering at this because their teacher Zhang was finally going to be able to return through sheer perseverance after so long. How could they not be excited by this? But there were also those who understood the situation. You're all looking at this too simply. There are some problems with this clarification. Why did they release this information at this time? It's too coincidental. Clearly, they are targeting this at Zhang Ye. They knew that they could no longer suppress him but still want to keep their reputation, so they made such a move to force Zhang Ye to compromise. I see it that way as well. But no matter what, his career should come first, so he should just submit the form as a procedure. It shouldn't be a big deal. But Zhang Ye has never expressed that he was not wrong in the incident involving Li Anson. If you want him to submit the application and admit that he was wrong before, it seems unlikely that he will do so. Zhang Ye's temper is well known to all, so it might not happen as we want it to. That can't be. Teacher Zhang couldn't possibly be so rigid. Yeah, it's just an application form and can't be considered as a self-review statement. Can't he just pretend to be sincere? At this time, a D-list celebrity that was also on the list of banned artists named Wu Xiaoan posted on Weibo. He attached a picture of his application form and added the following. The application has been sent. I recognize the seriousness of my misdeed and I promise to never commit them again. I hereby ask for a chance in the authorities to lift the ban on me. The netizens commented, "Ah, he's already submitted it so quickly? He acted so quickly." A few minutes later, another banned artist also sent in his application. He did not post the application details, but simply said so on Weibo. The 3rd, the 5th, the 7th. All of these banned artists had been suppressed for so many days and could no longer bear the consequences. When they saw hopes of being unbanned, they grabbed at it. Even those celebrities who had considered retiring and moving into business reversed their decisions when they saw this clarification. They printed out the application and immediately filled it in before submitting it to the SARFT in hopes that they would be approved. 8 people, 10 people. The number of applicants increased gradually. The SARFD also posted a statement. After receiving the applications, the relevant departments will handle them immediately. Principal decisions will be made in no later than 7 working days. Some of the artists who knew that they had no hopes of having their bans lifted also sent out the application form, hoping for a miracle to happen. Even if they knew that it would not happen, they knew that they had to express the right attitude, as they might have a chance should there be another round of applications. This was to leave a positive image on the authorities. But only one person did not do anything. Zhang Ye still did not show any signs of any actions. Where's Teacher Zhang? F***K. Did Zhang Ye not see this? It can't be. This is such big news. How could he not know? Zhang Ye, come out of wherever you are quickly. Zhang Ye, don't mess around any longer. Quickly write your application. Yeah, Teacher Zhang, don't be so unrelenting. It would do anyone any good. Get past this setback first, and return to the entertainment circle first before you think of anything else. Yeah, don't try to fight them like this. It's more important to get your ban lifted. The SARFD was paying a lot of attention to this matter. So were the media and countless other people. The news in the past 2 days had fully been focused on Zhang Ye. He was the talk of the town, and any topics regarding him were highly publicized. So when this addendum clarification was published, some media outlets started hyping it up. All they lacked now was the main character showing himself, as everyone waited for Zhang Ye to come forward with his application. At 10:05 p.m., Zhang Ye's Weibo finally saw some action. It's here. Zhang Ye has appeared. Take a look quickly. Is it an application form? Countless people swarmed to his Weibo page. Then, all of the media outlets and netizens saw a sentence that left them in shock. It was a sentence that they had never seen before, but was very well known in his previous world. On Zhang Ye's Weibo, this was written: fighting the heavens, fighting the earth, fighting men. What joy! Chapter 537, Zhang Ye's The Road Not Taken. This poem had left everyone dumbfounded. What did he mean by fighting the heavens, earth, and men? What did he mean by what joy? Did it mean that Zhang Ye did not care about the addendum? He was not even intending to submit his application to have his ban lifted? He would not admit that he was wrong to hold Li Anson responsible for his actions? He would not compromise just because they offered him amnesty? He was seriously thinking of continuing the damn fight? The netizens were shocked. God damn it. What the hell are you trying to do, Teacher Zhang? Why are you still picking a fight? There was a good chance of getting your ban lifted, but now that has turned to dust again. Teacher Zhang, could you just compromise a little? Compromise my ass. I support Zhang Ye's decision. Yes, I will support Teacher Zhang Ye's decision no matter what. Zhang Ye should never have been listed on the banned artist list in the first place. Now that he has gotten credit for such a big achievement, how dare you request that Teacher Zhang compromise to your agenda before lifting his ban? Based on what? Based on what does Teacher Zhang Ye have to bow his head to you? Based on what reasons that could excuse the authorities from apologizing and accepting that they were wrong in the first place? Yet you want Teacher Zhang Ye to take a step back and let you have it easy? F***K. Then who will let Teacher Zhang have it easy? Seeing that from Zhang Ye really lifted my spirits. I can totally imagine it since it's his style. Ha. I'm so happy to see those words of his. The other artists could only think of apologizing and admitting to their misdeeds after they had been banned. But look at Zhang Ye. Not only will he not admit it, he is even looking for a fight while doing so. What did he say in the end? What joy! You're even able to treat this like a game. I really have nothing to criticize when it comes to his attitude. It's just so refreshing. F***K. Is that really a good idea? What's bad about it? Just fight it out with them. Hi. Teacher Zhang really gives me a headache. He always has me worried. If he could let others not worry about him, then he wouldn't be called Zhang Ye. Many of us like him exactly because of this temper of his. It's done for. This time, he's flipped the table on them, and there's no longer any chance of getting his ban lifted. Sarfed. At a certain department. That Zhang Ye. Supervisor, he's such a hooligan. We've already offered him an olive branch, yet he is refusing to reach his hand out? What sort of person is he? What should we do now? If he won't accept this approach, then how are we going to get him unbanned? Then we should just leave him be. The new deputy chief, Wang, will be arriving soon. We have already done all that we could, so we should just wait for Chief Wang's instructions from here on. I suppose that's the only way now. When the new deputy chief arrives, that Zhang Ye will only have further sufferings. A newly appointed official will surely flex his muscles a little. Zhang Ye is already on the collision course, since even though we stretched out our hands to reach out to him, he refused to grab on. I guess there's no other way then. It wouldn't help even if any of us calls Zhang Ye to clarify this about matter. We have our excuse regarding this matter since we've already tried to resolve it with him. As long as he submits the application form, his ban would be lifted. But since he does not want to do it, then we won't be held responsible for his own decisions. When Zhang Ye posted the update, there were great effects everywhere. Some of the media outlets had already planned to do a coverage on Zhang Ye's news about his mathematical conjecture proof and his past incidents, etc. Some of them even planned to release the news over several issues as they believed that he was about to have his ban lifted by the SARFD. As media workers, they had a keener sense to such news. But little did they know that although they had guessed that the SARFD would offer him an olive branch, they could not guess Zhang Ye's reaction to it. Zhang Ye had actually refused to compromise to the conditions stated by the SARFD, and this had affected the plans of the media outlets greatly. What should they do? Should they report about the news or not? If they were to continue reporting on Zhang Ye's news, then how much coverage should they give to it? What sort of way should the news be expressed in? All of these factors were highly debatable. In the past, media reports were under the jurisdiction of the General Administration of Press and Publication until it had merged with the SARFD. They could not ignore the regulations put in place by their overseeing authority. Since the relation between the SARFD and Zhang Ye was now at its lowest, the media had to take this into consideration when it came to deciding which reports they should publicize and which not to. For the case of the mathematical conjecture, since it was such a high-profile incident and news media all over the world was reporting on it, they could not possibly not mention a word in their publications as well. They would not be able to explain that. All in all, they could only come to one conclusion. The conclusion was that Zhang Ye was really a troublesome person. At the resort, in the suite, Zhang Ye was not affected by the ongoings of the outside world. After he posted on Weibo, he went back to concentrating on his novel writing. Beside him, his cell phone, which was switched back to alert mode, suddenly rang again. Ring, 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 ring. He got a call from someone. It was Yao Jiankai. Old bro, what the heck are you doing? Zhang Ye laughed and said, I didn't do anything. Yao Jiankai snappily said, it was almost certain that the ban on you would be lifted, so why? It's just an application form. Why don't I just write it on your behalf? I can even forge your handwriting. It's fine, old Yao. Can't you just listen to me, your bro, for once? It's not that I don't want to, Zhang Ye said seriously, but sometimes, if you bow your head once to them, you will find it hard to be able to raise it again. You know what kind of person I am. The word compromised doesn't exist in my dictionary. I've really given up on you. Just stay out of this, old Yao. You've already been unbanned, so do your job well and buy me dinner sometime. As for me, I will surely continue this with them. Zhang Ye said optimistically. All right. Yao Jiankai sounded helpless as he hung up the call. Following that, a text arrived on his cell phone as well. It was a message from the songstress, Grandma Zhang Xia. I've seen the news report and saw you Weibo post as well. The application form is not an apology letter. It's not as serious as you think. Zhang Ye replied. Grandma Zhang, I know. Grandma Zhang Xia. Then submit the application. Zhang Ye replied. I really can't do it. Grandma Zhang Xia. All right then. Since you've already decided, I won't say another word. Zhang Ye. Thank you for your concern. Thereafter, a call from Zhang Yuanqi's manager arrived as well. The first thing Fong Weihong said when the call connected was why. Zhang Ye laughed. No reason. Fong Weihong said pitifully, you have so much talent in writing lyrics and composing music, and Sister Zhang has always wanted to work long-term with you. If you are still on the band artist list, we can't use your songs even if we wanted to. It would surely be held back if we tried to publish it. So speaking selfishly, I really want you to have your ban lifted. Think about your career and your future. There is really no need to do this, no? Zhang Ye laughed without saying a word. Fong Weihong could only shake her head and said, forget it. I won't say any more. Many of his friends had either made calls or sent him messages, mainly asking him why. Zhang Ye could not continue writing because he had to reply to them, So he casually switched on the TV and channel surfed a little before finally stopping at Beijing television station's satellite channel, BTV1. On it was shown Talking Point, which was a live broadcasted program that was presided by a host who also acted as a commentator, discussing the talking points of the latest news with a few other news commentators. Zhang Ye had watched this program before, but never paid much attention to it. But today, he did so because they were discussing none other than him. The headline for this episode was about the matter of the mathematical conjecture. It gradually shifted its focus to the band Zhang Ye and his latest Weibo post. Behind them on a large screen, many comments from the netizens could be clearly seen. All of these comments expressed puzzlement at Zhang Ye's decision. A male commentator said, "I find it very strange too." A female commentator added, "I am curious as I've been following many of the incidents regarding teacher Zhang, and it seems to me that many of his major decisions are made differently from other people." The host said, "We have managed to get teacher Zhang Ye's contact number here." Zhang Ye's contact number was very difficult to get a hold of as most people did not know it and couldn't even contact him even if they wanted to. As Zhang Ye did not take part in any commercial events, he had never left a contact number publicly to anyone. But since Beijing television station was Zhang Ye's previous employer, it would be impossible that they would not be able to get hold of his contact number, as this information was kept on his file. Besides, they could also have easily obtained it by making a visit to Zhang Ye's ex-colleagues to find out about it. The second male commentator said, "Oh, really? We can contact Zhang Ye directly." The host nodded. "We do not know if the call will connect, though." Then he spoke into his headset. "Could we trouble our director to help us link up with teacher Zhang Ye via call?" Zhang Ye, who was watching this, had a bit of laugh when he heard that. Then, he saw his cell phone screening lighting up in front of him and an unknown number appeared on the caller ID. Zhang Ye looked at it and finally decided to answer it. Coincidentally, at this moment, the bedroom door opened. Wu Ziqing, dressed in a bathrobe, walked out holding her phone in her hand with its screen still lit up. She probably had already seen Zhang Ye's Weibo and knew that he had given up the best shot he had at getting unbanned. Zhang Ye put a finger to his lips to let her know to be quiet. Wu Ziqing nodded and went to get a drink for herself. On the television, the host suddenly said, "It connected." Zhang Ye heard this voice twice, once on his phone and a moment later, on television. Even though this was a live broadcast, there was still a lag time of about a little more than a second. On the internet, someone exclaimed, "Damn! Quickly, tune in to BTV1. What's the matter? What's the matter? Talking Point is on, and they've made contact with Zhang Ye. It's a live broadcast. Everyone, quickly go watch it. Don't miss it." The hosts seem like they will be asking questions about teacher Zhang's refusal to the SARF's proposal. "Really? I'm coming. Quickly inform the others. They need to watch this." Zhang Ye's fans and many other netizens turned on their televisions and tuned into the program. At Yao Jinsai's house. "Dad, what? Come quickly. The television program is interviewing teacher Zhang." "Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming." Hong Kong. In a waiting room at the backstage of a television station, Fong Weihong, who was watching television, made a curious sound. "Zhang Ye?" Then, she turned around and shouted, "Sister Zhang, do you want to see this? They're interviewing little Zhang over the phone." Really? The number of people who were paying attention to this program had increased crazily. After all, this was the hottest topic currently, and the live broadcast program was even able to contact the involved party. So naturally, everyone was extremely curious about what Zhang Ye would say during the interview. On television, the host had not expected that they would really be able to get in contact with the man of the moment, and so had his spirits raised by this. "Hello, how are you? Is this teacher Zhang Ye? I am the host of Talking Point, Zhao Zhao." Zhang Ye replied in a calm voice, "Hello." The host verified again, "Is this really teacher Zhang Ye?" Zhang Ye laughed and replied, "I don't dare to be called a teacher, but my name is indeed Zhang Ye." The host immediately continued, "I'm here with a few of our guest commentators at the live studio venue, and we're discussing the matter regarding your application to have your ban lifted. We've also seen many of our netizen friends' comments, including the few of us as well, who have been left puzzled by your decision not to submit it. If you're still on the ban list, then wouldn't it be really difficult for you from here on out? Can you tell us why you made such a decision? Why you arrived at such an unfathomable decision?" Wu Ziqing leaned against the wall, drinking her tea and watching the program on television. Zhang Ye was also facing the television screen. Holding his phone still to his ear, he thought for a moment. He did not know how to answer them, nor did he know how to answer it properly. Why? Why? This question was really not easily answerable. Finally, Zhang Ye closed his eyes and said very calmly, "Two roads diverged in a yellow wood. And sorry, I could not travel both." When they heard this, on the television screen, the host could clearly be seen looking a little stunned. The three guest commentators beside him were also a little taken aback as they looked at each other. Including those seated in front of their television sets, everyone was experiencing a similar reactions. Two roads? One was the path of compromise so that he could return to the entertainment circle. The other path was to not compromise and leave his future hanging. Meanwhile, on the broadcast, Zhang Ye's voice continued on. "And be one traveler, long I stood, and looked down one as far as I could, to where it bent in the undergrowth. Then took the other, as just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim, because it was grassy and wanted wear. Though as for that the passing there, had worn them really about the same. And both that morning equally lay, in leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I kept the first for another day. Yet knowing how way leads on to way, I doubted if I should ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sigh. Somewhere ages and ages hence, two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by. And that has made all the difference." This poem, of course, did not exist in this world and was only known to those in Zhang Ye's previous world. It was a work by the American poet Robert Frost, The Road Not Taken. With regards to the host's question as well as the netizens' and his friends' question to him, Zhang Ye did not know how to tell them in his own words as to why he did what he did. He had no way to put it into words. This was why he chose to use a poem instead. He felt that this poem was the only one that could express what he was feeling at this moment. In the paths that appear at different points of life, there can only be one decision. So Zhang Ye had chosen a path that was less traveled. Perhaps no one else had ever walked down this road, and it could be full of difficulties and setbacks. But he would not regret it, and he would never turn back. Because this was the path he chose. What he needed to do was to keep going on and on. On this path, there should not be any questions or reasons. He did not want to know how incredibly beautiful and scenic the other path that he did not take would have been. Chapter 538, Zhang Ye's Retort. On television, the studio went silent for a second. Then, the host quickly reacted by asking, "The name of this poem is..." Zhang Ye laughed a little and answered, "It's called The Road Not Taken." The host praised, "Teacher Zhang can really come up with impromptu gems like that. Everyone could not understand your decision before, but after hearing your poem, I believe it is enough to make them understand." The female guest commentator was so moved by the poem that she looked very emotional and had an expression of sadness as she said, "Teacher Zhang, in the past, after I've heard your poems and speeches or read your essays, my blood would always be surging with adrenaline. It's really rare to hear such a style of poem like today's." The male guest commentator said, "Yes, we don't usually get that from you." The other middle-aged commentator added, "I'm still getting used to it." Zhang Ye said, "Yes, even I myself need to get used to this." Having unexpectedly contacted Zhang Ye, interviewed him, and even received one of his newly composed works on the live broadcast of Talking Point, the host was already very satisfied. In his earpiece, the director's voice sounded, and he stopped probing with further questions to Zhang Ye. He simply said a few words of thanks to Zhang Ye and hung up the call. Since Zhang Ye had refused to compromise and had already chosen his path, with the SARFD as their overseeing authority, it wouldn't do any good if they got too cushy with Zhang Ye. They did not continue to give him any more coverage and stopped right there and then. Talking Point was an above-average viewership-rated program and was broadcasted live throughout the entire country via BTV1 satellite channel. Today's broadcast was shown on many television screens in countless of homes. Those who watched the live broadcast also heard this poem. On the television station's forums and Weibo, the discussion about this topic started to heat up. "Good poem. What a great. I took the one less traveled by. This is truly the depth of a master. Yeah, Zhang Ye has really livened up literature. Some literary people might not even be able to compose a poem with such an artistic mood in their whole lives. But when Teacher Zhang does it, he does it with little to no effort. It's just like cabbage being sold at the market. Whoever wants some will get however much they want. The meaning behind this poem simply means to say that he is taking the path less trodden on. Since teacher Zhang Ye debuted, every step that he took, his personality, his temperament, all of these could be interpreted from his poems. Support Zhang Ye, right? No matter which path you choose to walk on, we will walk along with you. Huh. F***K them. Have any of us from Zhang Ye's fan club ever been afraid of anyone before? Who's afraid of who? Come on. If you all don't intend to lift the ban, then don't. In the short life of a man, what's most important is that we live to the fullest. Even if teacher Zhang Ye is unable to return to the entertainment circle, we will still wait. Agreed. We will wait until we die. +1. Stubbornly waiting until teacher Zhang, the king, returns. Of course, there were also a lot of people who disagreed with his decision. What a thorn. Zhang Ye's definitely finished this time. Yes, with him proving Dale's conjecture, he should already be enjoying the fame and limelight. But he ended up not grabbing his chance to get his ban lifted and pushed his luck instead. You might be unstoppable right now with all the headlines focused on you solving the mathematical conjecture, but surely you can't expect to ride this wave all your life, right? It will surely die down after some time. Then what will you do? Do you really not intend to return to the entertainment business anymore? If you plan to do so, then at least show the right attitude. Even if you keep pressing it, will you be able to outdo the authorities? If they do not lift your ban, then what can you do? At the SARFT, Supervisor, Manager Chun, what are you running for? The management wants me to inform you all that the newly appointed Deputy Chief Wang is headed here to inspect our department. He's here so early? Didn't they say that it would be in the afternoon? It's the welcoming banquet that would be held in the afternoon, but Deputy Chief Wang has already arrived in the morning. He has already reported officially to take over his duties. He intends to go around to understand more about the departments that he would be overseeing and is already on his way right now. He will be here very soon. All right, we understand. Clean up the area a little. Supervisor, should we report about Zhang Ye's incident? If he asks, then we will report it. We won't be able to hide it anyway. Soon after, the SARFT issued another statement. To begin, they issued the statement announcing the change of appointments, with Wang Chonglei as the new deputy chief of the SARFT. Then, very quickly, the next statement was issued as well. It's unknown under whose order this came from, nor whether if it was due to the live broadcast earlier on BTV1 or because of the strong support for Zhang Ye on the internet. But the department responsible for implementing the measures of not airing any broadcasts involving band artists was the one who issued this statement. First, it gave its approval to the band artists who had submitted their applications online and processed it with quick efficiency. A total of 4 artists had their bans lifted with immediate effect. Next, it repeated and emphasized about the controls on band artists and how all media outlets are to strictly enforce it without any let-up. Judging from the contents, it seemed like this statement was issued specifically with Beijing television stations BTV1 in mind. The statement also mentioned that any band artists who did not compromise or had intentions to revolt would be punished even more harshly, as if they were referring directly to Zhang Ye. It's beginning. The battle is starting again. The battle has become even more exciting now. It doesn't look like the end is in sight. Many of those netizens who were joining in to see the action were cheering on the excitement. At this moment, the battle of the suppression of band artists had begun again. It was building up to a climax, and it seemed like Zhang Ye's future was looking dim. At the resort, the air was clean and not as stuffy as the outside. Not a bad poem, Wu Ziqing said as she walked to the sofa and took a seat. She elegantly put down her teacup and continued. You're going up against them again? Zhang Ye coughed. You saw it on Weibo? Wu Ziqing nodded. I saw it. Zhang Ye wanted to explain to her why he did that, but before he could say anything, Wu Ziqing had already moved on to another topic, not bothered by the issue at hand. She smiled and said, How much have you written for your novel already? Oh, I've almost finished it, Zhang Ye said. You didn't get lazy, right? Let me check it. She sat down beside him. Zhang Ye opened up the document for her with a smile. I started writing since this morning. Other than updating Weibo and answering a few calls, I did nothing else. Why don't you take a look at it first? She said, Big sis will read it on the phone. You continue writing. Zhang Ye was a little taken aback. Write it right now? She asked. Why can't you write it now? All right. Zhang Ye nodded. Whenever Zhang Ye was involved in some trouble, his friends or relatives would always come and ask him about it. They always wanted to know what was going on before criticizing him a little. This had always been the case, and everyone was the same, except for Wu Ziqing. She was clearly not the same as them, as she did not ask anything regarding Zhang Ye's refusal to submit an application to get his ban lifted. Instead, she chose to supervise him as he wrote the novel and encourage him. This saved a lot of explaining on Zhang Ye's part, and with that, it also comforted him greatly. With old Wu, he never had to speak unnecessarily. No matter what he did, as long as he felt it was right, as long as he determinedly stuck with it, old Wu would surely give her full understanding and support. Right on. Zhang Ye began to type away noisily. Beside him, old Wu, who had finished reading his latest post, stood up and went to use the suite's phone to make a call to the reception desk. She got them to send some food up, not cooked but raw food. This was also a service that the resort provided, and old Wu began cooking in the kitchen. Her well-honed culinary skills of washing, then cutting the ingredients was done slowly and calmly. This was the charm of a mature woman. One chapter, one more chapter. At 12:35 p.m., Zhang Ye finally snapped his fingers and laughed out loudly as he posted the last chapter of the main story. Other than the spin-off, this novel had been completed. Old Wu, who was preparing the soup, raised her head up when she heard this. You're done with it? Zhang Ye stretched his body and said, I've finished it. It's completed. Are you hungry? I'm very hungry. Her. All right, wait a little while more. Thanks for the trouble, old Wu. It's no trouble. Old Wu lit the stove and started frying some vegetables. Zhang Ye rested on his chair, relaxingly clicking on the mouse as he browsed through the comments online. On the blog's comment section, wow, Legend of Wukong is completed. Old Zhang's really impressive today. I've already finished reading. With so much happening in these past 2 days, it seems like Teacher Zhang was not affected by it and wrote his novel at such a fast speed. Just by this, I have to give Teacher Zhang my like. Teacher Zhang has such high productivity. Look at the other authors who take a few months at least to finish a book of a few 100,000 words. Some take longer and stretch it to a year or even a few years. But see how good Teacher Zhang is, coming up with such an elite piece of work in just a matter of days. And it is of such a high standard too. I'm really very impressed with Zhang Ye. No matter how bad his temper is, he is still doing something with his pen, his mouth, his hands, and can deliver elite pieces of work after work to the people. His poems can stir the people, giving them strength. His essays can move the people, making them think. His crosstalk and talk show performances can make everyone laugh and lift their moods. His novels can bring happiness and sadness to everyone, letting them forget their troubles. Regarding Zhang Ye, while many people have mixed feelings about him, it cannot be denied that he has always been